Hart informed Chang Dalei that he could choose the character occupation for his summoning generals. Guosheng explained the combat occupations included ranger, bandits, general, despot warrior, and more. He elaborated that each occupation had its advantages, some were suitable for the battlefield, and some were suitable for fighting a martial artist. Chang Dalei inquired about worker occupations. Guosheng listed life occupations, including craftsman, scholar, doctor, civil official, and strategist. As Chang Dalei pondered his options, he mentioned that firearms craftsmen should fall under worker occupations. Considering this, he suggested choosing a character from the worker occupations. He stated that his fear points were currently insufficient and needed to be used wisely. Then, he opted for the work occupation and said that he would draw 1,000,000 first. Upon selecting the work occupation, the system beeped, indicating a deduction of 1,000,000 fear points. Guosheng used his power to summon. After Guosheng used his power, the system beeped as Chang Dalei obtained an excellent chef, an ordinary doctor, a terrible blacksmith, and an excellent merchant. Dissatisfied with the results, Chang Dalei commented that there was no suitable person and considered the first draw a bit unlucky. He decided to continue and draw another 1,000,000. In the next draw, the system beeped again, and Chang Dalei acquired a bad widow, an ordinary scholar, a terrible blacksmith, and then, to his delight, a top character. Smiling, he expressed his joy at finally getting a top character. The system notifies, congratulating him as he achieved the top cleric, Adelina, along with a missionary group of more than 50 people. In disbelief, Chang Dalei questioned that he got a cleric and expressed surprise at drawing a foreigner. He criticized the summoning platform, calling it crooked. Annoyed, Chang Dalei claimed that something was wrong with the summoning platform, complaining about drawing foreigners. Guosheng, witnessing his frustration, explained that the recruitment range of the summoning platform might have been set too wide, and he said that he adjusted it back. After the adjustment, the system beeped again, indicating another 1,000,000 fear points deduction. Chang Dalei looked disappointed but continued to keep drawing. In the subsequent draw, the system beeped, and he obtained 2 top craftsmen, using 5,000,000 fear points. He got a jade arm craftsman named Jin Dajian and a rumbling thunder craftsman named Ling Zhen. Amazed, Chang Dalei's eyes sparkled, and he commented that he had finally hit the jackpot. Feeling relieved, Guosheng let out a sigh that his work was done. Quickly, he and the lottery machine decided to go and play video games together. However, Chang Dalei, looking upset as he spent 5,000,000 fear points, intending to harvest characters ranging from bad to excellent, including a total of 500 plus characters, 1 top cleric, and 2 top craftsmen. Contemplating the 3 top characters worth 5,000,000 fear points, Chang Dalei realized that, aside from the unidentified cleric, the goods from the summoning platform shipment were much higher. He also considered that firearms talents were relatively scarce in ancient times, making it difficult for just one person to support the entire gunpowder weapons system. Thinking about improving his skills, Chang Dalei wondered about buying books for craftsmanship studies to train his talent. After considering this, he called Hart and asked about available books on firearms. Hart responded affirmatively and explained that more advanced and expensive books included blueprint designs, while early-era books were considered useless. She immediately released books from her hands and stated that for eligible books, she would have to check them out. The books flew out of the portal. She controlled the books as they soared through the air, and after a moment, she announced that she had found it and said that the book should meet his needs. All Chang Dalei's eyes sparkled, and he mentioned that he couldn't believe such books existed. The books he obtained were titled General Principles of Martial Arts. Hart explained that it was a masterpiece of military literature comparable to Sun Tzu's Art of War. It covered military thinking, equipment, and formations, and mentioned that the book was all-inclusive and covered everything. She also mentioned that the knowledge about the production of gunpowder and firearms was just 1 volume of the content. Hart also humorously added that, if she remembered correctly, the book even included information on setting up camps and repairing toilets. Astonished, Chang Dalei asked how many fear points the books would cost. In response, Hart explained that the books were divided into 2 volumes, with one set consisting of 20 volumes for a total of 40 volumes. The price for each volume was 1,000,000 fear points, and they were not sold separately. The total cost for the set was 40,000,000 fear points. Chang Dalei's jaw dropped, and he exclaimed that the books were so expensive. He asked if he could get a discount, but Hart responded that there was no bargaining. Quietly contemplating, Chang Dalei realized that his fear points were used up, and it seemed he could only buy later since his remaining fear points were less than 1,000,000. Determined, he stated that he must obtain the books to train a large number of excellent generals. After 2 or 3 days, some people gathered in their city, and San Yuan announced that the people should line up. He informed them that if they wanted to join their toad village, they must register their information first. Exhausted, San Yuan wondered why so many people had moved to Qinchuan recently, and suddenly the system beeped, indicating an increase of more than 500 people in Toad City. Meanwhile, in the rebuilt craftsman workshop, Chang Dalei told the people that they all had their skills. If they chose to join Toad Village, he assured them that he would not treat them badly. He informed them about house allocation, monthly salary, and more, using a mix of coercion and enticement to train the newly joined craftsmen were trained to be obedient. After his informative speech, Chang Dalei inquired about a person nicknamed Rumbling Thunder and Jade Arms. The 2 individuals came forward and Ling Zhen asked if Chang Dalei knew them. Chang Dalei replied that he had heard of them. Information revealed that Jade Arms craftsmen, Jin Dajian, possessed skills in carving gold, stone, and forging letters, while Rumbling Thunder, Ling Zhen, was a rare artilleryman skilled in building large and small artillery pieces. He was also proficient in martial arts, skilled in archery and horsemanship, and considered a top talent. Ling Zhen questioned Chang Dalei's kindness, stating that they only had some ingenious skills that couldn't be practically used. With a peerless look, Chang Dalei told them not to be humble. He expressed that the talents possessed by them were exactly what he lacked at the moment. He assured them that if they chose to follow him, he would not treat them badly in the future. Suddenly, the system beeped, indicating that it detected Chang Dalei's level as a peerless and exclusive task to take in top characters. After that, Jin Dajian and Ling Zhen knelt in front of Chang Dalei and stated that they were at his disposal. Another beep followed, notifying Chang Dalei that he had received a character-exclusive task. Somewhere in Toad City, in an open field, one person ran away, while another held a flag and announced that the fuse had been ignited. They warned people to back off for the 7th blasting experiment. After a moment, a massive blast occurred, and someone from a distance commented on the amazing explosion of the rock. Zhu Yu mentioned that it should be the best gunpowder ratio, adding that the power was comparable to that of the sample. Chang Dalei praised it as excellent, and he called on Ling Zhen, stating that he was skilled at making all kinds of artillery and asked him if he should create a sample first. Using his telescope, Chang Dalei instructed them that mass production would begin after perfecting the samples, prompting Ling Zhen to confirm. A smile formed on his face. Chang Dalei said that the next step was to increase iron ore production and improve the quality of wrought iron. He instructed Zhu Yu to take notes and expand the blacksmith shop's scope, recruiting more blacksmiths, and making custom casting molds. The firearms development progress was at 0.5. He looked forward to the requirements for research and development. With a smug expression, Hart informed Chang Dalei that it was just the beginning, and there was still a long way to go before firearms could be used on battlefields. Chang Dalei remarked that for now, they had to make it manually to mass-produce them. They still needed to develop a production line. Suddenly, Su Ying appeared, calling Chang Dalei. He glanced back, wondering why Su Ying was there. Su Ying responded that she was looking for him. Concerned, Chang Dalei told her that she didn't have to come in person, citing the sandy conditions, and suggested that she should stay home and take care of their baby in case something happened. Su Ying smiled and assured him that she wasn't that fragile. She explained that she came to talk to Chang Dalei about Lihua, who was in a bad state, suffering mentally, experiencing a loss of appetite, and losing a significant amount of weight. She also informed him that she went to see Lihua recently, and noted that her physical injuries had not yet healed, informing him that Lihua's heart was still scarred from the events that happened that night, and mentioned that Lihua's had nightmares and blamed herself for being useless. Su Ying added that Lihua was stubborn and refused to talk about those things, causing her condition to worsen. She becomes. In the end, she told Chang Dalei that Lihua had found someone else to talk to. Surprise visible on Chang Dalei's face, Su Ying revealed that Lihua approached the man who brought her medicine every day, which was Liu Bei. After Su Ying shared this information, in another place where the wind was blowing, Lihua sighed deeply. She dramatically caught the falling leaves that floated in the air. As the tree shed its leaves, she comforted herself under it. Most widow young women like to wear white makeup, plain sleeves, and a blue dress. Depressed, Lihua sighed, while Chang Dalei arrived at her place and watched her. He approached Lihua, calling her with a slightly trembling voice, and asked if she was feeling better. However, Lihua questioned whether it mattered to him whether she was alright or not. She expressed that her life now seemed to matter to him. She turned to Chang Dalei with a miserable look, expressing that she was wondering who it was, but it turned out to be him. She called him a heartless man and questioned whether he ever thought about her, a miserable person. Shocked, Chang Dalei realized that the miserable sickly appearance had been completely different from Lihua's usual style. While Lihua continued stating that it had been her mistake to love, considering it unrequited love, and she couldn't blame anyone. Chang Dalei abruptly spanked her face to wake her up. He gently held her face and told her that she was not usually like this, highlighting her lively nature. He asked how she had become like that. Chang Dalei regretted that he neglected it, realizing that Liu Bei should not have been Lihua's doctor. He held Lihua's wrist and told her that they should go outside. Flustered, Lihua asked where Chang Dalei would take her. He responded that he would take her to the grassland to relax, emphasizing that staying indoors could lead to problems. While outside the gate, Liu Bei arrived with something in his hands, and he let out a heavy sigh. With a hollow expression, Chang Dalei questioned why Liu Bei was there. Liu Bei explained that he had prepared medicine for Lihua and didn't want it to be delivered late, so he brought it himself. Chang Dalei acknowledged his explanation. He suggested to Liu Bei to leave the medicine in the house and instructed him that his men should do the little things next time. They walked past Liu Bei, who asked where they were going. Chang Dalei replied that he was taking Lihua out for a walk. As Liu Bei observed them, his face formed a smirk before calling Chang Dalei. He said that whistling wind, rustling leaves, and autumn pear blossoms falling. Curious, Lihua asked Chang Dalei what Liu Bei had said in a genteel manner. Maintaining his composure, Chang Dalei replied that they were leaving when the flowers could be folded. He continued, advising not to wait until the flowers fade and only fold an empty branch. Lihua asked him to wait as she needed to go back to her room to change clothes. Somewhere in the grassland, Chang Dalei sang a song, starting with the line remembering when he said, "Home is the only castle." Along with the scent of rice, the river continued to flow. The person smiled slightly, knowing the dreams of their childhood. Lihua asked Chang Dalei if he could stop singing. However, Chang Dalei continued singing repeatedly, saying, "Stop, stop, stop." Curious, Lihua asked if he seemed happy. Chang Dalei asked if it was that obvious, and he laughed. Lihua replied that sometimes she envied him for being simple-minded and able to live happily. He just responded with a giggling laugh. She mentioned that she didn't like autumn, and Chang Dalei asked her why. Lihua explained that when she was a child, if the grain harvest was poor in early autumn, the village had to kill horses and eat horse meat. After eating, she had to clear the bark. She shared that even when she learned some martial arts and became the village master, she could go everywhere to collect food. But even if she did, she would need more for everyone. She said that if he wanted the stockade, she would give it to him. As long as they wouldn't starve, it didn't matter. Genuinely, she asked if it was because she was a woman and not suitable to become the village master. Perhaps others could do a better job than her, having made many mistakes, not smart, and did things half-heartedly. As she felt hurt, she continued stating that when she caught Chang Dalei and brought him to her descending jade village, she also got caught by evil people. Tears welled up in her eyes as she expressed the feeling that even though she liked a person very much, she couldn't do anything. She considered herself useless, while Chang Dalei glanced at her. Chang Dalei suggested that it was better to say it, and more comfortable to let it out. He added that even the most resilient spirit can get tired at times and encouraged her not to dwell on it and just enjoy and relax for now. Then they arrived at farming land. Chang Dalei appreciated the clear and refreshing autumn weather. Curious, Lihua asked him why he brought her. Chang Dalei suggested to her to look around the village. He explained that this year, Kinchuan had been blessed with good weather, free from war and famine. Tens of thousands of acres of farmland were cultivated and harvested. He mentioned that during this year, many people settled in Kinchuan and that people came from various parts of the country. Some were oppressed by landlords and had no home to return to, and others lost their families in the war. He continued, remarking that this is what the world had created. But now, they were singing while harvesting in autumn, mentioning the rice, sorghum, soybeans, and wheat piled up in the granaries. It turned out that there were no robbers robbing grain, no officials and soldiers forcibly collecting money. It only took 3 years of harvest to secure food for a long time. When people came to Kinchuan, they got a bowl of rice because of them. Lihua asked if it was because of them, and Chang Dalei confirmed that it was the cavalry they trained that carried out the 800-mile patrol service in Kinchuan. At the same time, a person in the rice fields noticed the black bull and remarked that it seemed to be the bull of Toad City, questioning whether Chang Dalei was the one riding on it. Another person also said that the woman he had seen might be the leader of the cavalry in charge of patrolling, wondering if it was Lihua. Suddenly, people knelt one after another as they passed through. They addressed Chang Dalei, and he told Lihua that they were being recognized. Lihua suggested they go, not liking people kneeling around, as it always made her feel like it would shorten her life. However, she mentioned hearing from the military advisor that, as a high-ranking person, one must have a sense of mystery above all. Chang Dalei mentioned Yin Zhong and how she used to listen to him, but she knew how he died. Lihua was left speechless, and he coughed and shifted the conversation, suggesting that they should go slower since being recognized was still cool. The two walked aimlessly, talking about irrelevant things. She often saw many farmers on the roadside who were harvesting in autumn. Perhaps she was affected by the farmers' joyous harvest, and that perhaps Chang Dalei's words worked. The haze on Lihua's face slowly faded. Chang Dalei smiled, while Lihua was delighted and commanded her horse to speed up. She told Chang Dalei to follow her, questioning if he could keep up with her speed. Chang Dalei responded that she shouldn't underestimate his bull. Tauntingly, Lihua mentioned that Chang Dalei didn't know the speed of his black bull. Chang Dalei halted his bull, calling it mighty. Excited, Lihua spotted a rabbit and exclaimed about it. Lihua had a big grin on her face as she caught the rabbit and told it not to be so cute as she showed it to Chang Dalei. By evening, they roasted the rabbit. Chang Dalei ordered to sprinkle more salt and said that it smelled so good and suggested having some wine. Lihua asked if he had any wine, and Chang Dalei confirmed that he brought some wine. He invited her to drink with him. Excited, Lihua expressed that Chang Dalei was well prepared. He advised her to let him handle the wine since she easily got drunk. The night arrived, with a starry sky and the cold dew getting heavy. Lihua called Chang Dalei, and Chang Dalei responded with a slight tremor in his voice. She mentioned that drinking was not interesting. She wanted to stay with him a little longer. She said that she didn't want to go back yet, as it had been months, and that this was the first time she had been able to spend time alone with him. Chang Dalei advised her not to rush, and she could go back whenever she wanted. Lihua mentioned to him the wolves howling. Chang Dalei reassured her not to be afraid, as he was on watch, and he suggested that she go to sleep. As Lihua dozed off, leaning against Chang Dalei, the bonfire crackled loudly. Chang Dalei observed Lihua, noticing that she seemed to be frowning as if having a nightmare. Hart suddenly spoke with a stern face, telling Chang Dalei to admit that his feelings for Lihua were not false. Chang Dalei admitted, saying that's how he found out he was a scumbag and did something wrong. He admitted that he didn't want to see people who liked him get hurt and couldn't bear to say no, so he ran away and dragged it out, and realized that if he kept avoiding it would only end up hurting Lihua. Lihua, who had dozed off, suddenly woke up, and Chang Dalei remarked that she had finally woken up, and she nodded as her face turned red. He asked if she had a nightmare and what she dreamt of again. Lihua responded that it was still about that devil, saying that day she wasn't afraid of him, but now every night he appeared in her dreams. She admitted that every night she woke up due to a nightmare and dared not sleep again. Chang Dalei contemplated that she might be suffering from the residual effects of the vessel. He reassured her that it was okay, mentioning that dreams are the opposite. Lihua instantly cuddled with Chang Dalei as she called him. Chang Dalei wondered and asked her what was wrong. In a flirtatious way, Lihua told him that even if she looked at him face to face, she still missed him, mentioning that she wasn't afraid anymore in the dream with him in it. Then, she surprised Chang Dalei by kissing him and telling him that she loved him so much. Chang Dalei confirmed and responded that he knew. As the night progressed, their clothes lay scattered around, and the bonfire crackled in the background. While both were intimately engaged in kissing, Chang Dalei lost himself in his thoughts, thinking that Lihua seemed so impatient. While Lihua's heart beat loudly, Chang Dalei commented that Lihua's body felt incredibly hot, and Lihua's heart raced even faster as their hands intertwined. Lihua's face turned very red when they broke the kiss, and her heart didn't cease its rapid beating. She asked what Chang Dalei was talking about. The once fierce colt was now as pitiful as a lamb that had been skinned. Lihua was breathing heavily from their intimacy, her heart pounding intensely. Chang Dalei uttered a grunt as their hands intertwined, expressing his pain. However, Lihua seemed to be burning up while trembling. As they shared an intimate moment, Chang Dalei thought that something significant was about to happen as they both changed intensely, huffing in their intimacy. Calling Lihua with concern in his voice, Chang Dalei asked if she was scared. A small tear appeared in Lihua's eye, and she looked startled by what had just occurred. Holding hands, Lihua powered up, and the bones in Chang Dalei's fingers cracked. Chang Dalei winced at the pain, clutching his hand with a grimace, so Lihua called out to him in concern. She questioned him if she could look after it, but Chang Dalei hesitated, suggesting he could handle the minor injury himself. With a sorrowful look, Lihua apologized, stating it was the first time, so she lacked experience, and she had hurt him. Chang Dalei glanced at her, pondering why her words sounded weird. He suddenly blushed as he looked at the innocent-figured Lihua. Lihua called Chang Dalei again, while Chang Dalei's hand gently drew close to her. Afterward, she held his hand against her face, displaying a pure smile. Chang Dalei smiled back at her, calling her, and Lihua nodded. He told her not to hurt him this time, appearing somewhat embarrassed. Lihua agreed, assuring Chang Dalei not to worry, and he was left speechless, comically thinking that something was wrong. Amidst it, Heart flew away, expressing her grossed-out feelings. Heart proudly declared her unparalleled writing skills and suggested that Chang Dalei should bear witness to it in the future. A beep indicated that Chang Dalei had completed the task, and Lihua became the mistress of the fort, achieving the blueprint for a level 2 city. The next morning, Chang Dalei urged Lihua as it was time to go. He mentioned that the villagers would be worried if he didn't return all night. Lihua, who had just mounted the horse, remained silent. As she sat on her horse, she felt a sudden discomfort in her private area, causing her to gasp. Chang Dalei inquired what was wrong, but Lihua didn't answer and felt embarrassed. She told Chang Dalei that she was afraid she couldn't ride a horse these days. Chang Dalei suggested that they ride on the black bull together. She suggested going slowly and she sang, starting with the lyrics, "Don't cry, let the firefly take him away," a countryside folk song. Always dependable, going home, back to the good old days. He asked if she had learned. She responded that she learned a little. Appearing joyous, Lihua invited Chang Dalei to join in, and she began a song humming joyfully. With a smug face, Lihua glanced at Chang Dalei and asked if it was good, and cautiously, he commented that it sounded good but privately thought Lihua's singing might be out of tune due to pentatonic singing. As Lihua continued humming, Chang Dalei hushed her quickly, noting that someone was approaching, mentioning that it was the Ring tribe. Chang Dalei inquired about which Ring tribe they were from, and they introduced themselves as members of the West Ring tribe under Hai Yan's men. Lihua remarked about the West tribe, Hai Yan, recalling their meeting through business. Chang Dalei asked why they were there. He questioned if it was about slaves and expressed that he wouldn't get involved in the slave business. The leader of the group insisted that Chang Dalei not rush to refuse and ordered his men to show the goods first. They presented the slaves, introducing them as members of an ethnic tribe from the far west. He mentioned that ethnic groups had the two most impressive things. He mentioned that one is a variety of strange and ingenious small objects, and the second is the woman, and that the exotic women are sought after by the big shots of the empire. Chang Dalei pondered the idea of ethnic women, while Lihua, without asking, looked at him with a bombastic side eye. Upon checking the information about the woman, Heart showed the profile of the woman named Adelina. With a broad smile, the ring men inquired about Chang Dalei's interests. If he liked the woman, they offered to sell her to him at a cheap price. Lihua, angered by Chang Dalei's apparent interest, banged her head on his face, causing his nose to bleed, while accusing Chang Dalei of being a lecher and unfaithful and demanding to know why he was staring at Adelina. With a gentle smile, Chang Dalei reassured Lihua and told her that it was unnecessary to be jealous and explained that he might have been interested in a talent within that group. Despite Chang Dalei's words, Lihua remained furious as she pouted. He entered into negotiations with the Ring tribe, expressing his intention to acquire the group of people and inquiring about the price. The Ring tribe assured him that they would sell the slaves to him for a cheap price. Negotiating further, the Ring tribe mentioned the trade road and the favors the West tribe had received from Chang Dalei, and requested that they only needed 100 bags of grain for the batch of slaves. Chang Dalei agreed to the deal, requesting the Ring tribe to escort the people to Toad City and pick up the grain on their way back. The Ring tribe confirmed the arrangement and praised Chang Dalei for making quick decisions. Later that evening, Su Ying commented on Chang Dalei that he hadn't returned home last night, and he hurt his hands and commented that the way Lihua was dismounting looked weird. She speculated if they ran into horse bandits. She remarked that Chang Dalei's skills were more sufficient than ordinary horse bandits couldn't hurt him. Moreover, Toad City has long been sweeping up horse bandits on the grassland, and now there are no horse bandits on the grassland. Chang Dalei, not knowing how to respond, just laughed it off. Then Su Ying playfully considered that Lihua might be the reason for his injured hand and that it seems that they made a big fuss last night. And Lihua was wild. She remarked that it seemed they had fun last night, which made Chang Dalei softly call her. With a kind smile, Su Ying assured him that she wouldn't blame him. She suggested having tea with Lihua together in a few days, and that she'll be one of them. Su Ying mentioned that Lihua would return home, and she also considered repaying the debt by saving her life. She reminded Chang Dalei not to forget about her when he got a new girl, prompting Chang Dalei to reassure her, saying not to worry. Suddenly, someone announced that Adelina had been brought to them. Adelina greeted Chang Dalei. Chang Dalei was surprised and commented on Adelina's somewhat strange accent, though noting that her fluency in the imperial language was impressive. He asked where she had learned it. Adelina replied that her mother was imperial, making her half imperial, and she learned the language from her mother. Chang Dalei inquired about Adelina's origin, expressing his interest. He became direct, emphasizing the village's tolerance but warned against deception and reminded Adelina that he had bought her and urged her to tell the truth. If she refused, Chang Dalei stated that he would have to sell her as a slave, emphasizing that beautiful women like her were popular in the empire. Hesitated at first, but she finally revealed that they were from the Norton Kingdom. Chang Dalei uttered the kingdoms, and Adelina elaborated that they set out from the kingdom across hundreds of thousand mountains, mile desert, and the Ring tribe's grasslands, taking over a year to reach the empire. Curious about the Norton Kingdom, Chang Dalei asked for more details. She explained that Norton's current emperor was Norton IX, but the real supreme power lay with the Holy See. She further explained that the Holy See believed in the God of creation and possessed 12 sacred artifacts. Priests sacrificed their souls to the sacred artifacts, and one could have the gaining energy from the God of creation, allowing them to summon thunder, lightning, and even bring back the dead. Due to the power, the Holy See had great power in the kingdom. They built temples everywhere, bought and sold slaves, encroached on the land, and even determined the kingdom's throne succession through the Pope. As for the pagans in the kingdom, the Holy See didn't like them, and if they caught them, they were hanged, beheaded, and burned at the stake. She added that a few years ago, Protestant forces appeared in the Norton Empire. Protestantism is growing fast in the kingdom and could grow to rival the Holy See. Suddenly, 2 years ago, the Protestant gods seemed to fall into a slumber. So, in the end, the Protestant church that lost its gods failed and was exterminated by the Holy See. So, in the end, the remnants of the Protestant church that lost its gods failed and were exterminated by the Holy See. In the end, the remnant of Protestantism fled to the east, while Su Ying and Chang Dalei listened with puzzled and confused expressions. Frustrated, Chang Dalei told Adelina that he wasn't interested in her kingdom's lengthy and smelly religious conflicts, finding them annoying. He suggested she brief her in 20 words. Chang Dalei asked once again who they were. Adelina revealed that she was the saintess of Protestantism, and the others were remnants of Protestant congregations, numbering only a few dozen of them left. Chang Dalei, noting that many died on the road, questioned their purpose in coming to the empire after the failure of Protestantism. He asked what the remaining members wanted to achieve and why they had come all the way to the empire. With confidence on her face, Adelina stated that their goal was to spread the gospel of God and raised her hands after she declared. She asked Chang Dalei if he could escort them to Chang'an, the capital, to meet the emperor of the empire. Dumbfounded, Chang Dalei was confused by her request and questioned it to her back again. Adelina explained that the land had no faith, and its people were primitive, simple, and innocent. She emphasizes that they intended to meet the emperor and share the divination from the goddess. With conviction, Adelina promised that if Chang Dalei could safely escort them to Chang'an, he would become the first guardian knight of the goddess. Throughout generations, he would receive fiefdoms, offerings, and glory. Disbelieving, Su Ying asked Chang Dalei if Adelina might be mentally ill. Chang Dalei responded with a questioning expression. With a fake cough, Chang Dalei told Adelina that he respected her as a saintess. He shared that he also had beliefs. At the same time, Hart smiled and hummed, while Chang Dalei emphasized to Adelina that he believed in the great God system, darkness over the world, and his heart would eventually swallow all the darkness, returning the world to the light. Su Ying also remarked to Adelina that Chang Dalei was blessed by immortals, and his skills were taught by the gods in his dreams. However, Adelina was in disbelief. She sarcastically responded to them that those were evil gods. Hart, who was listening, got irritated at her words, and Su Ying and Chang Dalei were both speechless. Chang Dalei commented that even if Adelina went through great trouble to reach Chang'an, it was uncertain whether she could meet Emperor Ming. He reminded her not to forget that she was now the slave he bought, and added that she could leave if she wanted, but she needed to make up for her ransom money first before going. Adelina only displayed a grieving face. Chang Dalei also told her that as for escorting, she shouldn't even think about it. Adelina mentioned that they would stay for a while and work for ransom, but she had one more request. Chang Dalei asked what the request was. She pleaded with Chang Dalei to allow them to preach freely in Toad City, expressing the need to spread the gospel and teachings of the goddess to the world. Su Ying and Chang Dalei had the same thought that Adelina was obsessed with preaching, questioning which god could make her so crazy. Chang Dalei thinks that Adelina was like those fanatic fans. He mentioned that he would never agree to her request, but Su Ying interrupted him, telling him to wait a minute. Confused, Chang Dalei asked Su Ying what was wrong as Su Ying suddenly stood up. She called Adelina, telling her that she wanted to see the pendant in her hands. It was revealed that the pendant was in the form of Heart's figure. When Su Ying held the pendant, both she and Chang Dalei were surprised to see the heart figure on the pendant. Their faces were surprised as they pondered the object. They looked at each other and wondered how it could be. Curious, Heart also looked at it, while both Chang Dalei and Su Ying wondered how they looked so similar. With a comical face, Su Ying asked Chang Dalei if Heart was there now. Chang Dalei mentioned Heart, while Heart was also curious, asked why he kept looking at her, mentioning that she also didn't know. Annoyed, Adelina shouted at them that it was enough, they had seen enough. She snatched it right away from Chang Dalei's hands before she told them to give it back and mentioned that it was a statue of the goddess of their religion. Curious, Chang Dalei expressed interest in learning more about her Protestant religion. He asked if she could tell him more about it. Doubtful, Adelina asked if he was really serious, cautioning him not to lie. Chang Dalei responded that he might join her church after hearing more about it. Adelina said that they should listen carefully. She began by saying that their Protestant church was established about 3 to 4 years ago. At the time, the kingdom was plagued with an epidemic, and women were being hunted and branded as witches. Under such circumstances, the helpless people became the sacred vessels of the Holy See. They felt the birth of God. Unlike the gods proclaimed by the Holy See, she was so holy, so warm, and so unreachable. And so, the Protestant Church was established and proliferated. But the Holy See regarded them as pagans. After the goddess fell asleep, the Protestant Church was exterminated by the Holy See, and they have not been able to recover. And 2 years ago, they received a revelation from the sacred vessel that the goddess had awakened. Mesmerized by her story, she continued by saying that in the distant east is the place where the goddess shall return. Therefore, they set out on a sacred, glorious, and great pilgrimage. However, the faces of both Su Ying and Chang Dalei expressed disbelief. Overwhelmed by what she heard, Heart commented that they probably felt her birth from a certain vessel, believing that she was their god, and she thought that they ran towards her presence. Skeptical, Chang Dalei thought that it sounded like the gang was more like a bunch of avid groupies. He asked Heart if she wanted to get in touch with them. Embarrassed, Heart replied that she didn't want to, as for her, they were just a bunch of religious fanatics, a bunch of lunatics, and it was a big problem. Adelina expressed her devotion and was continuously mesmerized, stating that she would like to serve the goddess with all her heart and soul without getting married. She giggled and repeatedly mentioned her goddess. Chang Dalei, on the other hand, looked at her in disbelief and thought about the smell of a lesbian. Irritated, Heart mentioned that she didn't care and didn't want to deal with them. She headed towards the space realm and instructed Chang Dalei to take care of them, saying that he shouldn't count on her. Chang Dalei watched her enter the portal and pondered that Heart doesn't like her believers. He emphasized that although Heart may not admit it, they are still her believers, and they may be her vessels. And he thought that they couldn't just let them run around with so much chaos outside. He faked a cough and told Adelina that regarding her request to preach freely, he approved it. As for how many people they could pull into the church, it depended on her abilities, noting that he didn't care. Adelina thanked Chang Dalei, expressing a wish for the blessing of the goddess to be with him forever. Chang Dalei laughed and said it was easy to say, but those who didn't work couldn't eat. If she wanted to live here, she must do her part of the work. The system beeped, notifying that a top cleric had joined the village, accompanied by more than 50 followers with various professions, including navigator, adventurer, hunter, tanner, brewer, bard, pharmacist, and alchemist. After that moment, Chang Dalei was left alone and contemplated leaving the new foreign immigrant group. He pondered that the priority was to upgrade to a level 2 city. He thought that the minimum population required was 100,000, and the number of soldiers residing in Toad City should be about 20,000. The current total population of Toad City was 70,000 plus, with a garrison of 15,000 plus. He considered accepting refugees from all over the world during the farming season and recruiting young men from the villages and cities to form a militia. This, he thought, should not take long to reach the population requirement. The buildings needed to upgrade the city included a market, barracks, summoning platform, medical center, artisan workshop, and academy. He believed that the existing buildings could meet the requirement with some modification, focusing on the buildings that did not exist. Another beep from the system informed him that he received the pre-task of upgrading the city, building a military police department, and internal government. He pondered again about the military policy department, which covered studying strategy, public security, armor, formation, military training, horse training, and more, while the internal government involved research and production, farming, education, commerce, diplomacy, and more. He considered 2 buildings, one civil and one military building. Chang Dalei thought that the city upgrade was meant to put an end to the unorganized and undisciplined activities of their brethren, such as acting as mountain bandits. It was about building a talented team that could govern the country and stabilize the world. He wondered if, in addition to these 2 buildings, there was a new building. It turned out to be a private bank to promote banknotes in Toad City. Shocked, he exclaimed in his thoughts that they must be kidding, suggesting that in this time of war and chaos, promoting banknotes was questionable. However, upon contemplation, he realized that, at present, the empire's monetary system was extremely backward, and the concept of banknotes was way too advanced for the people. Most ordinary people in Toad Village traded cloth and pork through barter. As long as the banknotes were issued by the money market, they could be linked with generic equivalents, such as grain, gold, silver, and copper coins. Perhaps it was worth a try, but he needed to find someone with experience in the field. While contemplating, he thought about his wife on maternity leave to raise their baby, and that he didn't want to bother her about it. He wondered who else other than her. He remembered and thought that he should ask Xing Zai and Wanner, and thought that they might have some knowledge about the empire's policy in that area. At night in Toad City, Wanner asked Chang Dalei if he was going to mint coins. Chang Dalei responded that he wanted to print paper money, not mint coins, and clarified that it was printing. Wanner reacted with confusion. She mentioned that she heard about paper money for the first time. Chang Dalei explained that it was a token currency that could replace gold, silver, and copper coins. He explained it to her and mentioned this and that, while she was silent listening to it. Despite the explanation, Wanner still found it a bit abstruse but smiled, expressing a general understanding. She shared an experience of traveling with Xing Zai, where she didn't have much money. At that time, she thought that something replacing gold, silver, and copper money would be good. Chang Dalei chuckled and said that Wanner was clever. He shared that he mentioned the same thing to Xing Zai, who fell asleep like a dead pig after listening. Wanner noted that people are used to using gold and silver. If he told them that they should buy things with a piece of paper, they would probably be against it for a while. He suggested testing the waters in Toad City as an experiment and finding ways to popularize it. Wanner inquired about who would design the first edition of banknotes. Chang Dalei proposed leaving it to professionals and mentioned giving the task to Jin Dajian, thinking he should be useful. She volunteered to design 2 Toad City banknotes with him and suggested that Jin Dajian craft the banknotes according to the design. Chang Dalei acknowledged her offer. She asked about a group of people who came to Toad Village, wondering if there was a wonderful saint in that group. He remarked that it was quite beautiful but considered it useless. Wanner asked why it was useless, and Chang Dalei elaborated on their belief that children were not allowed to get married. Hiding a smile on her face, Wanner expressed surprise and acknowledged the explanation. She put the pen down and teased Chang Dalei, questioning him why he cared about whether Adelina could get married. However, Chang Dalei didn't know what to answer. Realizing her words might have been rude, Wanner hurriedly changed the subject. She asked about Adelina's doing in the village. Unsure, Chang Dalei responded that maybe she was busy preaching. The next morning in Toad City, Adelina's group began their day with prayers, and she led them in reciting a prayer. Our Goddess in heaven, thy kingdom come, may thy will be done on earth as it is done in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. They knelt seriously as they prayed, concluding with, and lead us not into temptation, deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, power, and glory forever and ever. Amen. Adelina ended the prayers with sincerity. Hart, who was on the roof, observed them. Adelina instructed her group to go to work, clearing land, cutting wood, and building houses to secure food. She emphasized to them to obey the laws of the land and follow their rules, invoking the protection of the goddess's light, while Hart silently watched them. After that, Adelina walked through the streets of Toad City. She commented on the land being full of life but lacking guidance from faith. Determined, she declared that she would shine the light of the goddess on the land. While walking, she encountered the 3 children, Yuer, Xiao Yi, and Niunu. Adelina approached them and asked for a moment of their time. The children seemed uninterested as Adelina began telling them about their goddess and savior. As Adelina started preaching confidently about the goddess, the children, Yuer and Xiao Yi, whispered about her being weird and annoying, comparing her to a teacher, while Niunu didn't seem to understand. Later, the three of them expressed their boredom as they made funny faces at Adelina, while Yuer and Xiao called her a weird auntie. The two laughed hysterically as they ran away, playfully informing each other that they ran as they kept laughing and mentioned that the weird auntie was angry, while Niu was using her whistle. She exhaled heavily and started to continue her walk, while Hart in the corner watched her. As she walked, she encountered Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and Xilong. Guan Yu inquired about the goddess and asked how many experts she has and if she was fierce, while Zhang Fei shared that they were all born and raised by their parents, asking Adelina about the benefits of believing in her. Xilong, on the other hand, wondered if joining the church could teach him how to shoot, but Adelina still tried to preach. During her walk, Adelina met various individuals, including someone concerned about his hen not laying eggs, questioning if joining the church could help him, and another person questioning if God could feed and clothe him. Adelina just gave them a blank expression and offered no response. Kinman told Adelina that he should believe in her so that she wouldn't get in the way of his work, but Adelina didn't respond to him. Stepping onto a stage, Adelina began preaching, and the people wondered if it was a comedy show. In another occurrence, Gao Hu approached her and asked if her believers were not allowed to get married. Adelina clarified that only clerics were not allowed to marry, but other believers were free. Gao Hu expressed disappointment and told her that she looked so beautiful. He asked if she had ever thought of not being a cleric, but Adelina remained silent, giving him a weird look. As she continued walking, Adelina let out a big sigh. She questioned how people could live happily without faith. She pondered if they didn't want the goddess to guide them when they were afraid and lost. In a moment of self-reflection, she pleaded with the goddess to help her solve her problems, with Hart following her closely. Hart remarked that the people's attitude toward gods and goddesses here was pragmatic, regardless of which deity they worshipped. She noted that if it weren't for the system's supernatural power, even she wouldn't have interfered with them, and emphasized that people are fighting against natural disasters, war, plague, and death with their power, and one after another, great people keep emerging. Hart emphasized that the people did not need gods to live well. Approaching the depressed Adelina, Hart mentioned that the people didn't place their hope for survival in the gods. Hart whispered to her ears that when she realizes, she will no longer worship gods anymore. A realization dawned on Adelina, believing that she understood the will of the goddess, and Hart's expression reflected her incredulity. Adelina declared to herself that she was a faithful believer of the goddess, interpreting the situation as the trial of the goddess for her, while Hart was visibly shocked by Adelina's perceived foolishness. Undeterred, Adelina affirmed that nothing could shake her faith. She claimed that she was willing to sacrifice her life, soul, and body for the goddess as she displayed unwavering determination. Adelina insisted that it was impossible to break her resolve, and she didn't even think about it. Determination flared as she declared to wait and vowed to let the light of her goddess shine on the perceived evil land. In the end, Hart was utterly dumbfounded by what she witnessed. At Toad City, Liu's medical center, a sign read, "Learn medicine to help the world." Adelina observed the place and commented that it must be the medical center, a facility where those who suffered from illnesses. Expressing curiosity, Adelina mentioned that she heard the doctor's medical skills were good. She didn't know if she would be allowed to preach. As she stood at the entrance, the door suddenly broke with a strong impact. A man swiftly ran out, leaving Adelina shocked at the unexpected event. The man, identified as Ling Zhen, ran a considerable distance, as he cried and exclaimed that his wound had finally healed. Ling Zhen quickly declared himself discharged from the hospital, catching Adelina off guard. Her face reflected bewilderment as she looked at the running Ling Zhen. She immediately turned back to the medical center when she heard something. She saw Liu Bei at the door, who recognized her and commented that she was the saint brought back by Chang Dalei. Perplexed, he inquired about her presence in the hospital, asking if she needed a prescription or if she was there to see a doctor. Adelina replied that she had come to visit Liu Bei, and that she heard that he was the best negotiator in the village. Intrigued, Liu Bei asked where she heard such information. Adelina mentioned getting the details from Shenji, describing Liu Bei as easygoing and approachable. As he was busy repairing the door, Liu Bei casually remarked that if someone was willing to chat with him, it was sort of like that. Then, Adelina offered to help repair the door, showing her willingness to contribute. After Adelina helped, Liu Bei expressed his gratitude. He mentioned that the medical center was quiet as there were no patients at the moment. Liu Bei invited Adelina to sit down and offered to get her some tea. Curious about Liu Bei's activities in his spare time, Adelina inquired. Liu Bei replied that, except for seeing patients every day, he didn't have much else to do. He mentioned that with no recent wars, there were few wounded individuals except for craftsmen injured by gunpowder, while he poured her cup of tea. Also, he mentioned that during his free time, he enjoyed reading books, raising flowers, and spending time alone. Adelina asked if he was not bored, questioning why he didn't find someone to talk to. Then, Liu Bei sighed heavily as he mentioned that no one was willing to talk to him and there was nothing to talk about. Adelina thought to herself that Liu Bei's nature was easygoing, polite, and sentimental. She believed that he was a natural believer and that with a little consideration, he would jump into the arms of the goddess, while Liu Bei sighed heavily. In an attempt to engage, Adelina suggested that Liu Bei could talk to her about the goddess. However, Liu Bei questioned why she would want to talk to him. Adelina explained that listening to others' worries was the responsibility of a saint. But Liu Bei sighed in response. As soon as Liu Bei opened his mouth, it was like a great river opening its floodgate, and endless water began to surge. He started sharing events when he was 3 years old until he was 6 years old. He mentioned that he missed the teacher who taught him medicine. He pointed out the unfortunate world that did not understand that most of the people in the world are stupid. This means that even if he helps some people, new stupid people will be born who need his help. He questioned her if she understood, stating that he was not scolding anyone, not complaining. He was just stating a fact about the world knowing too much, emphasizing that it is no one's fault. His despair is that it is simply impossible to change the fact. Liu Bei admitted his envy for Chang Dalei, who always had a clear goal, did something strange, and achieved positive results, leaving him sighing heavily. While Adelina listened to him in disbelief, Liu Bei shared that death was as meaningless as life, questioning where people came from, where they went, and what they lived for, wondering if everything was empty, that it didn't mean much. He also claimed that life was meaningless and that even if Adelina tried hard, she would not change anything, expressing sorrow that he was born as a human being. As Hart felt the negative aura surrounding the building, she flew away. Liu Bei, on the other hand, became delighted, stating that it has been a long time since he had such a good conversation. While Adelina appeared somewhat depressed, her soul almost left her body, so she spanked to wake herself up. She suggested to Liu Bei that he should consider joining the church, as the goddess could guide his path. In response, Liu Bei told her that in joining her religion, he also studied her doctrine. In a majestic approach, Adelina told him about their goddess. She explained various aspects to him. After she was done preaching, she asked for his thoughts on the matter. In a bored manner, Liu Bei mentioned having a question but hesitated to ask about it. Irritated, Adelina asked what his problem was and that the goddess could answer any of his doubts. Liu Bei mentioned that Chang Dalei had decreed freedom of belief, and others couldn't attack one's beliefs. He politely warned her not to blame him for being rude by asking her this today. Liu Bei asked if there was a god in the world and if he thinks it is necessary to be believed in by mortals, one reason after another. He argued that if there was a god, he would use force or divine power to make people believe. However, since there was no unified belief, it suggested either no god or that god didn't care about being believed in by mortals or rather didn't see the need for it. He claimed that whether she worships or not doesn't affect him, and he questioned why she preached as it was meaningless. Hart commented from the sidelines that Liu Bei seemed to have seen through Adelina's beliefs. Adelina tried to explain, saying that Liu Bei was wrong. However, Liu Bei, showing a wide smile, questioned her how he was wrong and pleaded for her to enlighten him. Struggling to articulate her thoughts as she felt flustered, Adelina attempted to respond by saying that the goddess had her reasons. But before completing her sentence, Liu Bei questioned what reason it was and how she could persuade people to join the church if she couldn't explain it clearly. Unable to provide an answer, Adelina shouted at Liu Bei, telling him to wait for her to be back and think about it. As she hastily ran away, she mentioned that she would seek his advice when she had the answer. With a big grin, Liu Bei affirmed Adelina and told her to be sure to tell him as soon as she had the answer. He added that they had a great conversation, and he was looking forward to continuing it tomorrow. On Chang Dalei's side, he was still preparing for the production of banknotes. Chang Dalei instructed the need to create anti-counterfeit banknotes that were low cost, easy to distinguish, and could be kept for a long time. He emphasized the importance of preventing counterfeiting, including pattern denomination. Adelina translated Chang Dalei's instructions to Hemin, with Jin Dajian as the first banknote maker and printing master. Wanner inquired about what the paper was going to be made of, and Jin Dajian explained that it would be made from a water plant soaked in a special medicinal solution to ensure the color would not fade anytime soon. He stated the pigment formula would be unique to them and noted that it could change color like color-changing ink. Jin Dajian crafted the first master matrix according to the design. A few days later, the first batch of banknotes was printed. After a few days, Toad Village's first money bank officially opened. However, the result was a failure, leaving Wanner and Chang Dalei feeling disappointed as they sat on the pile of money. Both looked so dull. Wanner spoke up and called Chang Dalei's attention, who was sitting in contemplation. Feeling embarrassed, she suggested taking time to think of a solution without urgency. In response, Chang Dalei sighed and proposed making copper coins first. He pondered that paper money might be too far ahead for the current era. He also considered the impending chaos and deemed it a time for peaceful development, the calm before the storm. While sitting amid the pile of failed paper money, Chang Dalei pondered the achievements so far, including 200,000 refugees on the 800-mile Kinchuan who lived and worked happily, the settlement of more than 70,000 people in Toad City, and the 20,000 elite soldiers stationed in the city. Feeling suffocated as he lay down, Chang Dalei contemplated that the resources at hand, wanting to live in the chaotic world, were far from enough. Despite spending so much effort, he thought that the pile of failed paper money seemed not worth even wiping one's ass. Concerned about the unsuccessful implementation of paper money, Chang Dalei pondered the challenges of upgrading to a second-level city. Suddenly, Su Ying entered, expressing concern about the strange smell of medicinal liquid in the room. Chang Dalei, noting the unsuitability of a pregnant woman in that place, questioned why she was there. Su Ying replied that she wanted to see what he had been up to. She mentioned hearing about his plan to issue paper money and asked him if that was what they were working on as she looked at the pile of paper money. Chang Dalei casually mentioned it as an idea he pursued on a whim, admitting its failure, and planning to use it as firewood in the kitchen. Su Ying suggested continuing to do it, but Chang Dalei insisted it was impossible, citing the advanced nature of paper money and people's unwillingness to recognize it. He expressed the belief that everything must be objective laws and could not go against general trends. Su Ying noticed the pattern on the paper money. Chang Dalei said to her that it was painted by Wanner and admired its beauty. However, Su Ying glanced at Wanner, who was just sitting in the corner. She considered Chang Dalei a blockhead. Su Ying insisted that she had a rough understanding. She suggested that she could think of a method, mentioning his intention to circulate money outside using paper instead of gold and silver. Later in Toad City, there were announcements of great news. San Yuan announced to the people that a new public granary had been built in Toad Town, where everyone could store their grain in Kinchuan. He explained the benefits, such as saving trouble in building individual granaries, preventing insects and rats from stealing and eating it, and offering a 4% interest per year on the deposited grain, explaining that they could get 4 pounds more for depositing 100 pounds. A person in the crowd questioned the concept of depositing grain and receiving interest, while another wondered about depositing 100 of grain and gaining 4 pounds. One person expressed concern, questioning whether the grain would disappear if they deposited it. Another person responded that it shouldn't happen, and if they wanted their food, they suggested that it was faster to just increase taxes, stating there was no need to use the proposed method. However, others vouched for Chang Dalei's character, and another person considered the interest rate of 4% per year, and mentioned that Chang Dalei was providing them with grain. San Yuan rallied the crowd, urging them to return home swiftly to store their grain. The sense of urgency fueled excitement among the people. He emphasized the limit of 5,000 pounds per person and warned against passing off inferior products as good ones and mixing sand with rice. The people were taken aback as they were warned that the discovery of their actions could lead to charges of theft and fraud. San Yuan introduced the food coupon system, emphasizing the importance of not losing the coupons, as losing them would mean losing access to the allotted grain. He explained that 100 texts equated to 100 pounds and could be exchanged for loose money at the bank. Additionally, the coupons could be used to purchase items at the newly opened salt store and clothing store in the city where they could buy items with the tickets. Observing the people's fascination with paper money, San Yuan highlighted that the food coupon system was a far more convenient option compared to transporting large grain carts for cloth exchange. In the other set, Su Ying explained that the people were storing the grain in the granary to have more to trade with the Ring tribe in exchange for precious stones and animal skins. After obtaining precious stones and animal skins through trade, they would use these resources to trade with the empire for more food. She mentioned that in this way, a virtuous cycle was established. As long as it could be recycled, the amount of interest Chang Dalei paid didn't seem to matter. Moreover, a paper money trading store was established in the city, and many necessities could only be purchased from there. She also mentioned that after a while, they would naturally use food coupons as paper money. Impressed, Chang Dalei commended Su Ying, stating that she was truly a business genius. Su Ying responded with a giggle, agreeing with him, and mentioning if he didn't know who she was. Outside Toad City, numerous carriages filled with grain were heading towards their city. The system beeped to notify achievement completion of accumulating a large amount of stored grain. Time flew fast. Another 3 months passed. It was late autumn of the year, and winter approached. Paper money began circulating in the market. The Toad City business prosperity was plus 100. The construction of the military police department and the internal government was completed, and the recruitment of talent was in progress. Chang Dalei was busy examining the mission objectives: 10,000 settlers in the city, with the current settled population totaling 9,000 plus, which he had not yet achieved. While in the army, the goal was 20,000 soldiers, and he had achieved it. He contemplated the need to increase the population, recognizing that more residential houses needed to be built. Understanding that constructing houses took time, he decided to proceed slowly. In the spacious area of Toad City, Su Ying and Chang Dalei sat beneath a tree. Su Ying was 9 months pregnant, and Chang Dalei sweetly hugged her. She asked him if it was a girl. They named her Chang Xiaolei, and if it was a boy, they called him Chang Xiaolei as well. Chang Dalei responded that it was up to her. As the evening arrived, Xiao Yi told Chang Dalei to leave, addressed him as an uncle, and questioned him on how he could take good care of Su Ying. Annoyed, Xiao Yi told Chang Dalei that she would keep an eye on Su Ying at night, the choice of which house to spend the night in became a matter of consideration every night. Chang Dalei pondered on Liu Zhai's active nature compared to Lihua's passiveness. In addition to Adelina's daily preaching, the saintess visited the medical center daily, vowing to save Liu Bei with the goddess's glory. However, Liu Bei picked out the fault every day, and she fled in defeat as Adelina lived in the medical center, lamenting the immaturity of Liu Bei. She contemplated that once she perfected the doctrine of Protestantism, she could save Liu Bei from suffering. Meanwhile, Chang Dalei looked at the scale and realized that it was the final piece. Immediately, he placed it on the ground, and a bright light emerged that extended up to the sky, and he was illuminated by the green light. A light rose towards the sky, and it vibrated in different directions, moving rapidly. At the same time, the scales he had placed in different locations also lit up and shot straight up into the sky. Hart, witnessing the brilliance and marveling at it, Guosheng showed up and stood beside her. Both soared into the sky, with Hart telling Guosheng that he would be in charge of looking after the place. She informed Guosheng that from now on, she would go out and work with Chang Dalei, emphasizing that he must keep an eye on the place so no one would steal it. Guosheng nodded in acknowledgement. Chang Dalei stood up and beamed with satisfaction. A beep notification indicated the completion of building a high wall. Suddenly, Shenji rushed towards Chang Dalei and called him. Shenji exclaimed that he had finally found him while gasping as he expressed exhaustion. Chang Dalei wondered what was wrong. Looking tired, Shenji informed Chang Dalei that a group of people had come to join, sharing the news while catching his breath. Chang Dalei responded that such small matters were within his authority to handle, urging Shenji not to bother. Shenji explained that if they were ordinary people, they wouldn't have bothered him. However, he mentioned that the group claimed to be from Chang'an and insisted that they knew him. Chang Dalei wondered about the people he knew in Chang'an. He suggested that they should go back to take a look. Later in their city, people gathered, and one of them told the guard that others should be aware of the relationship they had with Chang Dalei. Another person warned that if anyone dared to be rude again, they would face severe consequences. Some mentioned that if it were not for Chang Dalei's sake, a guard asserted that they couldn't be ordered around, as Chang Dalei would arrive soon. Surprised, Chang Dalei realized that it was indeed them. Fei Yuan and the others turned around as they heard his voice. When they saw Chang Dalei, their faces lit up, and Fei Yuan exclaimed that they were present. Others mentioned that they came to work for him again, expressing their belief that Chang Dalei deserved to be their boss, and that there was always something to eat and drink. One of them stated that joining Chang Dalei was the right choice, and Chang Dalei responded by asking them to stop with flattering words. Chang Dalei wondered why they came, recalling that when he left Chang'an, he had left them a large amount of money. He questioned if they were already in trouble and inquired about the reason for their arrival. Chang Dalei's expression became tense. He advised them that they should have come with all their men and asked why only 100 of them were present. He specifically mentioned peddler Liu Neng, blind swordsman, scholar Liu Zhai, and mute Jiang San and questioned why they didn't come. The men from Chang'an blinked their eyes as they remained silent. In a serious tone, Axi informed Chang Dalei that something had happened in Chang'an City. Zhu Shenji told them to let them finish eating first and not to be anxious because they hadn't eaten in a long time. And someone replied that they ordered someone to prepare new clothes for the brothers, as well as arranged a banquet and shelter for them. People started enjoying their food at the banquet. Chang Dalei was absent-minded and just stared for a while. He addressed Axi, Aku, and Bai Feiyuan, and instructed them to find him at the gathering hall after they were done eating, and the three agreed. After a while, the sky was filled with perfect weather. Axi, Aku, and Bai Feiyuan greeted Chang Dalei, who asked them to speak about what happened in Chang'an City. Axi informed him that Chang'an couldn't be saved, prompting Chang Dalei to ask about the situation. Axi enlightened him that about 3 months ago, the 100,000-strong army of the Justice Cult started directly from Yuzhu was on its way to breakthrough. He also stated that they won 12 battles and did not lose a single battle, and that they also broke through 13 imperial checkpoints in a row. Aku mentioned that the cult had been recruiting the defeated soldiers, and a steady stream of believers joined them. He went on to say that even merchants provided money and food for the Justice Cult, and more troops, more fighting, as it was like a raging fire sweeping the world. He informed Chang Dalei that nearly 300,000 troops were stationed in Jian. Axi confirmed that now the city was under siege. He stated that the city was in a state of panic, and he believed that Chang'an was likely to be breached, which shocked Chang Dalei. Chang Dalei had thought that he did not pay attention to the Justice Cult's information recently, and he heard that after Lin Shui occupied Yuzhu, they would choose to recuperate and develop slowly. He expressed that he did not expect Lin Shui would come so far in just half a year. He claimed that it was not surprising that Lin Shui would do such a thing with his character, given the 3 years he had been enduring. Chang Dalei asked Axi if 300,000 would be enough to conquer Chang'an City, claiming that Lin Shui was thinking too simply. He informed them about Chang'an City Defense Army, Imperial Guard Army, and the Merlion Guard of Chang'an City. Chang Dalei believed that as soon as Emperor Ming would issue Qin Wang's order, vassals from various regions would dispatch troops. Chang Dalei inquired if he was right that the troops gathered in Chang'an would add up to 500,000. Chang Dalei wondered how they could defeat the elite soldiers of Chang'an City once the Justice Cult's food and logistics rations would cause problems. He believed that the group of rabble would collapse like scattered sand. According to the information they discovered, Bai Feiyuan expressed concern that the Justice Cult might succeed, prompting Chang Dalei to question him. Bai Feiyuan informed him that, while the cult did not have a military advantage, he claimed that those who won the hearts of the people would win the world, and the world had long resented the royal Lai family. Axi chimed in stating that it was said that everywhere the god of the Justice Cult had the mandate of heaven. He went on to say that heaven had sent him to descend to the mortal world to end the fortunes of the Lai royal family and replace them, which led to Chang Dalei repeating what Bai Feiyuan had said. Chang Dalei claimed that the world's vassals and officials might not send troops to rescue Emperor Ming because each of them had their own agenda. He claimed that all of them were interested in the world's supreme seats. Chang Dalei compares it to a glaring tiger watching his prey. Chang Dalei informed them that the Justice Cult had called on the world's brigand heroes to attack Chang'an. He claimed that Emperor Ming would issue a decree for the king's service, asking his vassals to move their troops to eradicate the Justice Cult. Bai Feiyuan informed him that the situation in Chang'an was complicated and couldn't be explained in just a few words. He told him that Chang'an City was in a state of panic, and everyone there was trying to find a way to escape, which led to Chang Dalei's silence. Axi also informed him that many of their brothers were still trapped inside the city, as they had run before the army surrounded the city. Aku chimed in, telling Chang Dalei that everyone wanted to come and join him to work and make a living with him. Chang Dalei told them not to worry about having nowhere to use their skills because they were brothers who he couldn't ignore. He assured them that he was arranging accommodations for them. He informed them that he had an important task for them. He inquired if they dared to take it, and the three responded that they were at his disposal, stating that if they couldn't complete it, he could have their heads. Chang Dalei was overjoyed and told them that that was what he was waiting for. He addressed the three of them and told them to listen to his order. Aku, Axi, and Bai Feiyuan told him to give his order. Chang Dalei ordered the three of them to form an intelligence team to inquire information from various regions, and the three of them would lead it together. He informed them that the personnel would be selected from the brothers from Chang'an, and if there were suitable people in the village, he instructed them that they could also pull them to the team. He stated that the team would get a month of training time, and after a month, their team should play its role. Chang Dalei wanted to take their team name. He decided to name their team as Zai's team, After the oldest of them, who was Axie, and a system information about Axie appeared, who was 32 years of age, and with skills in martial arts, scouting, and intelligence analysis. The three bowed to Chang Dalei, which led to Chang Dalei asking them what they were doing. The three addressed Chang Dalei, who stated that in the time of war, they came to him with nothing to eat. Bai Fei Yuan continued expressing his concern that Chang Dalei would dislike them, his former brothers and Chang'an. He stated that people's minds were unfathomable, and no one knew how Chang Dalei would treat them after 2 years of their absence, while Chang Dalei listened and said nothing. Axie informed him that when the brothers met him, they had no confidence. However, he never thought they could have a team of their own when they first arrived. He also told him what he heard, that in the Toad Village, those whose team could be named after their own name were very important teams of the village, and mentioned, for example, the U Army, Man Army, and the Long Army. Bai Fei Yuan stated that he knew Chang Dalei was not a person who forgets his brothers, and expressed that it was their great honor to receive his attention. He assured him that he would live up to his trust. They assured Chang Dalei that they would serve him until death put an end to them. Chang Dalei told them it's all right and wondered why they were kneeling down. He instructed them to get up as they didn't do it in the Toad Village. Bai Fei Yuan told him that he would better wear a mask. Chang Dalei informed him not to wear a mask because they were all family there, and Bai Fei Yuan agreed. A system information about Bai Fei Yuan popped up stating his nickname as the Flying Toad, whose age was 18 and had the skills of parkour and sneaking. Aku's information stated that he was an unknown pharmacist, whose age was 25, and had the skills of account making and martial world medicine. The people continued their banquet and enjoyed each other's company. It was late at night when the banquet ended. Chang Dalei rested under a crescent moon. He took a rest, and beside him were his sword. He opened his eyes as he noticed something. Chang Dalei realized that it was Princess Minju and asked her why she had come. Princess Minju told him that she had heard about Chang'an. She sat next to Chang Dalei and inquired if Chang'an could be defended, and Chang Dalei said nothing. He informed her that when the justice cult left Chang'an, they had already besieged the city for 1 month, and told her that he couldn't tell how the battle was going on. He addressed Princess Minju. Chang Dalei reminded her that the future of the empire was none of his business anymore, as she died in the grassland. He told her what she had to do now was to live her life as Lai Wanner. However, Princess Minju stated that what Chang Dalei said was true and asked him if he thought it would be possible. She reminded him that she had always been Emperor Ming's daughter, with royal blood, and Chang'an City had his father and many more brothers and sisters. She yelled at Chang Dalei, questioning how she could sit back and do nothing, which left Chang Dalei speechless. Princess Minju expressed that she didn't want anything to happen to her father. She stated that she was the same as Lin Shayu, who she believed that his father shouldn't have died unjustly on that day, and leaving a name that would stink for eternity. But Chang Dalei claimed that some debt had to be paid. Chang Dalei informed her that with Lin Shaiyu's character, he was certain that he would take the path of no return to avenge his father. Whether he succeeded or not, it would only lead to more hatred. He claimed that there was nothing sadder and emptier than that kind of thing, as there was no righteous war in a chaotic world. War was not an entertaining thing at all, and there was only mutual hatred, fighting, and killing, doomed to have a large number of people dead. Chang Dalei sighed. Princess Minju inquired if he would send troops. Chang Dalei looked down and thought about what he had to say. He disagreed. Chang Dalei explained that it would make no sense to send troops, and it would not stand up for either the empire or the cult. He stated that nearly 1 million troops were fighting in Chang'an, and even a few people in Toad Village could not even make a splash. He told Princess Minju that he couldn't let his brothers die for his personal preferences. Princess Minju was saddened, paused, and had a long silence. Lai Xingzai arrived and greeted Princess Minju as she was there too. Princess Minju greeted him back, and Lai Xingzai told her that she should go and rest, reminding her that it was late. He told her that he had something to say to Chang Dalei. After a while, Lai Xingzai informed Chang Dalei that he was leaving, which prompted Chang Dalei to ask what he could do in Chang'an by himself, as the situation there was very complicated. Lai Xingzai explained what he didn't understand, that with the prince's identity, there were a lot of things that he could do, and informed him that he must appear in Chang'an and face the rebels. He told Chang Dalei and mentioned that it was the feud between his Lai family and the Lin family. He told him that he was not asking him to help him fight the justice cult, as he knew Lin Shayu was his brother, but he was not his, and there was no mutual affection on the battlefield. Lai Xingzai informed him that he would kill Lin Shayu when he goes to Chang'an. He also stated that Lin Shayu might kill him. He also mentioned that no matter what the result was. Lai Xingzai paused after warning Chang Dalei about that. From then on, him and his toad village. He became aware of the entity behind him and told them to stay out of it because it had nothing to do with them. Chang Dalei was baffled as it seemed that Lai Xingzai had seen through a lot of things long ago, and Lai Xingzai responded that he really underestimated him. He stated that he would be a real loser if he had been in the Toad Village for so long and didn't know anything. Lai Xingzai was the man that, when others practiced the spear, he would also practice the spear with them, and when others played chess, he would also play a few moves. His eyes would straighten when he saw a beautiful woman, and lute playing, chess, calligraphy, and painting, poetry, and song. There was nothing he didn't know, but he was proficient. Chang Dalei had claimed that no wonder everyone in Chang'an City had said that Lai Xingzai was a loser, as he was always loafing and had no manners. However, Chang Dalei now disagreed with what he heard, as the sixth prince, who could abandon the privilege in Chang'an and travel alone, only to find the crux of the empire. He smiled and had a thought that how could such a person not know anything. Lai Xingzai asked Chang Dalei to take care of Princess Minju after he left. He told him not to let her get involved in Chang'an, as her destiny had ended in the grassland. Lai Xingzai also stated that after that, Princess Minju's life became his, and he would be responsible for the rest of her life, and Chang Dalei agreed to. He also informed Chang Dalei that the Toad City had a mole from Liangchu City and expressed that he felt that someone had been watching his movements in the dark, and Chang Dalei responded that they had their own destiny in the martial world and bid him farewell. Chang Dalei told him that he would need a token to prove his identity as the prince when he went to Chang'an. He held his sword and told him that he would return it to its rightful owner, and Lai Xingzai just stared at it and said nothing. Lai Xingzai refused and told him that wasn't his sword anymore, as he gave it to him as a ransom at Qingniu Mountain. Chang Dalei told him that he could not take a joke. However, Lai Xingzai argued that it wasn't his sword anymore, and it shouldn't be his sword. He informed Chang Dalei that a prince shouldn't use a sword. He mumbled about his sword. Lai Xingzai expressed that he should have a fine soldier as his blade, and a fine horse also acted as a sharp sword. He went on to say that around the great river, with mountains and rivers, he decided that the sword was not worth mentioning, prompting Chang Dalei to agree. Lai Xingzai stated that once the sword was used, the vassals and beads would rebel to pacify the country. He told Chang Dalei that it would be the Son of Heaven's sword. As the morning sun rose, a man asked Lai Xingzai if he went out hunting because he left so early. Lai Xingzai agreed and replied that he left, and the man told him to return early that night because they would drink together. They talked about a girl who had asked him to match her up with one of his friends and let him meet her that night, and he described the girl as bright and beautiful, and his companion laughed and told him that there would be no problem. Lai Xingzai told Fu Dalei that they went. Fu Dalei asked if they would come back, declaring that he liked the Toad Village because it was like a paradise, and Lai Xingzai replied that no one knew. Lai Xingzai told Fu Dalei that they could only leave it to fate, and chuckled after mentioning that even if they came back, he claimed that they might no longer be Chang Dalei's friends. Meanwhile, at the Liangju border, Lai Xingzai and Fu Dalei rode their horses quickly. Fu Dalei warned Lai Xingzai to be careful because there was an army ahead, and they did not know if they were friends or foe. Fu Dalei informed him that the army was heading their way, and Lai Xingzai also cautioned him to be careful, as he realized that they were Liangju soldiers from Liangju City. Someone told everyone that it was the sixth prince and instructed them to let their subordinates wait. Zhang Weihu greeted Lai Xingzai, and told him that he was there to greet him. Lai Xingzai mentioned to him that when he was at the Toad Village, there were spies watching him, and now that he left the village, the army was already waiting for him on the road. He told Zhang Weihu that he was really watching his whereabouts, and Zhang Weihu explained that he misunderstood, as he was only worried that he would suffer in the hands of the bandits. Lai Xingzai had assumed that Zhang Weihu was trying to prevent him from fleeing because he did not get off his horse and had brought so many soldiers, so he questioned their attitude toward welcoming him. He scoffed, as he realized that they didn't have good intentions, as Zhang Weihu stated that he believed that Lai Xingzai had also heard the news of Chang'an. Zhang Weihu told him that they would like to take him as their leader to fight against the rebels, and pleaded to lead them to relieve the crisis in Chang'an and save Emperor Ming from the fire and water. He also informed Lai Xingzai that Mok had specially prepared a carriage to welcome him and told him to get on the carriage, because Song Pakang was waiting for him in Liangju City. Zhang Weihu instructed Zhou and Qiu'er to come out and welcome Lai Xingzai, and they both greeted. Zhang Weihu asked Lai Xingzai if he still wanted to change his clothes he was wearing, as it was still the uniform of the Toad Village. He expressed that Lai Xingzai couldn't wear those clothes to meet Song Pakang as it was disgraceful. Lai Xingzai told him that he made sense, and asked where the clothes were, and Zhang Weihu informed him that the clothes were in the palanquin. Zhang Wei, who ordered Zhou and Qiu'er to serve Lai Xingzai and change his clothes. Lai Xingzai wrapped his arms around both women and chuckled because the girls were both beauties, which made Zhou giggle, stating that Lai Xingzai was naughty. After a while, Qiu'er was changing Lai Xingzai's clothes. Lai Xingzai wore a black royal robe, and both women were behind him. A flag was raised, and someone yelled to set out, as they would welcome Lai Xingzai back to the city. Meanwhile, someone inquired if Sun Poking had mobilized his army at the moment. Chang Dalei asked them if it was just to pick Lai Xingzai up, and Bai Feiyuan agreed. Bai Feiyuan informed him that Song Poking publicized that Lai Xingzai would personally lead the army to crush the Justice Cult. Chang Dalei remained silent and assumed something was wrong, wondering why Song Poking would be so active in helping Emperor Ming, given that he was Minister Qiu's minion. He instructed Axi to arrange some brothers to infiltrate Liangzhu city and see what Song Poking was up to, and Axi agreed. He also warned him not to endanger Lai Xingzai, and to let him do what he wanted, just keep an eye on him, as he told them what they needed to focus on. Chang Dalei told them that they needed to focus on the development of war in Chang'an City. Bai Feiyuan had an urgent report that Liangzhu and Chang'an were thousands of miles away, and he believed that it would take at least 7 days for the news to reach them. Chang Dalei informed them that Chang'an was surrounded by mountains, and that there was only one entrance to Chang'an from the outside world, which was the Fuhu Pass, because he believed it was easy to defend and difficult to attack, and that they couldn't approach Chang'an City if they couldn't break through the Fuhu Pass. Likewise, as long as they could defeat Fuhu Pass, reinforcements couldn't get through. And in just 10 days, the Justice Cult conquered the pass. Once the Fuhu Pass was broken, the Justice Cult was under siege, and the various marquis and bandits in the martial world who came were also blocked outside the Fuhu Pass, wherein Chang City was in isolation. And the city guard plus the Imperial Army and Merlian Guard garrisoning had nearly 20,000 troops, while the Justice Cult would occupy the Fuhu Pass with enemies on both sides with just 30,000 troops, while that marquis from all over the country behind them had 40,000, and there were also a few hundred or thousands of bandits. At that time, Chang'an City could not get the support of marquis troops, so it could only be defended by the elite soldiers. The Justice Cult had also fallen into the dilemma of being attacked from both sides. Lin Shayu yelled at his soldiers to kill. During that time, more than a dozen offensive and defensive battles took place between the two sides. Someone yelled, instructing to fire the catapult, while another voice from the other side ordered their soldiers to shoot the arrows. Rocks landed on the city walls, and the cult soldiers told everyone that they climbed it using ladders, while being retaliated by the arrows of Chang'an City soldiers. Huge boulders began to land on the Chang'an soldiers. The Imperial Guard's casualties increased as the catapult rocks began hitting them. Both sides have no way back, and war was the millstone of a human body. Someone stated that it only took them half a year to reach where they were. Lin Shayu told Lin Chong that Chang'an City was just around the corner, and they just needed to make a final effort. Lin Chong expressed how amazing Taoist Guo was, how he used the army, and that he was truly an eccentric person in the world. He mentioned that now they occupied Fuhu Pass and cut off reinforcements of Chang'an City. He also expressed that their Justice Cult was also in a situation of being attacked from both sides, and the various marquis cut off their food and supplies. Lin Chong stated that at that point, their cult members suffered a lot of casualties, and Lin Shayu realized that the road was getting difficult. Lin Chong informed Lin Shayu that their remaining rations could only last 5 days. He told him that if there was no follow-up food supply, their cult would be defeated without much effort. Lin Shayu informed Lin Chong that food was just their minor problem, and tomorrow they would send a team of 500 people to rob food from various marquis. Lin Chong asked if it wasn't too risky and explained that the various marquis were still watching the show from behind. If they were robbed of their food, he feared they would be unable to sit still and would band together to fight them. He claimed that in their case, it was a question of whether they could retreat safely, which prompted Lin Shayu to ask what he meant by retreat. Lin Shayu told him that he knew the road would be a dead end from the moment he set foot on it. While he was on that desperate road, he paused and told Lin Chong that there was no going back. Lin Chong addressed Lin Shayu, and Lin Shayu reminded him that only the two of them were left in the Lin family. He informed him that the majority of those willing to join the sect of justice had lost their families, and that they were the lowest of the low, slaves, laborers, fugitives, and criminals who had become used to starvation and coldness. Lin Shayu claimed that those people's anger still existed in the bottom of one's heart. He stated that as long as there was a little spark, he believed that they would not hesitate to burn themselves up, even if they shattered. Lin Shayu decided that he would light that fire with his own hands. The fire beside Lin Shayu became stronger. He ordered to start a prairie fire. Lin Shayu stated that Emperor Ming was dying of old age and that he was not willing to let him die so easily. He could not wait any longer, prompting him to say that he needed to be at the height of the chaos to help him achieve his goals, which were to kill Emperor Ming and avenge his father. He questioned if heaven was watching him, it would be on his side. He declared that he was in obedience to heaven. Meanwhile, Chang'an City was in great chaos. Someone yelled, instructing someone to search and collect foods, and the soldiers agreed, while a poem was written on the wall where they passed which said that the light shines upon the long night, and as the god descends to the world, meeting the emperor for power, and the power star shall shine. Another soldier yelled, instructing his subordinates to kill and not spare anyone if they could find anyone connected to the justice cult. Thieves, villains, and vagrants all lined up in front of the soldiers, who screamed at them, saying how dare they stir trouble at that time. An officer announced that the prince had given the order to leave no one. He instructed the soldiers to kill the captives to teach them a lesson. As the soldier was about to behead the criminals, the man yelled that justice did not die, and evil would perish. Prince Lai Leshan ordered his men to kill. People in Chang'an City were in fear, and they stole food and framed others. Everyone was in danger, and their heads were chopped off one by one. Lai Leshan thought that the justice cult resurgence seemed to have learned from previous experiences. He was also reminded that they guarded the city for nearly 2 months, and claimed that there was still no support. He kept contemplating those 2 months. Lai Leshan believed that the armies of the various marquis had long arrived. He claimed that the justice cult was clearly surrounded by countless marquis armies from behind. Enraged, Lai Leshan expressed that if they sent troops, Chang'an would form a front and back attack, and would certainly be able to break the rebel group of the justice cult. He expressed his disappointment that the marquis chose to hold back and watch coldly. Lai Leshan assumed that the various marquis were watching the destruction of the empire and waiting for benefits to be shared, and addressed his father, stating that his child had seen it clearly. He was reminded about the Qin Wang order Emperor Ming had called. He claimed that the various marquis were not a bunch of imperial falcons and hounds, but rather a bunch of vultures, a group of animals. He realized that Lin Shayu could pull up a rebel army so quickly, and they were not the one behind the scenes. He claimed that there were too many people in the world who disliked the Lai family, besieged, running out of food, and no allies. That night Lin Shayu and Lai Leshan looked at each other from a distance, as if they were all trapped animals. A group of crows flocked to the rooftop. At the Imperial Palace, in the Imperial Study Room, Lai Leshan began to climb up the long stairs. He knelt in front of Emperor Ming and paid his respect. Emperor Ming inquired about the current situation in Chang'an. He coughed heavily and asked if there was still enough food. Lai Leshan informed him that they collected food from nobles and believed that they could still last for a while in the chaotic times, and that there was currently no shortage of food. He also informed him that there were still a lot of rumors in the city, and people were saying something disgraceful, and some people even wanted to contact the justice cult quietly, and were willing to open the city gate privately for them to enter. He went on to say that before those people died, they always shouted that justice would not die, and evil would perish, as he had heard from them that Lin Shayu, who descended down to earth and was ordered by the immortals to establish the justice cult and to wreck the Lai royal family, which prompted Emperor Ming to scoff. Emperor Ming asked Lai Leshan about his opinion if Chang'an City could be defended, and Lai Leshan reminded him that he swore to defend the city till his death. Lai Leshan stated that now that it was winter and getting colder by the day, the rebels were running low on food and clothing, and he believed that if they kept going, they would lose because the Chang'an army was well armored, strong in battle, and could support the food supply. However, Lai Leshan was in doubt, which prompted Emperor Ming to inquire. Lai Leshan informed him that the various marquis arrived with their troops and stated that they were going to fight the rebels, but they did not move their troops and were simply sitting on the mountain and watching their fight to reap benefits. He believed that they would be greatly wounded even if Chang'an could survive the crisis. Lai Leshan expressed his fears that the royal family could no longer suppress the marquis in the future. Emperor Ming told him that his opinion was on point and revealed that he used to underestimate him. He went on to say that he had the talent of an emperor. Lai Leshan interpreted Emperor Ming's words with the intention of passing him the throne. He bowed and expressed his gratitude to Emperor Ming's kindness and that he was terrified. Emperor Ming told him to get up and talk, and Lai Leshan agreed. Lai Leshan stood up and told him that, while the rebels were a bunch of rabble, he had something to say in case Chang'an City had been broken. He pleaded with Emperor Ming to evacuate Chang'an under the protection of the Merlion Guard, and Emperor Ming quickly declined. Emperor Ming told him that he already fled many times, and he couldn't flee anymore, and the king of a country couldn't be ashamed of himself like that. He told Lai Leshan that he should be the one to flee, which made Lai Leshan anxious, prompting him to call out to his father. Emperor Ming inquired of him that even he thought that Chang'an city couldn't be defended. Emperor Ming gently pushed through the door. He pushed open the door. Emperor Ming moved forward to a room with golden armor. Lai Leshan realized what the room was. He claimed it was Emperor Ming's spear blade armor and the Son of Heaven sword when he was younger. A description of the mountains and rivers Son of Heaven sword appeared, stating the sword's length of 120 centimeters, with sharpened edges and a green steel handguard, with 2 character sheets written mountain and river on it. Emperor Ming, representing the great empire's highest power, was in charge, and Emperor Ming realized that the great empire's destiny was running out. He said it had been a great empire, but it was hopeless. Emperor Ming stated that once Chang'an was broken, the world would be in chaos, and he expressed his fear that it would start another decade of bloody battles. He instructed Lai Leshan to keep the green hills and not to be afraid to burn firewood, and told him he could take the sword and escape if Chang'an was broken. Emperor Ming reminded him that when the chaos came, he should carry the flag and preserve the bloodline of their Lai family. Lai Leshan muttered the word son, silently contemplating to himself. He kneeled in front of Emperor Ming and told him that he would honor his order. After a while, a sound of hard coughing was heard. Emperor Ming sat on his throne and said his goodbye to the armor and blades that had been dusty for many years. Emperor Ming's heart surged with countless chaotic memories. State affairs, Minister Qi, Lin Wenshan, family affairs, war affairs, Princess Minju, Lai Xingzai, and many other things. Emperor Ming forgot all of it. Coughing, he thought that everyone had grown old, and they had grown up so much. Emperor Ming wondered what Lai Xingzai was doing right then, and if he knew about the current situation of Chang'an. He wondered if Lai Xingzai would come to Chang'an. Meanwhile, at Liangzhu City, the city lord's mansion, someone informed everyone that all of them were the pillars of their nation. A man at the center offered everyone a toast. Lai Xingzai laughed as the people praised him, telling him not to worry as they would die for the country and the people. Sun Poking arrived, asking Lai Xingzai how his stay was. Lai Xingzai informed him that he was comfortable, that he forgot about everything. Lai Xingzai asked Song Poking when they should send troops, and Song Poking assured him not to worry because they would send soon. Lai Xingzai inquired how long it would take and explained that if they didn't go, all rebels would be killed, and Lai Leshan would take credit. A man disagreed with him and told him that war was not a trivial matter, and that everything had to be considered in the long term, and that when everything was ready, they would definitely send troops, ensuring Lai Xingzai that he could rest easy. Lai Xingzai expressed his relief with the man's promise. He told them he would rather play music for them as their prince didn't know how to fight. He played on the drum and told him his wish that they return victorious over the enemy. Zhang Waihu and Song Poking were both taken aback. Fu Dalei just observed what was happening in the corner. The people enjoyed the banquet, while Lai Xingzai continued beating on the drum. A voice instructed everyone to start playing the music. Lai Xingzai danced while the music continued. Everyone was so happy that they didn't know when to stop. After a while, Song Poking approached Zhou and Qiu and asked them to serve Lai Xingzai well to sleep and relieve him from an exhausting journey, which they both agreed to. The 2 girls were blushing as they assisted Lai Xingzai back in his room while drunk. Qiu asked Lai Xingzai if he had eaten and drunk enough, and Lai Xingzai replied that he was not hungry. But the side was not full, prompting Qiu to tell him how bad he was. Lai Xingzai called Fu Dalei, telling him that they were going. Zhang Waihu chuckled because he was reminded that Lai Xingzai had the title of loser prince back in the capital, while the other man beside Song Poking stated that Emperor Ming had so many descendants, believing that Lai Xingzai was the least likely to succeed the throne. Zhang Waihu claimed that Lai Xingzai deserved his title, and Song Poking informed them that Lai Xingzai had disappeared for 3 years and was still treated with respect. He went on to say that once a loser did not mean that he would always be a loser. Song Poking stated that Lai Xingzai had disappeared for such a long time and reappeared in the Toad village, with a Ring tribe member on his side. He claimed that no one knew what he had become. Meanwhile, at a lodging house, Fu Dalei lay down on his bed contemplating. For a brief moment, he fixed his gaze on the ceiling. Fu Dalei took a moment of silence. He closed his eyes. As Fu Dalei rested, a stepping noise was heard outside his room. He inquired about the person who he was. He grabbed his sword beside him. Lai Xingzai appeared, hushed him, told him to be quiet, and informed him that it was just him. Unhappy, Fu Dalei inquired why he was there, and if he left those 2 beautiful women in his room. Lai Xingzai told him to cut his crap and instructed him to get dressed because they were going out of there, which prompted Fu Delay to ask if they were going back to the Toad Village. Lai Xingzai declined, telling him they were going to Chang'an because they didn't feel safe where they were. They had to leave at night, prompting Fu Delay to inquire as to what he meant by what he said. Doubting, Lai Xingzai expressed his concern about how nice they were, as they had just arrived and held a banquet, and there were even beauties in the bed. Lai Xingzai explained that it would be useless to stay, because he believed that Song Pakeng had no intention of sending troops. He assured Fu Delay that when they got back to Chang'an, he would give him whatever he wanted, claiming that the siege in Chang'an was not yet solved and wondering who wanted to feast and drink where they were. Song Pakeng's refusal to send troops led Fu Delay to a conclusion. He asked Lai Xingzai why he wanted to go back, which led to Lai Xingzai pausing for a moment. Lai Xingzai informed him that Song Pakeng was waiting for Chang'an to be destroyed, so he could help Emperor Ming to command the Marquis. And as soon as Chang'an was destroyed, he believed that the Marquis would definitely rise up in the name of eliminating the rebels. Lai Xingzai claimed that each Marquis was a sweet cake in their eyes, and that since Minister Kui dared to play his trick, he believed that he was not afraid of his revenge afterwards. He went on to say that it meant that Chang'an City would probably not be able to defend, and everyone would treat him as a loser, which led to Fu Delay asking him what he could do when he went to Chang'an alone with no troops. Lai Xingzai explained to Fu Delay that he wouldn't understand since he had never been a prince, and informed him that with his identity alone, he could do a lot of things. He expressed that he still had him, and that there was no reason he would be alone. Lai Xingzai told Fu Delay that they were brothers. Fu Delay remained silent as he was speechless. He gave up and told Lai Xingzai that he would accompany him to Chang'an. Fu Delay expressed his concern that Lai Xingzai was not as good as he used to be when they wandered, and Lai Xingzai replied that once they entered the palace gate, it would be as deep as the sea, and only hatred could be born in the imperial family, leading Fu Delay to agree with Lai Xingzai. Lai Xingzai believed that the outside must have been heavily guarded if Song Pakeng wanted to lock them up. Fu Delay cautioned him to be careful as they sneaked around. He pushed a huge door while Lai Xingzai looked out for him. Aggravated, Fu Delay stated that he could not open the door as it was locked from outside. A huge metal lock secured the door. Lai Xingzai remained silent and contemplated. Fu Delay asked Lai Xingzai how they were going to leave, and Lai Xingzai replied that they were going to leave through the courtyard wall. Lai Xingzai claimed that the courtyard wall was more than 2 feet high, as it was like a cage, especially built for him. Fu Delay told him that he would lift him up to the wall and he would pull him up, reminding him of just like they were stealing chickens before, and Lai Xingzai agreed. The two prepared to climb the wall. Lai Xingzai was surprised when he heard someone call out to him. Zhao and Kuir appeared. Both girls asked Lai Xingzai if he was going to leave. Sweating, Lai Xingzai told them that the two of them frightened him. Fu Delay, who was anxious, called out Lai Xingzai, and Lai Xingzai responded with a subtle nod. Lai Xingzai told the girls that he drank too much and wanted to go outside to catch some fresh air. He inquired why they weren't sleeping yet and if they had not been satisfied, and Zhao responded that they couldn't sleep, and he was hurting them. Lai Xingzai invited them inside with him as the night was still young. He told them that he would be gentle at that time. Fu Delay and he were about to attack the girls. Fu Delay, with a knife in his hand, leaped towards the girls. However, both girls dodged his attack. Fu Delay was shocked by what happened. The girls began to counter him and charged towards him. Zhao kicked Fu Delay, which he managed to block, while Kuir was on his other side. Fu Delay groaned as Kuir palmed him in the stomach. Concerned, Lai Xingzai called out Fu Delay, who was pushed back. Fu Delay was concerned about how those two girls had such good skills, but Lai Xingzai explained that some high-ranking officials like to raise some girls and teach them music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and songs. Lai Xingzai claimed that the girls were good at pleasing men and spying for information and also killing. Kuir told Lai Xingzai that Fu Delay was so fierce that she asked him why he was using a knife and what if he hurt them. A clattering noise was heard, and someone called out for Lai Xingzai. A group of soldiers arrived, asking if there was an assassin that sneaked in, while others asked him what was going on. A soldier ordered someone to get Fu Delay's weapon to ensure Lai Xingzai's safety, which led Lai Xingzai to think that they had come so fast. Zhang Weishu assured Lai Xingzai, telling him that he didn't need to worry, and ordered someone to cut down the trees in the courtyard to prevent assassins from sneaking in. Afterwards, the big trees in the courtyard were cut down, and the guards were 3 times more than usual. A few days later, Song Pakeng inquired about how the situation was in Chang'an. A man reported to Song Pakeng, informing him that the justice cult was running out of food supply, and they were ready to fight to the death, and Song Poking praised him and inquired on how the prime minister's preparation was. The man told him that everything was ready, the Kui family, Lu family, and Song family. He went on to say that once the city of Chang'an was broken, they would appoint Lai Xingzai to be the emperor, and they would be able to win the people's hearts by fighting against the bandits, which made Song Poking ecstatic. However, the man was in doubt, asking Song Poking if Lai Xingzai was easy to control. The man reasoned that Lai Xingzai, after all, wanted to leave on the first day, and if they couldn't control him, he claimed that they would be in trouble, leading Song Poking to think. Song Poking stated that in those past few days, Lai Xingzai had indulged himself in sensual pleasures, like singing at night after night, and a banquet and poetry were held one after another, and he also slept with all the flowers in the city, prompting the man to think that Lai Xingzai was just a wineskin and rice bag. Song Poking believed that it was just a disguise. He assumed Lai Xingzai must be ambitious because he could not have written the poem at the poetry gathering 3 days ago, and the man wondered what Lai Xingzai had written was all lascivious and flirtatious songs. Song Poking told him that he was wrong and explained that 3 days ago, a poetry gathering was held, and all the flowers of Liangzhu city were present, and at first, Lai Xingzai wrote some poems to tease the flowers, which were indeed lascivious. But when he got drunk and was unconscious, Lai Xingzai recited such a poem, which was in these vast lands. Who would be the one to govern the rise and fall? Sun Poking expressed that Lai Xingzai was downright in that poem verse. He stated that his ambition was clear, and now the flowers at the poetry gathering were all talking about the verse. However, in the morning, Lai Xingzai flatly denied having written the poem, explaining that he was drunk the night before and that his friend wrote the poem, which he really misses, and telling them it was just drunk nonsense. The man claimed that it was clearly an excuse, and Song Poking said that he was right. Song Poking believed that Lai Xingzai was hiding his ambition deeply, and he estimated that if he went to Chang'an recently, he would be unhappy and frustrated, and one could be honest when drunk. He stated that Lai Xingzai's ambition would be useless. He went on to inform the man that the entire courtyard was heavily guarded, and there were people watching him from high places, and his every move was in full view. Song Poking claimed that Lai Xingzai could not make any waves as long as he was in their hands, as he had no army, no power, and was all by himself, while Lai Xingzai was taking a nap on Qyer's arms, and Fu Dalei was sitting next to them. Lai Xingzai covered his face with his hand while contemplating. He observed the heaven where a bird flew towards the sky. A bird landed on a tree bark. It flew moments later. Someone informed Chang Dalei that Chang'an City was a mess, and the situation was changing rapidly. Zhu Shenji inquired if they should send troops to wipe out the Marquis and the rebels. Chang Dalei asked his opinion on whether they should send troops with his strategy, and Zhu Shenji replied that they should. Zhu Shenji reminded Chang Dalei that he had the protection of the immortals, and if he asks the immortals for help, he believed that the Toad village could also sweep the Marquis and expel the rebel group, and if they could seize the throne, he could be a state teacher or something. Chang Dalei asked him when he thought about it and who encouraged him to say it to him, whether it was Gao Fei Bao or Zhang Fei. Zhu Shenji blushed and informed him that it was Gao Fei Bao who mentioned it to him, and many brothers also liked the idea, which prompted Chang Dalei to tell him to stop beating around the bush and be honest. Chang Dalei explained to him that firstly, now that Su Ying was about to give birth, he couldn't possibly leave her halfway at the time being, and secondly, the Toad village had only 20,000 to 30,000 soldiers on hand, while there were nearly 1 million troops in Chang'an City. He told him the last reason was from their standpoint. He wondered if they should help Lin Shayu or Emperor Ming because he believed that it was not appropriate to help anyone, while helping Shayu was the same as sending their 20,000 to 30,000 troops to death against the hundreds of thousands of Marquis army. Helping Emperor Ming means making Lin Shayu as their enemy and preventing him from taking revenge, and Chang Dalei couldn't do it. Besides, he claimed that Emperor Ming wouldn't appreciate it. Chang Dalei expressed that he was not worried about Lin Shayu. Instead, he thought that with his peerless force, if he didn't want to die, even thousands of troops couldn't kill him. And Zhu Shenji argued, stating that they were completely on the sidelines, which wasn't a simple matter, as he believed that Lin Shayu wouldn't have an accident. Chang Dalei informed him that he had his arrangements, where Zhao Zilong had said farewell to him yesterday, saying that he was worried about Tong Fei and took 3,000 Long soldiers to Chang'an with him. He also gave him permission and let him act according to his circumstances. A man appeared reporting to Chang Dalei that the latest information from Liangzhu had arrived. Chang Dalei told the man to tell him about it, as so much time had passed, wondering if the Liangzhu city had sent troops. The man informed him that after picking up Lai Xingzai, Liangzhu city didn't seem to have the intention of sending troops, and that Lai Xingzai was always drinking and having fun with girls till he lost consciousness. Su Ying wondered how could Lai Xingzai be enjoying himself leisurely with the empire's current situation, claiming that he should be impatient and go to Chang'an City right away. And Chang Dalei believed that something was wrong, asking the man to tell them in detail what Lai Xingzai did after he went to Liangzhu City. The man informed them that Lai Xingzai was holding banquets and poetry gatherings every night. He went on to say that Lai Xingzai was elegant and unrestrained, as well as his romantic poems, where the people were secretly saying that Lai Xingzai's loser reputation was true. The man also heard that some people gossiped that Lai Xingzai was quite ambitious because after drinking he wrote a poem that stated that in these vast lands, who would be the one to govern the rise and fall, prompting Chang Dalei to think about what he was going to say. The man also informed him that Lai Xingzai lived in seclusion in the city lord's residence, heavily guarded by soldiers, not easy to sneak in quietly. This led to Chang Dalei expressing his worries. He instructed Axi to send Bai Feiyuan to infiltrate and see what Lai Xingzai was up to, paying attention to safety when sneaking in, and Axi agreed. After a while, when the crescent moon ascended, at a heavily stoned wall fortress, a man leaped towards the wall. Bai Feiyuan easily infiltrated the city as he descended from the wall. At Liangzhu City, the city lord's residence, a soldier gossiped with another, claiming that it was freezing and wondering why they had to suffer like that. He claimed that Lai Xingzai, who sought pleasure every day, had to be guarded by them, while the other soldier sighed and replied that he was the prince after all. Bai Feiyuan thought that every quarter-hour shift, the guards alternated with each other, claiming that the security was so tight that there was no gap and believing that the most heavily guarded place was perhaps the room where Lai Xingzai lived. He assumed that the guards were not guarding against foreign enemies by just looking at their style. He claimed that they were rather preventing the people inside from escaping. Bai Feiyuan concluded that the first task assigned to him by Chang Dalei should be accomplished well. Bai Feiyuan jumped through the building roofs while the soldiers were just chatting without noticing him. One soldier noticed something which prompted his companion to ask what was up. The soldier responded unsure if it was just the wind. Bai Feiyuan arrived at the center of the guards' patrol, as there were even guys watching from high ground, and he wondered if the trees were cut down to prevent someone from sneaking away. He believed that his target was in a few houses nearby. A person was sleeping inside a room. A hole was made, and a strange pipe appeared. A small gust of wind came inside the room where the hole was made by the pipe. Smoke began to envelop the room. Fu Delay was engulfed by the smoke. Then Bai Feiyuan entered the room. Fu Delay began to charge at him quickly. Bai Feiyuan dodged Fu Delay's slash attack. Bai Feiyuan was in shock that the knockout smoke did not work as he blocked Fu Delay's fierce attacks. Fu Delay continuously attacked Bai Feiyuan. However, Bai Feiyuan dodged it with ease. Fu Delay was mesmerized by how fast Bai Feiyuan reacted when all of his attacks were dodged. Bai Feiyuan realized that it was Fu Delay as he was about to block an incoming attack. However, he was caught with a kick, making him groan. Bai Feiyuan knocked down to the ground, making a loud noise. Fu Delay still charged at him quickly, and Bai Feiyuan lost his balance. He told Fu Delay not to fight as they were allies. He told him that he was from the Toad village. Fu Delay's knife almost stabbing Bai Feiyuan stopped. He told Bai Feiyuan that he should prove it as he had not seen him in the Toad village. He threatened him that he would be killed otherwise. Fu Delay interrogated Bai Feiyuan, asking him who the most dangerous person in the Toad village was. Bai Feiyuan said that it was Zhu Shenji based on the outside rumors. However, the most dangerous person was actually Liu Bei, who was called Dr. Liu, the untouchable person in the village. Fu Delay realized that Bai Feiyuan actually knew and asked who he was and to state his name. Bai Feiyuan did and introduced himself, stating that he was the Flying Toad. He informed Fu Delay that he had just joined the village and had never seen him before, but he claimed that he knew him, as he was one of the few Ring tribe members in the Toad village. While Fu Delay had heard about the Flying Toad in the village, he asked Bai Feiyuan what he was doing there and informed him that someone was watching outside, wondering if he knew he was there. Bai Feiyuan disagreed and informed Fu Delay that Chang Dalei had sent him to ask for information because he suspected that both of them might have encountered a problem. He noticed that Fu Delay seemed under house arrest and told him that he would go back and inform Chang Dalei because he would find a way to rescue them and asked him to wait. However, Fu Delay argued, stating that he would go with him. Fu Dalei informed him that he knew where Lai Xingzai lived and told him that they would get him out that night, which prompted Bao Feiyuan to ask him if he wanted to save Lai Xingzai right away. Bai Feiyuan assured him not to worry about Lai Xingzai because no one would dare to touch him while he was captive. When he returned to the village, they would find a way to rescue him. Fu Dalei retorted, saying that it would take him several days for him to go back and forth and claimed that Lai Xingzai needed to go to Chang'an as soon as possible because they couldn't wait any longer. Fu Dalei informed him that Song Pakeng was a cunning person and he would personally come every day to check the situation. He went on to say that the time he infiltrated and when he sneaked out, he would leave many traces, such as a strong smell of drugs and footprints from fights. He informed Bai Feiyuan that he would find out tomorrow morning that someone had infiltrated, and Song Pakeng would make the defense of the city more strict, making it harder for them to escape by then. Fu Dalei stated that Lai Xingzai and he were separated under house arrest and claimed that Lai Xingzai was in another courtyard, assuring that he would take him there, which led Bai Feiyuan to invite him that they're going. Both of them were about to pass an incoming soldier who was roaming. They stepped aside, avoiding the soldiers. One of the soldiers had heard the sound of something falling and wondered if it was an illusion, while his companions suspected it was a wildcat. Fu Dalei told Bai Feiyuan he had figured out the soldiers' patrol route these days, and the West Gate had a 5-man squad patrol, while the East Gate had 7 people. He also stated that there were only 2 guards near the North Gate. He told Bai Feiyuan to follow him and cautioned him to be careful because once they were alerted, the soldiers would send out a warning, and the large forces stationed nearby would immediately surround them. They took cover on a nearby wall as they observed the 2 guards. One guard cursed and told his companion that it was cold. And suddenly the 2 of them stabbed the 2 guards without them noticing. Fu Dalei instructed Bai Feiyuan to hide their bodies because the patrols would soon find out that the 2 guards had been killed, claiming that there would be a raid covering the whole city. He also mentioned that they only had to take Lai Xingzai away, and asked Bai Feiyuan if he had a drug to knock out the other people inside, and Bai Feiyuan agreed. As the night continued at the city lord's residence, Lai Xingzai slept with Kuier and Zhou in his house. He slept without care as the 2 beauties were beside him also sleeping. A smoke began to circle around Lai Xingzai's room. Lai Xingzai was surrounded by the smoke. A hand popped up a bottle lid. Bai Feiyuan made Lai Xingzai inhale the smoke. Lai Xingzai's face was distorted as he sneezed. Then moments later Lai Xingzai sneezed loudly, which surprised Bai Feiyuan. Lai Xingzai expressed that it was choking and realized that it was Fu Dalei, who told him to get dressed because they would escape. Lai Xingzai asked Bai Feiyuan if Chang Dalei had sent him, and if he knew it. Liangzhu City also had the toad's eyes, and after hearing the poem, he couldn't have no reaction. Bai Feiyuan stated that Lai Xingzai had always been living a very happy life recently, that the delicacies of lands and seas, and beautiful women and good wine, really made him become like a fairy. Lai Xingzai sighed and told him not to tease him and informed him that although he seemed to be romantic, he couldn't even get out of the courtyard, and even while sleeping, there were 2 girls who were watching him. He informed them that he was still useful to Song Pakeng and believed that when he would find out that he could no longer use him, he would get rid of him, and guessed that both girls were still alive. He suggested that they should kill them just in case, which led to Fu Dalei disagreeing because it was too unethical for him to sleep with them and kill them afterwards. And Lai Xingzai responded that it was to be kill or be killed, reminding him that he was a ring and not to show pity and tender love for women. Lai Xingzai asked Bai Feiyuan if his knockout drug works well and if the girls would wake up even before their escape. And Bai Feiyuan told him that it was effective, because he asked it from a Ku, who used to sell medicine. Bai Feiyuan informed them that the drug was known as sleepy black tea, and that if they smelled it, they would feel weak and drowsy, and that if they inhaled a large dose, they could even take down a god, and that without an antidote, they would be sleepy all day and night. Where an image of Aku told him that the effects were not bad. Lai Xingzai realized that all of Chang Dalei's men were equipped with unique skills and asked if the girls would find the problem tomorrow morning, wondering what if they would find them, and they had already left. Bai Feiyuan called Lai Xingzai asking him not to forget about him if he became the emperor one day, which Lai Xingzai assured him, telling him not to worry. Meanwhile, one of the girls woke up and groaned. She grabbed a vase beside her. She suddenly threw it away. The vase broke from the impact. A loud noise was heard outside the courtyard. Broken pieces of the vase shattered on the wall. Fu Dalei and Bai Feiyuan were shocked, wondering what it was. Also, Lai Xingzai had the same expression. The soldiers were alerted. They instructed everyone that they had a situation, while someone asked for somebody to help, and the soldiers quickly rushed as they realized that it was from Lai Xingzai's courtyard. Someone also ordered them to inform the army as Song Pakeng had instructed them that nothing must happen to Lai Xingzai. Lai Xingzai cursed as he realized one of the girls just recovered, wondering if she did not smell the knockout drug. Huir stood up and called upon Lai Xingzai, telling him that Song Pakeng had specifically instructed her that even if he slept at night, both of them needed to have one person awake. Limping, she told her that she couldn't afford to be blamed by Song Pakeng if he managed to escape. Huir decided that she would not let Lai Xingzai escape. With Lai Xingzai's courtyard center, there were a lot of patrolling soldiers around. Now they were being arrested in a hornet's nest. The soldiers informed each other that thieves had infiltrated and called out for someone to hurry up and notify the army. The whole army came out, as they yelled at each other that thieves had infiltrated the city lord's residence in the courtyard where Lai Xingzai lived. They were ordered to close the city gates and seal off the roads. The soldiers yelled at each other not to spare any corner and alley. Lai Xingzai's eyes widened as he addressed Bai Feiyuan and Fu Delay. He told them his plan that before they got surrounded, he would draw the soldiers' attention, and they should escape from behind. And he told them that he was not as skilled as both of them. If they took him, he believed that they couldn't escape. He assured them that Song Pakeng wouldn't kill him, but it would be hard to say that he would spare the both of them. Fu Delay inquired what he was talking about. Lai Xingzai yelled at him to cut his crap. He shouted at them to go, which they did. Huir chuckled and told Lai Xingzai he made the correct decision, and told him to come back to his room with her. She assured him not to worry about the underlings who were making a fuss, and although she was weak, she claimed that she could still serve him. A hand suddenly charged and grabbed Huir in the neck. Lai Xingzai slammed Huir to the ground. He began choking Huir, who was struggling and coughing and calling out his name, knowing that they were extremely dangerous. He stated that Fu Delay felt sorry for the girls, and he even felt softened for a moment, claiming that the type of women those girls were didn't care about others. Lai Xingzai believed that he became too soft because he had lived in the Toad village for too long. He grabbed a piece of the broken vase and stated that a warm country was a hero's home, and a man should take advantage of the situation, and draw strength from chaos, and firmly hold on to whatever he could find. He went on to say that the emperor's way was ruthless. Huir and Zhou were both dead as Lai Xingzai slit down their throats. He grabbed a candle. Lai Xingzai started to burn the bed. He threw the candle and started a fire. The fire in the courtyard attracted the attention of a large number of guards, while Bai Feiyuan and Fu Delay took advantage of the chaos and broke through from the rear. The soldiers panicked as they realized that Lai Xingzai's courtyard was on fire, and instructed someone to come quickly and put out the fire, as they wondered if Lai Xingzai was still inside. They were ordered to leave it, as it was just a courtyard, and told everyone not to be distracted by the fire, which led them to assume that Lai Xingzai was trying to take advantage of it to escape. However, under the command of Zhang Waihu, a large number of guards quickly formed a blockade. They were instructed by the front team to block the surrounding roads first and close the city gate, and were told to be quick to stop them. Even if they had to burn down the entire city lord's residence, they must not let Lai Xingzai escape. Bai Feiyuan instructed Fu Delay to move because the longer it took, the tighter the encirclement would be. They encountered a group of soldiers who asked them who they were and instructed their companions to alert everyone because they caught the thieves. Fu Delay told Bai Feiyuan that if it wasn't for him, he would have left the place long ago and wouldn't have caused such trouble. Bai Feiyuan asked him what he was talking about and that they should just worry about how to escape. The soldiers yelled at each other to stop and kill them. Fu Delay instructed Bai Feiyuan to follow him because he would clear a way for him. Fu Delay began slashing down enemies, and Bai Feiyuan also did the same. He stomped on one of the soldiers' faces. Bai Feiyuan leaped using the soldier's head as a step. While Fu Delay was clearing a way, Bai Feiyuan leaped towards a wall. Bai Feiyuan told Fu Delay to hurry, as he would pull him up. However, Fu Delay told him to go and assured him not to worry about him, as he could still leave now, and he would help him hold them off. This prompted Bai Feiyuan to ask him if he wanted to die. Fu Delay stated that he couldn't get out without his flying skills. The soldiers surrounded Fu Delay, who told Bai Feiyuan to go. Bai Feiyuan addressed Fu Delay. A clattering noise was heard, and someone informed everyone that the thieves were there and that they needed to chase them. The torches in the dark, people's noise, and the fires were making a gradually shrinking and circling net. Someone asked where Lai Xingzai was, instructing the soldiers to catch and find out his whereabouts, while Bai Feiyuan wondered why there were so many people and realized that there was no time because the encirclement was getting closer, and if he didn't run he believed that he wouldn't have a chance to leave. The soldiers flocked as they were instructed to be quick. Bai Feiyuan ran and thought that when he returned to the village, he would definitely save them. As the soldiers swarmed toward Fu Dalei to prevent him from escaping, he remembered how he learned by following Chaimai, Lai Xingzai, and Kinman. Most of all, he learned a lot by following Chang Dalei. Fu Dalei became very strong and had enough power to do something. However, the world slapped him in the face as a soldier slashed him on the back, wishing for him to die. The slash gave him a wake-up call. Fu Dalei remembered Chaimai was gone, and he had no one to protect him. Down to his desperate state, Fu Dalei finally got what he asked for. He brought everything on himself, realizing he was weak and full of it. The last bit of cowardice and pity hidden in his heart should have been discarded long ago. As blood flowed through the ground, the moon reflected it. Blood and the moon were imprinted in Fu Dalei's eyes. Crimson like an ignite, Fu Dalei remembered his brother. Meanwhile, in Song Paking's residence, a soldier reported in panic. Thieves had infiltrated Lai Xingzai's courtyard, and it was on fire. Song Paking was shocked, and he questioned if Lai Xingzai had gotten away. The soldier informed him they did not know yet, and the city's guards were searching for traces of the thieves. As a result, Song Paking climbed out of his bed without hesitation as he ordered the soldier to prepare the horse while walking out. Moments later, a group of soldiers gathered along the road. Song Paking arrived and immediately asked where Lai Xingzai was. As he harshly halted his horse, he asked everyone if they had found Lai Xingzai's whereabouts. The soldiers were shocked, but Song Paking was mad and further asked them what they were doing and if the thieves outside had been caught yet. As Song Paking continued questioning where the thieves came from, some of his men noticed something. They saw Lai Xingzai drenched in blood. As he walked out of the fire, Lai Xingzai called out to Song Paking. He questioned what was going on and why no one was putting out the fire. Song Paking was shocked as he saw Lai Xingzai from the fire. Everyone now realized Lai Xingzai did not run away, and why they did not find him despite searching the whole city. As he walked forward, Lai Xingzai revealed it took him some effort to deal with the assassins. Dropping his murder weapon, Lai Xingzai snorted and scolded them for catching the thieves while he was assassinated. He rebuked everyone for being trash. However, Song Paking remained calm, and he found it fortunate that Lai Xingzai was safe and sound. He further asked why the residence suddenly caught fire. As he felt that Lai Xingzai was a different person, he immediately offered to reassign a new residence with strict protection, and would never let such a thing happen again. Suddenly, a soldier whispered something, and Song Paking acknowledged his words. However, their conversation was interrupted by Lai Xingzai, who grabbed Song Paking from the shoulders. Lai Xingzai told Song Paking that he was a bit of a bad boy, prompting him to ask what was the matter. Lai Xingzai revealed the fact about the two maids who were sent to kill him, but Song Paking denied the accusation. Lai Xingzai asked why it was impossible as Fu Dalei was not with him, and those two women were extremely venomous, and he was just pampering them. However, Lai Xingzai revealed he did not expect them to take the vase and try to kill him and also set him on fire, and he was lucky to be able to kill them to save his life. Suddenly, a soldier arrived, reporting about the man he had brought. Song Paking smiled and gestured toward the thief they just caught. Lai Xingzai felt anxious as the soldier reported about the thief killing dozens of their men. As they neared the thief, Song Paking asked Lai Xingzai to take a good look. Song Paking further asked if Lai Xingzai knew him. Bruised and battered, it was revealed to be Fu Dalei. Anger took over Lai Xingzai as he recognized him. At this moment, Song Paking seriously called out to Lai Xingzai. As Lai Xingzai raised his head and met Song Paking's grim face, he was asked if he had enough of his childish tricks. The next day, Bai Feiyuan was seen riding his horse as he sped towards Toad City. Not long after, the huge gate appeared before him. A moment later, Bai Feiyuan reported what happened, saying Song Paking was ambitious. Chang Dalei, Zhu Shenji, and Su Ying continued to listen as Bai Feiyuan explained everything. He suggested solving the problem as soon as possible as it would be more dangerous the longer they delay it. Chang Dalei asked what Lai Xingzai's plan was, and Bai Feiyuan replied that Lai Xingzai must have wanted them to save him. Song Yaok was still in their hands, so Su Ying suggested exchanging him for Lai Xingzai and Fu Dalei. However, it was impossible, as Chang Dalei believed that even if Song Paking was captured, he would refuse to exchange himself for Lai Xingzai. Zhu Shenji recommended attacking Liangzhu City and rescuing Lai Xingzai, prompting Bai Feiyuan to agree as he added that they should send troops and he would take the lead. Unfortunately, Liangzhu City had 100,000 troops stationed and was not easy to conquer, so Chang Dalei dismissed their idea. Besides, Chang Dalei believed they could not sacrifice the lives of countless brothers to save one. Moreover, he had already thought about it. They should just exchange Song Yaok for Fu Dalei. Everyone was surprised, and Zhu Shenji asked why it was just Fu Dalei. He believed Chang Dalei was just confused and asked if he wanted to exchange, as the value of Song Yaok was much higher than that of a ring tribe. But Bai Feiyuan was glad as he confirmed they would save Fu Dalei first. Chang Dalei explained that Fu Dalei was the one who needed saving at the moment. They were all brothers and would not have superiority or inferiority between them, prompting Su Ying to compliment him for his usual style. He ordered Zhu Shenji to prepare for the hostage exchange and for Bai Feiyuan to go and call the brothers of the Zai group, including Tomb Raider, Gopher, and Bai Feiyuan himself, the Flying Toad. Afterward, Chang Dalei said he had more important tasks for them, and they agreed. Bai Feiyuan had been to the city lord's residence, so Chang Dalei asked him to draw a map of the city lord's residence. Chang Dalei first planned to send the brothers to infiltrate Liangzhu City and find out the drainage pipes leading to the city lord's house, as it would take a long time if they dug a tunnel. The negotiation time was set to be delayed as much as possible. They would lure the tiger out of the mountains and act at the same time, so the place to exchange hostages was just outside Liangzhu City. The next morning in the city lord's mansion in Liangzhu City, Lai Xingzai asked Song Poking if Fu Dalei was still alive, and Song Poking confirmed. Lai Xingzai further questioned if he were tortured, and Song Poking revealed that it was inevitable as they needed to find the whereabouts of the other thief. Angered, Lai Xingzai demanded to see Fu Dalei's condition. However, Song Poking denied it, so Lai Xingzai could only grit his teeth in anger. Unconcerned, Song Poking asked Lai Xingzai if he could say something. He understood Lai Xingzai's feelings but wondered if he knew how many soldiers Fu Dalei had killed. Song Poking asked General Zhang how many of their men had died, and General Zhang reported that more than 50 people were injured and 27 were dead. Hearing the numbers, Song Poking was calm but seriously revealed how those men had fought with him for many years. They had wives, children, and parents, and some people would feel sad when they died, and more importantly, the one who killed them was from the Ring tribe. Song Poking would not kill Fu Dalei to give Lai Xingzai some face and urged him to stay well in Liangzhu as he would release the thief after a while. However, Lai Xingzai disagreed. He blamed Song Poking for blocking everything, as he wanted to go to Chang'an to break the bandits and not stay in Liangzhu under house arrest. Lai Xingzai asserted that those soldiers should have gone to Chang'an with him to defeat the enemy instead of holding him back. Song Poking clicked his tongue as he thought they were scratching each other's faces. Staring at Lai Xingzai, Song Poking realized he did not have any princely demeanor and instead looked like a scoundrel, a gangster, and a beggar. Lai Xingzai's demeanor was completely lost, and there was nothing he could do but vent his anger by shouting. In a calm voice, Song Poking addressed Lai Xingzai. He revealed that Lai Leshan already had a group of supporters around him, but Lai Xingzai would always be alone, an empty titled prince with no power and troops, facing hundreds of thousands of enemies. Song Poking asked what he could do if he would go to Chang'an alone. Lai Xingzai gritted his teeth as he answered that even if he could not break through, he could always do something, even if it was to live and die alongside his father, as it was better than doing nothing. However, Song Poking scoffed at the idea as it was too childish, not to mention there was a secret passage to escape from Chang'an in the palace, so he did not need to worry about Emperor Ming. As he stood from his seat, Song Poking argued that even if Lai Xingzai went to Chang'an, he would also be defeated by the Justice Cult, and next time there would be Illuminati and many more cults, and the fire would never stop. Song Poking believed that it would continue until someone broke Chang'an, usurped the throne, changed the government, and overthrew the empire. Soon after, the chaotic world would become peaceful. Song Poking explained that a kingdom cannot run without a king for a day. When the time came to fight for the world, there would be the Lai royal family participated, and at that time, if Lai Xingzai wanted to rebuild the Great Yan Empire, he could only cooperate with them. As he walked and passed by Lai Xingzai, Song Poking assured his willingness to serve once he became king. Song Poking told Lai Xingzai that he now urgently needed a force of his own. With a smile, Song Poking confidently said that only he could help him. As he left Lai Xingzai, Song Poking further stated he was not the enemy. When Song Poking left Lai Xingzai's place, he mentioned to him that he should think about it. Outside of Lai Xingzai's place, Zhang Waihu addressed Song Poking. He suggested that he should teach Lai Xingzai a lesson because, despite holding the title of a prince, he dared to yell at him. Unbothered, Song Poking responded calmly, advising Zhang Weihu to just leave it be and made a dismissive remark, questioning why they should care about the anger of an incompetent person. He described that Lai Xingzai was like a mistreated wife that all he could do is slam things and put on a stern face. Ultimately, Song Poking believes that Lai Xingzai doesn't deserve their anger. As they walked, a soldier appeared and reported that the people from the Toad village had arrived. Song Poking was slightly surprised and asked what they wanted from them. The soldier mentioned that they wanted to exchange hostages using Song Yaok. Unhappy to hear it, Song Poking told him not even to think about it. He made it clear that they would never exchange Lai Xingzai with them. The soldier replied that it wasn't Lai Xingzai they wanted. Instead, they sought Fu Dalei. Surprised by the news, Zhang Weihu questioned the soldier, asking if Toad was willing to exchange with them. The soldier replied that the negotiation team had arrived, claiming their sincerity to be genuine. Doubtful, Song Poking said they should negotiate with them. He also gave a task, saying that during the negotiation, they should take it easy, keep Fu Dalei alive, and not let him die, and the soldier confirmed the order. After that, both sides sent out their representatives to conduct negotiations and exchange hostages. As they discussed, Axie emphasized that the person must be alive. As for the exchange location, during the negotiation, tensions escalated. One of the representatives of Song Poking cursed at them, claiming that Fu Dalei had killed 27 of their people. They insisted that there must be a price to pay. The agreed-upon exchange location was set about 10 miles outside of Liangzhu City. In the end, it was decided to use both Song Yaok and Zhang Wu for the exchange with Fu Dalei alone. But Zhu Wenting chose to stay at Toad Village. Endless arguments ensued from both sides. The negotiations continued for 10 days. Meanwhile, at Liangzhu City Prison, the guards gathered around Fu Dalei. One of them mentioned that Song Poking had ordered not to kill him. Another guard added that, regarding other matters, they could do as they pleased. Annoyed, a soldier cursed and stated that Fu Dalei had killed his brother, expressing a willingness to see him die in prison, while other soldiers suggested taking shifts in flogging and waterboarding him. As Fu Dalei endured numerous facial and bodily injuries, one soldier cursed at him, questioning the kind of expression he was making. Another soldier asked Fu Dalei if he had a death wish, while another wondered if all the people from the Ring clan were so stubborn. A soldier retorted, questioning Fu Dalei's stubbornness, and ordered to bring the whip. However, one of them advised the soldier to take it easy and be careful not to kill him. In another area, we find Lai Xingzai sitting outside the door, seemingly lost in thought. One night before exchanging the hostages, Song Poking maliciously laughed and commented that the time was almost ripe as he received significant news from Chang'an. Similarly, Chang Dalei received the same news from Chang'an. While in his background, Liu Zhihan was seen sewing, saying that in the future she would be able to become a stepmother. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi stood beside her, commenting that they would need to sew some children's clothes. However, the intense expression on Chang Dalei's face was evident as he was also lost in thought as he read the news. A few days later, the day of the exchange arrived. 10 miles outside of Liangzhu City, many soldiers were gathered outside with a carriage. Bai Feiyuan ran towards the carriage and called out to Fu Dalei, asking where he was. After Qin Man brought the carriage to them, he greeted Chang Dalei. But Chang Dalei only asked him what happened. Uncertain of how to respond, Qin Man struggled to speak. Simultaneously, Bai Feiyuan weakly uncovered the carriage and saw the condition of Fu Dalei lying inside. Shocked, Bai Feiyuan fell silent upon seeing Fu Dalei. Qin Man explained that Fu Dalei underwent extremely heavy torture, with numerous bruises covering him, more than a few hundred. While Bai Feiyuan continued to call out to him, Qin Man continued, saying that it's fortunate he's still alive and didn't suffer any disabilities. Enraged, Bai Feiyuan cursed vehemently, declaring that he was going to kill Song Poking. Chang Dalei ordered them to be quick and to carry Fu Dalei so that Liu Bei could treat him. He asked about Axie and Gopher's situation. Qin Man responded that everything progressed according to plan. With visible tension on Chang Dalei's face, he ordered to prioritize rescuing Fu Dalei. On the opposite side, a soldier reported to Song Poking that Song Yaok was safe. Song Poking was pleased and responded excellently to them. With a smirk, he declared, "An eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth." He also mentioned that they are merely returning the suffering that Kui Lenghai received at the Toad Village. With a satisfied look, Song Poking also emphasized that they should not delay the major event and urged everyone to return home. Meanwhile, in Liangzhu City, Lai Xingzai contemplates and expresses that, despite putting on a good front by providing him with a troop of men, it was all for the purpose of turning him into a puppet. He acknowledges that even if he knew about their intentions, he was isolated and had no one to help him. He felt powerless and believed he couldn't do anything at all. He felt trapped, deep within a quagmire with no freedom to act independently, akin to slicing meat with a blunt knife. Sitting and brooding, he reflected on the imperial government, bureaucracy, politics, and power struggles, all of which he found disgusting. Decisions were made based on calculated pros and cons out of one's free will. He observed that common people were treated like livestock amid the chaos, while the imperial family of the empire was pushed into the center of the storm. Feeling helpless amid chaos, he concluded that there was nothing he could do. He realized that no wonder Chang Dalei had always been afraid of it and kept avoiding it. But he had already been swept up in the current. In the middle of his thoughts, a tile on the floor cracked open. Lai Xingzai's face showed fear as he saw it. Curious about the noise, he moved closer to the cracking tiles, wondering if it was a mouse. Suddenly, a shovel emerged from the cracked tiles and directly hit his face, causing him to shout in pain. Due to his anguish, the guards outside were alarmed, questioning the source of the sound. One of them wondered if Lai Xingzai broke something again. The guard responded by instructing another to check it out. Back in Lai Xingzai's room, Axie emerged from the dug tunnel on the floor. Appearing joyful, he greeted Lai Xingzai, commented on the suffocating atmosphere, and informed him that Chang Dalei had sent them to rescue him. However, Axie and Wang Dana were shocked when they saw Lai Xingzai's unconscious body. Then, Axie shook Lai Xingzai's body, urging him to wake up, while Wang Dana stood guard, stating that it was bad as the guards were approaching. Axie continued trying to wake up Lai Xingzai. In desperation, he resorted to slapping Lai Xingzai's face. After that, Lai Xingzai's face was covered in bruises and had a small tear due to pain and told Axie that he was awake and pleaded to stop slapping. On the other hand, Wang Dana informed them that they should be quick since they wouldn't be able to escape once the guards spotted them. Lai Xingzai inquired about Fu Delei's safety. Axie reassured him not to worry, as Chang Dalei had already used the hostage exchange for him. He urged Lai Xingzai to move faster, emphasizing the need to avoid wasting time. A minute later, the guards opened the door, calling for Lai Xingzai and asking him what he broke again. As they opened the door widely, they discovered a hole. Shocked, the guards asked where he was. Panicking, the guards shouted bad news, claiming that a thief had dug a tunnel and infiltrated the mansion. They asserted that the thief had snatched Lai Xingzai. The guard announced to everyone that they had a problem, stating that it was bad news. He continued, explaining that some mole had dug a tunnel and infiltrated them. He instructed someone to inform Song Pake and send men into the tunnel to find the prince. Additionally, he urged everyone to act quickly. The guards kept calling for the military engineer to dig out the hole, emphasizing that a group of them should enter the tunnel to locate the prince. Meanwhile, inside the tunnel, Axie encouraged them to crawl faster. Amidst crawling, Lai Xingzai in his thoughts remarked that he couldn't see anything, only an unending deep hole right in front of him. He described the tunnel's walls as if squeezing in, creating a suffocating feeling. Following that, a wave of fear came flooding in. But Wang Dana told Lai Xingzai to hurry up, that he stops daydreaming, and annoyingly asked if he wanted them all to die together. He commented that if he kept delaying, none of them would be able to leave. Axie, who was in their back, mentioned that their pursuers were catching up. With disdain, Axie glanced behind and gripped his knife as the guards approached him. The guards shouted at him, expressing their displeasure, and tried to stop him. Attempting to attack Axie, he commented that he shouldn't even think about escaping. However, Axie was quick to act, stabbing one of the guards in the chest, which made the guard elicit a growl of pain. Axie asked Wang Dana to hand him the flame stick, and Wang Dana swiftly confirmed, passing it to Axie, who ignited the flame stick. Axie warned his companion to run quickly. The guards were shocked at the sight of the flame stick and questioned what it was. An explosion, caused by Axie tossing the flame stick behind him, made the guards shout in pain, and Axie glanced back at the explosion. The guards were left in disarray. At the entrance of the tunnel, the guards were disoriented and groaning in pain. The other guards who saw what happened mentioned that it was gunpowder and warned everyone to be careful. Panic-stricken, the guards declared that it was bad news because the entrance had collapsed as they were looking at the blocked tunnel. One guard urgently asked about the military engineer and requested to bring a shovel. They urged the military engineer to dig out the tunnel quickly. At the same time, outside the gate of Liangzhu City, Song Pakeng and other soldiers were returning. They were greeted by a guard who hurriedly reported that something bad had happened, prompting Song Pakeng to inquire about what had happened. The guards expressed anxiety and explained the happening that the thieves had dug a tunnel, infiltrated the mansion, and taken Lai Xing's eye. Concerned, Song Poking asked what was said, but before he could finish, the guard continued to explain that it happened right at the moment when he was away from the city. The guard concluded that it must be Chang Dalei's plan. Song Poking's face showed surprise as the guard proceeded to explain that the thieves seized the opportunity during the hostage exchange to snatch Lai Xing's eye. Still in disbelief, he asked again what he had said. However, Song Poking issued an order to the soldiers that Chang Dalei must be waiting outside the city for Lai Xing's eye. He urged everyone to start moving and instructed someone to search for them outside the city to quickly find the tunnel's exit. He urged them to retrieve Lai Xing's eye and ensure he was alive. Back in the tunnel, Lai Xing's eye caught his breath as he questioned how long they could stall the pursuers. In the background, only their heavy breathing was audible. Axie replied that, at the very least, the pursuers wouldn't be able to catch them, urging him to move quickly. As they crawled through the narrow, damp, and silent tunnel, only the sound of their heavy breathing echoed. Lai Xing's eye clenched his teeth, contemplating the gloomy and suffocating situation. He felt as if his chest were being ripped out, enduring the exhaustion. Curious, he asked Wang Dana how he managed to dig such a long tunnel from outside the city. With strained breaths, Wang Dana explained that it's actually not that long. They only needed to dig until the waterway. They sneaked from the waterway into the mansion. Finally, they dug into the courtyard where Lai Xing's eye was staying. He emphasized that he's an expert in digging holes, especially in tombs. Emerging from the tunnel to the waterway, Lai Xing's eye huffed and complimented Wang Dana that he was amazing. He expressed that it felt like hellish torment. With a chuckle, Wang Dana responded to Lai Xing's eye, saying that he was too delicate to handle all of this. He compared him to himself, a tomb robber who explored tombs alone back then. Today, all he had to do was dig a hole. Annoyed, Lai Xing's eye commented that it stinks. The three of them continued to crawl in the waterway, with Lai Xing's eye expressing irritation and questioning what it was that crawled across his hands. Calm, Axie replied, saying that having rats in the water pipeline is normal. However, Wang Dana told Lai Xing's eye to stop talking nonsense, and that he should crawl faster. As they continued their journey, Lai Xing's eye, feeling impatient, asked how much longer they had to walk to get out of the place. Wang Dana replied that it would take another hour if he was fast enough and stated that he would take the lead. While Axie warned Lai Xing's eye not to dare to vomit, as he was right behind him, stating that it would be disgusting. Irritated, Lai Xing's eye commented that the place was already stinky enough, and questioned if Axie still thought vomiting was disgusting. Wang Dana intervened, urging them to be quick and stop talking nonsense to save some stamina as Chang Dalei was still waiting for them outside. Meanwhile, outside the city, they were currently conducting a dragnet search. The soldiers announced a report to Song Poking that they found the tunnel's exit. He continued, stating that their scouts discovered the Toad village had formed a small force also moving in the direction of the tunnel. Song Poking commended them and instructed them to take him there quickly. Around the east side of the city gate, the soldiers swarmed the exit tunnel, noting the fresh digging traces. Some commented that they finally found it. One remarked that Chang Dalei was cunning since the Toad village is located northwest of Liangzhu City, but the tunnel was dug from the east side. Song Poking urged them to be quick and go in. He instructed them to send someone into the waterway and seal off the entire city's sewage outlet. While Song Poking looked into the hole, he breathed heavily, thinking that Lai Xing's eye was now trapped, mentioning that with guards stationed around, it would be difficult for Lai Xing's eye to escape. Doubtful, Song Poking questioned the palpitations he felt, wondering if he missed some crucial information. In confusion, he questioned his soldier about why he came out so quickly and asked where they were. Nervously, the soldier stammered as he addressed Song Poking, who asked his soldiers what was wrong. Worried, the soldier informed him that the tunnel was fake and explained that the end of the tunnel was a dead end. Suddenly, Song Poking finally realized that something was off. The soldier expressed his suspicion that there were no horses in the area. In that case, even if they got out, they wouldn't be able to escape the search range. Lost in thought, Song Poking remarked that the tunnel and the strange mobilization of the Toad village military were all distractions to attract their attention and let Lai Xing's eye escape through the real tunnel. Frustrated, Song Poking announced that they were being tricked. He issued an order that they must quickly find the real tunnel. He instructed them to locate a place where horses were hiding, as that would be the location of the real tunnel. In the afternoon, at a deserted grave outside the city, 3 horses were on standby. In a grave, a hand emerged and broke through the cement. The faces of the 3 revealed relief, and Wang Dana commented that it was done, mentioning that it looked like the tunnels were not found. Feeling the fresh air outside, Lai Xing's eye thought to himself that he escaped the stinky, hot tunnel. For the first time in his life, he realized that breathing clean air was a pleasant thing. He took a deep breath, savoring the outside air. As Axie mounted his horse, he reminded Lai Xingzai that they didn't have much time, emphasizing that the camouflage tunnel wouldn't last long. While Wang Dana also added that if they didn't leave now, they wouldn't be able to. Lai Xingzai mounted the horse and told them that they were going. Their horses ran swiftly as they fled. They were spotted by soldiers, who questioned their identity and urgently ordered them to stop. The surprise was visible on the soldier's face as he mentioned that those were the bandits who kidnapped Lai Xingzai. He quickly ordered someone to inform Song Pakeng. Minutes later, a soldier addressed Song Pakeng, stating that they'd found Lai Xingzai to the west of the city. Determined, Song Pakeng's face hardened as he told them to hurry up and bring Lai Xingzai back at all costs. With sternness, he instructed his soldiers that if they couldn't catch him alive, they should kill him. 10 miles away from Liangzhu City, Chang Dalei and his people were waiting. Qin Man inquired if the team they sent to mislead the pursuers of Liangzhu City had returned. But there was no news from Bai Feiyuan yet. He asked if Chang Dalei wanted him to go and check the situation. But Chang Dalei replied that they should wait and see what happens. Suddenly, one of their men arrived and delivered good news, stating that they had successfully rescued Lai Xingzai. And Chang Dalei acknowledged it, saying it was great. However, he continued his report with bad news, revealing that there was a large number of pursuers behind them. At least tens of thousands. Chang Dalei cursed in his thought when he heard it. With a stern face, Qin Man informed Chang Dalei that the main army was standing by, waiting for his order. But Chang Dalei reminded Qin Man that the main army was under his command, advising him to act accordingly. Determined, he instructed his men that their goal was to save people, and it was best not to clash with the Liangzhu soldiers. He emphasized that the difference in numbers was too great, and once the battle started, there would be a lot of casualties. He stated that every man is an elite and advised them not to make unnecessary sacrifices. The Toad's main army consisted of 3,000 elite army. However, in a stern tone, Chang Dalei stated that if they really needed to fight, they shouldn't hesitate to kill. Qin Man affirmed it. Meanwhile, the horses clattered loudly as they sped away. Lai Xingzai, who was riding, glanced at his pursuers behind, while Song Pakeng shouted for him to come back, offering him beauty, wine, horses, and power. Determined, Song Pakeng told Lai Xingzai that he could give him women and wine, and even both. With a grinning smile, Song Pakeng pursued him, urging him to come back quickly, claiming he couldn't live without him, and repeatedly addressing Lai Xingzai. Annoyed, Lai Xingzai clenched his teeth, thinking that Song Pakeng, a supposed Confucian scholar, actually had such good horsemanship. Reflecting on his past wandering days, he was chased like a dog many times before. Looking back, he thought about how, in the past, it was just stealing chickens and dogs, and if caught, it would only lead to a beating at most. But this time, they wanted the kingdom. Determined, he mentioned that he didn't want to be a puppet. He absolutely didn't want to get caught as his horse clattered in a hasty run. Due to the rapid gallop, the dust seemed like smoke, making it extremely dense. They could now see Chang Dalei's group in front. In their determination, the three of them called out Chang Dalei. At the same time, Chang Dalei thought that Liangzhu City deployed 100,000 defenders, while Song Pakeng believed that if Lai Xingzai fell into Chang Dalei's hands, it would be difficult to catch him again. He issued a command, calling Zhang Weihu to shoot Lai Xingzai, prompting Zhang Weihu to confirm and aim his bow at Lai Xingzai. Zhang Weihu released the arrow, and Lai Xingzai noticed it, avoiding it himself, but his horse got hit. Worried, Lai Xingzai cursed, and Axie and Wang Dana looked back, calling him as he fell from his horse. Suddenly, Qin Man issued a command, calling the archers from the third team of Cha army to march out. He instructed them to draw the bowstring 500 paces ahead, and the archers positioned themselves. Qin Man signaled them to be ready. For that moment he ordered them to fire, and hundreds of arrows flew towards Song Pakeng's soldiers. Surprised, Lai Xingzai looked up to see a multitude of arrows, while the soldiers on the enemy side warned them to watch out and pull back, causing their horses to make scary noises as the arrows landed with a thud around them. With determination, Song Pakeng commanded his soldiers not to be afraid and urged them to bring back Lai Xingzai. Chang Dalei remained calm and, at the same time, instructed Qin Man that he trained the army for thousands of hours, and now it was time to put that training to use. He paused for a moment. As he activated the equipment of the Blood Cloak skill, the War Deterrence, he declared that if the enemy dared to step forward, he would see if they could kill their prestige. Behind Qin Man, their army roared, and Qin Man was visibly fearless. While on the opposite side, the enemy soldiers were surprised to see the mighty army of the Toad. For a moment, the Liangzhu soldiers were in a panic and stood still as they were all intimidated. This time, the long-awaited war had begun. As the sun set, Lai Xingzai stood up from his fall, grimaced, and suddenly burst into laughter. He emitted a hiss sound and mentioned that his leg hurt. Then, Song Poking's voice echoed, calling out to Lai Xingzai, stating that he was there to save him and pleading for him to come back. Smirking, Lai Xingzai responded to him, mockingly questioning Song Poking if he wanted to take him back as his puppet. He addressed him disrespectfully, advising him to give up on that idea as he already escaped from his grasp. Confidently, he declared that no one would ever catch him again. With sternness, Song Poking responded to Lai Xingzai, urging him not to misunderstand his loyalty. He claimed that the sun and the moon were witnesses, emphasizing that he genuinely came to save him. Disgusted, Lai Xingzai quickly retorted, insulting Song Poking as a bold traitor and telling him to stop talking. He insisted that he should go to Chang'an as a prince, working with his father to defend against the rebels. Also, he expressed that even if he died alone in the battle in Chang'an, it would be better than becoming a puppet with no control over his own life. He vowed that once he was in Chang'an, he would help his father destroy the Justice Cult rebels. Then he threatened to kill them, labeling them as the Empire's traitors while pointing at them. Calmly, Song Poking looked at him with silence before he responded that he received news from Chang'an the night before and was about to report to him. But he claimed that he didn't expect him to be kidnapped by bandits. Smirking once again, Lai Xingzai retorted, asking him what else he wanted to say, and Song Poking mentioned that just 7 days ago, Chang'an had been breached. At that point, Lai Xingzai's expression seemed shocked, and he remained silent. The sun sank into the ground, and night came. In a sudden change of demeanor, Lai Xingzai frowned and feigned a laugh, calling Song Poking twice and expressing his admiration for him. Then, confidently, he accused Song Poking of still making up a kind of nonsense and told him that he believed him to be a good storyteller. With a serious expression, Song Poking told him that he knew that Lai Xingzai genuinely believed it in his heart. But Lai Xingzai could not believe it, claiming it was impossible and accusing Song Poking of lying. In response, Song Poking stated that he would not dare to deceive him and that he had received the news last night. He mentioned that regarding the authenticity of the news, he believes Chang Dalei knows about it and suggested asking Chang Dalei to confirm it. Then, Lai Xingzai turned around and called out to Chang Dalei. Expressing doubt, he questioned Song Poking's honesty and sought confirmation from Chang Dalei. He insisted that Chang'an was strong, with a mere 300,000 rabble, and that couldn't be easily breached. Chang Dalei remained silent as he observed him. He confirmed Song Poking's statement was true that Chang'an had indeed broken. Lai Xingzai was taken aback. He couldn't believe it and insisted that it was impossible for Chang'an to be broken. Despite his disbelief, Song Poking once again told him that Chang'an had been broken. Song Poking went on to narrate that half a month ago, the Justice Cult launched a final attack on Chang'an. The intense battle lasted for 7 days and nights, resulting in suffered casualties for the Justice Cult, as they managed to breach the gates of Chang'an, followed by street battles. He painted a vivid picture of the once undefended city transformed into a peerless massacre field. The great martial empire, standing for 100 years, was destroyed. Stunned, Lai Xingzai anxiously asked about the whereabouts of his father. At that moment, Chang Dalei remained silent with a solemn expression, while Song Poking responded to him, saying that Emperor Ming died at the hands of rebels. This news left Lai Xingzai with a grim demeanor. The long night arrived, and for the first time, Lai Xingzai felt that the night was never so dark. Darkness without hope. Emperor Ming had many sons, and Xingye was once the same as other princes. Taking the throne was a goal to pursue, until one time when he left Chang'an, stopped by a child with a kitchen knife. When Lai Xingzai was a child, he looked outside the carriage. He told the child that if he didn't know who he was, emphasizing that stopping the carriage was a capital crime. He questioned if the child wasn't afraid of death. Angry, the child responded to Lai Xingzai, asking if he believed they could still live. The child confronted Lai Xingzai, demanding the many foods they had collected and asking where they were when the rings came. He mentioned their whole village, stating that his parents were long forced to die by them. After the child said those things, he was immediately restrained by the imperial soldiers. Back in his palace, he questioned himself that the imperial council changed like this and asked a lot of people in the palace. Civil officials, military officials, Minister Kui and his father yielded no answers. The invasion of the Ring tribe, government, and the people's struggle led to the people suffering. Observing the state of the empire, Lai Xingzai questioned the purpose of becoming the emperor. He lost interest in competing for the throne and became addicted to wine, women, and debauchery, earning the title of the Waste Prince. Finally, at the age of 15, Lai Xingzai decided to leave Chang'an and travel alone. He explored Yuzhou, Kinzhou, Bingzhou, and the grassland, traveled to many places and visited many teachers. His travels led him to live like a beggar, learning from refugees, deserters, ring tribes, and even Chang Dalei. Having experienced life as a desert dweller, laborer, and businessman, failure, being despised, and being a downcast are more commonplaces for him. Lastly, he spent 2 years in Toad Village. He seemed to have found the answer, though it was too late. Realizing the situation, Lai Xingzai contemplated the fact that his father was killed by the rebels. However, he felt helpless, locked up in Liangzhu city, and treated as a waste. Perhaps, he thought to himself that he truly was a waste. Tears streamed down his face as he called out to his father in mourning. Amid his grief, Song Pakeng addressed Lai Xingzai, informing him that Chang'an City had fallen, and all the marquis were waiting for him to handle the situation. He mentioned that the 100,000 elite soldiers of Liangzhu were ready to follow his orders and wanted him to lead them against the rebels. Lai Xingzai repeated the statement of fighting the rebels in a question. He rebuked Song Pakeng, telling him that if he were willing to send troops earlier, the rebels might have already been defeated. He remarked to Song Pakeng that now he was willing to send troops. Jiang Wei, who quickly said they were just waiting for his order and he would lead the troops to Chang'an to break the rebels, even if it meant giving his best and sacrificing himself. Song Pakeng also pledged their support, mentioning that they would prioritize Lai Xingzai's orders and fight against the rebels together. The soldiers under Song Pakeng's command shouted, emphasizing their loyalty to the empire and their readiness to fight against the rebels. Meanwhile, on Toad's side, Qin Man addressed Chang Dalei, expressing concern that it might become difficult to win once the enemy's army is fully assembled. He inquired whether they should take the initiative. In a calm tone, Chang Dalei responded that it was not necessary. He suggested seeing what Lai Xingzai chooses. 2 armies facing each other, one east and one west, Lai Xingzai did not know where he should go. As the snow began to fall, he contemplated the need for a marquis to avenge his father's death and restore the royal Lai family. Despite his desire to bury Song Pakeng in the ground, he acknowledged that, before obtaining the throne, Song Pakeng would at least treat him as his own master, even if he were treated as a puppet afterward. Lai Xingzai mused about the complexities. While lost in thought, Song Pakeng called out to him. Lai Xingzai continued to ponder the situation, recognizing the strength of Qin Man's army that could not fight Lin Shaoyu as they would only listen to Chang Dalei's command. He wondered about his potential future, acknowledging the challenges he might face in becoming the person he always wanted to be. He left the place. Pulling a horse is easier said than done. He let out a quick breath. After concluding his thoughts, Lai Xingzai showed respect and addressed Chang Dalei. Chang Dalei responded with respect, stating that the martial world is predestined, and that he would see Lai Xingzai later. Lai Xingzai bid farewell. Afterward, Qin Man instructed his army to listen to his orders, directing the front team to the rear team to retreat. Chang Dalei lingered behind and commented on the avenging of Lin Shaoyu for his father's murder. He noted that it had given rise to a more intense cycle of hatred, indicating that, in the grand scheme of things, nothing had changed, the cycle of destiny, only winds rising and clouds scudding. On Song Pakeng's side, he approached Lai Xingzai, expressing guilt and pleading for him to return to the city. He also suggested that Lai Xingzai, who had been running around all night and appeared exhausted, should take some rest and assure him that he would be kept informed. In a cold response, Lai Xingzai replied that there was no need for that. He asked Song Pakeng to explain what exactly happened in Chang'an. Song Pakeng responded by stating that Liangzhu and Chang'an are thousands of miles apart, and it took at least 7 days for news to reach Liangzhu. He mentioned that he only knew the general situation, but Lai Xingzai remained unresponsive. Song Pakeng added that if Lai Xingzai wanted to know the truth at that time, he needed to go back half a month ago. Half a month ago, in Chang'an, the battle began at dawn and lasted until the 3rd day. Blood flowed under the city walls, and people stepped on corpses, not knowing whether the corpses under their feet were the imperial army or the justice cult. Corpses pressed against the corpses, limb on top of limbs. The bloody battle lasted 7 days and 7 nights. But the corpses under the city were accumulating. Both sides shouted kill as they advanced, and the imperial soldiers frantically informed each other that the right defense line was broken, urgently calling for someone to stop it. Countless people died, and more people came up and were killed again. The rebels were determined to advance, and one of them informed them that they should break the city, and that the only way to survive was to break the city. While the imperial soldiers defended the city, they also informed one another not to mess up and to stay in formation. Some commented that there were more enemies than yesterday, and another one suggested guarding the wall. The two camps clashed, and one imperial soldier got stabbed. Screaming in pain as a rebel quickly informed their comrades to move up. A rebel got struck on the forehead, while Lai Leshan slashed one of the rebels. He commanded the Imperials to kill and hold the line. In the meantime, Lin Shayu also commanded to advance, stating that retreating would lead to death due to lack of food, but attacking would bring victory. He announced that they should fight alongside him. One of his followers informed that God would go to war in person. With determination on Lin Shayu's face, he said to cut off all means of retreat. After that, the rebels intensified the siege hammer and they advanced. They smashed the siege hammer against the gate, all of them determined to break the city. At dawn on the seventh day, a wealthy merchant from the city came to the gate and opened it. At that moment, the gate was broken. The wealthy merchant joyfully welcomed the Heaven's General to the city, chanting, "Heaven's General has come to enforce justice on behalf of heaven." The rebels laughed as they successfully opened the gate. One of them screamed as they charged, while one of them informed everyone that the gate was open. Each of them shouted to change, while some chanted again, "Heaven's General has come, enforce justice on behalf of heaven." In horror, Lai Leshan cursed the rebels and instructed the imperial soldiers to go and guard the gates to stop them. Meanwhile, Lin Shayu advanced and commanded his people to kill and make a way out. The imperial soldiers shouted to inform them that the justice cult had entered the city. One of them urged them to stop and cursed at them. Lin Shayu stepped through a mountain of corpses and blood. After 7 days and nights of fierce fighting, more than half of the 300,000 justice cult members were killed or injured. And finally, they knocked open the gate of Chang'an. The resonating announcement from the imperial soldiers revealed the alarming news that the East Gate has been lost. They reported that the justice cult had infiltrated the city. A few of them continued to declare that the city gate was broken. Simultaneously, the rebels urged the army to enter the city swiftly. Street fighting, the unequaled city became the peerless massacre field. Both sides incessantly declared to kill, while Lai Leshan engaged in combat, commanding his men to kill the rebels. He ordered them to block the rebels and expel them. However, one of his soldiers informed him to retreat, stating that there were too many rebels, and the line of defense was on the verge of collapsing. He shouted, calling Lai Leshan to retreat. In desperation, Lai Leshan responded while engaged in the fight, saying that they should not retreat. He urged them to fight alongside him, emphasizing that he was committed to living and dying with Chang'an City. He declared that anyone daring to retreat would face severe consequences, including death. On the other hand, the rebels were eager to advance, shouting enthusiastically that God had descended to earth, bringing eternal brilliance and light, repeatedly. Lai Leshan failed to block the incoming slash, resulting in a painful blow, and he let out a growl of pain. Consequently, he was thrown off his horse. As he fell, one of his generals rushed to him and informed the others to retreat, emphasizing the importance of ensuring their safety. The general addressed Lai Leshan with respect, assuring him that they would cover his retreat. Despite the situation, Lai Leshan, stubborn and insistent, refused to retreat and urged others to fight alongside him. The general, however, remained steadfast and asked the others about the whereabouts of reinforcements. Ignoring the general's plea not to retreat, Lai Leshan tried to get free from his grip, while the general focused on holding him off. After forcing Lai Leshan to retreat, the general rushed out from the chaotic fights and advised Lai Leshan that his safety was important, and that they would ensure cover his retreat. However, Lai Leshan's frustration was evident as he visibly clenched his teeth. The general announced that they would retreat. Lai Leshan's disorderly retreat took away the last morale of the imperial army. The city gate defense line was completely broken, and the justice cult poured into the city. The general was the morale of a soldier. A team that has lost its morale is no different from a pig dog waiting to be slaughtered. Meanwhile, Chang'an City, West Gate. The people were in disarray, bumping into each other and repeatedly urging everyone to make a way. Some shouted in fear, while others echoed in pain. Amidst the chaos, some individuals aggressively told others to step aside, resorting to insults and even mentioning their children. There was a constant exchange of demands to step aside and not block the way, as they were determined to exit. Simultaneously, the general who carried Lai Leshan called General Yuchai and informed him that they had rescued Lai Leshan. Yuchai, who's waiting for them, expressed his relief that Lai Leshan was safe. As Lai Leshan dismounted from the horse, he called General Yuchai. Aggressively, Lai Leshan relayed the information that the East Gate was broken, emphasizing that they hadn't lost yet. He commanded his men to gather and return to the East Gate. Determined, Lai Leshan repeatedly asserted to his troops that they hadn't lost the battle and could still turn things around. However, General Yuchai remained silent, looking at him sternly. With seriousness, General Yuchai called Lai Leshan's attention. He disclosed that the main army had been defeated, and Chang'an had fallen. He told him that he still had the heaven sword with him and that he couldn't live and die in Chang'an City. Lai Leshan was stunned, and something in his mind was broken. The Tianxi general, Yu Chai, was a high-ranking and powerful soldier. Most of the empire's military was personally trained by him. In Lai Leshan's contemplation, he questioned whether the man revered as the empire's pillar by his father was truly loyal, considering the repeated defeats in battle. He pondered if General Yu Chai might be waiting for the justice cult to breach the city. Suddenly, General Yu Chai called him, advising him to run for his life. He revealed that an old minister would escort Lai Leshan to safety, urging them to evacuate Chang'an and regroup with their men. With Lai Leshan as their leader, General Yu Chai planned to fight against the rebels, revive the royal family, and restore the kingdom. Internally, Lai Leshan questioned whether it was the incompetence of the king or the treacherous officials who were in charge of the country's turmoil. Moreover, raising the army to save the kingdom, doubting if the officials were even loyal and wondering if they had ulterior motives. The soldiers were like eagles. If they were full, they would disappear. If they were hungry, they would devour their masters. Distinguishing between loyalty and treachery proved to be difficult. Chang'an City was broken, and Lai Leshan fled with the defeated army. Meanwhile, at the imperial palace in Guanwu Hall, at this moment, Lin Sheyu led him to the imperial palace, effortlessly cutting through imperial soldiers as if they were mere dust along the way. The imperials ordered to surround them, but Lin Sheyu remained undaunted. He commented that the 3,000 Merlian guards and elite soldiers, personally trained and handpicked by Emperor Ming, noted that they were troublesome. Lin Chong, addressing Lin Sheyu, stated that this was the last hurdle. He pledged to help in breaking through the formation to swiftly attack the imperial palace, ensuring Emperor Ming wouldn't escape. With determination, Lin Sheyu declared that victory was just one step away. He commanded his forces to advance. As the rebels advanced, they screamed in unison. The imperial soldiers stood firm in their defense, informing each other that the rebels were approaching and should defend the palace. They warned the rebels not to even think about crossing their lines. The two groups clashed violently, resulting in a brutal slaughter on both sides. In the royal palace, in the royal study room, Emperor Ming coughed and inquired about the situation outside from Tong Fei. Respectfully, Tong Fei replied that the rebels broke through Chang'an City and were currently engaged in fighting with the Merlian guards outside the palace. She mentioned that the 3,000 Merlian guards could still hold out for a while. Emperor Ming continued to cough and called Tong Fei. He recalled the time when he permitted her to serve in the Merlian guards 5 years ago when her father sent her to serve him. He acknowledged witnessing her dedication to the Merlian guards throughout these years and recognized her sincerity for the country and its people. But in the past few years, the Ring tribe invaded the borders, leading to widespread poverty among the people. Numerous marquis were bold and fierce, and the empire even considered marrying Wanner to the Ring tribe to keep the peace. Emperor Ming acknowledged that the empire's actions indeed chilled Tong Fei's sincere heart. In response, Tong Fei mentioned that Emperor Ming spoke too highly of her, and as a subordinate, she dared not discuss government affairs. Chuckling, Emperor Ming stated that given their current situation, there was no need for her to say any more. He went on to admit that the Lai family had not managed the empire well, no destruction, no poverty. He expressed the hope that those who came after him would do better than him. Understanding Emperor Ming's intention, Tong Fei only uttered Emperor Ming's name. But he continued, saying that after today, the world changed hands, and the Merlian guards would no longer exist. He gave Tong Fei a last mission as he wrote. Emperor Ming tasked her with leading the 500 Merlian guards to escort the Lai family out of Chang'an through the secret passage. Once he finished writing, he emphasized that as long as the bloodline of the Lai family existed, its glory would be rebuilt one day. He commented that there were many imperial marquises, and most of them were ambitious, instructing Tong Fei to take the register with her as he handed her a scroll. Emperor Ming handed the scroll and mentioned that there were still many families that were loyal to the empire, and some powers that could be trusted. He stated that the list contained information about the power distribution in the empire, providing Tong Fei with an understanding. He advised her not to send people under the influence of civil and military official factions. Emperor Ming expressed concern that his children were too young to fall into the group of people, as they would only be treated as puppets. Tong Fei's expression reflected shock as she read the contents of the scroll. Concluding, Emperor Ming declared that after the task, she would no longer be the leader of the Merlian Guard. He called Tong Fei once again, stating that it was time for her to choose another master. Emperor Ming indicated that the recipient was Chang Dalei from Toad Village. After that moment, Emperor Ming looked at his armor vest, respectfully catching Emperor Ming's attention. Liu Aji informed him that time was running out, and Tong Fei had already left through the secret passage. To ensure Emperor Ming's safety, Liu Aji volunteered to sacrifice himself. Bowing, Emperor Ming remained silent. Liu Aji looked from behind and called him again, but Emperor Ming side-eyed him and asked what he just said. Pressured, Liu Aji suggested they leave Chang'an. With sternness, Emperor Ming questioned if Liu Aji meant for him to escape again. Liu Aji stuttered, unsure of how to respond. In his thoughts, Liu Aji wondered if he should not have mentioned escaping. However, Emperor Ming could sense Liu Aji's frustration as he breathed heavily. As Emperor Ming turned away, he began to speak, calling Liu Aji. He asked Liu Aji what people would say about him in the future. Liu Aji responded that Emperor Ming was wise and powerful, and his actions would surely be understood. Emperor Ming admitted that the Ring tribe invasion caused him to fail to protect the people, leading them to flee in haste. He described the empire as a delicate wooden sculpture, balanced by civil and military officials. He acknowledged the things that felt shameful and undignified. Realizing that Lin Sheyu, who had sued the imperial court in the martial arts field, had come to avenge his father's murder. He mentioned that he was dying of old age, emphasizing the pondering of running away, and questioning the thought of dying in bed without peace of mind, scolded by future generations for the rest of eternity. As Emperor Ming spoke these words, Liu Aji cried and advised him not to speak too much. He expressed concern that if something happened to Emperor Ming, the great martial kingdom would be done. As Emperor Ming raised his head, disagreeing, and stated that he no longer wanted to run away anymore. Now, he wished to die in a decent way. After that, outside Guangwu Hall in the Imperial Palace, the rebels collided head-on with the Merlian guards, pushing through with each clash of their weapons. Like a sharp spear, they broke through the dense Merlian guard formation. Lin Sheyu aggressively slammed into the Merlian guards, causing screams of pain. Despite the chaos, he continued to command the rebels to break through the encirclement and advance. With each step on the stairs, Lin Sheyu ascended while mounted on his horse. Upon reaching the front of the palace, he came to a halt. He entered the hall. The hall was illuminated only by the flickering flames. Then Lin Sheyu and Emperor Ming locked eyes. Meanwhile, at Toad Village, a new life was born. Chang Dalei was outside his room, displaying restless movements, while Liu Zhihan was bothered by it. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in Chang'an, millions of lives passed away. Outside the Imperial Palace, at the Floating Cloud Temple, Meng Zhao leaped across roofs, contemplating that even if he involved himself, he couldn't stop the fall of Chang'an. Uncertain of Emperor Ming's current situation, Meng Zhao believed that as long as Emperor Ming didn't die, things would change. As he jumped, he noticed two figures on the roof. The Taoist Tiansai remarked that their blessings came from countless deities. Addressing Meng Zhao as junior brother, Tiansai greeted Meng Zhao, saying, "Long time no see." Taoist Tiansai was accompanied by his apprentice, Hong Chen, carrying a flag bearing the words "Seeing Through the World." Meng Zhao was also greeted with Amitabha Buddha, addressing Tiansai as a senior brother. He expressed his surprise at seeing Tiansai again, remarking on the intriguing nature of fate. In response, Tiansai questioned Meng Zhao's mention of fate, disagreeing and stating that he had purposely been waiting for him. Suspecting Tiansai, Meng Zhao asked if he could pass, and Tiansai, with intention, inquired if he wanted to save Emperor Ming. However, he apologized, stating that he couldn't let Meng Zhao pass, and invited him to fight there. Meng Zhao questioned the idea of fighting each other after not seeing each other for years. He pointed out that if their master learned of it, they would face severe consequences. Tiansai, expressing scorn, retorted that if their master only scolded them, he had nothing to worry about. Tiansai asked Meng Zhao if he remembered 30 years ago when the empire was defeated. He took responsibility for peace talks with the Ring tribe and signed a treaty that brought humiliation to the whole country. Eventually, he resigned as a Taoist priest, wandering in the martial world and carrying the world's reputation. In contrast, he mentioned that Meng Zhao became a monk, the protector of the kingdom, and was admired by millions. Meng Zhao stated that such a reputation is superficial and impermanent, suggesting that Tiansai might find it fascinating. Tiansai disagreed, mentioning he was noble child, a high-ranking official, and powerful person. He claimed to have learned etiquette, justice, integrity, and shame by reading poetry, music, and scripture. After wandering the world for 30 years and seeing the world of mortals rolling around, he realized that the world is just a mirage. Slowly, he unsheathed his sword. Tiansai added that as a Taoist priest, he didn't care about the world's opinion. With sternness, he had come to find that the empire was no longer hopeless, that everything was unfixable, and that the only way to bring new life was to destroy the old one. With that conviction, he drew his sword. Calmly, Meng Zhao responded that governing a kingdom is not like cooking small dishes. He called Tian Sai's attention, expressing concern that his radical approach would lead the world into chaos. Chuckling, Tian Sai replied that future generations should judge what's right and wrong. He pleaded with Meng Zhao after making his statement. Meng Zhao, in the end, reluctantly agreed. Suddenly, they moved swiftly and clashed in the air. Hong Chen watched them and commented that it was the first time he had seen Tian Sai, addressing him as master, giving his all. Meng Zhao attempted to stab Tian Sai, who skillfully avoided the attack. Tian Sai remarked that he didn't expect Meng Zhao to possess such sharp sword skills. Tian Sai moved swiftly. Meanwhile, in the palace, Lin Shuyu questioned Emperor Ming, expressing surprise that he hadn't escaped. Blood stained Lin Shuyu's armor, while remarking that Emperor Ming ran away many times before. He wondered why he stayed behind this time. He insulted him as a weakling, hypocrite, and coward who shouldn't have cared about the empire. Angry, Liu Aji retorted, asking how Lin Shuyu dared to say such things. He jumped and told Lin Shuyu that Emperor Ming was the true son of heaven, questioning how he could rebel and defile him. Liu Aji accused him of leading rebels into the capital and plotting to disrupt the empire. When he went to attack, he questioned how Lin Shuyu could face Lin Wenchen in the afterlife. Meanwhile, Lin Shuyu showed no intention of backing down from the impending attack. In outrage, Lin Shuyu insulted Liu Aji for mentioning his father's name. He retaliated the attack using his spear, and Liu Aji couldn't evade the assault, which made Liu Aji throw away. With seething anger, Lin Shuyu told Emperor Ming that he was a foolish ruler who ordered the beheading of his father in the streets and beheaded all the Lin family. He questioned how Emperor Ming felt now that he was in the same situation. Calm, Emperor Ming responded to maintain the stability of the empire, and then Liu Aji continued that the execution of Lin Wenchen had calmed public anger. Emperor Ming mentioned that he naturally felt no regrets. He expressed the unfortunate reality that he no longer had someone to talk to all night long, admitting to feeling lonely. However, Lin Shuyu scoffed, accusing him of pretending to be benevolent. He rebuked Emperor Ming, who was the ruler unable to lead his ministers, allowing the wicked to take charge of the empire and victimizing the loyal ministers. He insisted that such an emperor should be punished and directly accused Emperor Ming of being the biggest villain. Emperor Ming blamed the justice cult for causing war and the destruction of the empire. He questioned Lin Shuyu's qualifications and position in judging him, declaring that only history was qualified to do so. He went on to say that he would maintain what was his regardless of what history decided. Emperor Ming mentioned his innocence. Lin Shuyu reminded Emperor Ming that he gave the order to kill his father himself, and he knew that the traitorous ministers were making a mistake, which he decided to let go. He also wondered where Emperor Ming's conscience was while the corrupt young Longting was glorified as a hero. Emperor Ming argued, informing him that in many cases the empire had to compromise because the imperial court was more than just reason and justice. Emperor Ming went on to say that even he couldn't do anything when the imperial court officials wanted to force a person to die, and that, despite being the king of an empire, he was just a loner in front of the imperial court officials, while Lin Shuyu unleashed his wave-breaking spear skill. Emperor Ming declared that the death of Lin Wenchen ensured the peace of the empire, and told Lin Shuyu that a ruler must know how to sacrifice the few to save the majority. Lin Shuyu's opponent released his skill, the Twine Silk Hand, which continued to defend and strike, while Emperor Ming mocked him for being such a naive brat who didn't understand. Lin Shuyu responded that Emperor Ming only knew how to protect himself to live a leisurely life, claiming that it was simply a nasty way for a king to keep his interests. Liu Aji readied his palm and insulted Lin Shuyu. He pushed Lin Shuyu with a 1-inch punch, telling him how dare he be distracted in a life-or-death fight. The man told Lin Shuyu that he was still too young as he was dismounted from his horse. Emperor Ming informed Lin Shuyu that he knew what he wanted to say but did not want to change the law or traditions. He inquired as to what Lin Shuyu was saying when he mentioned law and innovation and told him about an event 100 years ago, during the Warring States period, in which all of the marquis changed their laws and innovated to become stronger, but only a few succeeded. He explained that he did not understand the imperial court's rules, nor the strength and trend of people's hearts and various interest groups in it. Emperor Ming explained that the people of the empire needed stability the most, followed by the need to dress warmly, eat to one's fill, and put a stop to the scourge of war, which he had maintained for decades, and Lin Shuyu's justice cult smashed everything and started the war. He told Lin Shayu that he was full of justice in accordance with heaven's decree. He went on to mock Lin Shayu and informed him that ruling a country requires more than just empty promises. While Lin Shayu was down, coughing, Emperor Ming told him that the justice he was speaking of was just a slogan. Lin Shayu realized that what he did was not for the common people of the empire, but for his own personal grudge, which the people saw as a false hope but for him as the truth. He agreed as he continued to cough. Lin Shayu told Emperor Ming that he still remembered the faces of the 100 people who had died in the Lin family and the elders who raised him. He mentioned that since he learned that his father was lynched in the streets and saw the remains of all his relatives and their graves smashed, Lin Shayu asked Emperor Ming about himself, telling him that as long as he vindicated the Lin family where he gave him a chance 3 years ago at the martial arts competition, he might not have chosen such a path. He expressed his disappointment that Emperor Ming did not do so. When Chang Dalei killed Yang Longting, Lin Shayu knew that justice could never be served by others. He yelled, calling out Emperor Ming. Lin Shayu promised Emperor Ming that the time for repentance had ended as long as he still existed in the world. He declared that both of them would perish. Liuji screamed at him for being a traitor. He told Lin Shayu that he would never let him touch a single hair on Emperor Ming's head as he readied his twined silk hands. He caught Lin Shayu's spear with his Taiji twined dragon skill. Lin Shayu unleashed his ninefold wave-breaking spear skill. The man held tightly to Lin Shayu's spear with his move. 4 ounces could move 1,000 katas. He threw Lin Shayu into the air. Liuji scoffed, claiming that the Lin family's wave-breaking spear was mainly rigid and fierce, with stockable layers of power similar to waves overlapping, but was unfortunately restrained by his twined silk hand. He also claimed that even his father's wave-breaking spear could not break his Jiu family twined silk hand. Liuji continued to mock him, stating that fighting in the martial world was not the same as fighting in the battlefield. Emperor Ming coughed and thought about Liuji's twined silk hand against the Lin family's wave-breaking spear. He realized that he seemed to have seen that scene. Emperor Ming remembered what happened more than 10 years ago. He stated that when he was in his prime, despite becoming emperor, he was very busy with state affairs, and that he, Aji, and Lin Wenchen met often to exchange martial arts pointers. He reminisced about the calm moon and fragrance of flowers dancing under the moonlight, regardless of the king and his subjects, only talking about the past, enjoying the pleasure of life, and that time and the present was very similar. This prompted Emperor Ming to consider in the novels that before death, all past memories would flash back one by one. Emperor Ming realized that he was as old as decaying wood. Emperor Ming thought that Lin Shayu, who asked the heavens and the one who made the uproar to become a great warrior, had grown so much, and Lin Shayu thought that he was having difficulties. He wondered if the Taiji twined silk hand was really impenetrable. In a trance, Lin Shayu remembered that he had seen the scene before. Moving back when Lin Shayu was a child, he saw his father and Aji fighting. Lin Shayu showed his disappointment after his father's loss, wondering why his father couldn't break Aji's defense. He asked Lin Wenchen if their wave-breaking spear couldn't beat Aji. Lin Wenchen laughed, calling out Lin Shayu. He explained that Aji was Emperor Ming's guard, who represented his face and could not be defeated casually, and that the twined silk hand was easy to break. In the present, Lin Shayu remembered what his father specially told him about a way to break the twined silk hand. Lin Shayu thought that he still remembered what his father told him. He began releasing his skill, the wave-breaking 3 folds. Lin Shayu continued counting up to 7 folds. Emperor Ming realized that something had changed, while Liuji wondered what form of wave-breaking spear he was seeing. Lin Shayu released his wave-breaking spear 9 folds in one, the ultimate move dragon's portrait skill. Along with Tong Fei's withdrawal, the Imperial Palace Guard completely collapsed, with some fighting and shouting to kill, while others yelled to make way and stop their opposition to buy time for their general. The final winner was decided while the soldiers yelled at each other to kill. Only a few scattered Merlian guards were left in the Imperial City, resisting stubbornly, while the Justice Cult soldiers ordered each other to take over the palace. Lin Chong ordered his men to take over the palace and wipe out their enemies in one fell swoop. Lin Chong couldn't believe that from Yuzhou to Chang'an, where there was almost no challenge, even taking over Chang'an was only slightly difficult. He wondered if Lin Shayu had made it and intercepted Emperor Ming as he fled. A figure appeared above them, stating that there was an immeasurable celestial worth, the flow of cause and effect, and divination was difficult to follow because the divination was chaotic, and heaven's path was mysterious and unpredictable. Lin Chong looked up with a face of confusion. The man went on to tell them that life, death, love, and hatred were all beautiful, causing chaos in the world and claiming that the dark time was coming. Lin Chang yelled, asking who the man was. A man wondered who the stranger was and if he was an enemy, leading Lin Chang to question whether there was still a master, while one of the soldiers recognized that it was the Jade Emperor Temple's little heavenly teacher. He explained that when there was a severe drought in Jingzhou, it was his 7 days of song rain that brought down the rains, and he also mentioned the legend that the man had the power to turn stones into gold, create lotus flowers, and summon the wind and rain. Zhang Tiancai told Lin Chang that he had heard a lot about him, the head of the Justice Cult's 300,000-strong army, and introduced himself, saying he was pleased to meet him. Meanwhile, at the palace, Lin Shayu released his ultimate move, the dragon's portrait wave breaking 9 folds, while Liuji challenged him to come. He told Liuji that his father taught him that move. While Liuji unleashed his move, the 4 ounces could move 1,000 katas. As Liuji was about to catch Lin Shayu's spear, he challenged him to come as his force was 10,000 pounds. He told Lin Shayu to watch as he plucked it, and Lin Shayu screamed, and Liuji coughed up blood after receiving Lin Shayu's attack. Liuji yelled in pain as Lin Shayu's spear pierced through him. Lin Shayu smashed Liuji to the ground, making a loud explosive noise. Air swooshed inside the palace as Emperor Ming watched what happened. He looked down, mentioning Liuji. Emperor Ming's eyes stared intently at Lin Shayu. Lin Shayu, who was charging towards him with a rapid pace. Lin Shayu leaped towards the stairs of Emperor Ming's throne. He yelled, calling Emperor Ming a foolish ruler. As he pierced his spear into Emperor Ming, he told him to die. Blood splashed into Emperor Ming's throne. Exhausted, Lin Shayu was catching his breath while Emperor Ming was pierced with his spear. Liuji struggled and coughed, calling out Emperor Ming as he realized the emperor was dead. Emperor Ming stared at Lin Shayu intently. Without a hearty one-on-one fight with Emperor Ming, no begging, and no resistance, and no repentance, Emperor Ming seemed to accept the results long ago, as if he was ready to die. He was already too old to resist and couldn't even lift his weapon. A generation of emperors died in the Golden Palace. Lin Shayu smiled as he reflected on how, with his bare hands, he raised hundreds of thousands of men, defeated countless famous generals, and broke through Chang'an City. He felt relieved that, using the moves Lin Wenchen had taught him, he killed Emperor Ming to avenge his father's death. Lin Shayu expressed his satisfaction. He laughed hysterically and paused. Seconds later, he wondered why his heart felt so empty and what his worries were. As he remembered what Emperor Ming had said, that he was just doing it for his personal grievance, he asked himself if he just raised hundreds of thousands of troops just to take revenge and wondered what his worries were. Confused, Lin Shayu wondered if what he actually wanted was the world's supreme seat. However, he disagreed with himself as he remembered that he destroyed Chang'an for revenge. And for the second reason, he regarded Chang Dalei as the king. He claimed that he had not forgotten his original oath. As Lin Shayu walked out, he expressed his exhaustion. He thought that after the war, it was now the time for him to find a place to sleep well. Lin Shayu felt cold that day, so cold that it numbed him as he walked outside the palace, catching his breath. He wondered where he should go. Meng Zhiliao and Tian Sai fought fiercely. He expressed his annoyance towards Tian Sai and his expansive sword as he led the rebels into the capital, disturbing the empire. Meng Zhiliao asked Tian Sai what qualifications he had to use the expansive justice sword, and Tian Sai responded, stating that the empire was nearing its fated end, and everything couldn't be reconstructed without destroying it first, claiming that he had a clear conscience. Tian Sai sliced one of Meng Zhiliao's arms using his expansive sword, swords breaking the mountains and rivers move. Tian Sai expressed that it also fueled his justice. Smoke covered the area. Meng Zhiliao charged at Tian Sai, mentioning his justice. He told him that it needed too much blood. Meng Zhiliao released his infinitely compassionate and merciful palm move as he attacked Tian Sai. The impact from the skill Meng Zhiliao caused a shockwave behind Tian Sai's back. Tian Sai coughed up blood. A huge explosion noise was heard. Concerned, the young Taoist disciple called out for his master. Tian Sai fell down, coughing aggressively. He called out Meng Zhiliao, where Meng Zhiliao declared that he had won. Tian Sai informed him that it was already too late. The shouting and killing in the palace had subdued, and only the flag of the Justice Cult was waving, leading Meng Zhiliao to question if the Justice Cult had actually defeated the elite Merlian guards. Meng Zhiliao claimed that the purpose of Tian Sai was to stop him, and not to defeat him, which he realized that he achieved his goals. Struggling, Tian Sai coughed and told Meng Zhiliao that rushing to the palace wouldn't change anything, and Meng Zhiliao argued that he still needed to go there. Meng Zhiliao apologized to Tian Sai, and Tian Sai told him not to, as they all had their own ambitions. Meng Zhiliao stood still. Someone yelled asking him to wait. Hong Chen took a stance and asked Meng Zhiliao to enlighten him. Meng Zhilao wondered if Hong Chen was Tian Sai's disciple. Tian Sai informed him that his disciple had been following him on his journey since he was young, and that he learned some skill from him. Meng Zhilao realized how young Hong Chen was and told Tian Sai that he had a good disciple who he could pass on all of his skills, and Tian Sai scoffed at him and stated that he should also find a successor. Tian Sai ordered Hong Chen to pass Meng Zhilao a few moves. His vision began to blur out as Hong Chen called out for his master. Hong Chen asked Tian Sai what he was talking about. Hong Chen cried as he called out for his master. He continuously called out for his master as tears fell from his eyes. Hong Chen realized that Tian Sai had died and cried heavily. Hong Chen fell on his knees and grieved for his master. His cries echoed around the city. Meng Zhilao told Hong Chen to come with him. Hong Chen looked at him with anger, asking Meng Zhilao what he meant. Meng Zhilao informed Hong Chen that his master and him had no hatred and that they were just in different positions. He told Hong Chen that when his master came, he knew his time was running out and that he meant to entrust him with Meng Zhilao. Meng Zhilao expressed his disappointment for Hong Chen, stating that he had no chance if he wanted revenge because he also didn't have much time, leaving Hong Chen speechless. Hong Chen stuttered, informing Meng Zhilao that he couldn't go with him, as he was the strategist of the Justice Cult and was in charge of military affairs, leading to Meng Zhilao agreeing. Meng Zhilao enlightened Hong Chen that the fire of the Justice Cult had completed its mission on running out the empire of its gas, and claimed that it was now time for it to be extinguished. Dejected, Hong Chen looked down. He asked Meng Zhilao where he should go. Meng Zhilao told Hong Chen that the world was big and there were many places for him to live. He told him that Chang'an had become a hell on earth and suggested that it was not suitable to stay for a long time. Meng Zhilao instructed Hong Chen to follow him to learn Buddhism first so he could achieve the mastery of the 3 disciplines of Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism. He told Hong Chen that he could show his skills when the time that the world began to settle. As Chang'an burned with Tian Sai in it, Chang'an was broken, and the Marquis hiding in the distance were on the move, where voices questioned someone about the situation, and another voice informed them that Emperor Ming was dead and the Merlian guards had escaped Chang'an with the royal Lai family. Someone yelled, informing everyone that the time to march into Chang'an had arrived, and that they would elect the eldest prince as emperor. It instructed everyone to exact revenge on Emperor Ming and attack the Justice Cult. Another man instructed his soldier to send men dressed in Justice Cult clothes to charge Chang'an with burning, killing, robbing, and bringing a bad name upon it, and the soldier agreed, while some others were instructed to go after the royal family that was escorted by the Merlian guards and capture some princes and women. A Mizar flag was seen damaged. Inside the palace, the corpses of Merlian guards and the Justice Cult were spread all over the ground. Lin Shaoyu told Lin Chong that he had avenged their Lin family and told him to rest in peace, as Lin Chong was already dead. Lin Shaoyu was the only one left in the Lin family. Lin Shaoyu stepped out of the palace full of corpses. The fire of chaos rose into the air. Embers that burned, that looked to civilians as huge as mountains. Lin Shaoyu deadlock stared at the burning city. His eyes wrinkled into anger and cursed at the people. Chang'an had become a hell on earth. The treasures of the wealthy were stolen, women were raped in the streets, and children were stabbed by the tips of spears. As soldiers looted the treasures, slaughtered civilians, and raped women, the justice in a chaotic world was corrupted. Lin Shaoyu ran, cursing at the soldiers, and asked what they were doing. The soldiers recognized Lin Shaoyu and asked him what was wrong and what he was doing. They reminded him that many of their brothers had died while helping him take Chang'an. They also told him that they deserved what they were doing because they had dedicated their lives to him, while others asked him what was wrong as he had put his head on the line to fight the war. Someone advised him to grab money, food, and women, claiming that if they didn't have enough to eat, no one would believe in the Toad God. They laughed at him, informing him that rape and plunder were the privileges of their victory, and also for money, silver, and women. The soldiers instructed each other to ignore Lin Shaoyu because he would not like it and suggested that they change places. Others laughed and stated that all of their brothers were becoming rich, expressing that they could not fall behind, and yelled at each other to go somewhere else. Lin Shaoyu thought that the soldiers began to disobey the commands after breaking Chang'an. He claimed to look back after the road of revenge had finally come to an end. He watched the devastation in Chang'an. He questioned himself if it was for saving people or was it a disaster. He also wondered if it was for personal revenge and not for justice. Lin Shaoyu compared himself to the traitorous Ring tribes who plagued the empire, and wondered what the difference was. He realized that he once grieved for days for killing one person. He claimed that at the end of his revenge, hundreds of thousands of people had been killed to avenge his father. He also claimed that he was short-sighted and thought that he was chivalrous. Lin Shayu realized that because of him, Chang'an had become a hell on earth, and thousands of people had fallen into chaos. He questioned what filial piety and chivalry were. Lin Shayu cried and stated that he had long forgotten what they were. He yelled, cursing himself for being stubborn and an idiot. As fires burned in Chang'an, Lin Shayu's voice echoed, calling himself mediocre. Chang'an continued to burn as a song sung, stating that Fengxi would return to her hometown after traveling the 4 seas to find her phoenix. Lin Shayu listened. Lin Shayu continued to hear the song as he arrived in front of the fragrance hall. He recognized that he once heard the song in Toad Village and that it was a song taught by Chang Dalei to Yi Jiao. He wondered how he could hear it at Chang'an's brothel, the fragrance hall. The girl continued to sing as sweat began to fall on her cheeks. Voices were instructing her to keep singing while others were laughing. The Justice Cult soldiers realized that the girl wanted to run away and ordered his subordinate to catch her. Lin Shayu watched what was happening, while a group of men started chasing the girl, telling each other to catch her. Lin Shayu's face wrinkled in anger. The girl begged Lin Shayu to help her as the men were about to catch up to her. Few hands grabbed the girl's skirt, making the girl stumble in front of Lin Shayu. The men smirked as they had caught the girl who was asking for Lin Shayu's help. She reached her hands out to Lin Shayu, pleading for his help. Lin Shayu grabbed the girl's wrist. He told the girl not to be afraid. He declared that he would save the girl. Could the chivalry of Lin Shayu's heart be regained to atone for his sins? Meanwhile, during the Chang'an Rebellion, Emperor Ming had died, and all the Marquis joined forces to attack the Justice Cult. The Justice Cult was defeated, and Lin Shayu fled Chang'an with his most loyal men, and the girl asked him where they were going. Lin Shayu assured her that he would take her to a safe place. The girl asked him where the safe place was, and he responded that he didn't know. Under the scourge of the world, he wondered where they could live in peace. Tong Fei left the capital with the Lai royal family. The Lai royal family escorts became the loot for the Marquis and were chased by them along the way. After more than 10 days of running, they finally met with the long team led by Zhao Zilong, Jingzhu, Yizhu, Jiazhu, and the empire's 13 states and 108 cities. The plutocrats and aristocrats were recruiting troops and developing their power. The Marquis were divided, and the flames of war spread all over the world. In such a chaotic whirlpool, a group of people gathered. Zhang Tiansai welcomed the whirlpool, as there were also people having a feast. The great martial empire was overthrown, and the world entered the era of chaos. Meanwhile, in the Toad Village, Su Ying smiled as she observed her child in her arms. Back to the present time, someone informed that the empire forces were to be divided after a long time, and wars were everywhere. And everything was in a mess now that the empire was in chaos. Axie also mentioned that people claiming to be the emperor were everywhere, occupying the remote countryside, with thousands of people under them. They also dared to announce that they were enthroned as the emperor, leaving Chang Dalei to ask him about the situation in Chang'an currently. Axie stated that as soon as Emperor Ming died, the Marquis immediately launched an attack on the Justice Cult. The cult lasted less than 10 days and was driven out of Chang'an. Lin Shayu fled in haste and was nowhere to be found. The Marquis had gathered in Chang'an to discuss who should succeed the throne. He also mentioned that the general's faction supported Lin Leshan, while the scholar's faction supported Lai Xingzai. Their quarrel was unbearable, and no one could convince anyone. Axie went on to say that he couldn't even tell as there were also a lot of messy noble forces. He told Chang Dalei that both factions had finally decided. He stated that whoever could kill Lin Shayu would inherit the throne, which prompted Chang Dalei to ask Axie where Lin Shayu was currently and thought that everyone wanted his life. Axie responded that he didn't know, as the whole empire was looking for him. Chang Dalei instructed Axie to mobilize all the intelligence personnel, spies, and fast horses, and cautioned him to be sure to find out the exact movement of Lin Shayu for him. He told Axie to go, and Axie agreed. Su Ying asked Chang Dalei what his plan was. Chang Dalei struggled to answer. Seconds later, Chang Dalei decided that he would save Lin Shayu. Concerned, Liu Zhihan reminded Chang Dalei that the Toad Village would make the whole empire its enemy if he was going to save Lin Shayu. Chang Dalei replied that he would only save Lin Shayu as the sky was wide and the earth was large. He also informed Su Ying that Lin Shayu were the earliest brothers of the Toad Village. Chang Dalei reminded Su Ying that she should know what kind of person Lin Shayu was, and Su Ying was thinking about what she could say about Lin Shayu. She stated that they could use the words of the Protestant saint. She thought of Lin Shayu as a martyr, who was also stubborn, obstinate, and not flexible, for the sake of chivalry and ideals in his heart, that he thought that he could do anything. Meanwhile, in Chang Dalei's words, Su Ying stated that Lin Shayu was a flaming phoenix whose fire was about to end. She went on to say that in Lin Shaoyu's eyes, such things as life were meaningless. She expressed her fear that Lin Shaoyu thought that life was something that could be thrown away. Chang Dalei agreed, as that was also what worried him about Lin Shaoyu's force, and that he was not concerned that he would be surrounded by the Marquis, but rather that Lin Shaoyu would penetrate a bull's horn and drive himself to the edge, which Su Ying could understand. Liu Zhihan became energetic and decided to go all out, just as Chang Dalei had decided to beat all the Marquis and bring back Lin Shaoyu. Chang Dalei disagreed, claiming that every contender had big goals, that it would be troublesome for them to be targeted by other forces, and that he already had a plan. He informed them that he would go alone, and was encountered by an argument by Liu Zhihan. Su Ying asked Chang Dalei if he really was going by himself, and Liu Zhihan reminded him that he was single-handed against the whole empire's army. Liu Zhihan pleaded with Chang Dalei to think carefully and take at least a few people along. Chang Dalei assured her that it was just a long journey to save people and claimed that he had a lot of experience. Chang Dalei also mentioned something to them. At the same time, Su Ying carefully listened. Chang Dalei informed them that he was not alone, his heart was always beside him. Su Ying giggled, while Liu Zhihan was left confused. Heart smiled and gave them a thumbs up. After a while, Chang Dalei told Su Ying that he was counting on her to take care of their daughter. Su Ying asked when he was leaving, and he replied that he would leave once he found out where Lin Shaoyu was, and reminded her that there were still some things that needed to be done at the village before he left. After a while, someone informed Chang Dalei that the newest house in Toad City had been built and was being arranged for occupancy. Chang Dalei felt relieved that it had been completed before the chilling winter and stated that its priority was given to craftsmen, scholars, and farmers. He also instructed Huang Sanyuan to pay attention to the charcoal, grain, firewood, and price adjustment for those who live outside the city. A system notification popped up, stating that 5,000 were added to Toad City's settled population, bringing the total settled population in the city to 100,000, as well as the combined militia and regular army total of 30,000 achieved. Chang Dalei realized something as the population conditions had been met. The required building of the military department was completed, as well as the internal government. The bank had also been completed, where a system notification appeared, stating that all preconditions had been met, and asked Chang Dalei if he would like to upgrade to level 3 village, and Chang Dalei expressed his satisfaction that after a year, he had finally met the conditions to upgrade the village. He tapped to upgrade Toad City to level 3. Chang Dalei felt excited with the long-awaited upgrade. Heart suddenly appeared and told him that peerlessness was the limit of what mortal flesh could achieve, and that at that time, the only way to improve strength again was to strengthen the spirit. A system notification appeared once again, informing that the strength of the host's spirit had increased. Heart informed Chang Dalei that they would be able to fully merge, as they were one, sharing everything. They were both mortal and immortal, flesh and spirit, and when their souls merged and became one, they were invincible, regardless of immortality or mortality. A system notification popped stating that the time limit of Possess had been lifted, and Possess would no longer risk damaging Chang Dalei's soul, as the Possess duration was unlimited. Another notification appeared, informing that a reward had been obtained, that the host could raise the level of any person below peerless at will. It also added that the host could add hidden attributes for one person. Another notification popped up, explaining the reward array and the plum blossom array, in which a group of 10 people could cooperate both offensively and defensively with each other during the battle. 10 people could form a team of 100 and form a big plum blossom, and 100 people could form a team of 1,000 people. The system showed the skills that could be added for one person, which contained the 1,000-mile rush, which increases the marching speed by 30%. As for the material reward, there was none, which left Chang Dalei disappointed, as it seemed that when he reached that level, supplies such as food, horses, gold, and silver would no longer be available. A system information about Toad City appeared with a population of 100,000 people in city buildings that included the city lord's residence, barracks, craftsman workshop, warehouse, marketplace, military department, ranch, and mine. The city skills included mining mastery, solid defense, mines unity, building mastery, and healing. Chang Dalei was captivated by the rare reward, which included leveling up, increasing skills, and increasing hidden attributes for his brothers to improve their battle power. Heart was relieved that the reward distribution was completed, while Chang Dalei noticed something outrageous. He mumbled that possession no longer had a cooldown and that it only needed to consume fear points, claiming that it was simply invincible. Chang Dalei asked Heart if the power would be too overpowered, and Hart agreed. Hart noticed something and informed Chang Dalei that in her eyes, power was a worthless thing. She went on to say that it was different for her because possessing power was like just sprinkling water, and as for mortals, peerless was the limit as long as it was not higher than peerless. Wondering, Chang Dalei asked if she could tell him how strong she was, and Hart chuckled and thought about how to explain to him. She suddenly approached Chang Dalei and informed him that if she were to enter the present world in her own body, Hart told him that she could wipe out thousands of lives with just one thought, whether it was a terrible grade or unique. She claimed that all were treated equally. Chang Dalei went silent. Hart giggled and asked Chang Dalei if he was scared, and Chang Dalei responded he was scared a little. Hart assured him that it was just a metaphor of how big the difference between her and the mortal really was, and informed him that she couldn't descend in her own body into the present world to slaughter mortals, as she would be sanctioned by the system and permanently banned. She warned Chang Dalei that he had to maintain his original form as he was now in a chaotic world because some people would think that in a world that was chaotic only evil people would live comfortably. However, Hart told him that she didn't agree to it. She called out Chang Dalei. Hart pointed at him as she told him that she was warning him. She informed Chang Dalei that she was born from his heart. She also mentioned that if he were to one day be affected by the chaotic world and become a raging, greedy, murderous, selfish, and despicable scum who treats human life as if it was nothing, as he had the system and her power to transcend the ordinary. Hart told Chang Dalei that she would be corrupted, and that the system would choose to dissipate itself if the time comes. Hart went on to say that she would never allow an evil person to use the system's power to roam the world. She warned him again that he should not become evil. Hart told him that evildoers would surely separate from their families and their wives, and Chang Dalei didn't respond. Moments later, Chang Dalei assured her that he understood. Hart reminded him once again not to change his original intention, because Hart believes that heaven has no relatives and often works along with good people. After a while, someone let out a deep sigh. Chang Dalei thought that if he had to fight more wars, he would inevitably regard his dead comrades as a series of cold numbers, and that in order to make a king and prime minister, expanding the territory more would create cold-blooded, murderous, and even killing prisoners, as well as massacring a city, as the chaotic world would turn people into evil spirits. He sighed as he claimed that it wouldn't be nonsense to say that a great achievement would wither away. He expressed that he had seen such a stern attitude out of Hart for the first time, and believed that it seemed that she was also worried about him being affected by the chaotic world, so she deliberately said those words to him. Chang Dalei remembered that the chaotic world just began and claimed that it would not end overnight. He decided to get into the mess to save Lin Sheiyu, and when he was not in the village, he tried his best to improve the self-protection ability of it so that it could stand a chance in a chaotic world. Chang Dalei reasoned that the plum blossom array would be ideal for Kinman because it would match his plum blossom spear, while he considered how to allocate the others to maximize their village strength. He used the example of leveling up. As the Toad village had many top talents, he wondered who was more suitable for it, thinking about Zhao Zilong, Kinman, Liu Guangzhang, Gao Feihu, Gao Feibao, and the others. He came to the conclusion that they were all brothers with his own flesh and blood, entangled and couldn't be separated. He considered drawing lots and giving it to the first person who came toward him, which he decided would be the case. After a while, clattering noise was heard inside the building. Chang Dalei noticed someone coming and wondered if he could see who the lucky one was. Zhu Shenji opened the door anxiously, calling Chang Dalei. Exhausted, Zhu Shenji reported that the medical center had an accident. Chang Dalei cursed in his thought as the first person was actually Zhu Shenji, and decided that the upgrade couldn't be given to him as he claimed that it would be a waste. He asked Zhu Shenji what was wrong and what happened at the medical center. Zhu Shenji informed him that Fu Dalei was gone. Chang Dalei inquired as to what he meant by his report and how Fu Dalei left. He also wondered if Fu Dalei had been healed, as he was perplexed about why Bai Feiyuan had let him go and whether he was watching him. Zhu Shenji went on to say that Bai Feiyuan was knocked unconscious by Fu Dalei, while the guards at the city gate thought that he was just out of the city for a break and didn't ask any questions. Zhu Shenji also mentioned that Fu Dalei left a note for him. He handed the letter to Chang Dalei. As Chang Dalei opened the letter with the content that Fu Dalei wanted to go home, Chang Dalei was surprised, wondering what the letter meant. As he remembered their time, Chang Dalei thought that Fu Dalei was a silent person, as many people in the village thought of him, and that he also closed himself off so that no one knew what he was thinking. Chang Dalei also stated that he couldn't tell Fu Dalei by checking his information because it was said that the view information function becomes ambiguous only when even the person denies their identity. Chang Dalei realized that he knew nothing about Fu Dalei, unlike Lai Xingzai, who only knew a little about him, and that Fu Dalei appeared to be confused about where he was going. He thought of Fu Dalei as a sinner who had been forgotten by the Ring tribe and was already dead. Chang Dalei also claimed that there was only one with Fu Dalei's name, and nothing else important in his information. He claimed that Fu Dalei just came and vanished into thin air. Chang Dalei wondered if Fu Dalei had found his purpose and if he was going home. Fu Dalei rode a horse, rushing with a serious look on his face, whilst Chang Dalei wondered where Fu Dalei's home was. Zhu Shenji expressed his worries, wondering if Fu Dalei would go to Song Poking to take revenge, and Chang Dalei disagreed with him, stating that Fu Dalei was not a fool like Zhang Fei and Gao Fei Bao. Zhu Shenji, however, believed that Fu Dalei didn't go too far and that they would still be able to find him. Chang Dalei retorted, claiming that since Zhu Shenji said it, he had decided that there was no reason for them to go after him, which confused Zhu Shenji. Chang Dalei explained that Fu Dalei remembered their village's kindness and left a note before leaving, which he interpreted as telling them not to worry because he knocked Bai Feiyuan unconscious and fled, believing he had lost his mind. He went on to say that they have no need to stop him now that Fu Dalei wanted to go home, which Zhu Shenji understood. Chang Dalei instructed Zhu Shenji to call for Qin Man as he had something for him, and Zhu Shenji agreed. After a while, snow fell at the Toad village. Qin Man approached Chang Dalei asking him if he called for him, and Chang Dalei invited him to sit down. While looking for information, he told Qin Man that they came all the way from the broken fortress on Qingniu Mountain. He went on to say that he should be the first to take credit because he was the first top general under his command, and that it wouldn't have been easy for the village to reach its current heights without him, praising Qin Man for his hard work over the years. Qin Man disagreed and told Chang Dalei that he was overpraising him, because he believed that there were too many people in the village who were more capable than he was. He also claimed that his skills were not worth mentioning. A system information about Qin Man appeared, who was 34 years old with the skills of Plum Blossom Spear, and hidden attributes of none. Chang Dalei thought he needed to help Qin Man start his peerless promotion journey as he was stuck in a bottleneck and proceeded to ask him if he knew where all of his skills came from. Qin Man told Chang Dalei that he heard rumors outside saying that there were immortals who passed their skills in dreams. He chuckled and told Chang Dalei that he didn't believe it as he had always felt that ghosts and immortals were too bizarre. Chang Dalei yelled, disagreeing with him. He informed Qin Man that the rumors were true, leaving Qin Man in shock. Chang Dalei told him that his skills were indeed taught by immortals. He went on to say that it was because of the immortals' blessing that he made the Toad village so big. Qin Man observed Chang Dalei awkwardly in silence. He sweated as he saw how cringe he was. Chang Dalei informed Qin Man that he had a dream last night, that the immortal mentioned his name to him. Qin Man was surprised, asking Chang Dalei if the immortal knew about him. Chang Dalei responded that the immortal always mentioned him, which made Qin Man doubt. He went on to say that the immortal said to him that Qin Man was honest, smart, reliable, hardworking, and had made great achievements for their village, and also said that Qin Man must be rewarded properly after several years of hard work. Chang Dalei told him that the immortals had decided to pass on its skills to him, which shocked Qin Man, asking Chang Dalei if the immortal really said that. Qin Man stood up and asked Chang Dalei what he should do, and if he should invite the immortal to his home and burn incense to worship every morning and evening. Stuttering, Qin Man informed Chang Dalei that he would go back immediately to get dressed and burn incense and wash his hands. Chang Dalei calmed him down and told him that he didn't need to do anything. He instructed Qin Man to sit cross-legged and empty his mind. Nervous, Qin Man sat in an upright and still position, with his heart thumping in anticipation. Sweat began to form on Qin Man's face as he got nervous every second. Chang Dalei told him to relax as it would be over soon and told him that what the immortal wanted to teach him would be handed over by him. A bright light began to form around Qin Man's forehead. Chang Dalei selected Qin Man to give the array skill. A system notification appeared stating that Qin Man gained the Plum Blossom array, while Chang Dalei also selected Qin Man to awaken the hidden attribute. Another system notification popped stating that Qin Man obtained a hidden attribute which was Guardian. Chang Dalei felt relieved as he called out Qin Man, and suddenly a system information about the Guardian hidden attribute appeared stating that when guarding the city wall defense would increase, as well as the heavy armor defense with a bonus effect that by staying by that person's side would bring a great sense of security. Chang Dalei claimed that Qin Man could awaken such hidden attributes because it seemed that Toad Village was really important to him. Heart chimed in, informing Chang Dalei that they would gain long-accumulated combat experience in fighting instinct and break through to peerless rank with a flash of divine light. She also stated that talent alone was not enough, and that it would still be stuck at the top level after years of honing. She told Kin Man to let her help him break through to another realm as the battle sprite system activated. A system notification appeared stating that 1 million fear points had been deducted as Kin Man opened the unique path of promotion. Heart took a deep breath as she released her skills. She clenched her fist and said that it was done. Chang Dalei realized that Kin Man was out cold, which Heart assured him not to worry. Heart informed him that it was just too much information for Kin Man to digest at once. She also went on to say that Kin Man's brain could not process it all in such a short period, so it overloaded and crashed, and that it was the phenomenon known as sand value loss, which led to Chang Dalei worrying about Kin Man's brain being fried. Heart informed him that ordinary people would be reduced to idiots who could only groan if there was no protection. She assured Chang Dalei and told him not to worry because she used her battle soul system to protect Kin Man's intellect. Doubting, Chang Dalei asked her why Lin Shui didn't faint when he leveled up, and Heart responded that everyone had different aptitude, making Sakura as her example, as she didn't feel any discomfort when they added skills to her. Heart informed Chang Dalei that the younger the person was, the better the brain at withstanding the power, and Chang Dalei finally understood. She informed Chang Dalei that Kin Man was about to have a breakthrough as she looked at him. She estimated that Kin Man would be able to do so in a day, which surprised Chang Dalei on how fast it was. Heart informed him that he merely helped Kin Man to overcome it because she didn't consider it fast, as Kin Man had been in a bottleneck for 1 to 2 years, and he had been training his strength and skill, but never had a breakthrough. A system information about Kin Man with the added hidden attributes. Chang Dalei admitted that he was negligent and stated that Kin Man would have broken through sooner if he had known. And Heart chuckled at him, assuring him that it was not too late, and suggested that they would let Kin Man have a good night's sleep. She went on and said that the Toad Village would gain a new peerless character after Kin Man wakes up. After a while, Chang Dalei sat outside and thought that there were only 2 rewards remaining. He contemplated the cavalry skill 1000-mile rush, the one added level skill, which he deemed was too precious because there were so many experts in the village currently. He considered the peerless characters, who he remembered as himself, Kin Man, Yin Mu, and Fan Lihua. Chang Dalei realized that Fan Lihua was actually on top and was an exception because she was viewed as peerless. A person approached Chang Dalei asking what he was up to. Fan Lihua hugged him and asked Chang Dalei if he was thinking about her, and Chang Dalei was late to realize that it was her. Fan Lihua reminded Chang Dalei that he had not spent time with her in ages, while Chang Dalei felt relieved, telling Fan Lihua that she came in time as he had something for her. Fan Lihua inquired what it was, and Chang Dalei told her that it was very precious, and that it was the only one in the whole village, and Fan Lihua also stated that she had something that she wanted from him as well. She told Chang Dalei that it was also something very precious and the only thing in the village, leaving Chang Dalei to wonder. Fan Lihua wondered if it was the same item. Chang Dalei laughed, as he said that it wouldn't be possible. Fan Lihua blushed and fumed. Chang Dalei looked at her confused. Fan Lihua began to choke Chang Dalei, which made Chang Dalei shout in pain. Fan Lihua instructed him to follow her into the house, and Chang Dalei rejected, asking her to wait. Fan Lihua was upset that Su Ying was already a mother, as her mother also wanted grandkids, which made her anxious. Chang Dalei was dragged, telling Fan Lihua to wait. While Chang Dalei screamed, Heart observed them from above. Upset, Heart didn't say anything. After a while, the moonlight shone through the village. Inside a dim room with curtains tied down, Chang Dalei stared tiredly above. Fan Lihua slept beside him, telling Chang Dalei that when autumn came, they would go out to play. Chang Dalei realized she was sleep-talking. Chang Dalei got up, remembering the main goal, while Fan Lihua continued talking in her sleep. Chang Dalei thought he would give an add 1 level to Fan Lihua as a gift and combine it with her hidden attribute. He wondered if it would be possible for her to break through from the peerless stage to the legendary stage while riding a horse, deciding he would try. Fan Lihua mumbled, telling Chang Dalei not to go alone, as it was dangerous outside. Fan Lihua mumbled, telling Chang Dalei not to go alone and save others. Chang Dalei wondered if Fan Lihua knew he was going alone to save someone. He leaned closer and apologized, telling her she couldn't tag along this time as he believed it was dangerous. He kissed her and told her to be good. Chang Dalei asked Heart if they had to wake Fan Lihua up to increase her level or if they would just tell her in the morning. Heart assured him that it was fine. Heart informed him that she had optimized all the rewards, so no matter what position Fan Lihua slept in, it would not affect the leveling process. Chang Dalei asked her why Kin Man needed to sit still. Heart explained that humans always need a sense of ritual, and in martial art novels, one had to meditate for 50 years after consuming a spiritual pill. She also mentioned that without the pill, they could only have a breakthrough through combat, and a few Krillins would die in the process. Hart stated that they couldn't walk up while eating and say they leveled up. Chang Dalei agreed and stated that it would not seem right to have a breakthrough when doing a handstand or a split. Hart also agreed, saying that it would feel meaningless because there wouldn't be a sense of leveling up. She decided that she would not wake Fan Lehua up as she was currently asleep because she believed that it would be too hassle explaining. Hart wasted no time and told Chang Dalei they were going to start. A system notification popped, stating that Chang Dalei chose to upgrade Fan Lehua's level. As Fan Lehua slept, a light shone in her head. Then suddenly specks of light began to twirl. The light scattered around falling. It surrounded a woman figure. Fan Lehua's eyes opened. She stared up above. She saw Hart who was observing her. Fan Lehua also stared at Hart. Hart greeted her as the third wife. After a while back in her room, Fan Lehua woke up confused. She thought she just had a strange dream, while a system notification appeared, stating that Fan Lehua's level had increased to legendary and her cavalry skill had upgraded into a 1,000-mile rush. The next day in the village, Chang Dalei observed Kinman, who stood in front of the house watching the snowfall. Kinman stood in the courtyard, his back straight, face like a rock, but something like sunshine in his eyes, which gave people a feeling of dependability and trust. Chang Dalei claimed that staying on Kinman's side would provide him with a sense of security. He believed that it was his hidden attribute called Guardian playing its role. Chang Dalei approached Kinman, asking him how he was feeling. Kinman shook his head and responded that his mind was very confused currently. He also mentioned that he seemed to have figured out a lot of things, as there were many things in his body that did not belong to him. Chang Dalei reminded him to keep it a secret, and when someone asked, he suggested telling them that an immortal appeared in his dreams and letting them guess what happened next, and Kinman agreed. Chang Dalei asked Kinman how it was and if he wanted to try it. Kinman asked if they were doing it where they were, and Chang Dalei suggested they go to the martial arts field. After a while, someone asked what was wrong, and why they were all running in one way. Another voice informed them that he had heard that Chang Dalei was going to spar with Kinman, which amazed other people, saying that they wanted to watch too, while others wondered where they were. At the Toad Village martial arts field, the crowd noise enveloped the area, and people told each other that Chang Dalei was fighting, while vendors tried to sell some melon seeds, peanuts, and that his small stool had all kinds of snacks and drinks, while some others cheered for Kinman. The crowd cheered for Kinman because he was fighting. Liu Jihan and Yin Mu and the others also came to watch. Chang Dalei requested Kinman not to hold back and give it his best shot, and relieved Kinman, asking Chang Dalei to enlighten him. Moments later, someone yelled to begin the spar. Adelina asked Liu Bei who was the most powerful person in the Toad Village, which Liu Bei struggled to answer. He informed her that the strongest person in the village was Chang Dalei, explaining that his sword skills were superb, and had reached the point that he could kill a person using flying flowers and tree leaves. He also mentioned that the second would be Fan Lehua, because there was no one who could beat her in horse combat. Liu Bei claimed that the two of them were part of the village's top fighting force, and Adelina inquired about the others, prompting Liu Bei to respond that Zhao Zilong was the strongest in terms of spearmanship and ranked below them. He also mentioned Guan Yu was the strongest in terms of leading troops in battle. Liu Bei also stated that no one was sure who would win if they fought Zhang Fei, as he claimed that their third brother fought fiercely and ruthlessly. Liu Bei mentioned Kinman as dependable and more of a steady and strike-hard guy. He also told her that Gao Feihu and Gao Feibao were also quite capable. Liu Bei stated his opinion that there was still a big difference between Kinman and Chang Dalei's strength, which surprised Adelina. Adelina noticed that both of them could actually fight evenly currently, which led her to believe that Kinman had been making great progress lately. She sighed, telling Liu Bei not to say anything anymore because they were starting to go all out. Kinman warned Chang Dalei that his power was like a floating dragon through the top of his spear. Chang Dalei told Kinman not to be afraid to hurt him, and Kinman agreed. Kinman readied himself and released his 9-stamen plum blossom skill. Chang Dalei praised Kinman's spearmanship as both of their weapons clashed. He requested Kinman to let him see his limits. Chang Dalei encouraged Kinman to do his best, and Kinman agreed and cautioned him to be careful. Kinman readied his plum blossom spear. He unleashed his 100 dazzling flower skills, which made the crowd amazed, saying that Kinman had amazing power. Zhang Fei asked the others who would win if they fought the current Kinman, leaving Liu Bei unclear of his answer. While Gao Feibao expressed his admiration for Kinman's sudden strength, Liu Jihan's opinion of Kinman was strong, and Yin Mu simply whistled. Chang Dalei and Qin Man continued to fight fiercely. Chang Dalei decided that their spar would end, and Qin Man thanked him for his guidance. He claimed that Qin Man's battle power was no longer inferior to his, citing his guardian attribute effect, and expressed relief that he didn't have to worry even if he wasn't in the village and a strong enemy came. He also claimed that it would be alright even without Yin Mu overseeing the village, who was the real strongest battle power in the village. He also thought that he should bring Yin Mu along with him because he believed that her path-finding skill would come in handy. Chang Dalei dispersed the crowd, telling them that that was it for that day, and told Qin Man that he should train his troops well in the coming days and let them practice the Plum Blossom Array as soon as possible. He believed that it was now time to see how Fan Lihua was doing. Zhang Fei inquired Qin Man how he suddenly became so powerful. Qin Man wondered if he had been very powerful. Gao Fei Bao requested Qin Man that they should spar. However, Qin Man rejected, stating that he was afraid that he would hurt him. Gao Fei Bao was upset and thought that honest people were very annoying. He asked Qin Man where his skill came from because he believed that it was impossible to suddenly become so powerful. Qin Man told him that he would tell him if he wouldn't tell anyone outside. He told them that an immortal mentioned to him and told them the rest of the story. Qin Man told him that he had to keep it a secret. Everyone was surprised and began to talk about it as the news spread quickly like wildfire. Zhang Fei was upset, wondering why the immortal chose Qin Man when he believed that everyone was the same and claimed that he rubbed the ground to exceed them. He disagreed with himself, stating that he would hurry back to burn incense to the immortal and ask to choose him. Gao Fei Bao told Zhang Fei to wait for him as he would go with him, while Guan Yu told others not to speak about strange powers because he believed that gods and ghosts were just illusions, and Liu Bei agreed, stating that a man should learn and practice his skills step by step. Liu Bei also mentioned that asking for divination was something only a foolish man or woman would do, which aggravated Adelina, asking Liu Bei what he meant. Guan Yu interrupted and agreed with Liu Bei, saying that he needed to carefully study the spring and autumn that night, and that they would talk when he had some free time. Liu Bei, however, thought that Guan Yu was more steady. He asked Adelina if she was on duty at the Protestant church that evening and suggested that they leave because it was getting late, which confused Adelina. Liu Bei realized that Adelina would be very busy that night, so he offered to come over and help. A voice of greeting was heard. Adelina was greeted in the confession room by a stuttering voice, and she inquired about the person's troubles to tell God. Zhu Wenting vented and informed Adelina that she was a young lady from Chang'an who had moved to Toad Village to avoid marriage, prompting Adelina to inquire as to why she ran away from the marriage and whether her spouse was unfaithful or she had other plans. Zhu Wenting told her that her spouse was a murderer, and that for her life's sake, she had no choice but to run away from the marriage. Adelina told her not to blame herself, assuring her that it was not a sin. However, Zhu Wenting agreed and stated that since the accident in Chang'an, she expressed her concern about her family because that devil would often appear in her dreams. Frightened, she informed Adelina that she was about to collapse as she couldn't sleep well at night and was very restless, constantly waking up from nightmares. Adelina suggested she consider joining their religion, assuring Zhu Wenting that she wouldn't panic if she had faith in her heart. Adelina grinned, wondering if she could finally recruit a first believer in Toad Village. Zhu Wenting inquired if foreign gods still cared about nightmares, and Adelina stuttered as she responded that the goddess would protect her children. She invited Zhu Wenting to fill out the application form to join the church. However, they were interrupted when someone shouted outside, calling out for the saintess. Qin Man opened the curtain and asked if Adelina was present. He asked Adelina if her gods appeared in dreams. Agitated, Adelina scolded Qin Man, telling him to wait outside as the confessions were not over yet, and that no one could just barge in. Zhu Wenting blushed, thinking that there was such a dependable and steady man in Toad Village, expressing her feelings while beside Qin Man. She felt super safe, while Qin Man's guardian hidden attribute was in effect. Adelina told Zhu Wenting to fill out the form, while Zhu Wenting groaned randomly. Zhu Wenting declined Adelina's offer in joining the religion, explaining that her foreign gods were so far away, and couldn't manage widely, which left Adelina dumbfounded. Zhu Wenting came out of the confession room, and Qin Man was waiting outside. Blushing, she looked at Qin Man who was about to enter the room. Qin Man inquired Adelina if her goddess could teach spearmanship in a dream, and if she would give dreams about skills, and also teach an array in it. He also wondered if her goddess had some kind of relationship with Chang Dalei. Confused, Adelina asked Qin Man if he wanted to know more about their doctrine, prompting Qin Man to ask if she meant to ask to join her religion, which he politely declined. Annoyed, Adelina yelled at Tin Man to get out if he didn't have any troubles to confess. Tin Man came out of the room bewildered, while Zhu Wenting hid watching him leave. Zhu Wenting observed Tin Man. As their distance grew, she continued to observe him. Zhu Wenting decided to chase Tin Man after leaving too much distance. Then suddenly Liu Bei arrived while bringing something in the confession room. Liu Bei came near the room. He sighed and asked Adelina what was wrong. And Adelina fumed, venting that 17 people came that day and asked her if her goddess could appear in one's dream, which she believed that they all discussed about it. She expressed her difficulties as she thought that she could recruit her first believer when she finally got a normal one, leaving Liu Bei to sigh as he knew that those guys would be like that. Liu Bei informed Adelina that Tin Man's strength had soared rapidly because he claimed it was given by an immortal in a dream. He believed that those guys started worshipping the immortals indiscriminately. He also guessed that they found the local god useless after worshipping and thought that the foreign god might not work. He claimed that they were making fools out of themselves. Liu Bei told Adelina that it would be meaningless because he believed that they would stop worshipping God when they found it useless, leaving Adelina annoyed. Another voice called out for Adelina. Liu Bei wondered, while Adelina expected the same situation again. Liu Bei peeked through the curtain as he noticed the familiar voice, and the voice expressed its interest in Adelina's doctrine. Guan Yu appeared, asking Adelina if her gods would appear in dreams. Liu Bei and Guan Yu stared at each other without saying anything. Annoyed, Liu Bei was reminded of what Guan Yu had said that he was going to study the spring and autumn that night. The next morning, snow continued to fall, while someone was yelling about a slim body full of strength. Fan Lihua laughed as she noticed that she was exceptionally in good shape that day. Her joy was evident on her face as system information about Fan Lihua appeared, who was 27 years old and possessed the skills of a pear-blossomed sword as well as a hidden attribute of matchless horsemanship. While Chang Dalei observed her, believing that peerless was the limit for mortals, as Fan Lihua hadn't reached legend. He wondered if Fan Lihua realized she had been promoted but decided to ignore it because he had another thought that making an immortal appear in a dream would make Zhang Fei and the others go crazy. A bird chirped above Chang Dalei. It approached Chang Dalei, who noticed that it was a courier bird trained by Axie, wondering if that meant there was news. Chang Dalei grabbed the paper tied on the bird's feet. He read the letter's content, which stated that after the Battle of Chang'an, due to the death of their military advisor and chief instructor Lin Chong, the justice cult fell apart and was divided into a dozen forces scattered around the country. The Marquis were chasing Lin Shuyu, and whoever got his head could sit on the throne. It also mentioned that if the soldiers could capture Lin Shuyu, they would immediately ascend and be granted the title of Marquis. Chang Dalei claimed that everyone wanted to get Lin Shuyu's head, believing that the Marquis were stabbing each other in the back and tripping each other up. At the same time, he also believed that there were mountain bandits and villains pretending to be the justice cult, burning, killing, and plundering everywhere and gathering followers. He also mentioned that in the midst of open strife and veiled struggle, everyone could not find Lin Shuyu's whereabouts for a while, and after so many days, someone finally found Lin Shuyu's latest whereabouts. Chang Dalei stood up as he realized that Lin Shuyu was in Bingzhou. He declared that it was time to go as the chaotic prologue ended. Chang Dalei and Yin Mu traveled the grassland, as did Fu Dalei, who was the first to leave Toad Village, while Tong Fei and Zhao Zilong remained in Bingzhou. Lu Leshan and Lai Xingzai camped south in Liangzhou. At some mountain pass in Bingzhou, people hid and rested in some valleys. The girl Lin Shuyu saved was given something by a stranger. Lin Shuyu, on the other hand, isolated himself with the others. Lin Shuyu rested with his spear in his lap. He heard a step approaching. Lin Shuyu opened his eyes. The girls called out Lin Shuyu. Concerned, the girl told him that he should eat something. Lin Shuyu politely declined and told the girl to give it to the wounded soldiers because he believed that they needed it more. The girl became increasingly concerned, asking Lin Shuyu how his body could go without food. She was about to explain something but paused. The girl informed Lin Shuyu that it was what the soldiers asked her to bring to him. At a loss for words, Lin Shuyu looked at the girl. The soldiers who heard their argument also watched Lin Shuyu and the girl. The girl told Lin Shuyu that he needed to take care of his health for everyone's morale. She reminded Lin Shuyu that if he died, the soldier would not survive. Lin Shuyu took a bite, and there was the smell of blood in the bun. Lin Shuyu felt like he was chewing soil. He barely swallowed because he felt like he was swallowing human flesh and blood. He called out Xiaoqin and asked if she thought he had done something wrong. Xiaoqin told Lin Shuyu that she didn't know as she was just an orphan. She also told him about her sister, Yi Jidao, and that if she was killed, she would fight the murderer for revenge, stating that it would be worth it as long as she could take revenge and even if she died right away. Lin Shayu agreed, stating that it would be worth dying right away. He told Xiaoqin that he was still alive. Xiaoqin stuttered as she called out Lin Shayu and told him to stop thinking about it. She covered her mouth as she realized something, embarrassed about what she said about what was worth dying for. Xiaoqin revoked what she said was wrong and told Lin Shayu that she believed that it's good to be alive, wishing him to live well. Lin Shayu agreed, and assured Xiaoqin he wouldn't die as he still had some things to do. Xiaoqin inquired on what Lin Shayu's plan. Lin Shayu explained that there was no place for him in the empire now that the whole empire was trying to kill him. But he believed that Xiaoqin still had a place because he knew where her sister was and assured her that he would take her there. Xiaoqin asked where her sister was. Lin Shayu said her sister was in Liangzhu, Qinchuan Pass. Meanwhile, Yinmu blew her whistle as she traveled with Chang Dalei through the grassland near the Liangzhu border. Chang Dalei wondered if Yinmu was hungry. He took food out of his hand and told Yinmu that they were going to eat some solid food first. Yinmu munched on the food, whilst Chang Dalei instructed her to ask for some well water to drink when she came across the village. Chang Dalei expressed his disappointment about the slow development of the village's firearm. He realized how hard it was to establish firearm technology as he remembered the woman who reported to him that they just recently built a cannon that wouldn't blow up and assured him that they were still testing it. Chang Dalei stated that he currently wanted to take a musket out to give the martial world people the famous Ishan swordsmanship taste, and the system information popped up stating the brilliant art of developed gunpowder weapons was still in progress at 10%. He realized they arrived in Bingzhou after more than 10 days of travel, but they still didn't know where Lin Shayu was. As Yinmu munched on her food, Chang Dalei wanted to see if her pathfinding worked. Yinmu noticed something and set her sights towards it. Chang Dalei asked her what was wrong as she maneuvered the black bull in the other direction. The black bull's hooves clattered on the ground as it ran fast. Yinmu's eyes narrowed. Chang Dalei smelled blood. They approached an abandoned camp where dead bodies were scattered on the ground. Chang Dalei and Yinmu looked at the surroundings. They saw a village being pillaged, and Chang Dalei claimed that the empire had become so chaotic. He stated that another village had been massacred. A crow was eating a corpse, while wild animals ate some of the corpses, and soldiers continued their slaughter. The soldiers noticed them, and the others realized that someone was coming. Chang Dalei asked the rings if they were also wreaking havoc in the empire, while one of the rings was overjoyed that another fat sheep arrived, and the other instructed his brothers to take Yinmu alive. One man asked Chang Dalei what empire he was referring to and stated that the empire was gone, declaring themselves the kings of that particular land. And the other man ordered the others to kill Chang Dalei, claiming that the meat could be used to make stew. They expressed their interest in Yinmu, claiming that she was beautiful and just good enough for their brothers to enjoy, while the black ox provided enough food for them for a few days. Chang Dalei called out to Yinmu as he realized that she was trembling. He had a thought in his head that the scene in front of him reminded Yinmu of some memories hidden deep within her heart, as Yinmu's tyrannical killing intent overflowed. Chang Dalei covered Yinmu's face with a mask and instructed her not to be merciful to those who should be killed. He also reminded her to pay attention to controlling her strength. Yinmu jumped off the black bull, while Chang Dalei warned her that it would be hard for him to clean up if she was covered in blood. Chang Dalei also instructed not to kill all of them and to leave one alive. Meanwhile, at some random corner, someone called out for his brother. Another one ordered it to keep quiet. The first person asked if they left because it was hungry. Once again, the brother told his younger brother not to move and be quiet because he would take a look, and the younger brother understood. A single brick cracked open, revealing a peering eye that wondered if another person arrived in addition to the group of horse bandits, but quickly corrected himself as he believed that there were two persons. Moments later, the brother noticed that it was a little girl. The brother expressed his displeasure with Chang Dalei's decision to let a little girl die, while one of the ring soldiers warned his boss after noticing the girl's large axe, claiming that she was not simple. Another soldier wondered if Yinmu was playing house because she was wearing a weird mask. Meanwhile, another soldier instructed Yinmu that she'd better go back with him. The man assured Yinmu that he would not kill her and would treat her well, while the other realized how smooth-skinned Yinmu was. A ring soldier leaped out, declaring to cut the pot because he believed that Yinmu must be fragrant and slippery. Yinmu stared at her attacker. She suddenly charged towards the man. Yinmu kicked the man's crotch. The man coughed up blood. Yinmu kicked the man too hard, making him fly. A silhouette of the man passed by the other soldiers and crashed against a wall. The soldiers wondered what was going on, while others realized that their companion had been kicked away, and the stranger underground cursed on what he saw, seeing Yinmu as soft and weak but realizing she was actually strong. Chang Dalei claimed that he wouldn't dare to fight Yinmu with simply pure strength even if he and heart fused. He also claimed that Yinmu's physique was far too overpowered because she was a white snake in human form and was immune to hundreds of types of poison, was unaffected by cold, and had infinite self-recovery. She also never got tired, was uninterested in martial arts, and relied only on brute force. Chang Dalei also mentioned Yinmu's extreme speed. Frightened, they realized that Yinmu was dangerous, and some urged the others to stop her, while some were asking for Yinmu to wait. Yinmu swung his sword at the ring soldiers. Bodies began to fall while others fell down in fear, and some groaned in pain. One of the soldiers shouted and began to run, while the others realized Yinmu was a monster. The soldiers asked for help as they retreated away from Yinmu, and some others begged not to kill them. Chang Dalei declared that Yinmu and the white snake were the same as they were pure and clean-natured. He also thought that in Yinmu's eyes, taking the enemy's life was no different from cutting ragweed. He realized that the two souls were indeed perfectly integrated as Yinmu could kill her enemies without mercy, and she could also be friendly with her relatives and friends. After that, it was a one-sided massacre. Blood splattered all over the place, and the stranger underground expressed his amazement that Yinmu killed dozens of horse bandits as easily as if she was cutting grass. He wondered where they came from, and if they were good or bad, and decided that they still can't come out. Meanwhile, a person kneeled to the ground. Chang Dalei told the ringman that he had a few questions for him. He negotiated, assuring the man that if he was in a good mood and his questions were answered well, he might spare his life, which the man understood and stated that he should ask and he would not dare to lie. Chang Dalei asked the man where he came from and which side he was on. The man responded that they were the Heaven's General's men, which made Chang Dalei wonder if he meant Lin Shayu. Chang Dalei left wondering if the man meant to say that he was a justice cult warrior, and asked him how the rebel army had fallen into thugs before asking the man if he knew where Lin Shayu was. The man named Gusan informed Chang Dalei that he knew and pointed out that they had broken away from the grassland and become separated from the army, forcing them to work as horse bandits to live. The information about Gusan appeared, describing him as an unknown ordinary bandit with no skills or experience, one of the remnants of the grassland horse bandits known as Sorrow Ghost, following the resurgence of the name 10,000 Horses Hall. Chang Dalei regarded Gusan as someone who did not want to live after realizing he was lying and claimed to be a horse thief and a remnant of Sorrow Ghost. Gusan groveled to the ground and begged Chang Dalei to spare his life, which led Chang Dalei to believe that many bandits would kill villagers under the name of the Justice Cult now that there was chaos everywhere. Gusan informed him that it was because of their leader who asked them to impersonate the Justice Cult. Gusan told Chang Dalei that he was just in time because he knew Lin Shayu's whereabouts, implying that Chang Dalei must have wanted to kill Lin Shayu and take all the credit. Chang Dalei agreed and instructed Gusan to tell him where Lin Shayu was. Gusan informed Chang Dalei that Lin Shayu's location was in Yuzhou and he believed that he should have just crossed the border 500 miles to the west. Chang Dalei realized that Lin Shayu fled from Bingzhou to Yuzhou, which was 500 miles to the west and not far from the Qingniu mountain, leading him to wonder why did he flee in the opposite direction and did not come to Liangzhou instead. He stared at the distance, wondering why Lin Shayu went there. Gusan laughed and asked Chang Dalei if he didn't know anything. He informed him that Lin Shayu originally wanted to break through the border, enter the grassland and run to Liangzhou. Confused, Chang Dalei asked Gusan if he meant to say that Lin Shayu planned to go to Liangzhou at first. He remembered the scene in which he promised Lin Shayu that no matter where he went, he should always remember that he was his brother, and that if he couldn't get through, he should send him a message and not hold it to himself, and Lin Shayu agreed. Gusan agreed, and went on to say that Lin Shayu was intercepted by them, the 10,000 horse haul on the grassland, and they blocked them back. Chang Dalei asked Gusan if he was the one who stopped them. Gusan agreed and proudly told Chang Dalei that they had stopped Lin Shayu, before laughing and saying that their 10,000 horse haul had received a commendation from Minister Kui. Gusan added that Lin Shayu decided to run to the west but was unfortunate because his whereabouts had been exposed due to him not breaking through. He believed Lin Shayu was currently under the encirclement and blocking as the encirclement on Lin Shayu was getting smaller because everyone currently knows Lin Shayu's whereabouts. Gusan was confident that Lin Shayu would be killed in a while. He went on to say that it was all because of their efforts, and he asked Chang Dalei if he had said everything he should, and if he could let him go right away. Gusan begged Chang Dalei to let him go, assuring him that he knew he was wrong and would remember his kindness for the rest of his life, promising him that he would never be a part of the horse bandits again, and that he couldn't repay him for his kindness. Chang Dalei smiled and praised Gusan, saying they did a great job. Gusan laughed and thanked Chang Dalei. Chang Dalei swung his sword. A splash of blood came out on Gusan's body. Gusan groaned as blood poured out of his throat. Struggling, Gusan stated Chang Dalei's promise. However, Chang Dalei disagreed and reminded Gusan of what he said, that he would let him go if he was in a good mood. He paused as he was about to say something, staring at Gusan's corpse. Angry, Chang Dalei declared that he was in a bad mood. He told Yinmu that they were going, as it was not suitable for them to stay there long, which Yinmu agreed to by whistling. He informed Yinmu that they would go to Yuzhu next. Yinmu continued to munch on her food. The two began their journey. A single brick flooring cracked open. Slowly, a hand came out. Liu Fake resurfaced through the ground and looked around while instructing his brother to come out. He assured his brother that the bandits were all dead, and those who killed them were also gone. The young boy informed Liu Fake that he was hungry. Liu Fake looted the corpses for food. He instructed his brother that they were going to search around, and handed food to him, stating that it was enough for them to eat for a few days. He instructed his brother to eat quickly, and after he ate, they would quickly leave the place because he believed that with so many dead horse bandits around, their colleagues would soon find out about the place, which led to his younger brother asking him if he wanted to eat. Liu Fake remained silent. Then he vomited, which worried his brother, who asked what was wrong and how he felt. Liu Fake stated that he had suddenly felt that the smell of human flesh smelled good, prompting his younger brother to ask if he wanted some, which he quickly declined. Liu Fake stated that they only lived in the village for a few days before being attacked by horse bandits. The younger brother asked Liu Fake where they were going next as the current village they were in was destroyed. Liu Fake informed him that they were heading to the east in the hopes of finding a more stable life there, now that bandits were killing people everywhere, and there were wars going on. His brother wondered if they could survive as they didn't know any martial arts. However, Liu Fake assured him that even if they had to cross mountains of daggers and seas of flames, he promised that he would protect him. He went on to say that they still managed to survive and also earned a lot of money, even though those horse bandits were so fierce. The brother agreed and complimented him, which made Liu Fake giggle before he agreed with him. Too many people poured into Yuzhu that winter. First of all, there were the official forces, those hundreds of thousands of troops led by the princes, and there were two most powerful marquises. One was the military official forces led by Wai Chili and the eldest prince. The other one was the civil official forces led by Minister Kui and Lai Xingzai. Secondly, the martial world's warriors, and the warriors of 3 hills and 5 sacred mountains also took part in the grand event of wiping out the justice cult. Various marquises took the opportunity to recruit martial world talent and accept them as disciples. There were strategists, martial artists, swordsmen, and scholars. The secluded and dormant masters also re-entered the empire to build a successful career. At the same time, many murderers, thieves, horse bandits, and despots took the opportunity to join the marquises to wash themselves of their previous crimes. Meanwhile, in Yuzhu, the terrain was mostly mountains and forests. The marquises dispatched their disciples to lay heavy troops at the border to prevent the rebel army from breaking through. At the same time, dozens of troops launched an intense search, constantly narrowing the encirclement. At the Yuzhu border, a river cut off the mountain and the forests. Chang Dalei believed that they entered Yuzhu territory after crossing the Great River and claimed that he needed to keep looking for people to inquire about Lin Sheyu. He thought that the dry food they brought with them had been eaten all up by Yinmu as they came so far, and wondered how many days Lin Sheyu could last under siege. He also wondered if Yinmu grew up as he noticed that she had a big appetite. Chang Dalei instructed Yinmu that they would find a place to rest and eat something after crossing the river, but Yinmu ignored him and continued munching her food. He felt relieved as he noticed the bridge. As they approached the bridge, Yinmu continued to munch. They crossed the bridge, however, a silhouette of people was seen on the other side. The strangers ordered them to stop and inquired who they were. Chang Dalei was confused that there actually was a group of recruited fools stationed where they were. He decided that it would be better to be careful and not rush. Du Mao informed Chang Dalei that the Great Prince had given an order that no unauthorized person was allowed to pass the bridge without permission, and proceeded to ask him to state his name. Chang Dalei laughed and told them that he was Appa, also known as the Young Jade Face, and that they were martial world brothers who admired the Great Prince and had come to serve under him. He He pleaded with them to let him pass, promising them that they would be colleagues when he joined the general armies. One of Du Mao's men told him that he was a martial world brother if he was not a member of the Justice cult, and that they must introduce him to the top if their fellow brother joins. Du Mao became enraged and cursed Chang Dalei, while his men called him out in confusion. Du Mao stated that he could still recognize Chang Dalei's voice even if he turned to ashes. He yelled out Chang Dalei's name, which led to Chang Dalei's confusion, and he questioned whether Du Mao could still recognize him even if it was so dark at night. He questioned himself after realizing that he was not so lucky to meet someone he knew. Chang Dalei viewed Du Mao's information, and a moment later, system information appeared stating Du Mao's name, nicknamed the Lazy Tiger, who was 37 years old, had drunken frenzy skills, and after their battle on Qingniu Mountain, he did not want to work for the Ring tribe and fled secretly. Chang Dalei greeted Du Mao and told him that it had been more than 3 years since their first battle on Qingniu Mountain. He told Du Mao that he was still graceful and handsome as ever, and Du Mao cursed at him. Du Mao yelled, calling out his brothers. He ordered them to kill Chang Dalei, and they charged without hesitation. Chang Dalei instructed Yin Mu that she should put her axe away. As Chang Dalei leaped, he ordered Yin Mu to throw them into the river. Du Mao intercepted Chang Dalei and told him to die. However, Chang Dalei unleashed his Alfie's swordsmanship exploding fireworks skill. Confused, Du Mao struggled blocking Chang Dalei's attack and claimed that his sword was fast. Chang Dalei managed to cut Du Mao's weapon, which made Du Mao curse. Du Mao realized that Chang Dalei's martial arts were far better than his. He realized that he was going to get killed. Du Mao's vision darkened as he thought that he was about to die. Chang Dalei, however, pushed him. Du Mao screamed as he slid through the ground. Confused, Du Mao realized that he was not dead. He wondered how Chang Dalei could show mercy. Chang Dalei called out Du Mao, and Du Mao did the same. Chang Dalei mocked him that although it had been 3 years, he still hadn't improved at all. Meanwhile, Du Mao's men were shouting as they flew from a distance. Yin Mu swung one of the men, throwing off all the enemy. The men screamed in pain and begged to be let go. Yin Mu sent the others towards the river. The men screamed as they flew away. Yin Mu continued to ravage the enemy. She threw every single one of Du Mao's men. The men made a splash in the river while Chang Dalei and Du Mao observed what was happening. From a distance, Chang Dalei looked at Yin Mu while the others fell to the ground. Du Mao was speechless, whereas Chang Dalei claimed that Yin Mu was not strong enough, which left him wondering if she was not full. Chang Dalei asked Du Mao how he was. Du Mao requested Chang Dalei to kill him and wondered if he wanted to humiliate him again. Chang Dalei assured him that he had long forgotten their feud back then. Chang Dalei held his hand out and asked Du Mao if he still wanted to die like a bitch. Du Mao went dumbfounded. Chang Dalei asked him if he wasn't going to say something, as they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Du Mao warned him not to be hypothetical with him because he didn't know him well, and agreed that he was at his disposal. Chang Dalei disagreed and reminded him that he didn't treat him badly after he caught him in those years. He also told him that there was enough wine and meat, which he didn't get such good treatment even at home. He laughed as he told Du Mao that he really wanted him to join their village, but Liu Bei messed it up, despite the fact that he had already lectured him, much to Du Mao's annoyance. Du Mao assumed he knew about Chang Dalei from before, but when he met him again, he noticed that he was dozens of times stronger than him. He ignored it and stated that he was satisfied with his current situation, claiming that he was not as skilled as others in the martial world. Chang Dalei's attitude made him wary and made him wonder what he really wanted. He wondered if Chang Dalei was not taking him seriously as he knew that he's not a threat to him currently, or that Chang Dalei didn't consider it revenge about the incident back then. He expressed how awkward his current situation was as he was the first to stir up conflict. Confused, Du Mao wondered what he should do, realizing that he couldn't defeat Chang Dalei. He rejected the idea of rushing to die in front of him and wondered whether he should simply kowtow, leaving Chang Dalei to call him out. Du Mao was so confused that his hair could be pulled down one by one. A long silence began, and moments later, Du Mao inquired Chang Dalei about what brought him there. Chang Dalei informed him that he came to join the fun and ask a few questions. However, he didn't expect to see him, and Du Mao prompted Chang Dalei to ask him. Chang Dalei looked at Yin Mu as he told Du Mao about his first question. While Yin Mu played with her whistle, Chang Dalei asked Du Mao if he had something to eat, leaving Du Mao confused. Stuttering, Du Mao agreed. After a while, the men gathered around a campfire. Chang Dalei and Yin Mu observed them from a near distance. Du Mao offered Chang Dalei food. Chang Dalei took food for himself and handed the other to Yin Mu, which made her eyes shine. Yin Mu munched on the food Du Mao gave them. While Du Mao's men wondered if Yin Mu ate, others noticed how she dressed so thinly and wondered if she wasn't afraid of the cold. Du Mao asked Chang Dalei if he wanted a drink, prompting Chang Dalei to decline, explaining that a drop of wine to the driver could bring tears to relatives. As the fire from the woods blazed, Chang Dalei asked Du Mao about the current situation, prompting Du Mao to ask Chang Dalei what he was asking about. Chang Dalei mocked him for not asking if he was married, instead inquiring about the location of the Justice Cult. Lowering his voice, Du Mao informed him that the whereabouts of the Justice Cult were not really a secret. He went on to say that the Justice Cult wanted to break out from the grassland at the beginning, and Chang Dalei told him that he knew about it, and asked if he had some latest information. Du Mao agreed, and informed Chang Dalei that Lin Shayu just passed through Yuzhou as far as he knew. He mentioned Death Valley. Chang Dalei had no idea where Death Valley was and asked Du Mao where it was. Du Mao told him that it was a defile, divided into 2 roads. Du Mao mentioned that one road to the north led to the 100,000 mountains of Yuzhou, and most of the cliffs were uninhabited. The other road to the south led to Yanzhou and other places. Chang Dalei had a thought that one road was to life, and the other was to death. He asked Du Mao which direction Lin Shayu escaped. Du Mao informed him that the Justice Cult had divided the remaining 3,000 people into 2. He went on to say that most of them went to Jiangnan Road, the reason being that they were sent by Minister Qi to guard the key passages to intercept the remnants of the Justice Cult. Agitated, Chang Dalei asked Du Mao about Lin Shayu's whereabouts and if he had any news. Du Mao paused and remained silent. Moments later, he told Chang Dalei that Lin Shayu took 1,000 men and entered another road. Meanwhile, Lin Shayu surveyed the horizon. Du Mao mentioned the 100,000 mountains of Yuzhou, and some remnants of the Justice Cult marched towards them. Du Mao told Chang Dalei that Lin Shayu chose the path of death. Chang Dalei believed that Lin Shayu chose his own life to attract the Marquis, so the rest of the Justice Cult members could escape. He claimed that Lin Shayu's stubbornness reached a dead end again. Chang Dalei disagreed with himself, deciding that he must pass his news to Lin Shayu himself, now that they couldn't hide their identity anymore. He believed that Lin Shayu wouldn't do anything stupid and would wait for him if he knew that he was coming. Chang Dalei told Yinmu that they were going, while he thought that more than 100,000 troops were against 1,000 suppressed people. He wondered if Lin Shayu would be able to hold out until he got to him and if he could help him arouse some of the troops. Agitated, Chang Dalei cursed at Lin Shayu. Chang Dalei asked Du Mao where Death Valley was, and Du Mao informed him that it was to the north, near Qingniu Mountain. Du Mao called out Chang Dalei and asked him what he was going to do at Death Valley, as there were more than 100,000 soldiers currently there. He warned Chang Dalei that he would be punished by everyone in the empire because the bounty Minister Qi put on his head was as high as 1,000 gold. Du Mao reminded him that no one could help him there as he lived in Liangzhou. Du Mao claimed that Chang Dalei was basically asking for his death as soon as he showed his face. He believed that the officials would kill him to get rid of the Toad Village, and in order to gain fame, the bandits would also kill him. He asked Chang Dalei if he was sure to trust him and if he was not afraid that he would spread the news, leaving Chang Dalei not to respond. Chang Dalei ignored him and instructed the Black Bull to go ahead, which left Du Mao wondering. Chang Dalei told Du Mao to tell them, as he believed that it would be better the wider it spread, and that if they wanted to kill him, they should come at him. He went on to say that he had not appeared in the martial world for a long time and claimed that it was now the right time. Du Mao watched Chang Dalei leave and remained silent. He looked up, observing the night sky. Du Mao's men noticed that the snow was getting heavier, while others expressed that they were cold and stated that the campfire was going out. Realizing that he was approaching, they called Du Mao. Du Mao rode his horse. One of his men chased him and called him out, asking where he was going. Du Mao ordered his men to split up and go to a nearby post. It was about 500 miles expedited. As Chang Dalei and Yinmu, along with the Black Bull, hastened their pace, Du Mao instructed his men to inform the others that Chang Dalei was coming. He believed that Chang Dalei was the storm that was coming. At some parts of Death Valley, the army camped. One soldier greeted Lin Wedayan and informed him that they just got the news that Chang Dalei arrived in Yuzhou, which led to Lin Weixin asking him why Chang Dalei appeared. Lin Weixin had his doubts and asked the soldier if the information was accurate, and if so, how many soldiers Chang Dalei brought with him. The soldier believed that only 2 people, Chang Dalei and a child who wore a mask and carried an axe, rode a black bull into Death Valley. Lin Weixin wondered what Chang Dalei wanted to accomplish by bringing only 2 people, one of whom was a child, because he perceived Chang Dalei as a scourge to the world and claimed that he should have been eliminated a long time ago. He instructed the soldier to kill Chang Dalei at any cost, and the soldier agreed. Lin Weixin inquired of General Yuchai about his plans. General Yuchai assured Lin Weixin that he would take out 300 elites from the veteran group, who were led by Zhu Jiang, and promised him the head of Chang Dalei would be presented to him within 10 days. Lin Weixin thought that the veteran group that General Yu Chai trained were suicide soldiers, claiming that they were all battle-hardened soldiers. He even heard that if the empire had 10,000 veterans, the Ring tribe would be easily repelled. Lin Weixin expressed his satisfaction and told General Yu Chai to deal with Chang Dalei and instructed him not to make more trouble for them, and General Yu Chai agreed. At the same time at the civilian force camp, someone stated, believing that Chang Dalei was willing to take the risk and came to Yuzhu alone to get into the mess, leaving him wondering what Chang Dalei's purpose was. Minister Kui asked Song Poking what he thought, and Song Poking expressed his fears that Chang Dalei had come for Lin Shayu as he had heard that the two called each other brothers and had a very close relationship. Song Poking also mentioned that Chang Dalei would already be like a chicken on the table, at the mercy of others when his whereabouts were revealed. Song Poking expressed his enthusiasm if they could catch Chang Dalei. He believed that they could force Lin Shayu, who was hiding deep in the mountains, to come out. Minister Kui instructed Song Poking to dispatch the Prime Minister's 10 killers because he believed that it was better to capture them alive than to kill them and keep their whole body intact. He also ordered Song Poking to send out a hunting order and raise the reward on Chang Dalei's head, claiming that those who would capture him would be rewarded with 10,000 gold and that those who could kill him would also be rewarded with 10,000 gold and a marquis noble title, while he promised to reward the Qinchuan Pass as their territory for those who seized Toad Village, and Song Poking agreed to. Song Poking inquired if Minister Kui wanted to tell the news to Lai Xingzai, and Minister Kui disagreed, claiming that Lai Xingzai was not a fool and would know about it soon enough. Minister Kui reminded him that Chang Dalei almost went to war with him when he sent his troops to snatch Lai Xingzai, who was under Song Poking's house arrest. He instructed Song Poking to pay more attention to Lai Xingzai because he believed that the two of them were close, and that it was even more possible that Chang Dalei was summoned by Lai Xingzai, prompting Song Poking to agree. Minister Kui also mentioned Song Poking's son, Song Yuzu, who he heard changed a lot since coming back from the Toad Village. Song Poking claimed that his son appeared modest and polite but was once arrogant, and informed Minister Kui that despite the fact that his son lived in the village for a year, he was never abused. However, he noticed that he was much more solid, and that his knowledge and insight had also grown. This led Minister Kui to believe that the little teaching at the hands of Cheng was more of a blessing for Song Yaok than a curse. He asked Song Poking to forget, as it was his family's business, which he wouldn't interfere with. Song Poking agreed before suggesting that if they could pull out the Toad Village and regain control of Qinchuan Pass, he believed that it would greatly help them in their major plan. He also mentioned that there was a group of horse bandits gathered in the grassland, called the 10,000 Horses Hall, claiming that that group could be easily persuaded. Minister Kui instructed Song Poking to stir up forces that could be of use. Thus and so, plotting for them had been going on for a long time. Late that night, Lai Xingzai arrived at some tent, asking the soldier on guard to leave first, and the soldier agreed. Lai Xingzai sat down inside the tent and sipped a drink. He quickly noticed someone approaching. He realized that it was Song Yaok and asked him what he could do for him. Song Yaok came inside the tent. He looked around inside the tent, greeted Lai Xingzai, and informed him that Chang Dalei had come to Yuzhu, leaving Lai Xingzai confused and surprised. Lai Xingzai asked Song Yaok, who was the village master. Song Yaok reminded Lai Xingzai that he should know him very well, asking him why he had to ask him back. Lai Xingzai scolded him that he was too reckless, as there were many eyes around the place. Song Yaok, however, was about to state the reason why he was saying it and paused. He believed that it was because Lai Xingzai would understand his words. Lai Xingzai wondered why Song Yaok was telling him all that, and Song Yaok believed that he needed to know. Song Yaok informed him that their Song family was siding with Minister Kui and expressed his confusion on why it was necessary to support him himself. He believed that the empire's future should be bright and should belong to the youth. Song Yaok explained that now that the imperial power was facing a big reshuffle, and the empire was too old, it was now time for the youth to change it, calling him a playboy. Lai Xingzai asked since when did he have that idea. Song Yaok agreed with Lai Xingzai's statement that he was a playboy, but he also asked Lai Xingzai if he was one in the eyes of others. He also mentioned that they share a common characteristic, leaving Lai Xingzai confused. Song Yaok stated that they came from the same place and came out of the same place, which was the Toad Village. He informed him that he was a hostage in the Toad Village for a year and was taking classes, practicing martial arts, and was even present at every lecture Chang Dalei had given, that even Song Poking admired Chang Dalei's ability. He went on to say that he was tired of living such a life of being born rich and superior, which led him to ask Li Xingzai if family inheritance, wealth, and glory were more important or not. Songyok declared that he had a greater goal and ambition, although his family had paved the way for his future. He didn't like those roads as he believed that heroes emerge in chaotic times. He told him that it was to leave his name in history, that even compared to that his wealth and glory meant nothing, leaving Li Xingzai speechless. Li Xingzai thought that Chang Dalei's Toad village was such a wonderful place, claiming that even Lin Shayu came out of the village and overthrew the Li dynasty in one fell swoop. He also believed that Songyok would not linger in an alcohol pool in the future. Li Xingzai thought about himself, encouraging himself that he could also compete for the top and not be too presumptuous, and as long as he could get rid of the control Minister Kui exerted and develop his own power. Even under the protection of Minister Kui's wings, it was still not safe. In the corner, a new flame gradually grew, although the flame was still small and weak. However, hope might have come one day that the fire would burn the old bureaucratic household to ashes. Li Xingzai felt that he should thank Chang Dalei. In the cold winter months, a secret meeting was held, and the youth camp was established. News of Chang Dalei's arrival in Yuzhou spread in a very short time. With Prime Minister Kui's faction, who had 10 assassins, the General faction, Zhu faction, Yuzhou army, and more came, while the General's faction had 300 veteran soldiers. Someone informed them that General Yuchai's orders were to kill Chang Dalei before he arrived at the Tiger Den. Some of the triads were also attracted to the opportunity. A strange woman giggled and stated that Chang Dalei was an unexpected surprise for her at the time, claiming that he would be her new plaything. Random men asked the others if the kill order had been issued, and the others agreed that the kill order had been issued. All forces, big or small, were aiming to kill Chang Dalei before finishing off Lin Shayu, and in a moment, the sounds of horses galloping in Yuzhou were loud, and a fierce pursuit of Chang Dalei commenced, and the onslaught on Lin Shayu decreased significantly. Meanwhile, at a small town at the border of Liangzhu, a man sang, humming as he entered the gate. The man continued humming. As he hummed, the man realized that there was no one at the gate that day to collect the toll fee. Happy, the man giggled, muttering that he would buy his son some candy with the money he saved, and planned to drop by the tavern for a drink. Numerous bloodied feet were the ones who encountered the man as he entered. The city was full of corpses while fires burned buildings, which made the man frightened. The man wondered what happened. His feet trembled. The man's jaw was wide open. He turned around. A man of enormous stature, riding a massive menacing horse with his men behind him, greeted the poor man. The horse's eyes were red and focused on the man. The menacing man told the man below him that he was early. The horse was about to stomp the man. A cracking noise was heard as the horse stomped the old man. The man who was riding the horse fumed as he realized that the old man's flesh was too old. He instructed his men to gather up some fresh lamb and stack them. He told his horse not to worry as he would not mistreat him. As the horse flings the man's body in the air, its owner told him to eat up and to hold on for a bit, assuring him that he would be able to eat the flesh of the elite sooner. The man wished his horse to grow big and tall because the more it eats, the stronger the horse would get. The man believed that the royal family would be in that city according to his spy's report. As Chang Dalei had appeared in Yuzhou, Jianghu kill order was 20,000 gold bars for whoever that could kill him and the title of the Lord of Qinchuan for whoever that could bring the Toad village down. A man reported to Liu Samping, and Liu Samping asked the man if they had located where the royal family was. The man informed him that what they caught were imposters, leaving Liu Samping to ask the man what he meant. The man agreed and told Liu Samping that he believed that it was merely a bait, and a ruse as the carriage that they were escorted in was empty. Sweating, the man was about to continue his report about the real royal family. He expressed his fear that they have long since taken another path, leaving Liu Samping speechless. Liu Samping told the man not to worry, as he believed the royal family wasn't gone that far and should still be on the edge of Liangzhu. Later, he instructed the man to bring the carp dragon guards to him, and the man agreed. He ordered the soldiers to kneel down. Liu Samping informed them that he had heard they were all loyal and strong men. He also mentioned that they would have regrouped with their main army somewhere if they weren't caught by him, as he reasoned they must have known the outcome by acting as bait. Liu Samping stated that he was not free to interrogate them slowly and threatened them that they would give him the answer he desired. He instructed his horse to go. The horse began to attack the soldiers. The horse opened its mouth full of fangs as it was about to eat a soldier. Other soldiers screamed as one of their friends was eaten. Liu Samping's men chuckled as they claimed that the horse's attack was always so terrifyingly vicious, while on the other hand, the soldier's face expressed fear. Liu Samping just grinned. Someone yelled, informing Liu Samping that their location had been found. Liu Samping insisted on telling him where the carp dragon guards would regroup. One person told him the direction. Liu Samping laughed as he ordered his men to gather because they had found their target. He claimed that destiny would be on his side with the help of his godly horse and paused, mentioning something was about to start. He screamed as it was all about the 1,000-horse sect's domination. Meanwhile, at the outskirts of Liangzhu, someone inquired Zhao Zilong about how much more they had to travel before they would reach the Toad village. Zhao Zilong assured Tong Fei and told her not to worry because he already sent a message and asked someone to pick them up. And according to their distance, he believed it would take them about 3 days. A soldier appeared and informed Tong Fei that more members of the royal families had left, along with a message stating that they did not want to flee to the Toad village. He went on to say that there were only a dozen young empresses and concubines left. Agitated, Tong Fei expressed her frustration on how they could leave them as many lives had been sacrificed to protect them because they fled from Jiangzhou to Liangzhu. Zhao Zilong believed that they didn't appreciate the loyalty shown by the carp dragon guards. Tong Fei, on the other hand, understood that they did not want to be outlawed for placing such a risky bet. Zhao Zilong agreed, explaining that the Toad village had always been underestimated and considered a lowly bandit den. But he assured Tong Fei that he would have discussions with Chang Dalei to lay out a future plan. Tong Fei was confused about how it sounded familiar before asking Zhao Zilong if he was being sarcastic. Zhao Zilong disagreed and told her that he was just repeating what she had said to him. Tong Fei looked at Zhao Zilong suspiciously. She remembered the past in which she asked Zhao Zilong not to involve himself with the bandits because no one respected them from the bandit den, as well as asking him what kind of Toad village it was. Tong Fei had a doubt as she asked Zhao Zilong if the Toad village was really a good place to go. Zhao Zilong explained that for the commoners, the village was a place to fill their bellies and a heaven away from oppression, and for the royal families, it was a prison. He expressed relief that the royal family ran away because he believed they would not last long in the village where people would not take a liking to them. Tong Fei inquired about what he meant by prison. Zhao Zilong explained that Chang Dalei was allowing the royal families to enter for the sake of Princess Minjiu, and that in order to be comfortable and well-fed in the village, one must put in the effort and work hard, as he reasoned that the royals should not expect any special privileges because someone from the royal family without any privileges was just like any other commoner. Tong Fei asked Zhao Zilong why he mentioned Chang Dalei so much, leaving her to wonder sometimes if he gave him a love potion. Zhao Zilong responded that it was given to talk about Chang Dalei as they speak of the Toad village. Tong Fei asked him another question on how Chang Dalei was as a person in Zhao Zilong's eyes, and Zhao Zilong responded that Chang Dalei was a complicated person and not someone he could describe in a few sentences. Tong Fei insisted on just giving her a rough idea, and Zhao Zilong replied that Chang Dalei was not greedy, but rather a little pervy. Tong Fei understood that it was a given as Chang Dalei was a man. Zhao Zilong went on to inform her that Chang Dalei also gives him the feeling of someone who had a vision of a better world and was taking big strides towards it, leaving Tong Fei to ask him what kind of world it was. And Zhao Zilong didn't know, as all he knew was that Chang Dalei had a great foresight who was not something that he could comprehend. Zhao Zilong remembered what Mencius had said, that when Confucius ascended Mount Dan, the Lu country became small and the world also became small. Zhao Zilong described himself as someone who was merely a floating cloud, and clouds were just under the mountains, while Chang Dalei stood above the very peak. In another place, soldiers' corpses scattered to the ground. Chang Dalei received a fear value of 999, with his current power value of 7 million, believing that the third batch of soldiers blocking the road that day were from Yuzhou. Chang Dalei claimed that those riffraffs couldn't stop him because he believed that the news had spread completely after slaughtering everyone on his way there and attaining fear values while crossing the mountains. He reasoned that they still had 10 days to reach the tiger's den. He also thought that Yin Mu's physical capabilities had far exceeded his, that she could withstand non-stop travel from dusk till dawn. He hoped Lin Shaiyu would survive for at least 10 more days, as he was not even sure if he received his message because there were a lot of peeping toms from the darkness. Chang Dalei decided that he would slaughter each and every one if they dared to block his path. The strange girl giggled as she realized how strong and powerful Chang Dalei and Yin Mu were. She continued to peek through them, where suddenly Yin Mu noticed her. Moments later, someone approached wishing them peace. A fat monk called out Chang Dalei, expressing that it was an honor meeting him, prompting Chang Dalei to ask him who he was and how he knew about him. The monk informed him that he had been asked by his good friend, a green leaf monk, to accompany Chang Dalei on his journey. Doubting, Chang Dalei inquired if he was going to guide him. The monk suggested that he should head in the opposite direction and should instead head west, leaving Chang Dalei confused as he would be heading back to where he came from if he did. The monk warned him that he should head back as his whereabouts have been revealed. He advised him to head back, explaining that Yuzhu had now become a huge trap in which Chang Dalei surely would die due to Minister Qi's faction of 10 assassins, General's house elite soldiers, the prince's army, and some various masters. Chang Dalei expressed how cool the elite soldiers and 10 assassins title was. The monk stated that if he would trust him, he should allow him to guide him to his temple, claiming that even though they were poor, their temple was still quite spacious and comfortable. He also mentioned that he had Yin Mu with him, believing that it was surely inappropriate for him to let her do the killing for him. Chang Dalei thanked the monk and told him that he still had a question that he was curious about. The monk insisted that he should ask ahead. Chang Dalei told him that he knew the green leaf monk was born into a well-respected Buddhist family, leaving him to wonder while he drew out his sword. Chang Dalei was doubting why the green leaf monk was in contact with a demon monk like him. The monk ordered his men to attack as they were exposed. A system information about the monk appeared, whose name was the Chrysanthemum Buddha, who was a well-known demon, with the ecstasy smoke reverse Zen skill, and a tantric demon monk, and a traitor experience. Numerous monks leaped out of the bushes as they began their ambush. The Chrysanthemum monk instructed his men to go and overwhelm Chang Dalei. Chang Dalei stepped back, leading him to wonder if Yin Mu was their target as they have 4 elite demon monks. He instructed Yin Mu to fall back and just leave it to him. The strange girl realized that it was the 4 tantric monks that many experts had fallen into their hands. She giggled as she realized that she could write it in her story if Chang Dalei lost. She planned to abduct Yin Mu and make her bride. The Chrysanthemum monk praised Chang Dalei for easily dodging their combined attack. He also heard that Chang Dalei was hideous, however. He expressed how glad he was that they met him, and he turned out to be handsome. He explained that their interest in him had grown even stronger. Chang Dalei was left dumbfounded as he got goosebumps and cold sweat all over him, feeling more terrified than facing billions of heavenly troops when he faced those 4. A system notification popped up and warned Chang Dalei to be careful because once he got caught, he would be forced to open a door to a new world because of the martial world fact of eccentric and unusual men. The system introduced the 4 great demon monks, Keiju, Duingsu, Longyang, and Yudao, who were once happy Zen practitioners but went against its teachings, went too far, and ended up on the path of evil. A silhouette of a person peeked behind the bush. The girl held her telescope while she watched the fight. Keiju used his enchanting smoke skill. It resulted in an explosion. Meanwhile, Duingsu unleashed his spellbinding whip, telling Chang Dalei to be good and stand still. Duingsu's whip wrapped around Chang Dalei's sword. All 4 of them went at once, releasing the 5-seer Gatebreaker sword, Human's Despair Claw, and the ultimate humiliation skill. Chang Dalei noticed that all 4 monks were using underhanded tricks. He claimed that even peerless experts could fall for their tactics if he got careless. He also believed that if they caught him, he would suffer more shame than death. A system notification appeared, indicating that 9,999 fear points had been added to his own. Chang Dalei screamed Heart's name, asking her for help. Heart possessed Chang Dalei. The stranger behind the bush noticed that Chang Dalei's sword Kai immediately surged and increased its strength furiously, leaving her wondering if what she saw was Chang Dalei's real strength. She claimed that Chang Dalei's aura at that moment was more powerful than he ever was. Overjoyed, the stranger cheered for Chang Dalei to kill. As she realized that Chang Dalei had incomparable strength and wild manners, she saw the monk's blood like a setting sun. Describing Chang Dalei as a villain, she wondered who else in the world could resist Chang Dalei because she only knew that there were fewer than 3 experts in the martial world who were better than him. The stranger believed that only those old monsters could compete with Chang Dalei, while she giggled as she realized Yin Mu's strength. She also mentioned that those 4 demon monks would be put inside the biography of harmonious people, while Chang Dalei and Yin Mu would be put in the records of strange people next month. Chang Dalei's sword swung at the woman. However, the woman leaped, dodging his sword. The woman cried, cursing Chang Dalei as her notes were chopped. Agitated, the woman blamed Chang Dalei that they were targeting her books. She told him that she just wrote the manuscript. Chang Dalei noticed that the woman had an agile body before ordering Yin Mu to catch her. Yin Mu tackled the woman. Chang Dalei asked the woman to tell them the truth. He realized that the woman had been following them for so long and wrote things down in her little notebook along the way. He asked her what the hell she wanted. The woman blushed as she figured out what to say. She giggled while she rubbed her face on Yin Mu, which led to Yin Mu's surprise. The woman continued to wipe her face, claiming that Yin Mu was smooth and soft. hissing. Yinmu was stunned because the woman noticed that she was still warm even on such a cold day, and told her if she could hold her tighter. She added that she was feeling cold. Yinmu stepped back in disgust, which made Chang Dalei confused. Chang Dalei wondered if the woman was another lesbian. The woman coughed and informed them that she meant no harm to them. She introduced herself as Sima Qian. Sima Qian told them that she was a traveler, writer, poet, and liked to record all kinds of strange anecdotes of the martial world. A system information describing Sima Qian appeared, whose age was 18, with skills of camouflage, meteor, infiltration, human sketching, intelligence gathering, and press release, and a hidden attribute of lesbian and experience as the descendant of the Sima Qian family, and author of the Records of Strange People and the Biography of Harmonious People. And it was also mentioned that her diary contains many secrets of females in the martial world. Hart also mentioned her evaluation as a neutral talent in the free world, and that if Chang Dalei could successfully recruit her, he could publish a newspaper in the village, improving the reputation and literacy rate, with a recruiting difficulty of S+. Hart expressed her dislike as Sima Qian was a lesbian and a fly in the ointment. Chang Dalei was dumbfounded by such a young expert, leaving him to assume that the martial world was really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, monsters, and demons. Upset, Chang Dalei declared that he was not in a hurry because he had no time to recruit Sima Qian into the village, and he also thought about it if there was an opportunity in the future, as he believed that Sima Qian possessed a rare skill, which he claimed was a real talent. He showed Sima Qian respect because she meant no harm and asked her if they could be good friends because they were both in a hurry before telling Yinmu they were leaving. Sima Qian told them to wait, informing Chang Dalei that she was interested in him. She inquired if they could make a deal. Sima Qian told him that she was going to be frank about some things before they talked about the deal, and informed them that her favorite thing was to travel around the world, eat all kinds of delicious food, and record strange people's stories. She also stated that she did not participate in the grand event of robbing the princess 2 years ago because she could not miss it at the time, and that she had been following them to collect first-hand material. However, Sima Qian expressed her amusement when she actually met them after she saw Yinmu's brute force, which she deemed marvelous, and Chang Dalei's outburst of strength. Sima Qian stated that the three of them were the same kind, while Chang Dalei looked at her with vigilance. Sima Qian also informed them that she had previously met the same kinds of people, and that several of them were twisted murderers or maniacs, claiming that she would have been eaten by them if she wasn't fast enough, prompting Chang Dalei to ask her what she meant by the same kind and if she wasn't afraid that they would eat her right now. Full of confidence, Sima Qian responded that she was not afraid that they would give her a special feeling of closeness. She expressed her dislike for stinky men and instead showed her interest in Yinmu, even having an urge to become one with her. She giggled creepily as she told Chang Dalei that Yinmu was so cute that she really wanted to hold her in her arms and trample on her. Yinmu shivered, while Sima Qian expressed surprise. Sima Qian also conveyed her worries that she would become crazy later. However, she felt relieved to see that there were still people like them. Chang Dalei called out Hart, and Hart responded that Sima Qian hid her breath so well. Staring, Hart was sure that Sima Qian meant something since she made it clear to him. She absolutely claimed that Sima Qian had a container on her body. She also noticed that it was fused to her feet. Inside the container was a tall figure chasing the sun. Hart figured out that Sima Qian was actually born with disabled leg meridians. Chang Dalei asked Hart if she wanted to retrieve it, which made Hart pause. Hart declined the idea. She explained that it was the strength of the container that supported Sima Qian to stand on her feet as she was born with disabled legs. She told Chang Dalei that she would become disabled again once the container is retrieved. Hart also assumed that the container was not contaminated because it didn't seem to be used on any kind of evil. Chang Dalei decided to leave a mark on Sima Qian's body first so they could find her in the future. Hart agreed and tapped Sima Qian's head. Chang Dalei cut to the chase and asked Sima Qian what she wanted to do as he didn't have much time. Sima Qian stated that it was hard for her to meet someone who could communicate and was not crazy because she had been trying to solve the mystery of her body. She wondered if they could talk about it when Chang Dalei was free. She also mentioned that he'd better let her stay alone with Yinmu if he could, which led to Chang Dalei declining as he didn't have time. Sima Qian agreed that she would wait on Chang Dalei until he was free. She mentioned that she could do one thing for him as she was relatively speaking, prompting Chang Dalei to inquire about what she could do for him. Sima Qian informed him that she could run fast and claimed that no one could run faster than her in the entire martial world. She informed them that they needed to rush for 10 days because it was about 800 miles from where they were to Death Valley, and that the mountain road was rugged. Sima Qian was confident that they would only take 3 days with her speed, which led Chang Dalei to wonder if she could help him to get Lin Shuyu out as she was powerful. Shocked, Sima Qian stated that saving people from the siege of more than 100,000 troops was as hard as picking the stars off. Chang Dalei told her that she could just take them there, as he would save Lin Shuyu himself, leading to Sima Qian declining, explaining that she couldn't go fast enough with others as she was just a lone traveler. Chang Dalei was disappointed that Sima Qian couldn't do anything, he said, wondering what she could actually do for him. Sima Qian told him that she could help him deliver a message. Chang Dalei asked her if she could send it to Lin Shuyu, and she confidently replied that she could, stating that no matter where Lin Shuyu hid, she could find him, which satisfied Chang Dalei with her response. Moments later, at some rocky parts of the mountain, Sima Qian put down Chang Dalei's letter on her back. She asked him if it was just a few words, and Chang Dalei agreed, pleading with her to deliver it to Lin Shuyu. Sima Qian reminded him about their agreement once it was all over. She called out to Yin Mu. She asked Yin Mu to wait for her, which made Yin Mu shiver. Sima Qian began to run, informing Chang Dalei that she would leave first. Sima Qian used her invisible dash skill. She ran as fast as she could. Sima Qian leaped out of the cliff with her Godspeed meteor, expressing her amazement at her lightness skill and stating that having a cheat was truly different. Chang Dalei asked Hart if she thought Sima Qian was from Zhangjiang, and if he could get Sima Qian's speed if she retrieved her container. And Hart replied that the ability could not be reproduced because the container was created and changed based on human desire, and would be purified after retrieval. Chang Dalei decided to forget about the idea, and stated that it was not a bad thing to have a disabled girl who could run and fly, expressing his surprise that Sima Qian was able to use the container in that area without losing her control. Hart responded that it was normal because the container was reinforced by human desire, and she assumed Sima Qian had the same desire, which was the most primitive and sincere. She also mentioned that it was the first time she saw such a free-spirited person that desired to know more about the world, while exploring the world without any worries and not belonging to any faction. Hart thought of Sima Qian just like a bird. Chang Dalei asked Hart if she could help Yin Mu cure her inability to speak, and Hart stated that it depends on whether Yin Mu wanted it or not, which she assumed Yin Mu thought of as unnecessary because her mother's whistle was the best way for her to talk. Chang Dalei decided to forget it and told Yin Mu that they're going, and Yin Mu whistled in response. Chang Dalei advanced, with murderous intent permeating the air. In the 100,000 mountains beyond Death Valley, the encirclement around Lin Shuyu was also shrinking. 3 days later, the highest peak of the Qin Mountain, Oxhorn Peak, was reached. Lin Shuyu sat on a rock, contemplating that the encirclement was growing smaller and smaller. He pondered that the road ahead indeed came to an end. He thought that it was probably almost over for him. While contemplating, a footstep approached behind him. Lin Shuyu sensed who it was and called Xiaoqin's name. Xiaoqin asked what he was looking at. Lin Shuyu pointed to a mountain and told Xiaoqin to look over there. He mentioned that the mountain was called Qingnu Mountain. He shared that it was where he came from. With a serious expression, he shared that since he was a child, he was influenced by heroic stories he had heard. He shared that he wanted to be a character in a chivalrous story that would be passed down in history. At the age of 16, he revealed that he secretly left home for the first time. While reminiscing the past, he reflected on the idea that, without the shadow of his family, traveling the martial world on a white horse with his spear would be epic. He shared that when one enters the martial world, one will come to realize its challenges. On Qingnu Mountain, he encountered Chang Dalei and carelessly joined the mountain bandits. He shared that he experienced a lot of things, all while Xiaoqin could clearly see his expressions. As Xiaoqin observed him, she noticed that Lin Shuyu was smiling, and his eyes were shining with the light of the stars. Lin Shuyu continued, stating that after the invasion of the Ring tribe on Toad Village, they firmly defended the last defense line of Yuzhou. They resisted the 100,000 Ring tribes, repelled the barbarians, and saved people in extreme misery. He spoke proudly, sharing that at that time, he felt glorious, like a true warrior who had saved the country and its people. Wearing a smile on his face as he mentioned the glorious battle of their Toad Village would be remembered by the world. And that victory was enough to be written in history books for future generations to read. Then, with a sudden change of expression, he confirmed that this was indeed what he had thought at that time. He looked back at Xiaoqin as he explained that Toad Village had been persecuted by treacherous ministers and had fallen apart. They were scattered everywhere to cover their evacuation, and Chang Dalei didn't know whether they were alive or dead. A sense of anger reflected in his eyes as he shared that he muddled back home, only to find that his entire Lin family had been executed, and their property was confiscated. From the Lin family, only he and Lin Chong were left. Concerned, Xiaoqin saw Lin Sheiyu's eyes reveal a sense of discouragement and no luster. Hurt, Lin Sheiyu questioned why this was happening, wondering aloud if he wasn't a hero after they had just defeated the 100,000 ring tribes in Yuzhou. A small snowflake fell on his cheeks, which melted and dripped from his face with drops of tears. He proceeded, revealing that after the trouble in Chang'an, the justice cult began to revolt. Despite being exterminated, they continued to rebel step by step, leading to their current situation. Filled with sorrow, Lin Sheiyu expressed that he was going to do a couple of good things. Xiaoqin spoke up, calling his name, reassuring him that he wasn't wrong. She shared that the people had long been complaining about the empire, and by overthrowing the emperor, she believed that a warrior's job was to stand on the side of justice. However, Lin Sheiyu disagreed. He points out that the so-called justice and salvation of the people couldn't be achieved by defeating one or two monsters with a sword. Disappointed, he admitted that the world is too complicated, acknowledging that he had been too childish and realizing it only now when it was too late. Although Xiaoqin was sad about Lin Sheiyu, she was still able to inform him that a strange girl outside had handed the letter to her and entrusted her to hand it to him. Surprised, Lin Sheiyu claimed that the handwriting was from Chang Dalei. He mentioned that Chang Dalei was coming as he took a deep breath, and the sadness in his eyes was diluted. Concerned, Xiaoqin questioned him if he thought about whether Chang Dalei would like to see him in this state or if he expected Chang Dalei to come, only to see his dead body. Lin Sheiyu looked at Xiaoqin before telling her that he would let Chang Dalei take her away. Worried, Xiaoqin asked about him, and he stated that he had a very important thing to do. He suggests that she should have followed the other team to escape, but points out that she quietly followed him instead. Now that Chang Dalei had arrived, Lin Sheiyu planned to ask him to take her away. Grimly, he stated that the empire had fallen into chaos, with civilians being displaced, and many villains had committed misdeeds under the banner of the justice cult, emphasizing that he had become the #1 villain that everyone wanted to kill. Realizing that the justice cult was a mistake to begin with, he pondered if there was still a chance to correct the mistake. He mentioned that the dream he had been pursuing was no longer possible to achieve. Regarding what the justice cult has done, he believed that whether it was right or wrong would be left for future generations to judge. He acknowledged that he must bear the consequences of doing so. With the world's eyes focused on him, Lin Sheiyu declared that he would let everyone know that he, from the Lin family, was not a coward. He asked Xiaoqin to let Chang Dalei know that he did not bring down his reputation. Then, Lin Sheiyu expressed that a great man should act like this. In Yuzhou, Lin Sheiyu and Chang Dalei were like the center of a whirlpool, attracting countless people towards them. On Chang Dalei's side, he ran wild, breaking through 3 layers of martial world masters' ambushes. Whether ordinary, excellent, or top, they were unable to stop Chang Dalei's pace. Chang Dalei mentioned that he got up and drove Black Bull through every single barricade. Meanwhile, in Toad City, a member of their group hurried back, shouting an urgent report repeatedly, and reported to the military department. At the military department office, Liu Zhai, Su Ying, and the stewards of the internal government Wanner were the heads. Su Ying spoke and inquired about the current situation, asking if Xilong was escorting Wanner's family to their Toad stronghold. She mentioned that due to the nearby mountain and horse bandits targeting them, they needed to send someone to assist them, and that inevitably led to a battle. Su Ying emphasized that before Chang Dalei left the city, he instructed them to defend the city and not to use troops casually. Therefore, only one team would be sent out to pick them up, and the others would stay in the village. She asked them for their opinions, wondering which groups were willing to join the fight. But those present were silent. Noticing the sudden silence after Su Ying asked the groups, Wanner pondered that they were hesitating upon hearing that the people they were going to save were a royal family. Concerned, she understood that, after all, they were framed by the empire, making it difficult for them to save the royal family. Suddenly, Qin Man spoke up sternly, raising his voice to emphasize the urgency of the situation. He addressed Su Ying, questioning why she needed to ask such a question. He slammed his hand on the table, stood up, and declared that he couldn't stand by and watch as Wanner's family came to them. Qin Man told Su Ying that she just needed to give the order. He asserted that he would march with his troops immediately as he showcased his determination. Showcasing their willingness, Gao Feibao also spoke up and stated that they had fought alongside Xilong and emphasized that they couldn't simply ignore this matter. Gao Hu chimed in, suggesting Su Ying let them go, expressing confidence that he could get them within a day. Liu Bei remained silent, but Guan Yu voiced his opinion to Gao Feihu. He suggested that, For the sake of security, their army should go out instead. Zhang Fei spoke up, suggesting to Qin Man that he should simply watch the battle from nearby. He confidently asserted that he could bring them back within a day and teach a lesson to anyone who dared to mess with them. Also, Axis raised a concern, questioning why they needed to send their elite forces for what seemed like a small issue. He suggested letting his army go instead. Voices were raised in a heated debate, with individuals expressing their opinions on who should go. Someone suggested to Qin Man that they should only engage in big battles. Another person insisted that he would go repeatedly, while another insisted that he should go and seize the opportunity. Yet another argued that it was their Xilong brothers' matter. Amidst the heated debate, Su Ying and Wanner were visibly perplexed by the situation, while some expressed their willingness to go. Deep in thought, Su Ying thought about in order not to fight meaningless battles, but also considered hiding Chang Dalei's strength and recuperating. She pondered that perhaps they were not allowed to send troops at will. The 5 armies had been training day and night for 3 years. She described them as carrying peerless swords, yet they were unable to show off to others. Realizing the situation, Su Ying thought that their men finally had the opportunity to fight. However, she found that the opportunity was giving her a headache and pondered that she could not stop them without Chang Dalei. As the commotion was still unsettled, Fan Lihua entered the room and remarked that it was nice to have so much activity. Playfully, she teased Su Ying about being unkind for not calling her into the matter and suggested that those who could go should be her army. Concerned, Su Ying inquired if Fan Lihua intended to join the fight, emphasizing the significant danger involved. Fan Lihua responded with a hint of scorn, sarcastically remarking that she, a girl, should not be afraid of danger. She added that Chang Dalei wasn't around, and she felt bored to death, noting that she had to cut some criminals to relieve her boredom. With a thoughtful expression, Su Ying acknowledged that Fan Lihua was indeed a valiant general, and considered her the best fit for the job. Finally, the opportunity was granted to Fan Lihua's army, the fastest light cavalry. Qin Man, Zhang Fei, and Guan Yu looked on enviously as they looked at Fan Lihua's triumphant grin. Zhang Fei cursed under his breath, and the other 2 clenched their fists in frustration. Fan Lihua laughed, and teasingly apologized, declaring that she was going to eat alone. The next day, at the Liangzhu border, a Merlian guard informed everyone that a mile away to the east there was a group of horse bandits, and one person guessed that it was the pursuers. Tong Fei commanded all troops to advance at full speed ahead. She instructed them to just head to Toad City. They moved rapidly, accompanying the carriages. She ordered the cavalry to surround the wagons and reinforce the defense. Tong Fei asked Xilong how far it was to the Toad stronghold in their area. Xilong replied that it was about 100 miles. She inquired about when reinforcements for Toad's stronghold would arrive. Xilong responded that they had sent a signal 2 days ago, and he estimated that the reinforcements would arrive in a day. Frustrated, Tong Fei continued ordering the Merlian guards to move forward, insisting that they shouldn't stop, mentioning that there were too many of them, and expressing concern that it would be over if they were surrounded. Annoyed, Tong Fei glanced back, contemplating that those locust-like horse bandits, recognizing their horsemanship the same as the ghost horse bandits from 2 years ago. She wondered if their ghost had come back to life. She reflected that today's scene was so familiar to the one when they were escorting Wanner, except this time, she stood with the Toad village. While Tong Fei contemplated, a group on the hill observed them. A bandit said to their leader that they were indeed passing through to the area, and mentioned that the Horse King was strange. Liu Samping replied that the prey was in his pocket. As he grins broadly, he ordered his people to send the signal to flank them and cut off their retreat route. Suddenly a firework burst into the sky. Liu Samping commanded to kill them all. Tong Fei's groups were surprised when another group of bandits ambushed them ahead. Astonished, she wondered how they knew about their route and had set up an ambush in advance. All troops heeded her command and charged forward as Tong Fei raised her spear high above. In a commanding tone, she called Xilong's name, prompting Xilong to affirm with a smirk. As they clashed, someone shouted for help. With their combined abilities, Tong Fei and Xilong used the 100 Wind Crow Spear 100 Scattered Flower technique to break the enemy formation. Tong Fei commanded the Merlian guards to charge and called the Long Arms. 2 armies worked together to break the formation. While observing, Liu Samping commented that he was surprised at them for breaking through the encirclement by charging. He complimented them, stating they were worthy of the title Merlian Guards. Even with many men, they couldn't surround them. He wondered about the number, around 3,000, and questioned when the Merlian Guards had so many people. With amazement visible on his face, he instructed the Horse King to make them stay, and the Horse King whimpered. Liu Samping asserted that they should make them know who the master is. Following his declaration, the Horse King released a scream, utilizing the commanding neigh. This affected the horses of the Merlion guards, who became agitated and started panicking, with some Merlion guards wondering about the strange sound. Tong Fei noted that it was not good, expressing concern that the horses were frightened due to the sound. She instructed Xilong to control the horses, while she thought that the frightening roar was reminiscent of Chang Dalei's breakout in the martial arts competition that year. She described the sensation as causing dizziness, weak hands and feet, and direct penetration into the brain as if being stared at by the natural enemies of humanity. Xilong also thought that all the weaker ones fell under its impact. Anguished, Xilong observed that even the chasing horse bandits were also affected. But it seemed that Tong Fei was less affected by the roar, prompting him to question it. For a moment, the battlefield turned upside down. Both Merlion guards and horse bandits were paralyzed on the ground. The Merlion guards continued to panic, claiming that the surrounding horse bandits had also fainted. He urged them to get up and stand up. Some emphasized that it was their chance, and they should hurry. Others mentioned that those who hadn't fainted should help the other men to get back on their horses. Meanwhile, some assisted those who were vomiting. One Merlion guard opened the carriage and informed the trembling royal highnesses to get out of their carriages, while Tong Fei instructed Xilong to reorganize the troops. Xilong swiftly responded, providing information about the rear. He pointed in the direction and conveyed that more enemies had emerged behind them. Frustrated, Tong Fei let out a curse and questioned how many people were in the group of pursuers. The pursuers behind them urged one another to surround them. Showing no signs of wavering, Tong Fei stood firm and commanded to organize a defense around the carriage. Meanwhile, with a satisfied smirk, Liu Sanping remarked that Merlion guards were like a turtle in a jar. He claimed that, with the help of the Horse King, the current 1,000 horse bandits' stronghold number of people is stronger than the Sorrow Ghost bandits from the previous year. Even if Tong Fei's Merlion guards were strong, under the siege of so many people, they would be worn out sooner or later. At the same time, Tong Fei and Xilong were busy slashing the bandits. Merlion guards and the Xilong army began to suffer casualties. Tens of thousands of horse bandits surrounded the carriage, using the high mobility of the cavalry, like ants, eating away at the carriage little by little. Moments later, Fan Lihua suddenly arrived and announced that her army was entering the battle. She commanded her army to charge. Tong Fei noticed them and informed Xilong that another light cavalry was approaching, admitting that she didn't know who they belonged to. Xilong responded, informing her that it was Fan Lihua's army and they were allies. He further explained that Chang Dalei had sent them to pick them up. He mentioned that, based on the distance, it should have taken a day for them to arrive. However, he expressed surprise and delight that they had arrived earlier than expected. While Liu Sanping wore a surprised expression. Back with Fan Lihua, she apologized to them for keeping them waiting for a long time. Merlion guards noticed them. One asked who they were. Another assumed they were enemies, prompting some to try to stop them from coming in. Afterward, Fan Lihua used the pear blossom cut technique and leaped among the bandits. She commanded them to tear up their encirclement. Fan Lihua reflected on the strange dream from that night, realizing that her strength, stances, horsemanship, and army coordination were at their peak. Smirking, she called herself Grandma who became so strong. Meanwhile, other Merlion guards assisted the highnesses and informed them that reinforcements were coming. The highnesses were instructed to get on their horses. Some suggested getting the royal family on the horses, giving up the carriage and luggage. With a commanding tone, Tong Fei ordered them to assemble, declaring that they would cooperate and fight alongside the reinforcements. She commanded them to charge forward. Then, while Liu Sanping stood atop the hills, he contemplated the strength of Fan Lihua's cavalry and acknowledged their decent tactics. He questioned who this force was that dared to intercept them. Annoyed, he commented that since Fan Lihua's army was present, he suggested they should show them the might of their strength. He called on his horse king, who let out a powerful resounding neigh. As the resounding neigh echoed towards the chaotic battle, Fan Lihua wondered what it was. Her horse was bothered by the noise, but she skillfully managed to control her rouge horse and complimented it after the horse appeased. Irritated, Fan Lihua took her bow and commented that the shouting on the cliff in the early morning was too noisy. She pointed her bow towards Liu Sanping's horse and sternly told him to shut his horse's mouth, and the arrow swiftly approached the horse king. The arrow went straight into the horse king's mouth, leaving Liu Sanping surprised. Taken aback, Liu Sanping looked at the arrow that pierced the horse king. Enraged, Liu Sanping unleashed a string of curses, expressing how dare Fan Lihua hurt his horse. While Fan Lihua remained calm, she assured the Merlion guards that everything was under control and informed them that they got them. Then, she urged them to follow her back to the village. As he pulled out the arrow that pierced his horse in anger, Liu Sanping, infuriated, questioned who these people were and how they dared to intercept them. Within his group, someone informed him that it was Fan Lihua of the Toad Village Light Cavalry. He mentioned that they were driven out from Liangzhu by Fan Lihua. Recognizing the name Toad Village, Liu Samping realized what it meant. His expression changed as he realized that it was Chang Dalei's Toad Village. Recalling how Chang Dalei infiltrated the grassland and killed the leader of the 5,000 horse bandits and the sorrowful ghost, Liu Samping trembled as he thought about that rainy night and that skilled killer. Frightened as he recalled the past about it was the murderer and that he barely managed to escape with his life. Anxious, Liu Samping realized that it was Chang Dalei's territory. His men agreed, mentioning that he had heard Chang Dalei built a city in Liangzhu and became the Lord of Qinchuan and the King of Liangzhu. But he informed him that hadn't made any moves in the recent year. Filled with fear, Liu Samping thought about that time when the sorrowful ghost was killed by Chang Dalei and Wanner was taken away. He noted that this time it was the royal family. Frustrated, he questioned why Chang Dalei seemed to be everywhere and why he was so unlucky. Delighted, his people informed him not to panic, stating that Chang Dalei was not in Toad Village. Despite the worry, Liu Samping pondered that Chang Dalei was in Yuzhou and that he was not in Toad Village. He speculated that as long as he wasn't there, perhaps Toad Village wouldn't be as strong. Liu Samping inquired about the number of soldiers in Toad Village. His men reported that the troops in Toad City should be between 20,000 to 30,000. He wondered about the number that only 20,000 to 30,000. He thought that in contrast with their group, the 1,000-horse stronghold, which had been annexing forces, engaging in wars, and confiscating wild horses in the mountains. He gives gratitude to the Horse King. Now they had 10,000 cavalry, tens of thousands of warriors, and many mountain and water strongholds under their control. He informed his group that in addition to Fan Lihua, just now, he asked how many people there were in Toad Village. Unsure, his men replied that Toad Village hadn't sent troops to fight wars or expanded its power recently. They had no idea about the current strength power. Curious, Liu Samping inquired if there was anyone powerful, and one of his men replied that there was none and mentioned that Fan Lihua was skilled in horsemanship but weaker in direct combat without her horse. He added that they had been driven out of Liangzhu by Fan Lihua, which led them to join the 1,000-horse stronghold. Fan Lihua's daily work is to patrol and clean up the nearby mountain bandits and horse bandits. Liu Samping remarked that Fan Lihua seemed to be good at horse fighting, and she was only restrained by the Horse King's ability. He questioned whether Toad Village was recovering from the strong attack on Qinchuan Pass. One of his men responded that if that was the case, they wondered why Song Baking didn't seize the opportunity to attack them. In response, Liu Samping rebuked the one who questioned him as being stupid. He explained that Song Baking's son was a hostage of Toad Village, so he wouldn't dare to take action. His men smiled and praised Liu Samping as wise. He mentioned that Liangzhu City had sent troops to Yuzhou to encircle the justice cult, leaving the city's military strength in a negligent state. He remarked that Chang Dalei once took Qinchuan Pass overnight, and with his ambition, he should be doing anything at this time. Emphasizes that even though Chang Dalei went to Yuzhou alone, he didn't take a single soldier. His man added, expressing surprise that now everyone is grabbing territories, and they questioned why Chang Dalei isn't doing the same and how this is possible. Liu Samping believed that there's only one explanation, that the Toad Village currently lacks available troops. With a mischievous grin, he described Toad Village as strong in appearance but weak in reality. In his thoughts, the situation presented clear and rigorous logic, organized with clarity. With a hint of malicious intent, he considered this a big bet. He further reflected that if he won the bet, he would take everything. He envisioned becoming the master of Qinchuan, with the 1,000-horse stronghold having fertile territory, and being appreciated by the prime minister so that he could reach the sky with one step. Confident, he pondered that everyone wanted to kill Chang Dalei, and maybe he would die in Yuzhou, envisioning that by then, Toad Village would lack a leader and become a desert. He questioned himself why he shouldn't make a move first. He could even use the Qinchuan Pass as a gangplank, and with the assistance of the Horse King, he could become a marquis and a general in the future, expanding his territory. He mused about his idea, considering it a great move it would be. Even if he lost the bet, he still had the biggest card, the Horse King. In case Chang Dalei came, the Horse King might be able to fight him, or he could use the Horse King to escape if things turned ugly. With the Horse King by his side, he believed that no one could kill him. He saw it as an opportunity for a fresh start, making a comeback, and he thought he would be advantageous. In his reflections, he emphasized that without grains, no person could be rich, and without grass, no horse could be fat. Confident, he remarked that Chang Dalei wasn't in Toad Village, speculating that Toad Village might only have 10,000 or 20,000 remnant soldiers. He emphasized the strength of thousand-horse stronghold and the support of the Horse King. He pondered how many times in life one could fight others and become a hero. After pondering all of this, Liu Sanping announced that the real big fish was in their hands. He ordered to gather all the cavalry and to follow them. With his determination, he issued an immediate summoning of all forces that submitted to them and attacked Toad Village. Recalling Chang Dalei's past actions in killing all 5,000 horse bandits, he saw it as time for payback. Thinking about Sorrow Ghost, he wished for him to rest in peace. He declared his name as Liu Sanping and his determination to seek revenge for him. Meanwhile, at Toad Village, Su Ying walked slowly towards Wanner, who was reading on a bench. She approached her, informing her that they were back safe and sound. Handing something to Wanner, Su Ying mentioned that it was a silk fabric she bought from Jiangnan. She mentioned that since the material was not easy to find nowadays, she brought it to make a new dress for her. Curious, Wanner asked about the situation in Chang'an, and Su Ying promptly replied that everything was all right. Uncertain, Wanner inquired about her father's return, prompting Su Ying to hesitate. In a serious tone, Wanner called Su Ying's name. She admitted that she knew Chang Dalei was afraid she would be saddened and had instructed her not to tell. Glancing at Su Ying, Wanner expressed a sense of disdain, conveying that Chang Dalei could treat her like an idiot. But Su Ying couldn't. She told Su Ying that she was a smart person and not to try to get away with talking casually like Chang Dalei. Upset, she told Su Ying that if she didn't want to share it, she could just ask her family. Su Ying's expression turned gloomy, and after a moment of silence, it was revealed that when Chang'an was breached, Emperor Ming stayed in the palace and died while defending against the rebels. With a resigned acknowledgement, Wanner stated that she should have thought of that. Giving a sudden cold shoulder, Wanner asked Su Ying to go out first and leave her alone. Su Ying was reluctant to leave. Wanner shouted, urging her to get out. Resigned, Su Ying simply walked away and glanced back at Wanner, who was still sitting with a lowered gaze. Wanner's hands clenched as her tears dripped, and she bit her lips as she could no longer resist the pain she felt. Slowly covering her face with both hands and sobbing uncontrollably. As she sobbed alone, Su Ying's hands reached out to comfort her. Understanding Wanner's struggle, Su Ying embraced Wanner tightly. She gently tapped her back as Wanner continued crying on her shoulder, releasing pent-up emotions she couldn't comprehend. Late afternoon, Su Ying walked to the empty street. She pondered the fact that the royal family was destroyed. Wanner's father was killed. Her brothers were fighting each other, and her family was torn apart. Now, her family had to live under the protection of others. She pondered about herself, wondering what she would do if she were to face those things. With a gloomy expression, she realized that Wanner had to face these on herself. Realizing that she couldn't replace Wanner's suffering with her, let alone say some generous words to her. At that moment, Gao Feibao approached and repeatedly called Su Ying's attention. While Su Ying was still in the middle of her thoughts, it gave her the idea to wait for Chang Dalei to come back and let him spend more time with Wanner. Wondering what was happening, Su Ying turned her attention towards Gao Feibao, asking him what was wrong. With a gleeful expression, Gao Feibao delivered the news that their men patrolling outside the city had found a group of horse bandits marching toward them. Curious about Gao Feibao's excitement, Su Ying expressed confusion about Gao Feibao's happiness in the face of a potential invasion. However, Gao Feibao quickly dashed away, leaving Su Ying perplexed. Before leaving, he told Su Ying to retreat to the back of the city, and he joyfully informed her that it was his going to lead the troops to defend the city. He showed joy and said that finally he had a chance to fight. But Su Ying looks at him indifferently. At the same time, in the Toad City barracks, in Qin Man's army camp, Qin Man rallied his troops, urging them to get wild and ready. Meanwhile, in Guan Yu's army camp, he instructed his men to pour the wine, expressing his determination to go the bandits and create a mess. Over in Zhang Fei's army camp, Zhang Fei questioned his men about the whereabouts of his snake spear. On the other hand, Fan Lihua was busy organizing the residence for Tong Fei and the royal family. Fan Lihua was concerned about another group of bandits and wondered if they were the same people who were pursuing them. Suddenly, Tong Fei interrupted and asked for Fan Lihua's permission to join as well. In a swift decision, Tong Fei called for Xilong, who, in turn, summoned his army and Merlian guards to gather. Xilong emphasized the urgency, stating that they won't even get the crumbs. As each army came out of the camps, a villager announced that the enemy was coming. Atop the wall, Qin Man urgently commanded the troops to climb the wall and prepare to fend off the enemy. Qin Man announced that his army was in position. Also, Gao Feibao's voice echoed, shouting that his army was also in position. As the enemy forces rumbled toward the city, the lookouts reported that the enemy showed no signs of stopping. They were charging straight ahead. Another report indicated that the enemy were all iron cavalry, and that they were at least 10,000. Tin Man noted that there was infantry in the back and their equipment was scattered and disorderly, suggesting a combined force of various smaller forces. He emphasized the number of the 10,000 cavalries, calling it a formidable force, and questioned when this significant force had risen. Meanwhile, their archers were fully loaded. Astonished, Tin Man commented on the elite horsemen in front, followed by an army launching a frontal assault. He wondered how two armies would fight against each other. Gao Feihu questioned what the enemy was trying to accomplish by attacking the city with this kind of fighting style. Gao Feibao also noted that the enemy didn't even have siege equipment, and he wondered if they were not planning to ram the wall with cavalry. Qin Man uttered a remark about horses, wondering how they could have so many. On the opposing side, their horses clattered as they advanced toward the city. With confidence, Liu Samping urged his men to advance and seek revenge, to take over the fertile lands. He declared his grim intention to burn and plunder. He yelled to his horse king, and the horse king screamed in nay as he commanded the horses. The horses suddenly turned wild. Liu Samping ordered the release of the horses and swiftly charged toward the city with incredible speed. Tin Man remarked that they were letting their horses charge, and he instructed their archers not to move and be ready. He called to shoot, and the archers released a volley of arrows towards the charging horses. The speed of the controlled wild horses did not decrease even when they were hit by an arrow. The horses that were hit by arrows slammed their bodies against the gate of Toad City. They slammed forcefully, seemingly without care. Tin Man was surprised that they dared to send their precious war horses to their deaths like that. Gao Feihu cursed at them and wondered how they could just attack the city using the horses to smash the gate. Gao Feibao added that if the horses could not break through, he pondered whether the gate would be blocked by the corpses of the horses. Liu Samping recalled in the past that when they attacked and occupied other cities, they used the same tactic. He added that before they had time to pile up sandbags behind the city gates, wild horses would often break them. He was surprised as this time the round of charging did not crash it open, concluding that the Toad Village's gates were much stronger than most of the empire's. Liu Samping called his horse king while charging towards the gates, ignoring the raining arrows. He told the horse king that it was his turn, even as the Toad armies continued shooting at him. As they leaped, they were not hit by the raining arrows headed their way. Liu Samping, with his horse king, managed to slam the gate forcefully. The armies who guarded the gate were shocked as they felt the city walls trembling. Qin Man and Gao Feihu said that the godly horse was so powerful. A loud strike occurred, and Liu Samping successfully broke the city gate. He signaled his men to enter the city as he charged inside, wearing a satisfying grin. They all charged inside as he commanded them as usual to burn and loot as many as they wanted. A person announced that the cavalry had entered the city. When the gates were breached, the siege became an alley battle where the two armies competed for space, killing each other. Tin Man notified his allies that the main gate had been destroyed and prepared for battle as the enemy troops were entering the city. Liu Samping ordered his men to break through the city and kill them all. 5,000 cavalry marched into the city followed by 10,000 infantry. The warriors confronted the enemy as they protected their city. The first to arrive was the Hubao army, which was the first main force to hold off the enemy. Gao Feibao commanded his army to draw their swords and told Gao Feihu that he would go first. Gao Feihu replied not to be rash. 3,000 Hubao army blocked the intersection and faced the army of horse bandits coming in. Gao Feihu and Gao Feibao told their troops to watch above as Liu Samping started to attack them. Liu Samping swept his sword as he charged through, insulting the Toad army, saying they were a bunch of road-blocking trash. After the Horse King jumped, the impact was intense, causing the street to split open, resulting in a rumble. Gao Feihu was surprised, questioning what was happening, while his troops fell to the ground. Liu Samping realized that the Toad village had someone to attack and someone to defend the back. He observed the face of the cavalry's charge that no one took a step back and even formed a complete line of defense. Comparing it to the other cities, one charge was enough to scare them to death, and after that, what awaited them was a one-sided massacre. He concluded that this was an elite army governed by order, even comparable to the Merlian Guard. The quality of the two armies was not even on the same level. The advantages of attacking Toad Village were too many, and he considered that Chang Dalei is in Yuzhou now, and an attack could only happen during these days. Thinking of this, Liu Samping became more and more uneasy. He didn't have time to gather information and was blinded by Prophet leading him to make some rash advances. As he was about to stomp on Gao Feibao, who was on the ground, he also thought that there was no turning back. He asked for help from his horse king, aiming to break through Toad Village. Determined that he planned to kill a general first, Gao Fei, who could only call Gao Fei Bao. With a wide smile, Liu Sanping announced that it was time for Gao Fei Bao to die, but was defended right away by Qin Man. Liu Sanping was in disbelief at how Qin Man was able to block the Horse King's attack, leading him to conclude that Toad Village indeed had experts. Meanwhile, Gao Fei Bao showed relief as he called out to Qin Man. Qin Man was terrified by the horse's power, comparing it to being hit by a huge mountain. He told Gao Fei Bao to retreat as he would take care of this situation. Liu Sanping complimented Qin Man for his skills, acknowledging the challenge of competing with the Horse King. He launched another attack. Undeterred, Qin Man utilized the Plum Blossom Spear's sweeping Plum Blossom technique. Qin Man figured out that Liu Sanping was only hiding behind his mount, and it would take more than one person to surround or kill the mount and him. With Peerless, he commanded his troops as he called for his army. He instructed all troops to enter the formation. The troops gathered and formed a formation, chanting to hold them back, destroy, and kill them. The troops were instructed to hold their position. Liu Sanping found out about another strong army and regretted misjudging the strength of the Toad Village. He emphasized the quick reactions, marking their positions as soon as the gates were broken, and the army was so organized in their defense. Overlooking the battlefield inside the city, the Plum Blossom Spear formation was like a meat grinder, crushing the incoming enemy troops. He pondered that far from those imperial troops who fled when they couldn't fight. Worried, Liu Sanping saw that Fan Lihua and the Merlian guards had also entered the battlefield. Seeing Tong Fei and Fan Lihua's fist bump, Tong Fei commented that they were coming in, and Fan Lihua also stated that they joined forces and joined the flank. Liu Sanping was surprised at how there were so many brave soldiers inside the Toad Village. Fearless, Fan Lihua and Tong Fei charged towards the enemy, stating that they would break through them and crush them. Liu Sanping realized that even though the Horse King broke the gates, the following troops couldn't break through the defensive line. Although the 1,000-horse stronghold claimed to have 10,000 cavalry and tens of thousands of troops, it only looked majestic on the surface. It was just a sheet of loose sand. A single touch could cause it to scatter. Even his men suggested him to withdraw. The casualty rate increased, morale became low, and they began to flee. He highlighted that there was even a great general who could fight with his Horse King without losing. The encirclement tightened, and Liu Sanping knew that soon they would be pinned from all sides. Worried, he didn't want the Horse King to die, and he told himself that it could not die, or he would be cut to death by their swords. He decided to retreat, but as soon as he turned his back, Xilong was leading his army to enter the formation and commanded them to encircle them and never let them escape. Also, Guan Yu entered the formation. Liu Sanping realized that his enemies were behind and ahead, surrounding them. Concerned, Liu Sanping had no choice but to command the Horse King to use all of his power the Horse King might influence. The Horse King neighed at the top of his lungs. As the Horse King screamed, the surrounding armies fell to the ground. Qin Man and other armies were stunned as their consciousness gradually blurred with the visceral and internal organ pain as his mount started to neigh. Both mountain bandits and horse bandits were dizzy with the whining sound. The distance was too long. The internal organs were injured by the shock. Those with low strength were directly shaken to death. It even spread to the whole of Toad City. Someone wondered who used the lion's roar. Even Wanner and Su Ying were worried about the sound. Meanwhile, at the system space, Machine asked Gaosheng what was wrong after exclaiming that he won. Gaosheng remained quiet. Back at the battlefield, Liu Sanping's attention was caught after he noticed someone was conscious, saying that ordinary people would be scared straight out of their wits. He commended the Toad Village army's strength and how they managed to hide so deeply. Chuckled. He acknowledged that he was careless and promised to come back sooner. He told Qin Man that he couldn't be killed or captured easily, warning that next time, he would be more careful. Liu Sanping continued to share about how his horse gained its power 2 years ago, from a sickly horse to a divine one, making him a nobody into a leader of the 1,000-horse stronghold. He proudly declared that he and the Horse King, calling them mortals, were already at a completely different level of existence. He concluded that its power was growing every day. He promised that with the Horse King's help, destroying their Toad Village would be as easy as a hand's turn, warning Qin Man that his 1,000-horse strongholds would rise again in this chaotic era, and it would be their end. He remarked that before he leaves, he will trample Qin Man to death and the rest one by one. As Liu Sanping was about to trample them, he noticed that his Horse King was startled and wondered what was wrong. He was told by the Horse King that the sky, and he looked up and questioned what was up there. Suddenly, a loud rumble occurred, following numerous thunders in the sky. Liu Sanping was surprised when he saw something moving from the dark clouds and questioned what it was. When it was Guosheng in his full form. Yuzhu was on the snowfield hundreds of miles away from Death Valley. Chang Dalei managed to fend off the rest of the enemy troops. With intimidation, he scared the soldiers to leave quickly. The soldiers were terrified. They hastily retreated away from him. As he rested, drinking water, he pondered that the waves of enemies on the road seriously slowed down his speed. He thought that he could no longer see martial people blocking his way. Instead, it was the imperial army of the capital which seemed to be very close to Death Valley. Chang Dalei asked himself how far it was. He replied that if things went well, they could get there within 1 day and 1 night. Chang Dalei was glad to know and started to move. When they were about to move, the bull couldn't stand as it trembled. He thought that the bull was exhausted and seemed to need more rest. Noting that Yinmu's physical strength had bottomed out and seemed that they must find a place to recuperate. Otherwise, entering Death Valley in this state would surely grant them death. Yinmu suddenly picked up the bull, which led to Chang Dalei's surprise. She whistled as she spoke and suddenly ran forward. Bewildered, Chang Dalei followed Yinmu. From afar, a group of men were observing Chang Dalei as they described him as legendary, and the capital's 300 imperial guards failed to stop him. They kept an eye on him and noted that from riding a bull and wearing a sword, describing Yinmu as an expressionless little girl following him. A member asked his boss what he was thinking. The boss responded, emphasizing Chang Dalei's strength, but they saw him as still an ordinary person. On the contrary, they considered Yinmu to be more of a threat because, in front of her, normal folk almost broke from a touch. He emphasized that if they wanted to fight Chang Dalei, it must be when Yinmu wasn't around, otherwise, meeting her would be their demise. One of their members asked why Toad Village had those 2 demons, stating that they looked like an arrow at the end of its flight. The boss instructed them to wait a little longer and they would soon encounter the veteran group. They wanted Chang Dalei to meet the veteran group first. Then, they could take advantage of them and reap the benefits by standing back. Shortly after, they disappeared as swiftly as a fleeting shadow. Back to the Chang Dalei group, he sensed something as he suddenly stopped. Without minding it, Chang Dalei returned to what he was doing without saying anything. Hart informed him that the guests over there were the 9 top and 1 excellent. Chang Dalei was calm and replied to her not to worry about it and just keep going. He claimed that if they blocked his way, he would kill them. But Hart sensed something far away. She pondered that the dragon scale formation of Qinchuan had been activated. It seemed that a container was invading Qinchuan, but it would not matter as Guosheng would handle it. Back to Qinchuan, the nation's fortune suppression array was activated. As Guosheng soared through the sky in his full form, he observed the entire Toad City. He remarked that countless dynasties had changed, and he had been the guardian of the country, watching over the world. Whenever the world was in turmoil, the country's fortunes declined, and other demons and monsters dared to come out to disrupt the empire would face him. He called the remnant named Taudi. Taudi rose from the Horse King, leaving Liu Samping in shock. Guosheng asked Taudi if he still wanted to abandon the flesh to escape, reminding him that the heavenly thunder had marked his soul, and would never escape his domain. When Liu Samping fell from his horse, he continued to shout upon seeing Guosheng. He expressed confusion about the Horse King. He questioned Taudi's name and inquired about the origin of the Toad Village. In his fear, Liu Samping shouted hysterically. Qin Man, on the other hand, was surprised and had no idea what Liu Samping was talking about. He was confused about the thunder just now. Then, Guosheng intimidated Liu Samping, calling him an evil beast. After that, Liu Samping was frightened and shouted even louder. Guosheng caught Taudi and exclaimed that he only had a remnant soul, and still dared to appear openly to disturb the empire. He asked him if he thought he was dead. Guosheng blasted a flame ray directed at Taudi, keeping him inside an orb. He explained that in ancient times, the ferocious beast that gained the power of a container was the one who fused with the power completely, that the power in its body could no longer be separated. Now it's only a soul remnant, confused about how it still came out to disrupt the empire. Before he left, he told him that Taudi better send out some of his strength to treat the wounded and clean up the mess. It was fortunate that he arrived early, otherwise the mess caused by Taudi would have made Hart angry. Guosheng remarked that Hart should be satisfied with the way he handled it. After Guosheng left, Qin Man noticed the sudden disappearance of the pressure, emphasizing that something extraordinary must have appeared and disappeared. Meanwhile, Tong Fei gasped while looking from above. Similarly, Fan Lihua gasped, her attention also drawn upward, as she questioned what was happening. Su Ying continued that the oppressive pressure was the same as when she met the immortal. She wonders if it was the trump card that Dalei left for the village. Qinchuan, natural vision could be seen within 100 miles. After the battles, the Toad City bustled with activity. Some urgently called for a stretcher team, while others sought Liu Bei, inquiring about the location of his presumed dead body. Some people attempted to wake their buddies, expressing their belief that they were on the verge of death. Meanwhile, another group focused on apprehending the intruders, intending to throw them into jail. Amidst their busyness, Qin Man and the other armies spotted Liu Sanping's lifeless body, with his horse lying beside him. As soon as they got closer, Liu Sanping began to cough and was very weak. Liu Sanping suddenly let out a scream as he saw them, and Qin Man was confused as they saw him awake. Seemingly delirious, Liu Sanping warned them not to come closer and stated about the dragon. In a state of panic, he kept calling out for his horse king. Perplexed, Gao Fei, who believed Liu Sanping might be acting irrationally, and asked what he saw. Gao Fei Bao commented that it was indeed quite strange. Qin Man said that the horse was not breathing either. Qin Man exclaimed that no matter whether he was pretending to be crazy or not, they should lock him up first and wait for Chang Dalei to come back and deal with him. Wondered why he suddenly died a violent death. Fan Lihua mentioned her desire to claim his horse and expressed regret over the unfortunate incident. Gao Fei, who continued to question if it was an immortal descending from heaven sending heavenly thunder to destroy evil. After successfully defending the city, in the system space, Guoshang placed the remnants of Taodi, which he obtained from the Horse King, and engulfed them in his fire breath. He told them to roast fiercely and simmer slowly. Feeling relieved, Guoshang remarked that he was done. He pondered that using native dragon fire was effective in washing away the outer layer of contamination. But for internal pollution, he decided it would be best to wait for Heart to return, thinking that she might have a way to solve it. Guoshang believed that Heart should be satisfied with this outcome. However, he contemplated the chaotic state of the world, noting that even Taodi came out to eat people. He mused that this time, to get Taodi, he used his breath spread throughout the area. He believed that those spirits and monsters hiding in the shadows should have sensed it. He concluded that they should be beaten, no matter how much they fight. Determined, Guoshang declared that those who dared to come out as demons should remember that he was not dead yet. Lost in thought, Guoshang's contemplation was interrupted by the machine calling him to come. The machine informed him that a new game had been created from the host's memory. The machine urged him to use the system power to recreate it while Heart was away. Meanwhile, at the Jade Emperor's palace in Chang'an, the people were gathered. Among them, one person commented on the fortune cakes of the Jade Emperors, stating that they were refined with the luck of the immortals. Another person chimed in, adding that those who were sick ate it to cure their sickness, while the healthy ate it to live longer. Yet another person responded, stating that it was considered a blessing of Zhang Tiansai himself. Someone inquired about Zhang Tiansai if he was so powerful, prompting a response from another person who asked him if he didn't know much about him. The person went on to share that there are many legends about Zhang Tiansai. According to the tales, when he was born, his mother dreamed of red beads at night and swallowed them, leading to his birth. Continuing the narrative, it was revealed that by the age of 3, Zhang Tiansai could read and write, and at 7, he was reciting Taoist texts. At 8, he joined the Jade Emperor's temple and devoted himself to cultivation. To the amazement of many, by the age of less than 30, his cultivation had become unfathomable. Everyone said that he had the posture of an immortal and was destined to become immortal in the future. In a remote area on the back mountain, a steady rain poured heavily as Zhang Tiansai could be seen walking. He paused for a moment and gazed at the sky, contemplating that after divining 13 trigrams, all of them were evil. As he pondered, he expected that the road he was walking was going against the will of the heavens. On a night in Jingzhou, a monk on a boat tossed a lifeless body into the deep waters, and the body sank beneath the surface. Suddenly, a woman arrived and addressed the monk as master. The monk responded and called her by her name, Yin-Yang, expressing that she was late. Yin-Yang apologized and went on to explain that she had witnessed the man playing with his child and found the child too cute and she couldn't bear to kill him. In a somewhat savage manner, the monk reminded her that she could save a few more people if she killed him. He advised her that in the future, when encountering such a thing, he suggested killing the child first and cutting off his beloved in future trouble before killing him. Yin-Yang responded that all the people she had killed were unrighteous people, emphasizing that the child was innocent. However, the monk countered, lamenting that when she was 10 years old, she learned to use a 2-foot blade with him, and the day she finished, the tip of the sword was sharpened to 3 fingers. The monk continued, noting that as time passed, more people were killed, and the sword used became shorter and shorter. Today, the art has evolved to the point where flying flowers and leaves can be used to kill. He said that among the assassins in the world, Yin-Yang is already the strongest. The monk recounted the tragic fates of Yin-Yang's 2 sisters. One was trapped in love and killed by a man. The other one learned the art ineptly and died, and only Yin-Yang remained. He pointed out that her only weakness was her compassion and warned her that if she didn't change, it could kill her sooner or later. The monk handed something to Yin Yang, advising her to take it. He instructed her to seal the medicine with beeswax and hide it in the poison sac in her teeth, ensuring it wouldn't harm her and would be convenient to use. This, the monk explained, if she ever found herself caught by mistake and escape was hopeless, she could relieve herself from pain without facing humiliation as a woman. The monk expressed his hope that she would never have to use it, a sentiment that Yin Yang affirmed. After that, the monk commended Yin Yang, urging her to kill more villains and expedite the end of the chaotic world. He advised her to rest well, assuring her that he would call her again if there was a task. Yin Yang confirmed her understanding and swiftly departed, and she skillfully jumped out from the waters. Following this, the monk stood alone, gazing at the crescent moon. Meanwhile, in Langia City, Zhuzhou, at the 10,000 Scroll Academy, a certain tribe of the Ring tribe. At the same time, in the Yuzhou area, Sima Qian could be seen on a cliff, using a telescope to observe the surroundings. As morning dawned in the deep mountains, Guoshang's The Nation's Fortune had reappeared in the world. Those foolish guys in the chaotic world were once again fearful and trembling. Back in the system space, the machine addressed Guoshang, requesting permission to ask something. Guoshang permitted him to speak. The machine inquired about Hart, who had followed Chang Dalei to save people, asking if this was considered extraordinary individuals intervening in the present world. Guoshang responded, stating that he didn't think so, and explained that Hart didn't directly intervene herself. The machine side-eyed him, expressing skepticism. Struggling to elaborate further, Guoshang simply mentioned that there wasn't much he could do since he couldn't beat Hart. The machine casually responded, expressing understanding. Meanwhile, Yinmu and Chang Dalei were running. As they ran, Yinmu tripped over the rope. She was surprised, realizing that the rope was a trap, and suddenly a barrage of arrows began to rain down upon them. Chang Dalei immediately became alert and instructed Yinmu to get down. Without hesitation, he sprinted towards the rainy arrows, swiftly drawing his sword. Chang Dalei moved with incredible speed, skillfully deflecting the arrows with precise movements. Not far away, atop the hill, a soldier commanded his troops to continuously shoot arrows, instructing them to suppress Chang Dalei and Yinmu. From the hills, the soldiers were looking down and remarked that the terrain was elevated, lacking any shelter. While Chang Dalei skillfully deflected all incoming arrows, the soldier shouted to him, stating that this would be his grave. Smirking, the soldier persistently ordered his troops to keep firing arrows until their arrows ran out. After deflecting the arrows, Chang Dalei called Hart and inquired about the origin of the wave of guests. Hart explained that they were soldiers from the capital under Minister Kui, along with the veteran group from the general's residence. Concerned, Hart warned Chang Dalei to be careful, noting that the number of guests this time was quite large. Confidently, Chang Dalei chuffed and remarked that the two groups had joined forces, and he sarcastically added that he should treat them well. As another volley of arrows rained down on them, Chang Dalei called Hart to possess him. Chang Dalei's body no longer displayed any system characteristics. The fear points required for passage were deducted proportionally based on a fear point count of 1 million for each stick of incense. Chang Dalei effortlessly deflected the incoming arrows and reached the top of the hills. He called Yinmu and instructed her to catch and throw the black bull first. He also directed her to follow him and pointed out that there were two people on the right side of the cliff. Then, with remarkable power, Yinmu tossed the bull and swiftly leaped above. Meanwhile, two soldiers on the hills were discussing, with one of them stating that in the martial arts competition, Chang Dalei had killed Longting with a single strike. The other soldier added that both of their futures were severed with a single sword. The soldier responded, asserting that only by killing Chang Dalei could they clear away the shame from 3 years ago and start anew. The other one expressed his intention to lead the Empire's strongest veteran group to eliminate this perceived villain. These two soldiers were revealed to be Liu Qinming and Jiyu Zhang. Qinming informed Jiyu Zhang that he requested the minister to provide them with 500 soldiers in order to kill Chang Dalei. Smirking, Jiyu Zhang responded, stating that they had teamed up against the enemy, and the enemy wouldn't be able to escape. Jiyu Zhang expressed his pleasure, declaring that today would be the day of revenge. The soldiers behind them cheered for him. Suddenly, both Liu Qinming and Jiyu Zhang were surprised when Chang Dalei and Yinmu, along with their bull, swiftly leaped into their midst. The bull charged at Qinming, while Chang Dalei focused on Jiyu Zhang. In a swift sequence of events, Qinming was knocked aside by the bull, and Jiyu Zhang met his end as Chang Dalei beheaded him. Upon landing, Chang Dalei playfully described it as a superhero landing. The soldiers from the capital were afraid even before the fight started. One of them mentioned that Jiyu Zhang was dead. At the same time, another group of determined soldiers declared the arrival of their target and ordered everyone to surround them. They called their spearmen and urged them to move forward. Showing no signs of fear, the spearmen escalated to charge. Undeterred, Chang Dalei told Yinmu that they would kill them together. The team of Chang Dalei found it easy to strike the soldiers, who seemed powerless against them, while Yinmu and the bull displayed incredible power, tossing the soldiers' bodies aside with ease. Yinmu noticed another group of soldiers. She fearlessly charged towards them without hesitation. Using her bull, Yinmu tossed the soldiers aside like bowling pins. A soldier with a patch confronted Yinmu, boldly stating that she was courting death. As Yinmu approached him, the one-eye patch soldier swung his large weapon at her. To his surprise, Yinmu effortlessly blocked the attack with just one hand. The soldier with the eye patch was astonished, pondering that Yinmu blocked the attack with just one hand. He questioned if it was truly the strength of a human. Following that, Yinmu swung her axe, causing the soldier with the eye patch to scream in pain as his hand was struck. Yinmu retrieved the soldier's large weapon, using it to counterattack against the other soldiers who attempted to attack them, while Chang Dalei effortlessly attacked the other soldiers, delivering precise strikes that caused the soldiers to scream in pain. With a powerful swing, Chang Dalei incapacitated the soldiers. Chang Dalei contemplated that, despite the veteran group suffering numerous casualties, none had retreated so far. They remained brave, charging forward towards death. He also observed that, on the contrary, the soldiers from the capital had begun to flee. The veteran soldiers charged fearlessly towards Chang Dalei. However, Chang Dalei swiftly killed them, realizing that the empire was not lacking in warriors. As he caught his breath, Chang Dalei contemplated the situation that the veteran group was probably the most elite group in the empire. But he couldn't shake the thought that when the Ring tribe invaded, they did not fight against them. As he was engaged in battle alongside Yinmu, Chang Dalei kept pondering, noting that they were now sent by the upper echelon to fight and eliminate dissent within. Amidst the bloody battle on the hill, he reflected on the fact that, although obeying orders is the natural duty of a soldier, but he found that the situation was truly pathetic. The red moon covered the land. Chang Dalei took his stance and stared at his enemy. A soldier looked at Chang Dalei, who had a bloodied sword. The soldier instructed everyone to kill Chang Dalei. Chang Dalei stabbed his sword towards the soldier. Blood splashed on the soldier's back. Chang Dalei remained silent as he killed the man who was coughing up blood. The soldier kneeled on one knee and stomped on his blood. Under the red moon, Chang Dalei stabbed the soldier on top of a mountain of corpses. Chang Dalei apologized. He thought that most of the soldiers forced him to do his best to deal with them and claimed that they were excellent. He also realized that the empire had soldiers who were assigned to do dirty work like eradicating dissidents rather than defending their country. Chang Dalei was upset because the empire was being oppressed by the Ring tribe. Suddenly, a system message stated that the possession was lifted. Chang Dalei expressed respect towards the soldiers as they were real soldiers. However, they were currently his enemies. A hand grabbed the clothes of Chang Dalei. Alerted, Chang Dalei turned to look at who it was. He saw Yinmu tending the black bull. Chang Dalei approached Yinmu and called her out. He told Yinmu that they were going to find the black bull a place to heal. Hart appeared, informing Chang Dalei that it was time for them to have a good repair, followed by a system notification stating that the martial world achievements that required them to defeat the enemies who intercepted them along the way had been completed, with a reward of a bonfire. After a while at night, the group camped beside a waterfall. Hart took hold of a glowing orb. She caressed the orb with her hands. Later, a system notification appeared stating to use the bonfire reward. The campfire began to light brighter. A figure of a sword slowly restored its condition to 100% in the bonfire range. The black bull, however, sensed something. Chang Dalei informed the black bull that in front of them was the Death Valley, and claimed that he didn't know how many soldiers were stationed there. He explained that the black bull had become their symbol after coming along the way, and that if they rode it in, they would be identified. He told Yinmu to stay on guard where they were, and that he would go there himself to see if there was any chance of saving Lin Sheyu. The black bull only mooed in response, while Yinmu looked dissatisfied. Hart giggled as she noticed that both the black bull and Yinmu were unwilling to stay. She suggested taking them together because she believed that they could be helpful. Hart informed Yinmu that her axe had been repaired and tossed it at her. Yinmu caught the axe, which was shining. Hart instructed Chang Dalei to give her his sword. Disappointed, she chastised Chang Dalei for not maintaining his weapons, claiming that his sword would have rusted if she hadn't assisted him on weekdays, prompting Chang Dalei to question why she would allow Yinmu to follow him because he thought it was inappropriate. Chang Dalei mentioned that Yinmu had only top-class rank, and claimed that it would be difficult for her to survive against the army, while Hart was tending Chang Dalei's weapon, increasing its durability. Hart assured him that it would be alright as it was just a peerless army. She advised Chang Dalei to improve his strength as the final hurdle was coming. She also believed that Yinmu and power were compatible and that now was the time to use them. She tossed him his sword and told him that the sword was now well maintained. Chang Dalei told Hart as he noticed that there seemed to be more and more things she could do in the present world. Hart giggled in agreement and told Chang Dalei that staying in the system space was boring for her, and she was relieved that Gu Shang was now watching it, giving her a chance to follow Chang Dalei out. She also stated that she would follow along to make things happen because she couldn't just watch him fight and kill while doing nothing. While Hart was opening something, she informed Chang Dalei that, while she would not assist him in killing the enemy, she would perform some logistical tasks where there was no problem. Hart extended her hand and grabbed something that frightened the lottery machine. She told the Black Bull to come and eat the orb in her hand, which was the remnants of Taoti's soul, which Gu Shan had burned off most of its power. She informed the Black Bull that its power system could no longer be extracted, rendering the system useless. However, the Black Bull could absorb its power, which she could help him in digesting because they were both demonic beasts to some extent. Hart stated that healing the Black Bull's injuries was important now that his injuries were too serious, and she believed that as for the corruption, it was not much, assuring him that she would watch over him to keep him from losing control. She forced the Black Bull to open its mouth and made him eat the orb, and the Black Bull gulped it down. Hart also mentioned that there would be a way soon to solve the little corruption if their trip went well. She asked Chang Dalei if he thought that it would be as hard as the last time he saved Princess Minjiu in the grasslands, and claimed that the people who could stop them from saving someone had not yet been born now that they were together. Later on that night under the moon, a system notification appeared stating that Chang Dalei had received an epic mission to save Lin Sheyu, and with its content which stated that to pull Lin Sheyu out of the whirlpool of chaotic times and save the broken dream with a difficulty of S+, and a reward of opening a new system feature. The moon shone in a yellow hue. A hand wrung dirty clothes in the water. Chang Dalei splashed water on his body to clean himself. He changed into new clothes, while Hart informed Yinmu that she stunk because she was covered in blood. The fire sword still stood in the center of the flames. The Black Bull slept and gained 1 horsepower at a time. It also gained 15 XP at a time, while Chang Dalei also gained 1 stamina. Hart helped Yinmu bathe in the water, while Yinmu held a thread of her hair. Hart instructed Yinmu to behave as she cleaned her. However, someone giggled and slurped as a telescope pointed at something. Sima Qian continued to giggle as she watched something in her telescope. She peeped on Yinmu. Hart snapped her fingers. Sima Qian cracked the surface on which she stood and screamed as she fell. She suddenly cramped, which made her realize she had never fallen before and wanted to show them how to roll and land with style. She groaned with her face distorted. Sima Qian realized she was not in a good situation because of her leg cramp. Hart remained silent, and Sima Qian landed on a bush and made a groaning noise. Hart fumed and called Sima Qian a pervert. A bird landed on the back of the Black Bull. While Chang Dalei meditated beside the campfire, he closed his eyes. Moments later, he opened his eyes, and who was there? He stood up and told them to come out and not to be sneaky now that they were there. A group of people appeared praising Chang Dalei for being vigilant, which they were expecting from the person who killed so many people while coming. The man told Chang Dalei that he did a good job forcing his way out of the encirclement, which was designed to kill him, and informed him that his killing spree would end right there. A system information appeared about the 10 killers who were the disciples of the Prime Minister's mansion, and were skilled at delivering a fatal blow when the target was at its weakest. Chang Dalei discovered that they were hiding while he fought with the veteran group and finally could not resist and decided to come out after following him all the way. The man refuted and told Chang Dalei that he would have died many times with his skill if it wasn't for Yinmu who was by his side, prompting Chang Dalei to ask them that they mustered the courage to come out while Yinmu was bathing. He dared the people from the Prime Minister's mansion to tell him if they liked to chase after them like stalkers. Chang Dalei also questioned them if they specifically chose the time to sneak attack when Yinmu was bathing, which led him to mock them on how bright and open-minded they were. Enraged, the 10 killers called out Chang Dalei, while some instructed the others not to talk to him because he wanted to stall for time. They yelled at everyone to do it and attacked Chang Dalei simultaneously. Chang Dalei took a stance. He mentioned them all while he grabbed the hilt of his sword. He told the 10 killers to die. Chang Dalei used his Alfie's swordsmanship first form, and released the Thunderclap and Flash sixfold skill. Each of the 10 killer members was encountered by Chang Dalei's slashes. Chang Dalei continued to cut them one by one. The 10 killers fell one after the other. Some of their swords were also cut with their bodies on the ground. Chang Dalei stood above his falling enemies. He retracted his sword. Chang Dalei raised his arms a little as he noticed something. He felt upset because there was blood on his new clothes. Chang Dalei grumbled that he just washed his clothes. Yin Mu whistled for Chang Dalei's attention. Sima Qian called out Chang Dalei in haste. She informed him that she had delivered his letter to him, as well as the latest news, in exchange for him telling Yin Mu to let her go. She giggled, asking Yin Mu to let her go because she had to show Chang Dalei the way. Chang Dalei reminded her what she had said and warned her not to try to touch Yin Mu. He inquired about Lin Sheiyu's current situation, leaving Sima Qian to struggle to respond. She informed him that the 18 vassals had found the Justice cult's hiding place. She went on to say they would launch a frontal attack tomorrow morning. Next day, at the foot of Bullhorn Peak, thousands of men gathered. Songyok politely told Lai Xingzai to mount his horse. He went on to inform him that he would accompany him that day, and Lai Xingzai remained silent. They went on their march. Minister Kui wished Lai Xingzai a successful victory, while Song Poking expressed his excitement at witnessing Lai Xingzai's great power and the successful beheading of the bandits. Lai Xingzai remained silent in response. The two forces met. Lai Leshan arrived at their rendezvous. Lai Xingzai climbed down from his mount and approached Lai Leshan slowly. He greeted Lai Leshan. Lai Leshan waved in response. He remembered that Lai Xingzai had never greeted him like that before. Lai Xingzai retorted and told Lai Leshan that he must be joking, as it was 5 or 6 years since they met. He told him that he was no longer the childish little sixth brother who only knew how to play without knowing the rules. Lai Leshan was pleased with how Lai Xingzai had grown up and informed him that Emperor Ming had always been concerned about him after he ran away. He assured him that their father's spirit in heaven could now rest in peace since Lai Xingzai was safe, which left Lai Xingzai calling out to Lai Leshan. Lai Xingzai told him that he wanted to come back when something happened in Chang'an but was interrupted by Lai Leshan, who assured him that he didn't have to say anything because he already knew. Lai Leshan inquired about how Princess Minjiu was doing. Lai Xingzai responded that Princess Minjiu had a home now. Lai Leshan was pleased with Princess Minjiu's luck in not having to step into the chaotic world where both of them could not help themselves, and Lai Xingzai agreed. Under the chaotic times, Lai Leshan and Lai Xingzai had become the spokesmen of civil and military officials respectively. And on that day, in front of the three armies, they reunited and reminisced, and claimed that the next time they met would be a brotherly rivalry in hand-to-hand combat. A soldier came rushing bearing a report. He informed them that their scout had sent them the news. He went on to say that Jiyu Zhang and Liu Qingming had died, and that the 300 veteran soldiers were also wiped out, and 500 Jingju soldiers had fled. Lai Xingzai remained silent. He expressed his satisfaction that the time had arrived. He hoped that Chang Dalei would have to deal with the mess because if he died, he wondered who would look after Princess Minjiu. Lai Leshan stated that he did not expect Chang Dalei to be so powerful, even though setting up a heavenly net couldn't trap him. He inquired of Lai Xingzai about his opinion on Chang Dalei because he was more familiar with him and wondered what kind of person Chang Dalei was. Lai Xingzai repeated the question. He told Lai Leshan that Chang Dalei was a bad person, an evil person, and an unforgivable person. He went on to say that he was imprisoned by Chang Dalei in the Toad Village and suffered a lot of abuse. He was also thrown into the Black Mine Cave and forced to dig black ore for several months, and he also tried to tempt him with beauty. Lai Xingzai also stated that if Chang Dalei had not stopped him, he would have returned to Chang'an, and that he wished to eat Chang Dalei's flesh, drink his blood, crack his bones, suck his marrow, sleep on his skin, and pull his hair. He expressed his hatred for Chang Dalei and stated that even killing him 1,000 times would not be enough, prompting Minister Kui to wonder who Lai Xingzai was scolding and who was unaware that the two of them were good brothers who were colluding with one another. Lai Xingzai apologized to Lai Leshan for making him laugh because he just got excited, and Lai Leshan struggled to respond. Lai Xingzai was certain that Chang Dalei would save Lin Sheyu because he claimed that Chang Dalei was an uncompromising devil and a more difficult enemy than Lin Sheyu, warning Lai Leshan not to take him lightly, which made Lai Leshan speechless. He also mentioned that Minister Kui would be fully aware of it at that point, which made Lai Leshan wonder. Minister Kui agreed and informed him that his son died at Chang Dalei's hands. Lai Xingzai sighed and stated that even Minister Kui's future daughter-in-law fell into Chang Dalei's hands. He whispered to Lai Leshan, expressing his concern that Zhu Wenting had already been spoiled and most likely had a baby, which made Lai Leshan wonder if such a thing existed. Lai Leshan was concerned about Minister Kui, and Lai Xingzai went on to say that it was a family scandal, suggesting to Lai Leshan that he should keep it a secret. Minister Kui was annoyed at how Lai Xingzai was rehearsing. He informed Lai Leshan that he believed Chang Dalei was trying to save Lin Sheyu because he had taken the risk of coming to Bingju, and that Lin Sheyu was now trapped in the mountain, surrounded by 100,000 troops. He also stated that Chang Dalei was nothing more than a man, and even if he dared to come, he claimed that he couldn't save others and may even put his life on the line, which led to Lai Leshan responding that it was natural. Lai Xingzai inquired when they were going to attack. Lai Leshan responded that they were going at noon. He went on to say that when the whole army was in position, around noon that day, soldiers began sounding the drum. The armies formed their positions. Lai Leshan conveyed his speech, stating that when a country was about to die, there would be a demon that would confuse the world and falsely influence the people. He went on to say that disrupting the heavenly law and resorting to demagoguery. He also mentioned that it would be hard to judge the sin of cutting down the mangosteen and also washing away the muddy stain even with river water. Lai Xingzai yawned in the middle of the speech. He believed that they declared doing the right thing for God, that the war was in the name of justice, which was a real problem because it was just simple revenge and personal interest. He asked Song Yaok if he saw it and stated that only a dozen vassals should have more than 100,000 troops, implying that less than 100,000 were present that day. Song Yaok reasoned that they were sitting and waiting to reap the benefits while Lin Sheyu was ambushed, and that they were hiding troops and waiting for his death. Lai Xingzai agreed that killing Lin Sheyu was nothing more than seeking justice, and that the name didn't matter because it really depended on the outcome, while Song Yaok added that it was to see who had more tricks up their sleeves and who had the most troops. Song Yaok realized what Lai Xingzai was saying when he interrupted him and said believing that on that day, all the marquis who had joined forces with the enemy would most likely fight each other when Lin Sheyu died. Song Yaok realized there was a problem because Lai Xingzai did not have an army and asked him what they should do next. Lai Xingzai sighed in response. He believed Lin Sheyu was doomed, and if possible, he hoped to be the one to behead him, even if it meant avenging his father rather than fighting for the throne, which he would do. He also expressed his desire to stop Chang Dalei. After all, he owed him a favor, and he was certain that he would die if he insisted on saving Lin Sheyu. Lai Xingzai stated that if Chang Dalei died, Toad Village would be leaderless, and that they would be eaten, and Princess Minju's fate would be destroyed sooner or later, and Song Yaok stated that he missed his time in Toad Village. Lai Xingzai agreed, stating that at least in Toad Village, all people were united. He asked Song Yaok to tell him about his life in Toad Village when he was free, and Song Yaok agreed. Meanwhile, at Death Valley's Bullhorn Peak, someone noticed that the ravines and hills were wide open, making it easier to see the enemy. It went on to say that the peak was surrounded by 3 cliffs, and believed that the terrain would make it easy to conceal people and horses from the enemy. Lin Sheyu expressed gratitude to the terrain where he was able to hide until now. He overlooked his army, which was waiting for him down below. He called Zhu Shan, Lai Zhong, Cao Dang, Guo Sir, and Lu Lai. Then, moments later, called everyone who looked up to him. Lin Sheyu informed them that the majority of those who were still willing to follow him were the generals of the Lin family army's remaining soldiers, who had followed his father for many years. He went on to say that later on they had joined him in founding the Justice Cult and followed him until now. When his men called him out, Lin Sheyu's attention was drawn to them. They told him that the Lin family generals as well as the children of the Lin family army were loyal and brave. One man stated that a great man had died on the battlefield for righteousness and wished for his heroic spirit not to be dispersed for 10,000 years. He went on to say that they still believed in the justice that Lin Sheyu sought even though the justice cult was falling apart. The man informed him that he followed Lin Wenchen to block tens of thousands of people from the Ring tribe for months and years until he was exhausted when General Lin Wenchen firmly guarded the isolated city. He went on to say that they used to spear them, and if it broke, they would throw stones to kill the enemy. If the food was gone, they would cook the leather armor and eat it until there was no other way out, until they ran out of food and aid and had no choice but to abandon the city and flee. He told Lin Sheyu that they knew General Lin Wenchen was loyal and courageous, but he also expressed how they had been wronged and hated. The man believed that the world knew that one's body could die but one's will could not be taken away, so they thought it was great justice to join forces under the command of Lin Sheyu and take revenge on Lin Wenchen. The man stuttered as he mentioned the end. He cried as he yelled that it was a blessing of 3 lifetimes. He told Lin Sheyu that death was inevitable because there was no way out, but he wished that before Lin Sheyu died, he could kill more traitorous ministers and evil general soldiers. He went on to say that even if they would fall into hell, they could let Lin Wenchen know that they didn't let his reputation be ruined. The man ended his speech telling Lin Shayu that he didn't need to say more. However, Lin Shayu laughed hysterically. Lin Shayu was pleased and asked himself why he was talking nonsense. He instructed his men to eat the remaining food and drink the remaining wine because they would fight until the end. And he also stated that they would show the world that their Lin family's children were not cowards. Then a man shouted that he had a report. Lin Shayu instructed his men to prepare to meet the enemy because they were coming up the hill. Lin Shayu challenged them to let them come. He yelled at his men, telling them that there were only 100,000 enemy troops, and expressed concern that they didn't have the guts to fight them. Lin Shayu instructed Xiaokan to hide behind the mountain rock because it was a hidden location where he had left her some food and water, assuring her that she would have a chance of survival once the battle was over. He also informed her that she could only come out if he called her or when reinforcements arrived. Xiaokan asked what he meant by reinforcements and if they still were available, and Lin Shayu agreed, informing her that the reinforcements were comparable to thousands of troops and that he had a request. He asked Xiaokan if she could play the song Qin Feng Wei for the soldiers. Xiaokan began to sing, and as she sang, the men called out Lin Shayu and Xiaokan, and Lin Shayu delivered his speech stating that he was the last member of the Lin family, and their motto was to be chivalrous and protect the weak, leaving him wondering if that was what he should do. The men started to pound the hilt of their spears, while Lin Shayu screamed. They got into their positions, while Xiaokan continued singing, while the Justice Cult men started to form in their formation. Enemy forces also began their attack. The Justice Cult soldiers sang with Xiaokan. A bird flew above the Bullhorn Peak, and after a while, the army soldiers marched towards them. Xiaokan once again got back to the verse as a flock of birds were flying above the battlefield. The Empire army stretched beyond the horizon, making a rumbling noise. Lin Shayu, on the other hand, raised the morale of his men. Lai Lenchen fumed, wondering how they could have the energy to sing after such a long journey with little food and clothing. Lin Shayu's army went silent. That's when Lin Shayu said something about the place and swung his spear. He told his men that it would be their battlefield. He went on to say that there was no difference between 1,000 and 100,000 when fighting in that small area where they had occupied an excellent position against the enemy. A soldier was instructed to direct their attention to the rebel, the Justice Cult, which had a lot of military credit, and to charge forward and kill. He also told them to kill because there was a gold ingot for a bandit's head and 100 for the leader, and that no one would be spared. The officer also mentioned that Lin Shayu's head would be worth 10,000 gold, and warned them not to let others snatch it. And Lin Shayu ordered his troops to prepare. The soldiers told each other that whoever kills Lin Shayu would be given 1,000 hectares of land and a rank promotion, while others stated not to spare anyone and kill them all. Lin Shayu took a deep breath as he heard chants to kill in the distance. Lin Shayu yelled at his men, ordering them to kill with him, and told them to step back, but only to step forward. He encouraged them to live or die. Soldiers from both sides began to fight. Lin Shayu obliterated his opponent with ease. That was when someone called Lin Shayu, while some of the Justice Cult soldiers overwhelmed their opponent. The voice stated that no one knew the ending. Blood began to splatter around the forest. The voice wondered if it was worth the up and down journey. Meanwhile, at the foot of the Bullhorn Peak Death Valley, Sima Qian informed them that the road could bypass the army's marching route and guard posts, which would save them a lot of trouble. They made clattering noises as they rushed towards the battlefield. Chang Dalei inquired Sima Qian if they were almost there, and Sima Qian responded that they arrived. Chang Dalei stood and observed. He cursed at what he saw, which made a rumbling noise. Sima Qian asked him how many men the army had. Chang Dalei was certain that there were apparently around 100,000 troops, with more flooding in, which upset him because of how rich and powerful they were but not so active in the fight. Sima Qian also believed that Lin Shayu's army had only 1,000 men left, implying that he would still be alive with 100,000 against 1,000. And Chang Dalei argued that the army was still mobilizing their troops, which was good news because it proved the battle wasn't yet over and Lin Shayu was very likely to be alive. Chang Dalei expressed his disagreement that it would not be the army's full power just from him judging the logistics of their camp, which had at least 100,000 troops, and that they had not forgotten the internal fighting, which was a fine tradition of the Imperial Army up to that point. He told them to forget what he said because it didn't matter if it was 100,000 or 200,000, and instructed Yin Mu that they'd get going. And Yin Mu whistled in response, while Sima Qian told them to wait, wondering if they didn't have a strategy. Sima Qian also referred to Chang Dalei as reckless because he made no plans despite not knowing their situation. She warned him about how risky it was, and Chang Dalei responded that they had no reason to stop because they had already arrived and he had no time to plan the best way out of their situation. Chang Dalei apologized and bid Sima Qian goodbye as he was in a hurry. Sima Qian got upset and called out Chang Dalei, asking if he was going to die and requesting not to take Yin Mu with him and instead die alone. She warned Yin Mu not to follow Chang Dalei, implying that she should simply join her, and Yin Mu mockingly stuck out her tongue at her. Sima Qian was left speechless as he observed them leave. She once again called them, however, they just ignored her. Sima Qian called the two of them lunatics. She wondered how she could be so enchanted by beauty that she forgot about her business, which was the demise of the justice cult, about which she claimed she should hurry and get first-hand news in order to record it for the real event. She also mentioned that the news could simply shock the entire empire, which was a record of strange people that Chang Dalei certainly had a place for if he truly destroyed the 100,000 troops. Sima Qian also stated that, despite Chang Dalei's lack of strength to fight 100,000 troops, she believed he could still be written in the harmonious biography. She would write that the bandit Chang Dalei, with a black bull and a beautiful girl, had committed many crimes and killed people like wildfire because he was suffering from insanity in the back of his head and challenged 100,000 soldiers beyond his capability. And as for Yin Mu, she believed that she had to write it well, claiming that her book would be a bestseller the following month. Soldiers continued marching toward their destination. Sneaking, Chang Dalei instructed Yin Mu that they would attack from where they were because he believed it was their weak spot. He called Hart. Hart appeared and greeted Chang Dalei. Chang Dalei asked Hart how many people they had killed on their journey. Hart informed him that they had killed 763 people. Chang Dalei realized that his blade had taken so many lives, while Hart asked him if he would rather let the enemy perish than his own brothers in a chaotic world. Chang Dalei thought about it and told Hart that he had a favor to ask, and Hart inquired about it. He instructed Hart to do something. Chang Dalei continued to instruct her, which left Hart wondering what he was saying. He informed her that he had a hunch that it might work, as he remembered from what Hart had said before about the soul system. Hart cautioned him to think carefully if he really wanted her to do it. She asked him if it was too risky, that after completing it, she wouldn't be able to aid him and would not possess anything. Chang Dalei assured her that it was fine given that they didn't have much time left. Hart agreed with him. She flew, leaving them behind. Chang Dalei and Yin Mu just observed Hart leave. Chang Dalei instructed Yin Mu and the Black Bull to follow him closely because they would rush their enemies. That was when Yin Mu put on her mask. They both leaped quickly. Surprised, the soldiers wondered who they were. They realized it was Chang Dalei because they only saw two people and a bull, and instructed the others to defend. Chang Dalei and Yin Mu mowed down their enemies with ease. Meanwhile, someone praised the bandits for choosing a good place that was hard to attack, with only one mountaintop entrance and no other way around. They went on to say that once the 1,000 men retreated, a new wave would rush in, and that the 100,000 army could not participate in the offense at the same time, while only a few thousand could. They also stated that tens of thousands had already participated in the attack in the Zhuhu army, and that every rebel's head was precious, where killing any single one of them would result in a handsome reward. Lai Wenchen believed that in that situation, everyone wanted to rush forward because if they took the leader's head, their descendants would never have to worry about money again. He informed Lai Xingzai that he had sent 6 waves of attacks between noon and then, but the bandits didn't seem to be shaken. Lai Xingzai believed that the rebels no longer had an escape route given that there was no other reason. He claimed that there was an endless pit behind the rebels and that the enemy would not accept their surrender either. And, since there was no way out, Lai Xingzai believed that they would fight until the end, claiming that they would take a few lives before dying. Someone informed Lai Xingzai that the Yangzhou army's father-son duo was about to engage in battle. They claimed that the two were regarded as the strongest in the army because they had defeated Lin Sheiyu, forcing him to flee to Liangzhou, and that it was uncertain whether they would be able to do so again. At the battlefield, the son called Lin Sheiyu a loser and told him that his resistance was futile, while the father announced that he was going to take his life. Lin Sheiyu invited them to come and fight him once more. Lin Sheiyu leaped, dodging their charges. He went behind their back and attacked them. The son wondered when Lin Sheiyu appeared behind him. Lin Sheiyu used his wave spear 9-stack skill at the man. The man blocked Lin Sheiyu's spear inches from being cut. The other soldiers' mouths were wide open from what they saw. Lin Sheiyu's attack caused the man to dismount his horse and groan. Concerned, the father called for his son. He threatened Lin Sheiyu with death for daring to kill his son. However, Lin Sheiyu parried the father's spear with ease. He swung his spear which made the man unbalanced. Lin Sheiyu proceeded to stab the father with his spear. The father was seen laying on the ground, where a group of soldiers stared at the corpse blankly. The generals had fallen, and the soldiers had lost their will to fight, and another wave was pushed back. Lin Shayu announced his name and his family name. He threatened those who dared to challenge him and wanted to take his head. Lin Shayu yelled at them to come quickly to him to die. Lin Shayu's men also said the same thing. An army officer was stunned when he saw Lin Shayu from the Lin family. Lai Wenchen also expressed his disbelief that he was able to witness such a powerful wave spear attack, and the soldier beside him wondered why Lin Wenchen trained such a monster. Lai Xingzai also wondered how long Lin Shayu could keep up with that momentum. Lin Shayu continued his attacks. While he cut off his enemies, he yelled to kill. The Justice Cult soldiers cheered for Lin Shayu. After the uprising army suffered a devastating loss, the next wave stopped, and looking at the fluttering flags, the Imperial Army hesitated to step forward. Lin Wenchen claimed that Lin Shayu was so fierce that he could stop thousands of soldiers with his might alone. He asked General Yuchai if he was up against such stubborn rebels, and General Yuchai stated that the group was already badly wounded, and their strength was no longer what it was. He believed they just wanted to kill a few more enemies before dying. Lin Wenchen stated that Lin Shayu had truly left his mark, that no matter what, they wouldn't be able to erase his name from history. General Yuchai announced that the person who killed Lin Shayu would also be remembered forever. Lin Wenchen argued that even if they killed Lin Shayu, they would struggle to suppress 1,000 soldiers against 100,000, claiming that the empire's reputation would be ruined. Lai Xingzai wondered what reputation Lin Wenchen was talking about, given that he had already ruined the empire's reputation. Lai Wenchen asked General Yuchai when his soldiers would be ready for battle. General Yuchai suggested just surrounding Lin Shayu without attacking, believing that they shouldn't rush in because they could just exhaust their energy and take them down, since Lin Shayu was a wounded tiger that just wanted to slay a few more enemies before his inevitable demise. He also went on to say that his old soldiers were all too valuable to lose, and that they needed to preserve them for the events that were going to happen after Lin Shayu's death. Lai Wenchen agreed to what General Yuchai said. He informed them that they were just going to see who could avoid being hurt by the tiger before his death. Lai Xingzai paused as he was about to say something. He asked Song Yaok what he thought about the current situation. Song Yaok thought that it was fairly interesting. Lai Xingzai realized that Lin Shayu was only left with hundreds of men, but exuded the aura of thousands by killing so many with only a mere 1,000 soldiers. He also stated that if those soldiers survived, they would be an unstoppable force, which reminded him that what Chang Dalei once called out as the strongest was the one who had help with beliefs and the will to live. Lai Xingzai wondered how many sacrifices would be needed to defeat such an army, believing that they might not even be able to recover. He chose to ignore it because it was time to end it, prompting him to ask Lin Shayu how much longer he intended to struggle, and why not just end it now because the entire world wanted him dead. He asked if he wanted to be slain by some nameless soldier or by himself, claiming that he was a fighter to the end. And Lin Shayu told Lai Xingzai to come if he wanted his revenge so that they could see who could take his head. Lai Xingzai reasoned that if Lin Shayu did not die, Chang Dalei surely would come and make meaningless sacrifices. As a result, he asked Lin Shayu if he knew Chang Dalei had arrived and asked him to stop his struggle because he was certain that Chang Dalei would rush to help if he did not die. He told Lin Shayu that dying on the battlefield should have been his fate, as he wished for him to die quickly because he believed that only Lin Shayu's death would put an end to Chang Dalei's will to save him. Lai Xingzai asked Lin Shayu if he wished to see Chang Dalei die alongside him, which prompted Lin Shayu to mention Chang Dalei and pause. Lin Shayu smirked and told Lai Xingzai that he knew Chang Dalei was on his way. He also believed that Chang Dalei would mock him if he knew he had died at Lai Xingzai's hands. He decided that it was exactly why he had to hold until Chang Dalei arrived. Lin Shayu called out Lai Xingzai and told him that he couldn't even harm Chang Dalei with 100,000 soldiers long ago. He asked them if trash like them were qualified to die alongside Chang Dalei, while Lai Lentian and the others simply watched him. Lai Xingzai was left speechless. His eyes grew wider and called Lin Shayu an idiot. Moments later, an officer directed his men to go forward and kill Lin Shayu and take his head. Soldiers from the Justice Cult also yelled to kill their enemies. Both sides started to fight again, yelling at each other to kill. A soldier came rushing, calling out Lai Wenchen. He informed him that the people under the mountain had rushed up and assumed it was Chang Dalei, prompting Lai Wenchen to ask him what they were afraid of given that there were only 2 people before instructing him to send a team to stop them. Lai Wenchen stated, claiming that the army would return their forces against them and Chang Dalei wouldn't be able to escape after killing the rebels. Lai Xingzai told Lai Wenchen not to worry and suggested that he handle Chang Dalei so he could quickly kill Lin Sheyu. Lai Xingzai left shouting that he would kill Chang Dalei 1,000 times over, leaving behind Lai Wentai who was about to say something. Lai Wenchen wondered how much Lai Xingzai hated Chang Dalei since he ignored Lin Sheyu who was his father's killer just to kill Chang Dalei. Meanwhile, under Niujiao Peak where Chang Dalei killed some soldiers and stepped on top of their corpses, he claimed that there were too many enemies. He believed that it would become more dangerous if they continued. Chang Dalei also realized that without Heart's possession, he believed that power rushing alone would be too difficult. He also considered that, while the soldiers did not pose a threat to him, they did slow him down, and if it continued, Lin Sheyu might not be able to hold on. He wondered where he could break through and where the route was. Lai Xingzai was on march. Alongside him were hundreds of soldiers. He giggled momentarily. Some soldiers asked why Lai Xingzai was there, and Lai Xingzai told them to go back and leave it to him, assuring them that he would not let Chang Dalei escape because a rebel's head could be traded for a lot of money. The soldier exclaimed how amazing he was, while Lai Xingzai once again told them to leave because if they didn't, the rebels would be eliminated. Annoyed, Chang Dalei remembered how he treated Lai Xingzai so well in the past who decided to bite his hands now. Not only did he send soldiers to stop him, but he even came to stop him himself, and wished for him to stop smiling so smugly. However, in actuality, Lai Xingzai expressed his relief that he came in time and Chang Dalei wasn't dead yet. He also assumed that the people guarding the mountain base were Minister Kuis, so he needed to figure out how to let Chang Dalei escape without it being obvious. He called Chang Dalei a dog and declared he had waited for his arrival for so long and he wanted to see where he would escape. However, Lai Xingzai was dumbfounded and his words trailed off. Chang Dalei mercilessly stomped on his face. He cursed Lai Xingzai and kicked him down from his horse. Seeing this, the soldiers were all frozen on the spot. Chang Dalei dragged Lai Xingzai away, alarming all the soldiers who were left behind. Chang Dalei pushed Lai Xingzai to the ground. Yin Mu was chasing after them. Chang Dalei told Lai Xingzai that he was as greedy as a wolf. Lai Xingzai gritted his teeth. Chang Dalei reminded him of how he let him eat and drink his food, stating that he was now biting his hand because he ate all of it. Enraged, he asked Chang Dalei what he was doing there, suggesting to him that he should go back. Chang Dalei was surprised. He asked Lai Xingzai if he wanted him to go. While the soldiers were instructed to surround them, others panicked that Lai Xingzai was attacked by Chang Dalei, and others told them to call for help and back up right away. They argued, asking each other what they were afraid of since it was just Yin Mu, and another voice retorted, saying that he should go instead. Another voice argued, wondering who would dare to go if they saw the way Yin Mu cut a man in half with her axe. The soldiers were fighting over who should go first, assuring them that they would follow. However, the others went speechless. Lai Xingzai smacked Chang Dalei's hands. He challenged Chang Dalei to a fight for 300 more rounds to determine the winner. He warned him to take on his move, which was the Dragon's Breath. Chang Dalei remained silent as he anticipated Lai Xingzai's attack. Chang Dalei swung his sword, which led to Lai Xingzai dodging. Lai Xingzai whispered, telling Chang Dalei to be gentle because he was trying to kill him. Chang Dalei's eyes widened as he realized something. Lai Xingzai instructed his men to stand down. He told them to get out of his way because he was going to kill Chang Dalei, and cautioned them to be careful of being hurt by the aftershock of his sword Kai. Lai Xingzai warned Chang Dalei to watch his Jade Dragon Drift skill. He used his White Dragon and the Cloud skill, and after that was the Black Dragon's River Smash skill. One soldier expressed disappointment in Chang Dalei because he did not appear to be as great that day because he only heard of his greatness, while the other men inquired as to what he knew, since all of the experts' moves were simple to him. Chang Dalei and Lai Xingzai's swords collided, and Lai Xingzai reminded Chang Dalei of their good relationship, as well as Princess Minju, who was still in the Toad Village, before asking him who would look after her if he died. Lai Xingzai told him that he couldn't bear to see Chang Dalei die and told him to hurry up and leave because there were still Minister Kui's soldiers around who were willing to listen to his orders. He warned Chang Dalei that it would be difficult for him to escape once the general's soldiers came, and Chang Dalei asked him where he could go if he couldn't save Lin Sheyu, and why would he come there. Lai Xingzai argued, wondering how he could face Emperor Ming if he chose to let Chang Dalei go save Lin Sheyu. He also mentioned Chang Dalei's qualifications for asking that he let him go and save Lin Sheyu. Chang Dalei didn't respond, which led to Lai Xingzai calling out to him. Lai Xingzai reminded Chang Dalei that he already told him and the person behind him to stay out, since it was the feud between the royal family and the Lin family. He informed him that his Emperor Ming had died and that he needed to avenge his death, reminding him that he had not stopped Lin Shayu from killing Emperor Min before asking why he was currently blocking him. He told Chang Dalei that the justice cult burned, killed, and looted in Chang'an, killing many people, both in Chang'an and the Empire, and asking him who would save the people who died at Lin Shaiyu's hands if Chang Dalei wanted to save him. Lai Xingzai went on to say that if Lin Shaiyu did not die, there would always be people claiming to be the heavenly general to cause trouble, and that the fire of the justice cult would never be extinguished, resulting in no peace in the empire. He asked Chang Dalei how he could save Lin Shaiyu if he wanted to pull him out of the vortex of chaos, of which Lin Shaiyu himself was the source of that vortex, claiming that it was what everyone wanted and was the trend of the empire. Lai Xingzai told Chang Dalei that he could not save Lin Shaiyu. He went on to say that Lin Shaiyu deserved to die. He once again told Chang Dalei, yelling that Lin Shaiyu deserved to die. Chang Dalei swung his sword at Lai Xingzai's grip, which made him drop his sword. Lai Xingzai's sword landed, while Chang Dalei started to jump at him. Lai Xingzai gritted his teeth in pain. Chang Dalei readied his hand to catch Lai Xingzai. He took hold of Lai Xingzai's neck, making him croak. He charged towards a tree, dragging Lai Xingzai with him. Chang Dalei made Lai Xingzai immobile. The soldiers realized that Lai Xingzai was lost and not in a good situation, and decided that they were going to save him to get credits. However, their charge was halted because of Yin Mu blocking their way. Chang Dalei still grabbed Lai Xingzai by his neck. Chang Dalei called out to Lai Xingzai while still choking him. He told him that he would not tell him any nonsense about letting go of hatred, and that he did not say anything to Lin Shaiyu about wanting to forgive people or having others forgive you. Chang Dalei informed him that that kind of nonsense was just for seeking peace of mind for oneself, and claimed that it was really cheeky and stupid, so much that they would be struck by lightning. He went on to say that people were selfish, informing him about his sword which had been stained with so much blood and killed so many people. However, he wouldn't kill someone who was looking for revenge. Chang Dalei believed that no one deserved forgiveness once they entered the chaotic empire. Lai Xingzai called Chang Dalei and told him not to let Lin Shaiyu go, and Chang Dalei replied that he couldn't stand watching his brothers being eaten by a group of hyenas, who he believed would turn their flesh, blood, bones, and hair into a reward for merits. Lai Xingzai retorted, asking if he was not also his brother since they had worked together to kill the enemy and build the stronghold, before asking him if he knew who Princess Minjiu was. However, Chang Dalei just apologized in response. He informed Lai Xingzai that he had to borrow his golden body. Lai Xingzai, who was now a hostage, asked Chang Dalei if that was the path he wanted to choose. Chang Dalei argued, asking him to be more extreme since he was the one who wanted to do it and had done it. Lai Xingzai inquired about the immortal accompanying Chang Dalei, wondering why he didn't just ask Heart to summon a tornado to kill them all. And Chang Dalei informed him that the immortal was busy and had no time to speak with him, and that killing 100,000 people once was enough, and that there was no need for him to do it again. Chang Dalei instructed the soldiers to back off. Once again, he warned all of them to back off, which frightened the soldiers. Chang Dalei threatened them that he would behead Lai Xingzai with his sword if they didn't give way. The character's location was shown as Heart was seen above the sky, and Lin Shaiyu, Kaio Qin, who was hiding behind the rock, and the Justice Cult, Lai Wenchen, Sima Qian, and the Marquis were at the Bullhorn Peak mountain pass, while Chang Dalei and the hostage Lai Xingzai were halfway up the mountain. The battle was still raging on Bullhorn Peak, and below the hill, an encirclement formed from the large number of soldiers. There was no other path to go up, and no other path to go down. The soldiers continued instructing each other to kill the rebel for the rewards, because with such a high reward, as long as a rebel died, several people would be fighting for the head. Lai Wenchen also stated that under such an attack, the perseverance of the rebels made him alarmed, since even if their weapons broke, they used their fists to smash their troops, grab their weapons, and bit into them with their teeth when their legs and arms were broken, which led him to believe that they were even crazier than the Ring tribe. General Yu Chai mentioned that with such a strong army with 1,000 battles was such a precious existence, because if they took it for themselves, he believed that it would be a great help, and Lai Wenchen concluded that they would end up just dying before expressing his pity. With Lin Shaiyu at the center, the soldiers surrounded layer after layer, killing those who rushed up, and more people rushed up, so that manpower couldn't go against the sky. Even if Lin Shaiyu was courageous, he wouldn't be able to change anything. The soldiers riled up asking Lin Shaiyu where he could possibly escape, because everyone knew that it was almost over because the defense line was almost destroyed. In the end, there could only be one result, which led to Lin Shaiyu being killed due to exhaustion. Wandering and homeless, someone wondered how long could Lin Shayu last. They stated that Lin Shayu could only do his best and listen to God's fate. Lin Shayu screamed to kill. He repeatedly screamed the word, as he struggled hard and did a lot of things around. And after all, nothing was done well. Where the soldiers yelled at each other to kill Lin Shayu managed to block 2 spears at the same time. He expressed how he also wanted to end the war early and get relieved. One soldier managed to stab Lin Shayu. Lin Shayu, on the other hand, already decided that if he died, the war would be over, as he was hit again by another enemy. The soldiers noticed that Lin Shayu was hit in the leg and decided to go stab him and cut off his head, while others laughed, realizing that he was dying. Lin Shayu struggled, stating that there was now another reason why he needed to remain standing. He swung his weapon at the soldiers, managing to kill 2 of them. He used his skill to tell soldiers to back off, resulting in the deaths of numerous soldiers. Lin Shayu used his ultimate move, which was the dragon's portrait, leaving the soldiers speechless as they realized that one shot destroyed the 3 generals and cut dozens of soldiers. General Yuchai stated that the skill was exhausting despite looking impressive, believing that Lin Shayu could only do it once but not twice, and Lai Wenchen noticed that Lin Shayu had already run out of stamina and was waiting to die. Although Lin Shayu was tired, his killing power was still strong. But facing the scene, many imperial generals hesitated, as they wondered perhaps Lin Shayu still had a last breath to fight. They hesitated that if they rashly went forward, they might become the unlucky one who was attacked by Lin Shayu. Lai Wenchen told his men that the next wave would be the general's army's offensive force, and that the remnants of the Justice cult had already been wiped out, before ordering them to cut off Lin Shayu's head. A clattering noise was heard, and someone yelled, informing the others that someone had broken into the formation. Wondering who it was, Yinmu whistled, gaining their attention, and Chang Dalei announced himself that he had arrived. Chang Dalei yelled at the soldiers to get out of his way, while Yinmu continued to whistle, while the soldiers yelled to stop him, and informing others that someone was coming up the hill, cautioning them to watch out because he was holding Lai Xingzai as a hostage. The soldiers warned each other to watch for Lai Xingzai, while Lai Xingzai cursed Chang Dalei, which Chang Dalei also did the same. The soldiers warned each other to keep watch for Lai Xingzai, and Lai Xingzai cursed Chang Dalei, who reciprocated. Song Poking informed Minister Kui that Chang Dalei wouldn't kill Lai Xingzai before suggesting to retreat to military formation, and not to let Chang Dalei see them, while Minister Kui cursed at Lai Xingzai for leading Chang Dalei the way. One soldier whispered to General Yuchai that it was a good opportunity, and wondered if they should take it to get rid of Lai Xingzai. General Yuchai thought about it. He instructed his men to take care of it and that they should be stealthy, and the soldier obeyed. Lai Xingzai was screaming, telling Chang Dalei that he would remember him, reminding him of how well he treated him. But he was now being used as a shield, and he sarcastically said he did a great job. He continued to scream, while the soldiers fired a volley of arrows, leaving Lai Xingzai to wonder who was the idiot who ordered to shoot the arrows. Yinmu tapped the black bull's head. The black bull understood and mooed loudly. The moo echoed through the area, which caused devastation, leaving the soldiers screaming in pain. Lai Xingzai, who was also affected, groaned, as he had something to tell Princess Minjiu. The soldiers wondered what the sound was, while the others screamed because of their ears. They informed one another to look out above them. Chang Dalei jumped above Lai Wenchen and General Yuchai's camp. General Yuchai noticed the black bull, while Lai Wenchen wondered who dared to leap into the middle of the battlefield like that. Yinmu and Chang Dalei landed in front of them, where Lai Xingzai, who was tied behind them, was unconscious. While the 2 armies were in the middle of battle, a black bull suddenly popped in. The soldiers realized that it was Chang Dalei. The remnants of the Justice cult also wondered who it was and which force they were from, while the others wondered if Chang Dalei was courting death. They continued to discuss as they realized it was Chang Dalei, which fit the 2 people and 1 bull description. And others also asked if that man was the legendary Chang Dalei, but were disappointed in how ordinary he looked, while the others noticed Yinmu, who was riding a cow, was the girl with strange power. Lin Shayu stood, wounded, and under him were corpses of which he killed. His eyes looked devoid as he watched Chang Dalei. Chang Dalei also stood with a bloodied cape. Lin Shayu called out Chang Dalei. The soldiers were talking to each other, describing Chang Dalei as no big deal, and just a fool carrying a sword to the battlefield, while others noticed Yinmu, who was riding a cow, believing that she was the little girl with strange power. They also went on to say that the veteran group and 10 killers couldn't stop them, while others started respecting Chang Dalei as a man because he stood in the midst of the army and did not change his expression. Lai Wenchen's face darkened as he called out Lai Xingzai. Lai Xingzai informed him that he just fought Chang Dalei, and he wasn't able to defeat him. His reason he couldn't kill Chang Dalei was that if it weren't for Yin Mu's sneak attack. Lai Wenchen asked Chang Dalei if Lai Xingzai could be his amulet to save people and escape by catching him. Looking around, Chang Dalei wondered if the silly force behind him was Lai Leshen's, and he claimed that the man beside him was Wai Chili, before wondering where Song Pakeng was. He also noticed the old man next to Lai Leshen, who he guessed to be Minister Kui, which made him upset for being cautious because he was hiding so deep. He took another glance at the army and noticed someone. Song Yaok slightly nodded when both of their eyes locked. Chang Dalei instructed Yin Mu to release Lai Xingzai since he was useless. Yin Mu threw Lai Xingzai from a distance, which made him scream once again. Lai Xingzai landed in front of the army, who was aided by a man. General Yuchai called for the other generals and told them that Chang Dalei was just a reckless man who was delivering his head. The other soldiers stated that if they could kill Chang Dalei, they could become famous in the world. Others argued that he was not as tricky as Lin Sheyu because they had heard rumors that Chang Dalei had blocked 100,000 Ring tribesmen expressing how they longed to fight him, and that he was also in front of Lin Sheyu, whom they needed to kill to finish Lin Sheyu. 3 of the top military generals appeared, while the soldiers realized that it was a good opportunity to become famous. Chang Dalei wondered if they wanted to fight him alone. Lin Sheyu called out Chang Dalei. Chang Dalei told him to deal with the wounds on his body and they'd have a brotherly talk later, before asking if his body was still strong, and Lin Sheyu replied that he was, much to Chang Dalei's relief. Chang Dalei asked Yin Mu if she could lend him the bull's axe and instructed her to go back and leave them with him, before telling the generals that he had no grudge against them, but was upset because they wanted to use him as a stepping stone to make a name for themselves. He asked the generals not to blame him for being ruthless. Jiao Minglei declared his name and that he was from Liangzhu to Chang Dalei, pleading for enlightenment. He expressed that it was his long-cherished wish to face Chang Dalei in a fight. Following that, Sidumo introduced himself from Yuzhou, also requesting Chang Dalei's guidance. Another general was present as well. Weikai surrounded Chang Dalei from different regions, including Yangzhou and Jingzhou. In response, Chang Dalei acknowledged their presence and asserted that he was not interested in their names. He advised them not to bother telling him that. Chang Dalei was wielding both an axe and an ordinary sword. He informed them that it would be troublesome to fight in one-by-one battles, urging them to come at him together since he was in a hurry. Jiao Minglei, armed with a large hammer, took the initiative to attack, labeling Chang Dalei as a crazy bandit and vowing to take his life. Unfazed, Chang Dalei confronted the attack, countering with his technique of skull splitter. Next, Sidumo launched an attack, presenting a spear and encouraging Chang Dalei to take it. However, Chang Dalei defended himself and countered with a straightforward sword technique, severing Sidumo's body. The other generals attacked him together. Chang Dalei effortlessly slaughtered them using the pick one's ears technique. Following this, he employed exploding fireworks and another one is a thunderclap and flash technique, causing the blood of Weikai to spurt. After Chang Dalei's assault, Weikai stood in shock, while the bodies of those he had slain lay scattered. Song Pakeng and Minister Kui, along with other witnessing generals, were astonished. They pondered on the fact that the 6 top generals of the empire worked together, yet none of them could withstand Chang Dalei's sword for one round. With a stern expression, Chang Dalei questioned them, asking who else wanted to fight him. However, among the soldiers, there was dead silence. Then, one general instructed the other to send orders to mobilize the troops from the mountain, blocking the Bullhorn Peak and all roads. Yet, in his contemplation, he acknowledged that when the whole army is ready to launch a large-scale attack, even if he has a ton of courage, he thought that Chang Dalei could not withstand it. Chang Dalei calmly expressed that since they were not in a rush to make a move, he requested to give him some time to talk with Lin Sheyu. He tossed the axe back to Yin Mu. Chang Dalei and Lin Sheyu faced each other. Lin Sheyu initiated the conversation, addressing Chang Dalei. He approached Lin Sheyu, feeling ashamed of himself as he brought disgrace to Chang Dalei. In response, Chang Dalei dismissed it, saying that it's not a shame to do things rashly. Chang Dalei asked seriously about the remaining number of men that are left. Exhausted, Lin Sheyu replied that there were 600 or 700 remnant soldiers, barely maintaining the defense line. Chang Dalei told Lin Sheyu that there was no turning back. The mountain was heavily guarded by 100,000 soldiers, but he assured him that he would lead them out of this vortex. Looking weary, Lin Sheyu asked if Chang Dalei had a way to take everyone out, and Chang Dalei had no answer. But he contemplated that with the skills of Black Bull, Yin Mu, and himself, it shouldn't be difficult to escape with Lin Sheyu. He thinks that it was nothing and that they just need to use gunpowder to open a way and rush all the way out. but realized that they need to take everyone out together. He contemplated that even if he used explosives to create an escape route, hundreds of people would still be up against 100,000 troops and be overwhelmed in a moment. Then, he wondered about the survival of the people when the time came and acknowledged that they could only leave it to fate. Chang Dalei questioned Lin Shuyu about how he would know if he didn't try. He dismissed the discussion of nonsensical possibilities and suggested Lin Shuyu pick up his weapon and fight alongside him. Feeling disheartened, Lin Shuyu thought that Chang Dalei had avoided the question. He called out Chang Dalei. In a serious tone, he mentioned how he had wanted to see him since receiving his letter. Lin Shuyu continued, expressing how it was so hard to wait for him to arrive and revealing that he had 2 important treasures to deliver. Then, Lin Shuyu called Xiaoqin, prompting Xiaoqin to emerge from her hiding place. After Lin Shuyu called out Xiaoqin's name, he suddenly coughed up blood, causing concern for Chang Dalei. He hurriedly turned around, suppressing a cough and wiping away blood. Xiaoqin approached him, expressing worry and repeatedly asking if he was okay. While still kneeling and coughing, Lin Shuyu assured her that he was fine, and Xiaoqin patted his back. Perplexed, Chang Dalei inquired about Xiaoqin's. Lin Shuyu replied and introduced Xiaoqin to him. He explained that she had taken her from Chang'an. With weariness in his voice, Lin Shuyu explained that he had promised to help Xiaoqin find her sister and revealed that her sister is the Toad Village musician. He shared that he wandered all the way and had no hope, but felt relieved when Chang Dalei came. Lin Shuyu gently patted Xiaoqin's head, advising her to go to Chang Dalei's village quickly as the battlefield is dangerous. He informed her that Chang Dalei would take her back to find her sister. Tearfully emphasizing her reluctance, Xiaoqin stubbornly refused, stating that she would only follow Lin Shuyu and didn't want to go with other people. Lin Shuyu was confused by Xiaoqin's statement, but he brushed it aside as he continued, mentioning another precious thing: the 600 men in front of Chang Dalei. He shared that although they were remnants of the Justice cult, they were also the last soldiers of the Lin family army. These men had been with him along to kill the enemies and become the elite of the elite. Originally, Lin Shuyu intended to go to Liangzhu and hand them over to Chang Dalei, but now they may all die there. While on his knees, Lin Shuyu acknowledged Chang Dalei's skills, stating that escaping shouldn't be difficult for him. Hence, he begged Chang Dalei to take them. In a serious tone, he implored Chang Dalei to take as many of the 600 people as he could. If he couldn't take any, he requested when he returned to Liangzhu. He pleaded for him to set up a grave for the last Lin family army. Lin Shuyu hoped that they wouldn't become wandering ghosts, and Chang Dalei confirmed his understanding. Afterward, Lin Shuyu immediately commanded all his troops to listen to his order. He introduced Chang Dalei to them, stating that he was his master. He emphasizes if he dies, Chang Dalei would lead them to fight their way out. The troops greeted Chang Dalei with enthusiasm. Chang Dalei assured Lin Shuyu that he was not dead yet and urged him not to say anything disheartening. He explained that since he had arrived, he wouldn't allow Lin Shuyu to be surrounded. Chang Dalei instructed Lin Shuyu to hold his weapon and follow him to fight their way back to the Toad Village. Lin Shuyu sought clarification from Chang Dalei, questioning if they could still leave. Then Lin Shuyu explained that people from all over the world were eager to kill him. The enemies were mobilizing their troops from the base to the mountain, and the upcoming wave would be the most violent large-scale attack. He also emphasized that his injuries wouldn't last for the next wave, while Chang Dalei called his name. However, Lin Shuyu continued and asked Chang Dalei if it was King New Mountain. Glances to his back, Chang Dalei confirmed and remarked that times had changed, and he could barely recognize it. Then, Lin Shuyu called his attention and expressed that this wasn't his original intention when he came all the way. He reminded Chang Dalei of their first meeting, recalling Chang Dalei's words about destroying the old world and rebuilding a new one where everyone has a home, and farmers have land. Lin Shuyu admitted that he had never seen such a world but thought that it would be a happy thing if they could help the weak and uphold justice in that world, eliminating injustice with silver spears. Chang Dalei urged Lin Shuyu to come back with him, promising that, whether it took decades or centuries, he would let them, or future generations, see a world like that. Lin Shuyu affirmed it and said that someone would see it one day. Reflecting on his actions, Lin Shuyu admitted that he had done many things along the way, but in the end, nothing was done well. He acknowledged his hands were covered with blood, having killed too many people, and withered bones had paved a yellow spring road for him. With a weary smile, Lin Shuyu commented on the beautiful scenery that is close to King New Mountain, which was suitable for bone burial. Chang Dalei had a slight reaction to what he said. Smiling, Lin Shuyu stated that he only wanted to express that he wouldn't regret having a friend like Chang Dalei. However, he recognized himself as a sinner that was not allowed in the world. With terror in his eyes, Chang Dalei shouted at Lin Shayu as he tried to stop him not to do anything stupid. In a sudden movement, Lin Shayu pierced the spear into his chest, leaving Xiaoqin shocked and in tears. Lin Shayu contemplated that if people like him continued to live, he was afraid it would become a scourge to the whole world. As he faintly fell, he caught a small glimpse of Chang Dalei, who ran towards him. He said that he was dying. In his fading consciousness, he recalled the time when Chang Dalei addressed him as young warrior Lin and asked if he was willing to join him in accomplishing their dream. Lin Shaiyu's belief that the world cannot be peaceful, but at least he paused for a moment while Chang Dalei frustratedly called out to him. As he slowly removed the spear from his chest, Lin Shaiyu declared that the Justice Cult no longer had any divine generals. Suddenly, a massive phoenix emerged from Lin Shaiyu's body, blazing brightly. Under heaven, the Justice Cult was no more. With grim surprise, Chang Dalei caught the lifeless body of Lin Shaiyu. In the distance, Weikai with his soldiers, Lai Leshan, Lai Xingzai, Song Paking, and Minister Kui were shocked by what they saw. The Lin soldiers shouted, addressing Lin Shaiyu, stating that the Lin family was loyal and martyred, had perished. They kept calling out to Lin Shaiyu as they mourned. Xiaoqin expressed her distress as she kept calling Lin Shaiyu's name. Grieving, she continuously called out to Lin Shaiyu, angrily questioning why he did something so stupid, and emphasizing that he would lose everything if he died. While Chang Dalei wept, he struggled to speak to Lin Shaiyu, admitting that he had been fooled by his words and that he claimed that he was talking nonsense in order to trick him into joining them. Chang Dalei berated Lin Shaiyu for being stupid, expressing frustration even if he has been working hard in that direction behind the scenes. But he hasn't been able to. Feeling remorse, Chang Dalei shouted that he hadn't been able to do it yet. Great Kingdom, the first year of chaos, in December's winter and heavy snow. Lin Shaiyu stabbed himself. Blood spurted like a fiery phoenix soaring in the sky. The fire phoenix eradicated the thick dark clouds that wrapped around its body. Then, it sank into the ground. Some people cried in pain, while on the other side, others laughed. Victory's smirk formed on Weikai's face as he declared that Lin Shaiyu was dead. He swiftly issued instructions to grab the corpse and kill Chang Dalei. Delighted, Minister Kui promptly summoned Song Pakeng. Determined, Minister Kui commanded him to order the army to tear them apart, cut off their heads, strip off their armor, and strip their bodies with blades. He announced his intention to use the corpses of Chang Dalei and Lin Shaiyu to pay tribute to his son's spirit in heaven. As the drums resounded, Song Paking declared to inform the whole army. He ordered the troops that the heads of Lin Shaiyu and Chang Dalei could be exchanged for rewards. Their weapons and armor could be exchanged for rewards. And even their horses, hair, bones, flesh, and blood all could be exchanged for rewards. Following Song Paking's orders, his enthusiastic troops shouted with fervor and advanced to attack. Song Paking continued to announce that even if they could cut a piece of flesh from them, they would still receive a reward. On Chang Dalei's side, he called Yin Mu and instructed her to protect Lin Shaiyu and Xiaoqin while they mounted the bull. Chang Dalei handed Lin Shaiyu's lifeless body to them and remarked that Lin Shaiyu was lucky to be his friend. He solemnly declared that he would take Lin Shaiyu home. As Xiaoqin was still in grief, she embraced Lin Shaiyu's lifeless body, weeping bitterly. Chang Dalei called all rebel soldiers. He informed them that from now on, they were under his command. He vowed to lead them in killing the enemy, targeting Weikai, and breaking out of the siege. One of them reminded Chang Dalei that they were the Lin family soldiers, and now that with the descendants of the Lin family dead, there was no need for their remnants to live. Determined, they shouted, urging each other to clear a path for Chang Dalei and fulfill Lin Shaiyu's last wish. Annoyed, Chang Dalei waved off the banner in front of them, telling them not to talk nonsense. One person became irritated and argued with Chang Dalei to let someone else carry the banner. He argued that picking up the flag bearer was the most conspicuous target in the army. Attracting all the arrows and weapons from above would be pointed at the flag bearer. Frustrated, Chang Dalei retorted, telling them not to give him nonsense. He mentioned that Lin Shaiyu had given them to him, and he would lead them out of this killing field. This surprising statement left the rebels taken aback. Chang Dalei emphasized that staying alive was the most important thing. He promised to guide them out, and if they could survive, they could live for him, leading the rebels to accept. Chang Dalei instructed Yin Mu to follow him to open a path, and that they were going to break through the army, and the bull was ready, puffing in anticipation. After that, with snow falling gently, both camps were ready. The soldiers were in battle formations, organizing themselves strategically. As Minister Qi's troops advanced, they moved in a coordinated yet chaotic manner towards the narrow path where Chang Dalei stood. While holding the banner, Chang Dalei issued a command, calling everyone. He ordered them to form a spear formation, instructing them to kill them all and that they charge with the banner. He declared that it was a matter of life or death, and the two camps clashed in a fierce battle. While both sides clashed, the high-ranking officers observed from a distance. One of them commented that Chang Dalei was taking the initiative to charge, prompting someone to wonder how he dared to charge with such a small number against the opposing army. Astonished, Weikai thought that Chang Dalei was an even crazier presence than Lin Sheyu. Back on the battlefield, Chang Dalei and Yinmu formed the sharpest and most solid spearhead of the spear formation. They dived amid the army with great force. Weikai commanded his soldiers to shoot the arrows. In a few moments, dozens of people were killed on the periphery of the rebel forces. With their physical bodies, they blocked the rain of arrows and swords on the periphery. Chang Dalei countered the arrows heading towards him, while the bull ran into the soldiers. After that, the bull let out a roar and some soldiers fainted. One soldier exclaimed that it wasn't good, as their breakthrough was directed at Weikai. Raging, Weikai suspected that they were planning to capture him to facilitate their escape. In response, he indicated that they were courting death. Then Weikai immediately commanded the guards to form a defensive line, urging them to stop Chang Dalei's group and protect both him and Lai Leshan. At this time, the right army array was mobilized. Instantly a weak spot appeared. Chang Dalei commanded his group to move to the right side. He accessed the system shop, exchanging points for explosive boxes. The explosive boxes started sparking, and his fear points decreased by 500. Chang Dalei used his spear skillfully as he passed the explosive box to the soldiers. He declared to take his heavenly thunder. The explosive boxes erupted among the soldiers, causing them intense distress. The soldiers were terrified. One of them asked what it was, and another speculated that Chang Dalei used the flag to summon heavenly thunder. The other soldier stated that rumors circulated that the immortal had passed his art to Chang Dalei. However, one soldier dismissed the rumors, stating that it was just gunpowder. Following this revelation, a command was issued, calling the cavalry forward, urging them to outflank Chang Dalei's group and surround and kill them all. While the chaotic battle raged on, Lai Xingzai pondered that addressing Chang Dalei as a devil could never drive him to the point of desperation. He still had many cards left to play. He mused that Chang Dalei was a crazy person favored by the immortals. Turning back to Chang Dalei, he instructed Yinmu to break through to the right side. As Yinmu rushed to the right side, someone spotted Lin Sheyu on the back of the black bull. They urged each other to go and get the body. After that, Yinmu effortlessly attacked the soldiers, tossing adversaries with her axe and a large weapon. While they attacked Yinmu, someone cried out in pain, commenting that her attack range was like a meat grinder, cutting people and horses in half. Chang Dalei told Yinmu to take it easy and ordered her to leave the horses alone. Then, he urged his people to hurry up and suggested getting a horse if they didn't have one. In Chang Dalei's thoughts, he commented that they were true veterans of 100 battles, possessing rich combat experience and cooperating well with his instructions. As Chang Dalei was busy fighting, the explosives opened a path, and no one could stop them. Wherever the black bull crossed, bodies rolled down. Many were killed by explosives, and can't say how many people's hearts were pierced by swords or corpses left by gunpowder. The further they go down, the more the Justice Cult's army loses. People were constantly being killed trying to cover the breakout of their comrades, such as breaking the tail to survive. At the same time, the smaller the number, the faster they can break through. By the time they broke through the siege at the bottom of Bullhorn Peak Mountain, there were only 100 soldiers left. They didn't realize that they were already struggling for hours. When they came to the bottom of the mountain, they had to face the encirclement formed by the Imperial Army. The Imperial Army carried torches, and one of them suggested moving faster to block the main road, stating that the rebels were coming down the mountain. Then, an announcement was made that the rebels were breaking through, commanding all troops to advance and stop them, blocking the road down the mountain. In another unit, some requested to send a signal as soon as they spotted them, and news came that the rebels were running towards King Niu Mountain. Meanwhile, Weikai questioned where Chang Dalei got the gunpowder as he couldn't see it clearly at night. He felt that the gunpowder seemed to come from thin air, like magic that was just popping out from nowhere. Weikai continued to comment on its power, stating that Chang Dalei had a large amount of it. He marveled at how Chang Dalei broke out by throwing gunpowder to open up the path. He suggested that capturing Chang Dalei alive and interrogating him to uncover his secret would be helpful for them in the future. Lai Xingzai, who listened to them, sarcastically responded that even his father failed to do it, questioning why Weikai gives him confidence that he could capture him alive. Lai Xingzai acknowledged the difficulty, stating that Chang Dalei never depended on others. Even if he agreed to surrender happily, he would likely turn around and stab them. He exclaimed that Longting wasn't a good example for them to see. Lai Xingzai pondered, acknowledging that Chang Dalei had escaped, feeling disappointed. He worried about what Chang Dalei wanted to do, causing him such disgrace. In his contemplation, he noted that Chang Dalei seemed unwilling to see the common people being cruelly oppressed, and that no matter how strong he was, there were some things he couldn't do. Then, a butterfly approached him, and Lai Xingzai thought that Lin Sheiyu, who was held to be chivalrous, had become a traitor to the people, betrayed his lifelong pursuit of chivalry, and finally had to kill his own life. He pondered that even if Lin Sheiyu were saved, the world would have pointed fingers at him in the future, and inner torment would have forced him to die sooner or later. Lai Xingzai burnt out the butterfly, continuing to think that Chang Dalei couldn't save a person with broken dreams who was looking for death. With seriousness, he believed that Chang Dalei shouldn't die. As for the remaining soldiers and Lin Sheiyu's corpse, it didn't matter who got them. Lin Sheiyu's death, fulfilling his father's revenge, was enough for him. He concluded that the feud between the Lin family and the Lai family should also end here. Back in Weikai's conversation with Lai Leshan, he expressed his disappointment, stating that he didn't expect Chang Dalei to rush down the mountain. But he found solace in the fact that there were still many large armies down the mountain. He confidently stated that they couldn't escape from such a dense encirclement. Lai Leshan replied, expressing doubt and asking if Weikai could really kill Chang Dalei. Weikai confidently stated that unless heaven sent a heavenly army to help Chang Dalei, escape was impossible. Listening to their conversation, Lai Xingzai suggested that Chang Dalei has the ability to do it. Lai Xingzai pondered that he felt Chang Dalei was a crazy person that favored by the immortals and could accomplish more than that. Suddenly, Lai Xingzai spotted something resembling a shooting star. Then a massive tornado formed in the sky and sucking air upwards. Terrified by what he saw, Lai Xingzai commented that there was no way Chang Dalei was planning to let the immortals summon a thunderbolt to kill 100,000 troops. Afterward, a thunderous noise rumbled as it struck down below. The sound of thousands of troops galloping in the valley suddenly came with the sound of weapons colliding and horses neighing. There were also the yells of people neighing of horses, and the groaning of dying people. The imperial soldiers carrying torches were frightened and questioned the source of the sound. In their panic, they shouted that the Ring's tribe was present, and some screamed as if they were scared. Terrified, the imperial soldier wondered how it could be the Ring tribe. Some found the sound familiar, stating that it was like the sound of the battlefield when defending the city. During his fight, Chang Dalei pondered that after he finishes his business, he also has the enemy a little surprise. As Hart was happily approaching him, Chang Dalei asked her about the sounds. Annoyed, Hart explained that several years had passed since the battle with the Ring tribe. She had discovered remnants of the souls of those who died in the Toad Village ruins, and the terrain might either be naturally formed, or she suspects that there was something buried there that prevented the souls from dissipating naturally. She informed Chang Dalei hadn't opened the battle sound system. She guessed even she wouldn't have found it. When she was doing her business, she activated the afterimage, which scared people and claimed that it was also useless and couldn't fight. Chang Dalei suggested that she go back to check on it sometime, but Hart dismissed the idea, stating that the suspicion was too large. She emphasized her indifference to the sprites and stated that it was low-lying, that it was extremely sinister, and possibly formed naturally. Hart advised that they couldn't send people to dig up several kilometers of land there just for something that may not exist. Chang Dalei remarked that this might be the folklore of hell soldiers serving as an excuse. Chang Dalei told his group, urging them to go and emphasizing that what was important had been done, and it was time to take them home. While the hell soldiers crossed the road, scaring every soldier and horse from all sides and causing chaos in the assembled forces, Chang Dalei took the opportunity to break through. With 100,000 soldiers surrounding the 3,000 remnants, they lost thousands of men but failed to break through the defense line. As a result, they broke into the encirclement and killed 6 generals. Lin Sheiyu killed himself, and the intruders Chang Dalei took away Lin Sheiyu's body and the remaining 100 remnant soldiers, finally breaking through the 100,000 troops' defensive line and swaggering away. The intruders were only 2 people and 1 bull. This was a great shame to the imperial army, so under the operation of Minister Kui, the civil officials, scholars, informants, and spies all gathered together. They embellished what had happened in Yuzhou. Minister Kui claimed that Chang Dalei colluded with the Ring tribe, portraying him as brutal and murderous, colluding with the justice cult, and trying to raise the banner of rebellion. Another official suggesting that Chang Dalei should be punished for pretending to be a god. Another official mentioned rumors that Emperor Ming intended to pass the throne to Lai Xingzai, but it was allegedly snatched by Lai Leshan. He additionally said that there were remarks about Chang Dalei not sparing anyone, no matter what age they were. The main goal was to provide the public with the best possible information, trying to cover up this disgraceful event with lies while profiting from it. However, someone knows the truth. Everything that happened on Bullhorn Peak was recorded by Sima Qian. Then, many people knew. The news was spread to various places. The intruder was Chang Dalei of Toad Village, along with a beautiful little girl possessing a strange power and wearing a bare-faced mask while riding a black bull, while Sima Qian perverted robbing the paper on her face. In her news, it was stated that Lin Shayu was dead, and the justice cult was destroyed. Therefore, the justice cult's era ended. But the empire was still in chaos. The era of hegemony continued, but it was still unknown who would eventually obtain the treasured seat. The Game of Thrones had just begun. Tens of thousands of imperial troops launched raids in Yuzhou. Meanwhile, Chang Dalei fled into the forest of Yuzhou with 100 remnant soldiers and vanished without a trace. Even after exchanging medicine from the system shop, some were still seriously injured and left behind. After more than 10 days of running, in Bingzhou grassland, they met Fan Lihua, who traveled thousands of miles. According to Fan Lihua, Su Ying awoke in the middle of the night after meeting an immortal in a dream. Then she sent the Fan Lihua army to pick them up overnight. So, under the cover of the Fan Lihua army, from Yuzhou to Liangzhou, it took Chang Dalei more than half a month to return to his village. These remnant soldiers could still survive until they returned to Toad Village. Less than 100 people survived. After their journey, they arrived at Toad Village, where Liu Bei led the treatment of the wounded and Fan Lihua arranged the residence, while there were two old friends reunited. Some people got drunk in the streets, and some people drank without saying a word, missing their comrades with red eyes. Some people gathered together to brag that they had killed several enemies with their swords that day and saved several brothers. Some people loudly sang songs in memory of their fallen comrades, raising their glasses, singing, and crying. So, the long winter was finally coming to an end. As the snow slowly disappeared, someone inquired of Chang Dalei about Lin Shaiyu's funeral, asking whether he was buried in Toad City or Lin Shaiyu's ancestral home. Outside Toad City Cemetery, after the cremation of comrades who died in battle, from old age, illness, or injury, their bodies were buried. If they could not find the body, bury some clothes. As long as they buried them with their comrades, it could be called a home for the dead. Chang Dalei simply replied that there was no need to go to Lin Shaiyu's ancestral home. They could bury him right there. When asked if Chang Dalei wanted to gather all the people in the city for a grand funeral, he declined, saying it wasn't necessary, as Lin Shaiyu was dead, that there was no need to do all that. Instead, he suggested calling only a few people to attend. Following that, close friends of Lin Shaiyu visited his grave. They offered such as chicken, rice, and beer. Chang Dalei himself poured beer on Lin Shaiyu's tombstone. Suddenly, Shen Jai expressed his concern, mentioned that Lin Shaiyu's death was closely related to the Lai family, and suggested raising troops to take up the banner of the justice cult again and to seek justice for Lin Shaiyu. Chang Dalei responded that there was no need for that. He stated that Lin Shaiyu chose to end his own life, emphasizing that first was to let the world know that he was dead, and second was to explain the civilians who died in the rebellion. On the other hand, it was also to end the hatred between the Lin family and the royal family. Chang Dalei informed Su Ying that the remnant soldiers of the justice cult would be distanced from the royal family members, and if they dared to make trouble, he emphasized that they would be dealt with according to regulations. He also instructed Kinman that when they recovered from their wounds, they should establish a new team named the U Army, emphasizing that the army would be under his command and trained by Kinman, and Kinman agrees. Chang Dalei mentioned to the others that they should return to their work and said that he planned to stay alone with Lin Shaiyu for a while. After conveying this, everyone left except for Su Ying, who handed Chang Dalei a coat before departing. Following their departure, Chang Dalei sat alone by Lin Shaiyu's grave. As the silence settled in, Chang Dalei unsheathed his sword and carved the tombstone for Lin Shaiyu. The inscription read, "Phoenix fire lit the world." He also added that a young man's ambition was to become a chivalrous man. His family's hatred was engraved in his heart, and the phoenix fire lit the empire into chaos and changed the corrupt empire to a new one. Reflecting on the past, time brought great changes, but ambition remained unchanged, demonstrating one's sincerity by dying. Chang Dalei stood tall and kept calling Lin Sheyu, stating that a chivalrous man is independent and not ashamed of his shadow. A gentleman sleeping alone is not ashamed of his soul. Bodies die and grudges disappear. He remarked that just this act was enough to put Lin Sheyu in the coffin and asked whether Lin Sheyu was willing to do that. After his words, sunlight broke through the sky, illuminating the flowers. The grass swayed in the wind into the house. Lin Sheyu, who was sleeping, was startled as he suddenly opened his eyes and found himself in a gaze. He rose from his lying position. Talking to himself, he concluded that he wasn't dead and wondered if Chang Dalei saved him. As he looked at his surroundings, he pondered on the place, finding it familiar and as if he had seen it somewhere before. Dismissing his initial thoughts, he questioned how much time had passed, recalling it was winter, and suddenly realized it was already summer. Surprised, he realized that he was 4 years ago, in an abandoned house in Toad Village on King New Mountain. He theorized that he must have been rescued by Chang Dalei and recuperated in that place. After that, he hurriedly went out of the house. Perplexed, Lin Sheyu remarked that it was exactly the same. Then, he wondered if it could be that he returned 4 years ago. He thought that his first dream began here and claimed that he would start again from here this time. Lin Sheyu thought that with this chance of rebirth, he would make up for his regrets. As Lin Sheyu was lost in his thoughts, Chang Dalei appeared behind him. Lin Sheyu was looking at Chang Dalei as he remembered correctly, expecting Chang Dalei to say, "for their dreams." As Lin Sheyu was about to greet Chang Dalei suddenly punched him. Lin Sheyu's face twisted in pain as he recoiled from the punch, staggering away. Chang Dalei called him aggressively, shouting at Lin Sheyu as an idiot, while Lin Sheyu was knocked out due to the impact of the punch. As Lin Sheyu fainted, the surrounding background crashed as they faded, while Chang Dalei continued calling him. Tilted, Chang Dalei grabbed Lin Sheyu's collar and sarcastically scolded him that he really did a great job. While Lin Sheyu looked at him confusedly, he went on to tell Lin Sheyu that he just turned around, and he killed himself. Angrily scolding Lin Sheyu for thinking about dying all day, he sarcastically remarked that Lin Sheyu might think he's cool or very chivalrous. Meanwhile, the soul ring activated, and the machine instructed the Lin family army that the whole army had to march as they were waving flags. The machine commanded them to line up, emphasizing the need to go in one by one. Then, the system beeped, notifying them that the remnant soul army was being recorded. As the soul ring activated, the Lin army marched inside. Hart glanced at Chang Dalei and Lin Sheyu, letting out a sigh, and commented that it wasn't easy for her to recreate the scene from that year, and Chang Dalei tore it apart. Slightly disappointed, Hart said it was a killjoy. At the same time, Chang Dalei's irritation with Lin Sheyu hadn't diminished. He told Lin Sheyu that if he didn't have a backup plan, Lin Sheyu would have become a wandering soul by now. He scolded Lin Sheyu, saying that he was a coward, AWOL, and he thought that he could just die and leave a mess for him to clean up. Frustrated, Chang Dalei filled the air with complaints, stating that Lin Sheyu was not getting away scot-free. Even if his body turned to ashes, he tells him that he could still pull him out and scold him as he hurls more insulting words. Suddenly, tears rolled down Chang Dalei's face as he repeatedly called Lin Sheyu. Looking puzzled, Lin Sheyu watched him and called him. Tears streamed down Chang Dalei's face as he scolded Lin Sheyu, telling him that he has a brain but doesn't know anything, and realizing that they were suffering from serious illnesses. Chang Dalei questioned what could be so unsolvable that he chose death. Lin Sheyu responded that Chang Dalei was right, but he knew he was sinful and irredeemable. He wanted to help him break through the siege by using his spear to kill enemies, but he realized his injuries were too severe at that moment. He didn't want to be a burden to him. He also admitted that he didn't want to die at the hands of their enemies. Instead, he thought about dying in a more decent way, which Chang Dalei found irritating. Chang Dalei emphasized that there is no decent way to die, stating that the only decent option is to live and know what to do with one's will, and eventually could only take his own life in the end. In response, Lin Sheyu said that if he hadn't died, he wouldn't be able to face the world. Chang Dalei responded to Lin Sheyu, acknowledging that indeed, he knew that saving him would entail facing a lot of trouble in the village, and Lin Sheyu might live in pain in the future. The Empire claimed he deserved to die, and even he thought he deserved it, which was an indisputable fact. However, Chang Dalei expressed that in any case, he could never convince himself to accept the matter with peace of mind. Disappointed, Chang Dalei told Lin Shayu that's why he chose to end his life, emphasizing it as simply selfishness. With an awry smile, Lin Shayu asked about the current situation. He questioned whether he was dead or alive, stating that if he hadn't died, he would have become a coward. At least, Xiaoqin wouldn't have to be so sad. Annoyed, Chang Dalei said to forget it. He explained that he was too dead to die, and his body was cremated and buried, and he buried it. Even if Lin Shayu believed in him on the spot, he wouldn't be able to resurrect. Lin Shayu looked at him in confusion. Surprised, Lin Shayu asked if he was really dead. So what's the situation now and where they were? He mentioned that Lin's army was also there, recalling that many people had been killed in battle. With suspicion, Lin Shayu asked if this was hell, and that Chang Dalei even died with him, causing Chang Dalei to struggle to explain. Hart suddenly appeared and called Lin Shayu's attention, saying it would be hard for Chang Dalei to explain, so she offered to do it instead. She remarked that listening to their chat was exhausting and that reminiscing knew what death was. She expressed annoyance at both of them. Lin Shayu was surprised by Hart's sudden appearance. Suddenly, Lin Shayu felt fearful, formally greeted Hart as an immortal, expressing his gratitude for her enlightenment and mentioning that they met again, while Chang Dalei looked at him silently. Smiling, Hart replied that it was nothing. She approached Lin Shayu and asked how he felt about being a young man with a weak mind, and if he had any split personality or memory impairment. She also asked if he remembered when he died. Lin Shayu replied, questioning the time of his death, saying all he remembered was after he killed himself. He saw Chang Dalei lunging at him like crazy. He admitted to being confused that he could see his own body from another angle. He expressed that it was incredible. As his spirit ascended into the sky, he mentioned that he also saw a lot of streams of light floating upwards as well. He remarked that the streams of light enveloped his comrades who died in battle. To his surprise, Lin Shayu finally saw through the clouds in the sky. He asked what it was. He saw a large soul ring, drawing them upwards and shining brightly. Move the time back a little, back to a month ago. When Chang Dalei and Hart were in the bushes, Chang Dalei told Hart that there was one thing he wanted her to do, prompting Hart to ask what it was. He recalled that Hart had mentioned that the battle soul system had an additional function besides helping people advance to the supreme level. Hart reacted, saying he meant the fallen soldier's soul extradition. She explained that the battle soul system collected all the research and understanding of spirits and the law of life. Then, the secondary function is activated, soul extradite. She explained that it could guide the dead to reincarnation, preserving the remnants of the past. Chang Dalei asked if they could keep the soul intact and wait for a chance to resurrect it later. Hart replied that while it could retain the soul for a while, it couldn't revive the dead. She continued, saying that this was the basic law of the world and must not be broken, or else the world would be in chaos. Nodded, Chang Dalei said that he understood and asked Hart to put Lin Shayu's soul into the battle soul system. He mentioned that with the current situation, he had a hunch that Lin Shayu would probably die, and he might not be able to see him one last time. But in any case, he hoped to see him again and exchange a few words. Hart hesitated for a moment before she agreed. After that, Hart flew to the sky, pondering that Chang Dalei still hadn't figured it out. She pondered that according to the plan, Lin Shayu would have died, so there was no requirement to rescue him alive. But as the phrase indicates saving the dying dream, the real content of the mission was to cross 100,000 troops, to reach Lin Shayu and take his final wishes and dreams and take away the remnants of the army. She also considered that Lai Xingzai was right and that Lin Shayu was the whirlpool of chaos itself. She concluded that only by dying in battle could he escape the whirlpool. The precious heart of chivalry could be extracted as the core of the new function. After contemplating, Hart positioned herself and sighed. She mentioned that since Chang Dalei asked her to take Lin Shayu's soul, she emphasized that she would have to make some changes to the plan. She remarked that it's fine to be a little selfish. After all, humans are normal beings, and questioned how there could be a real human who was always rational, without sorrow or joy. She considered this a test for Lin Shayu given by the sprite. Continuing, she pointed out that there are few people who can stick to their dreams and beliefs from start to finish, and they all have the most precious and purest hearts. As she activated, she reiterated that harsh reality often stands in the way of dreams, leading many people to surrender to reality. With a serious gaze, she explained that when all emotions and desires are mixed together, the mind becomes dyed black and becomes the person they used to hate the most. Summoning the soul ring, the system notified that the battle soul system had been activated. She remarked that this is why mundane people often can't understand. Continuing her realization, Hart kept pondering why a revolutionary martyr would choose to die rather than surrender, expressing her failure to understand why some people are willing to give up their lives and stick to their bottom line. Referring to Lin Shayu, she acknowledged his chivalrous heart but noted how he turned into a furious avenger. Although Chang Dalei allowed him to regain his hidden attribute as a man who wishes to be a chivalrous soldier, but mentioned that Lin Shayu had been in the mortal world for several years and woke up from the sludge of hatred. Reflecting on his actions of killing many people and committing heinous crimes amidst chaotic times, Hart questioned whether he could still maintain his original intentions. As the full power unfolds, Hart also suggests that if Lin Shayu wanted to live, he could have abandoned his men and focused on escaping, allowing Chang Dalei to take him away. She proposed that he could live anonymously in Toad Village for the rest of his life of shame and remorse. In this way, his dream would be completely shattered, and his heart would be stained with a smudge that could never be cleaned and become a mundane thing. She continued, emphasizing that in the end, the only gain would be a living person with a dead heart and countless subsequent troubles. Or he could choose to kill himself to become a human being to achieve the most radiant and pure heart of Phoenix chivalry, to die to live. Just then, a beep from the system sounded, indicating that the unfolding of the Battle Soul Hall was complete, with power reaching 1000%. As they connected to the border of life and death, Hart remarked that this sprite would wait and see. Hart continued to explain various things, detailing this and that. Disbelieving, Lin Shayu apologized, admitting that such kind of thing was beyond his comprehension, while Chang Dalei simply stared in astonishment. 10 seconds later, Lin Shayu's expression turned indifferent as he commented that it was her magic that brought his soul, directing the question to Hart. Delighted, Hart smiled and confirmed Lin Shayu's statement, agreeing that it was pretty much the same thing. As Lin Shayu pointed toward the people around them, he questioned whether they were similar to those people who died in battle. Hart responded that they were not. They were residual souls without consciousness. She explained that the soul is too complex to retain complete consciousness, so she only retained his complete soul, while for others, she kept only a sample of their soul. She further explained that it was enough for them to enter reincarnation and for herself to build the spirit army, emphasizing the complexity of the matter, noting that Lin Shayu wouldn't understand everything, and Lin Shayu smiled embarrassedly. He realized that he now had nowhere to go. He asked Hart if he was truly dead and if what remained was just his spirit. Worried, Lin Shayu asked Chang Dalei what he should do next. Chang Dalei chuckled suddenly, admitting that he honestly hadn't thought much about it. He confessed that at that time, he had wondered how long it would take to break through 100,000 troops, chopping them down one by one until the next year. In his view, Chang Dalei explained, he had thought it was over and it seemed like Lin Shayu was dead. Perhaps his dead body was the only thing he could collect after all that effort. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, he jokingly begged Hart to quickly take Lin Shayu's soul so he could at least see his bratty side. Chang Dalei laughed at his remark while Lin Shayu looked on in bewilderment. Lin Shayu asked Hart what he should do next, whether he should continue to stay or go inside the big luminous ring like them. Hart suddenly turned serious and told Lin Shayu that as the one responsible for killing thousands of people, he still had a chance to enter reincarnation. Lin Shayu's eyes, the appearance of the immortal was a human figure composed of light, which was almost impossible to directly look at. The light, that pair of blue eyes stared straight into his heart. Lin Shayu only felt that there was heavy pressure on his shoulder. In the immortal's eyes, his soul was completely penetrated. There was no secret. Smiling, Lin Shayu nodded, saying he understood. With a formal bow, he expressed acceptance, whether he fell to the 18 levels of hell or his soul never experienced reincarnation. He claimed to have no complaints. Chang Dalei glanced at Hart and tugged at his robe, asking about her plan and whether she intended to dispose of Lin Shayu like Minister Kui. Hart looked at Chang Dalei with disgust and told him to let it go. Side-eyeing Lin Shayu, Hart whispered something to Chang Dalei, scolding him to stop and reminding him she was judging Lin Shayu, and that she needed to show more dignity. Chang Dalei reacted as he understood. Suddenly, Hart flew up and snapped her fingers to call Gao Shang and Machine. They approached her but with a sudden puff. Hart's appearance changed. She transformed into a Roman judge, clearing her throat. She announced that the second system court was officially held. She banged the gavel, and they all proceeded to the courtroom. They seemed to be in a play, with Hart taking on the serious role of the judge. The machine commented that Hart was fooling around again, while Lin Shayu wondered if this was the court where criminals were sentenced in the immortal world. On his left was a strange machine, and on his right was Gao Shang. Gao Sheng also remarked that he remembered the last time the court was held when he was the judge. Hollowly, Chang Dalei commented that despite such a big spirit, Hart still acted like a child, asking if Hart was a 3-year-old. Then he realizes that Hart does indeed seem to be 3 years old, and he shrugs about it. Back in the court, Hart instructed Gao Sheng, whom she called the juror of the nation's fate, to state the guilty verdict. Gao Sheng read out Lin Shaiyu's charges. A 21-year-old mortal, and his main crime was starting a rebellion in the name of revenge, resulting directly or indirectly, led to the deaths of tens of thousands of people and the displacement of millions. Fiercely, Gao Sheng declared Lin Shaiyu guilty and suggested recommending the execution of his soul. Boredly listening, Chang Dalei commented that the silly Gao Sheng was still on the side of the empire. Suddenly, Machine objected loudly. He commented that Lin Shaiyu's actions were well-known historical trends and that he had shown repentance and attempts to make up for it. The Machine read out that he believed Lin Shaiyu, the offender, was guilty but not unto death. Quickly, Hart banged the gavel and proposed that Lin Shaiyu serve his sentence in the system space with a sinful body until he redeemed his sins, after which his soul would be allowed to enter reincarnation. Triumphantly smiling, Machine seconded Hart's proposal, while Gao Sheng, looking forced, also said he seconded it, agreeing that Hart was right in everything she said. Hart banged the gavel and announced that the first trial was over. Surprised, Lin Shaiyu raised a question about the meaning of having to work from now on, and he could not enter reincarnation until he atoned for his sins. Serious, Hart confirmed his question and explained that if he failed to atone for his sins, he would have to endure eternal servitude. She asked if he had a problem with that or if he wanted to appeal again. Lin Shaiyu responded with a formal bow, accepting the fair verdict of Hart. Pleased, Hart commended him, and they left the courtroom. Returning to the system space, the Machine and Gao Sheng left, with the Machine suggesting that they continue playing. Back with Hart, she explained that in order for Lin Shaiyu to perform his future servitude, his soul needed to be transformed. Hart instructed Lin Shaiyu to kneel. She baptized Lin Shaiyu, addressing him as mortal. Then, with a significant gesture, Hart used her power on Lin Shaiyu. In Lin Shaiyu's frame, a light shines. The flame slowly engulfed him, that turned into an orb-like flame. While Chang Dalei watched with concern, the flame illuminated Lin Shaiyu was revealed to be in the presence of the fire phoenix, named Nirvana. As Lin Shaiyu was enveloped in the orb flame, Chang Dalei pondered that Lin Shaiyu, born immortal, was now experiencing the fire phoenix Nirvana. Watching the orb, Chang Dalei realized that Lin Shaiyu became completely detached from ordinary people, with Chang Dalei being his only connection. Hart commented that the core of the new function was finally available. Then, Hart told Chang Dalei to come closer, as she had something new to show him. Afterward, Hart flew into the Ring Soul. They found themselves in the center of the light of Ring Soul. Hart tapped on the system as she told Chang Dalei that when the white snake died, she spent a lot of effort exploring the secrets of life and soul. Recalling her time of research, Hart mentioned that at the end of her research, she found that she touched the taboo of the world. Realizing the potential to overturn the whole world, she revealed that she switched her research direction toward the Battle Soul system. She expressed happiness that the only remaining research result was the soul extradite function. Almost forgetting, Hart admitted that she should have informed Chang Dalei about this, but Chang Dalei assured her that he remembered. As Hart busily rummaged through the system, she told Chang Dalei to watch. She made a tap on the system, and the Ring Soul abruptly moved. Curious, Chang Dalei asked what it was. Confidently, Hart replied that he would find out in a minute, and urged him to go on. Then, something significant appeared in the center of the soul ring. Suddenly, the system beeped that epic mission completed. Save Soldier Lin Shaiyu, save a dream on the verge of being shattered. Death is not the end of the story. Only atonement with a sinful body can bring the soul to rest in peace. Chang Dalei obtained the functional core, Fire Phoenix Chivalrous Heart, which means the soul of the most powerful person with a chivalrous heart. The completion degree was 120%, with a special completion degree of plus 20%. Another beep indicated that the system self-test passed and suggested he open the new features of the system. Then, the Battle Soul system's second form was launched, the Hall of Souls. Its main function was soul troops, which indicated that the living and the dead each had their battlefield. The Immortal Soul feature ensured that the dead would guard the living on the other side of death, with the additional function of purification. Hart was delighted, saying that the core seemed to work well, and it wasn't in vain that she put effort into it. She also mentioned that the system's new feature required the Supreme Expert with a chivalrous soul as its core to activate. Chang Dalei questioned Hart, asking if she knew from the beginning that Lin Shaiyu would surely die. Hart's face showed guilt, But Hart laughed it off, confirming that if she told him at the beginning, with his character, he might have given up on the mission and asked her to save Lin Xiaoyu, which would contradict her plan. With a knowing smile, she asked Chang Dalei what was wrong, and if he was angry. Chang Dalei denied it, saying he was not. He acknowledged that in the end, Hart brought back his soul. Hart stretched out and commented that after a while, when Lin Xiaoyu's soul transformation was complete, he would be able to meet him again. Curious, Chang Dalei asked how long it would take. Tired, Hart confirmed that probably it would take a few months. The soul is too complex, so she's not sure. It's her first time collecting mortal souls into the system space. She suddenly felt joy and mentioned that they should look forward to Lin Xiaoyu's appearance after Nirvana. Chang Dalei looked at her blankly. Proud, Hart mentioned how much Gao Sheng had changed in these few months and she laughed. She stated that her initial intention was for Lin Xiaoyu's soul to be killed in battle because this function should not have the consciousness of mortals. She explained further that the soul of a warrior cannot have hesitation, fear, or any other emotions that would affect combat power. A soul as a core cannot exist because a conscious soul is easily contaminated by desire, and such a core does not have a long shelf life. But since Lin Xiaoyu had passed the test between life and death, she believed that souls with such strong convictions met the core criteria and were worth using. Chang Dalei responded that it was her firm belief, stating that it was just mindless. Hart giggled at his remark, commenting that it's not uncommon to see such levels of stupidity. She apologized to Chang Dalei, explaining that for her, the life and death of mortals don't matter. Even if he died, Chang Dalei would be very sad. She would have to prepare for the enemies he might face in the future. Chang Dalei questioned her statement about future enemies, asking what kind of enemy would he face to send the soul troops to fight. With a malicious smile, Hart asked him who he thought it would be. Dismissing the notion, Chang Dalei stated that it's not likely to be used against mortals anyway, but rather against other containers. Hart nodded, revealed that a few days ago, thousands of horse strongholds came to Toad Village. Sighing heavily, she remarked that strange animals with no brain are easy to deal with. But she noted that what's difficult to deal with is the extremely cunning old thing that has fused with containers for many years. She explained that they don't do things in person, but only control people behind the scenes, and it was hard to catch such people. Chang Dalei expressed concern, wondering why he felt that there were now more and more guys with containers. Irritated, Hart commented on Gao Sheng, referring to him as a stupid dragon. She explained that when these old entities find out that the Gao Sheng is long gone, they may come out to cause trouble. She mentioned that Taudi is the first to devour people, even if the vassals get the containers with their money, manpower, ambition, and desire. Worried, she expressed that she could not imagine what would be done. Nervous, Chang Dalei remarked that if this development continues, the chaotic world will evolve into a real hell. He expressed concern about how vassals who have obtained the container will fight on all sides, leading to a world rampant with demons. Hart confirmed his observation, stating that he was correct. Hart also acknowledged that, in short, the situation in the chaotic world is indeed complicated, very complicated. She informed Chang Dalei that she would show him a little extra memory so he could understand better. Placing her forehead against his, she said that the secret was hidden in the history of chaotic times. Their foreheads touched. On that day, the full power of the Hall of Battle Souls unfolded. Her perception could cover almost the whole empire, 108 cities across 13 states. It was a day when a few containers hiding next to Bullhorn Peak, who were trying to pick up the pieces. She mentioned that some of the containers were not much of a threat. Others were not even human anymore, and one had broken the law between life and death. When Hart sensed them, they sensed her too, so they quickly fled. Hart had a vague feeling that there were at least a dozen of them in the empire, and they were like gangrene in its dark corners. Based on her calculations from the containers she had obtained, the last time they were active on such a large scale was 300 years ago. Perplexed, Chang Dalei asked about the events of 300 years ago and what happened then. With utmost seriousness, Hart asked if he remembered the history of the establishment of the great empire. Chang Dalei nodded, remarking that it was more than 300 years ago. He shared that after the chaos of the 10 permanent functionaries, Dongzhu had disrupted the world. To him, the history he was familiar with in his previous life suddenly turned into a mess, and the geographical location was different. There was no hegemony among the 3 kingdoms, but rather chaos among the 19 countries. But the strange thing is that the record of that history is blurred. When he discussed it with Lai Xingzai, He could recall the name that marked the period before the chaos of the 19 countries. But it was impossible to detail the history of the 19 countries. They could only conclude that there was constant strife, fighting, and death. In the end, he could only mention that Lai Manzi swept through the 19 countries and ended the chaos. To him, this was too strange that the event marked the establishment of the Great Martial Empire, and a normal emperor would like to make a big splash on history. But there were very few records of this matter in the history books, and even the royal family does not know the exact truth. Hart replied that, in other words, someone deliberately covered up the events of 300 years ago. It was better to keep the descendants of the 19 countries unaware of the existence of the containers. Surprised, he remarked that he would listen to her. When the 19 countries fought, it was probably those with the power of containers fighting each other. Hart nodded at him, saying that he was enlightened. She continued, stating that in the end, Lai Manzi who won, unified the country, and established the Great Martial Empire. Then he placed his container, an embodiment of national fortune, to suppress the empire. Chang Dalei asked if he tried to cover up the history of that year. He added that back then, it was indeed a battle of immortals. The chaotic war among the 19 countries lasted for 100 years, and he feared tens of millions would die. Hart confirmed, stating that she couldn't even imagine what kind of monsters could have been raised in those hellish times. Curious, Chang Dalei asked why Lai Manzi would do that. Hart explained that she thought he didn't know how to destroy the container, so he tried to suppress it as much as possible, just for the sake of being able to dominate the family in the future. She further explained that Lai Manzi may have waited for the power of the container to slowly dissipate into mundane things. She gave an example, citing the first container Chang Dalei found as evidence of the power's dissipation. As a result, times have changed, and after 300 years, even the Lai family doesn't know about it. Of course, she clarified that this was just her guess, based on her sixth sense as a sprite. Then, Chang Dalei grimly realized that the culprit of the chaotic times was not Lin Shayu but himself. Hart pinched Chang Dalei's cheek and called him a fool, stating that it wasn't him, but them. She made him realize that he took away the power of the nation's fortune for her, and he shouldn't forget that. Chang Dalei replied that although the Great Martial Kingdom could last a few years, they still had a responsibility. Then, Hart snapped her fingers. After snapping her fingers, a table and tea set appeared. Chang Dalei remarked that they needed to end these chaotic times. While Hart sat, she responded that since they wanted to end the chaotic times with their own hands, it was necessary to take over the empire. Chang Dalei confirmed this and shared that there was a plan, stating that as long as he pushed gunpowder production, he could become emperor by stepping on the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood. However, he believed that such a sacrifice was too great, and it was better not to use Lin Shaiyu's life for the throne. Hart added that there was more to consider. She explained that before she was born, the body of the system was left in containers everywhere it went. White Snake, Minister Kui, and Towdy were all his masterpieces. Showing her disappointment, Hart remarked on the mess they had to clean up in the end. Chang Dalei wondered if the system was just a layer of the system's skin and whether it gained real intelligence after she was born. Hart giggled and said that this sprite was the most special existence. She had been trying to find the mystery of its origin, and now there was finally a little progress. She suggested that perhaps some parts of the empire still held the history of that year. If they had time, they should walk around the world together. Chang Dalei agreed. As she sipped her tea, Hart emphasized that the top priority was to end these chaotic times as soon as possible. Suddenly, a beep from the system indicated that Chang Dalei received a special pre-task to sweep the world. The detailed instructions stated that a real man lives in the world. He should clean up the world and make sure his family is safe. Disappointed, Chang Dalei asked if they were being asked to enter the martial world again. Hart explained that it was something only he and she could do, which the sprite called minesweeping, and that the mission was also preparation for the final mission. Another beep again indicated that he received an epic main quest to conquer the world. The details stated that he should swallow heaven and earth with the mouth of Toad within 5 years. Surprised by the short time frame, Chang Dalei reacted, expressing concern that 5 years was too short to conquer the empire. Hart explained that this matter could not be delayed, as dragged on for too long. It might eventually end up like the War of 19 Countries from 300 years ago. When the time comes, they don't know how many people will die. Chang Dalei expressed that this time seemed too short for him, expressing his desire to also want to work on infrastructure and spend more time with Su Ying and their daughter. Hart called him an idiot and explained that when the empire was at peace, they could have more children. She reminded Chang Dalei, asking if he didn't want his daughter to grow up in a chaotic world for more than 10 years, and Chang Dalei was hesitant to agree. They raised their cups in a toast, and Hart urged Chang Dalei to drink the tea and declared that they saved the empire together. Meanwhile, it was spring that night. At the Toad City study, Axie informed Chang Dalei that he had something to report. He reported what happened after the battle at the Bullhorn Peak but was interrupted by Chang Dalei's yawning. Axie went on to tell Chang Dalei that all of the Marquis refused to obey anyone since no one got credit for killing Lin Shaoyu, and no one had great merit to claim the throne. He also mentioned that Lin Weixin had the most supporters and troops and that many people supported him as emperor because he was bestowed the emperor's sword by Emperor Ming himself. Axie stated that, despite Lin Weixin's prestige, he was unable to suppress the greed of the empire's Marquis because most of the Marquis disagreed with Lin Weixin's status as emperor and believed that they chose to rule on one side. He used Song Poking as an example, who was introduced as the king of Liangzhu at the prime minister's side. He also mentioned some random prince who made himself a king, some random uncle, and so on. Axie stated that the empire now had a dozen kings with different surnames, dividing its territory into pieces. Axie informed him that the chaotic situation of one emperor and 18 kings had been formed, and Chang Dalei became depressed as he listened to Axie's report. Chang Dalei stopped him and instructed Axie to tell him the main point. He asked Axie what Lai Xingzai was doing currently. Axie informed him that Lai Xingzai and Chang Dalei had a mutual relationship, or rather collusion, and that the campaign to encircle and suppress the justice cult failed due to him, which is why Lai Xingzai became the object of criticism and had a notorious reputation on the streets. He concluded that Lai Xingzai had lost his value and was naturally eliminated by Minister Kui. Axie went on to say that Lai Leshan gave Lai Xingzai the position of free king because of his brotherly love, and was sent to a small border town called Luofeng City, where he had been holed up. Chang Dalei wondered if Lai Xingzai was getting rid of his puppet status. However, Axie disagreed and stated that Song Poten still sent his cronies to keep an eye on Lai Xingzai, which led to Chang Dalei's surprise before asking him who had been sent. Axie told him that it was Song Pakeng's son Song Yaok, leaving Chang Dalei spitting out his drink in surprise. Axie asked Chang Dalei what his thoughts were, and Chang Dalei called out for Bai Feiyuan while wiping his mouth. Bai Feiyuan presented himself and asked Chang Dalei what his order was. Chang Dalei assigned Bai Feiyuan the task of finding Lai Xingzai and instructing him not to meet him, but rather to protect him secretly, while also establishing an intelligence line at Lai Xingyi's location and reporting to him as soon as there was information. And Bai Feiyuan agreed. Chang Dalei called out to Axie, asking for his assistance in finding a woman, and Axie inquired as to which woman he wanted. Chang Dalei stated that the woman was very special. He asked Hart if she knew where Sima Qian was. Hart informed him that Sima Qian was at the border of Liangzhu and Bingzhou. Chang Dalei proceeded to inform Axie that the woman called herself Sima Qina, and described her as a creative writer who was good at painting, and was last seen at the border of Lingzhou and Bingzhou. He additionally said that she had red hair, carried a backpack, and ran fast, and that she was the author of the biographies of Strange People and Harmonious Biography, leaving Axie and Aku staring at one another. Chang Dalei warned them that Sima Qian ran so fast that they might not be able to catch her. Chang Dalei believed that Sima Qian would be willing to come as long as they mentioned his name. Axie asked Chang Dalei if Sima Qian was a very important person to him, and Chang Dalei agreed. Axie wondered and asked Chang Dalei if he should take Sima Qian to Suying first for some reason, which made Chang Dalei speechless. Anxious, Chang Dalei yelled, instructing him not to ever do it. He had a thought, believing that Sima Qian would become a wolf if she saw Suying. Axie and Aku exchanged understanding male glances, prompting Chang Dalei to cough to get their attention before instructing them to only bring Sima Qian to see him and not meet Suying. They bowed and assured Chang Dalei not to worry because he would definitely bring Sima Qian to him, and Chang Dalei agreed and told them to get to work. Aku, Axie, and Bai Feiyuan walked out of the building. Aku expressed her doubt that Chang Dalei had been acting strangely recently, as it turned out he was suffering from lovesickness. Axie also wondered if they misunderstood and just maybe Chang Dalei just wanted to find someone. Bai Feiyuan disagreed and told him that it was absolutely impossible because, with Chang Dalei's abilities, he believed that only women could pose a threat to him in the world. He told them that he thought of Sima Qian as a beautiful woman. Aku wondered if Chang Dalei couldn't hide his playboy nature, while Axi stated that Chang Dalei was already thinking of outsiders even though he hadn't yet conquered Jidao. While Bai Feiyuan disagreed with Chang Dalei still fooling around outside while Su Ying had only recently given birth to her daughter. Aku reminded them that they must finish the task given to them by Chang Dalei. Su Ying appeared, calling Axi, Aku, and Bai Feiyuan. Nervous, Bai Feiyuan informed Su Ying anxiously that he still had important tasks. He ran and told them that he had to go first, while Axi asked Su Ying what she wanted from their Zai army. Su Ying told Axi to tell her about the task Chang Dalei had given to them. After a while, as the night grew longer, Chang Dalei excitedly asked Su Ying if their daughter was asleep. He asked her if she could help her look at his plan if she had the time. Su Ying smiled and ordered Chang Dalei to come near. Chang Dalei stood straight, calling out Su Ying as he wondered. Su Ying suddenly pinched his ears. She asked him if he was going to do something that would make him feel sorry for her, leaving Chang Dalei in confusion. Su Ying told him that if he wanted to marry a concubine, he should discuss it with her and do it secretly, before asking what kind of fairy would drive him insane. She also told him that a man should have great ambition and not let his will wear down for a woman, which still left Chang Dalei confused. Chang Dalei bowed his head and cried in forgiveness towards the enraged Su Ying. As the night grew, Su Ying, annoyed, told Chang Dalei to get out, wondering what kind of plan he wanted to discuss so late, and scolding him that if he didn't want to sleep, he could at least let his daughter sleep because he only knew how to work every day. Su Ying shut the door as she stated that such a man Chang Dalei was who also wanted to rob his daughter's milk to drink. Finally, Chang Dalei was driven to Liu Zhijian's room for the night. After a while, the wind rose early that spring, and someone called out for Chang Dalei. Chang Dalei answered the call. Liu Zhihan asked him what he was looking at, and Chang Dalei informed her that it was just a plan for the future development strategy of the village. Liu Zhihan expressed her displeasure and asked Chang Dalei to tell her about it. Chang Dalei responded that it was to develop the village faster, and the first step was to develop production, including planting, breeding, and daily necessities to prevent war shortages of food and materials, claiming that the cottage must be self-sufficient, so they must have food, cloth, paper, salt, iron, and so on. Chang Dalei also stated that the second step was to strengthen the military, expand the army, train, and prepare for future battles. Despite the fact that the Toad village had 30,000 elite soldiers, he thought it was not enough to achieve his goals. He realized that many of their brothers still wore cloth armor, and there were very few soldiers who could put on proper armor. He also noticed that hundreds of people in the workshop had produced only 3,000 sets of armor in the previous year, which was just enough to equip the Qin army, and he predicted that more advanced heavy armor, cavalry armor, saddle stirrups, and other items would take even longer. Chang Dalei also discussed the progress of firearms research and development, food production, and research fertilizer, but Liu Zhihan interrupted to ask if they were going to war again. Chang Dalei was confident that it was only a matter of time, which worried Liu Zhihan about how long the war would last and whether they could simply avoid fighting with people. Chang Dalei refuted this, arguing that the chaotic world was a game with human life as a bargaining chip and that as long as troops were present, they would be forced to bet in the chaotic world, with the winner taking everything and the loser leaving with nothing. Liu Zhihan threw a fit because she didn't understand, and all she knew was that she'd be happy and warm with Chang Dalei. She believed that she might die if someone wanted to separate her from him. Chang Dalei sighed and said nothing. He reassured Liu Zhihan that he would just protect her and his life. Liu Zhihan was pleased and told Chang Dalei that she would be there wherever he was. Chang Dalei told her that it was getting late. He advised Liu Zhihan to sleep first if she was tired, prompting her to ask him if he didn't want to sleep yet. Chang Dalei informed her that he still had to read more and told her not to worry about him and that she should sleep, which led to Liu Zhihan worrying that he would be reading books without a quilt while she slept because the goose feather quilt was on the bed. Chang Dalei told her to sleep and assured her that it was okay, and Liu Zhihan still argued. Chang Dalei once again told her to sleep. Moments later, under the candlelight, Chang Dalei was reading a book. He had thought that the general plan and direction was to be like this as there were many details to be considered. He blew off the candle. Chang Dalei walked on tiptoe as he laid down next to Liu Zhihan. Liu Zhihan held his hand, leaving him confused. Awakened, Liu Zhihan called out to Chang Dalei, who was wondering. She kissed him, interrupting his speech. As the night progressed, the two continued their romance. In some valley on a cloudy day, the bustling noises of the crowd were heard, and someone called everyone's attention, instructing them to disperse the civilians and not allow any uninvited people within 3 miles because they would fire at their vicinity. Fan Lihu ordered the Lihua army to disperse the idlers and patrol the 3-mile perimeter. Zhang Fei asked Guan Yu what the lump iron was for, and Guan Yu pondered for an answer. Qin Man chimed in and assumed that the Grand Master had asked the craftsmen to create a new siege weapon, which prompted Gao Feihu to wonder if it would be useful on the battlefield and how it could be used. Gao Feibao, on the other hand, reminded them that it was the result of several months of painstaking effort by the craftsman's workshop. Zhu Yu also told Chang Dalei that she didn't know how many problems were solved after repeated experiments and barrel explosions. She expressed her relief. She announced to Chang Dalei that they had finished the big killer. Chang Dalei was pleased and told them that they were going to start the firing test. The men helped each other load the cannon. They took aim at some target at some distance. Someone informed them that the target dummy was 1 mile ahead. The man ordered the others to prepare to fire and light the cannon's fuse, while the men firing told each other to fall back. The cannon fired, making the audience cover their ears and yell. Another cannon fired, blasting the target and making a huge explosion. Gao Feihu's jaw dropped, claiming that if it hit the city gate, it would be so fierce. And Qin Man stated that if an ordinary person were hit by those, their whole body would definitely explode. Black smoke came out inside the cannon. A man reported to Chang Dalei. He informed him that the test fire was successful, and the cannon was in good condition, and both the cannon barrel and base were intact. Chang Dalei expressed his satisfaction with the cannon's range and accuracy before asking the man how he made such a good shot. Ling Zhen told him that practice makes perfect and he relied on his feelings, which he could point where to hit within half a mile. However, he explained that the cannon could only shoot up to 2 miles away, and if it shot so far, he believed that the accuracy would be completely off. Chang Dalei repeated some parts of what Ling Zhen said and asked him if it was possible that a range table hadn't been made. Confused, Ling Zhen asked what a range table was. Chang Dalei explained that the so-called range table was used to record how much gunpowder was added to the cannon when firing the artillery, as well as how far the artillery could hit when the barrel was raised to a certain angle, and how much gunpowder was added, similar to the artillery's specifications and all of the data listed on the range table. Still perplexed, Ling Zhen questioned whether it was truly useful, claiming that he didn't need a range table because he could point and shoot it anywhere within a mile, and Chang Dalei objected, claiming that rules were important because without them, no one else could correctly follow the instructions. Chang Dalei also explained that they couldn't rely on one's vague experience and feelings, and they must have a perfect specification system to train a qualified artillery battalion. Ling Zhang understood since he noticed that the village brothers said they couldn't learn from his shooting experience. Chang Dalei instructed him to continue testing and measuring the artillery's specific data and compiling it into a booklet based on his experience. He informed him that he would set up an artillery battalion and ordered him to train their brothers to use artillery for Toad Village. And in the future, he assured him he would be the chief advisor of the artillery battalion. Lin Zhen accepted. While Chang Dalei was lost in his thoughts, a system notification appeared stating that the exclusive character quest to bombard cannon Ling Zhen had been completed, with its content stating that a good bird chooses a good tree. Chang Dalei concluded that the first cannon was not enough, as it needed to be paired with a complete system of various training methods to form the My Lord, Time Has Changed artillery battalions. He also claimed that the mass production of artillery was also a problem. Before asking Zhu Yu what method she had used to build the artillery, and why it was so slow, Zhu Yu informed him that the craftsman workshop used the clay molding and casting iron method, and they also used the same methods to produce agricultural tools. She went on to say that it usually took a month to dry the clay mold, and about 3 months if the weather was rainy, snowy, or chilly. Chang Dalei realized that the era of casting technology was also far behind, as they used clay mold casting cannons, before wondering when 100 cannons could be made to sweep the empire if each cannon took a few months to produce. Chang Dalei pondered as he repeated the clay mold casting cannon in his head. He remembered that a man named Gong Zhenling in the 19th century improved the method in later times. Chang Dalei thought that he improved mass production of casting cannons called the iron mold casting method. But a sudden system notification appeared stating that the mission Brilliant Art had been updated with a 30% progress, and a content to develop a gunpowder weapon. The system also unlocked gunpowder weapons like cannon, mines, missiles, fireballs, and more. Hart informed Chang Dalei that the next step would be to upgrade his industrial base and mass-produce artillery. A system information appeared, stating that the host received a side mission in which the first step was to develop the artillery mass production process, the second was to build an artillery battalion, and the third was to establish basic artillery tactics. Hart cheered him up. After a while in the study room, Chang Dalei thought that with the advent of artillery, Toad Village was about to start a revolution from cold weapons to hot weapons. He believed that when the artillery technology was mature, the traditional way of warfare would be eliminated. He believed that the Toad Village would be fighting in a coordinated battle of infantry and artillery, and heavy armor cavalry intensively charged forth at that time. However, he claimed that it could not be exposed to the outside world, and it especially couldn't be robbed by the enemy before it fully matures. He stated that war was the catalyst of technology, and once it was exposed prematurely, he believed that it would be imitated sooner or later. Chang Dalei realized that it would turn into artillery bombardment from both sides, and many people would die when the time comes. Therefore, he believed that it was necessary to open up a special artillery testing ground. He considered selecting the most loyal brothers from the army to form an artillery battalion, as well as establishing a training ground for the artillery battalion. He also considered the craftsman workshop, which needed to recruit more talents. Chang Dalei entered the system and thought that it was time to buy the collection of the most important military techniques for military officer classes. Stars engulfed inside the system space. Guo Sheng, who was playing video games, welcomed Chang Dalei. Tall stairs glowing in red hue also appeared. Chang Dalei felt dejected as he mumbled that 5 million points of life talent and 5 million points of combat talent were needed, with his current remaining fear value being 8 million. Chang Dalei decided to summon a general. A light shone down towards the system space. A system notification appeared deducting him of 1 million fear points. Chang Dalei thought that he only drew one top character, and a system information appeared stating the points result was bad to excellent characters, which was 1,000 more. It informed him that he obtained the top despot, Du Mao. Aggravated, Chang Dalei wondered how could he only get top level or Du Mao, while another system notification appeared stating that the 1,000 more had been increased to the village population. He scolded Guo Sheng because his point of view was really black. Guo Sheng assumed that it was probably because he had a bad reputation since the whole empire was cursing him. Confused, Chang Dalei asked how a bad reputation affected his ability to summon. Guo Sheng explained that the people he summoned were all real people, not game NPCs. He told him how notorious he was and how much the 18 lieutenants hated him, and he wondered who would dare to trust him as an ordinary top talent. Chang Dalei understood. He expressed disappointment and assumed that Minister Kui was still useful for bribing waterborne troops everywhere, believing that he was simply giving him fear points for no reason. Chang Dalei wondered if Minister Kui was sick. After a while, Chang Dalei approached Hart and told her that he wanted to buy the collection of the most important military techniques. A system notification appeared deducting him of 4 million fear points. Chang Dalei also added the iron mold casting artillery to his purchase. He had another 300,000 fear points deducted. Chang Dalei also purchased the Heavenly Works. Another 1,502 were deducted from his fear points. However, Chang Dalei still bought more after that. Hart thanked Chang Dalei for his patronage. The next day, another group of refugees joined the Toad Village, where someone instructed them to line up. Adelina invited them to come and register if they wanted to join the Toad Village, and instructed them to write their name and birth date, and also use their fingerprints if they couldn't read or write. She informed them that Chang Dalei had to review their history in person, and someone would take them to the internal government department, and someone there would help them assign if they were for farming, weaving, home construction, joining the army, or other jobs, and Liu Bei warned them that they did not keep idle people in the village. Adelina invited the next person in line to come. Du Mao stood menacingly. Liu Bei and Du Mao stared at each other without saying a word. Adelina asked Liu Bei if Du Mao was an acquaintance. The man behind Du Mao asked him what was up. Liu Bei sighed. With a look of boredom, he expressed relief. He told Du Mao that it was not worth it, which made Du Mao gulp. Du Mao ran, leaving his men wondering where he was going, while Adelina scolded Liu Bei. Adelina told Du Mao to come to her to register and not worry about Liu Bei because his character was so bad. She promised to help him shut his mouth if Liu Bei dared to talk nonsense again, and Du Mao shivered as he walked towards her. She instructed him to fill out the form. Adelina asked Du Mao if he was interested in joining the church, and Du Mao pondered for his response. Toad Village began a vigorous campaign of farming and steel making, and everyone participated in the reclamation. The men helped each other to carry a huge log, while the others cheered for Guan Yu as both Zhang Fei and Guan Yu were cutting trees. Meanwhile, on the other side, countless trees were cut. The men cheered for Chang Dalei as they were in awe of how powerful he was. On the other side, Yan Mu grabbed a whole tree with her bare hands and lifted its roots out to the ground. A crackling noise was heard as she shook the tree. Yan Mu carried out a whole tree alone. Chang Dalei specially made time to patrol the various departments in Toad Village to investigate the traders. While Chang Dalei was viewing for information, he thought that 1,000 miles of dike was destroyed by an ant hole. He glanced at his surroundings as he viewed information of the people. He glared at someone. The system identified someone as a traitor, and Chang Dalei ordered his men to take him away and interrogate him. Chang Dalei noticed that he had caught many suspicious guys the past few days. He remembered that there was another place where there must be a mole, and decided that this time he wouldn't show any mercy. Meanwhile, at the blacksmith shop, the men were instructed to work harder. Chang Dalei arrived where the chief was. Mu Changjeng greeted Chang Dalei, and a system information about Mu Changjeng appeared describing who used to be an undercover scout, but was so deep undercover he lost his boss and had nowhere to return to. Chang Dalei went dumbfounded as he wondered how a trader could become a top blacksmith, and noticed how Mu Changjeng was enjoying his work. Mu Changjeng asked Chang Dalei what was wrong with him. Chang Dalei ignored his question and told him to just keep doing his job. After a while, the craftsmen resumed their harsh work while yelling because the production work occurred during the day. All of the generals were required to attend military classes at night. The Toad Village Military Classroom new course was the collection of the most important military techniques, which was read by Guan Yu and taught after. A group of military generals shook their heads in the military classroom as they talked about the same thing. They were added 20% of their martial arts strategy. Toad Village was engaging in a vigorous production and learning campaign. Meanwhile, the sunset cast a piercing wind over the grasslands. A stranger rode his horse swiftly. He halted as he noticed someone camping. A woman who sat in front of the campfire noticed the man. They both looked at each other. The woman asked Fu Dalei if he came from far away, and Fu Dalei responded that not too far away as he used to live nearby when he was young. The woman tended to his children who were calling for her. Fu Dalei sipped from the bowl. He glared at the woman's children. He continued glaring for a minute. Then the woman asked him where he was heading. Fu Dalei pondered for his response. Moments passed by where only the crackling of the woods by the fire was the only thing heard. Fu Dalei inquired as to why he couldn't see her husband, and the woman explained that her husband had gone hunting with his dogs to make a living, as the winter had not yet passed, and that there had been a war in the grasslands in recent days, and that they considered themselves lucky to be alive because her husband was timid, but they had somehow survived the years. Fu Dalei inquired on who's currently in charge of the Ring tribes in the grasslands, and the woman informed him that she did not know, since he only knew about the two largest tribes, the Northern and Western Ring tribe. He asked who led the Northern and Western Ring tribe. The woman informed him that the Northern Ring tribe was led by Huyan Lai, while she paused before mentioning Jin Wendao, who commanded the Western Ring tribe. Fu Dalei remembered an image of Jin Wendao as he spoke of his name. He realized that Jin Wendao was still alive. He took another sip of the food. Fu Dalei thanked the woman for the horse milk tea she had served him. Fu Dalei took his horse and left. As he left, the woman realized something as Fu Dalei drank his horse milk. She informed him that he resembled a child that she knew, which piqued Fu Dalei's interest, and asked her who. The woman told him that she couldn't remember the child's appearance since it was a few years ago. She went on to say that she only remembers the scene of him talking and eating, and she sometimes dreams about it, but couldn't see it clearly. She also remembered that the child was very nice and gentle. Fu Dalei asked her if the child was okay. The woman told him that the child was dead since a few years ago. He died in the Empire with his brother during the war, and expressed her fears that no one remembers him. Fu Dalei assured the woman she had done enough for the child if she still remembered him. He left riding his horse as the clattering noise from the horse grew from the distance. After a while, as the crescent moon shone down on the land, Fu Dalei took a rest. He realized that the woman named Amu was living a good life and decided that he shouldn't bother her. He wondered where he would go next and what he would do. He thought that walking out of the valley full of corpses and leaving behind Toad Village meant cutting off ties from the past for him. However, he couldn't just let go of some people. Fu Dalei expressed shock that Jin Wendao was still alive and had become the tribe's leader. He wondered where his sister Wuli and her tribe were. He decided that he needed to settle some accounts. Meanwhile, at Chang'an, people gathered at the city gate to look. The people realized it was an order from the imperial palace, and someone stated in the content that regardless of origin, as long as they have the skills, they could join the eldest prince to get a job. People gossiped that they had heard that it wasn't just the imperial palace, but that the other marquis kings were doing the same thing. While others discussed job recruitment, which involved cultivating disciples, the crowd assumed that the future might be the world of martial artists, killers, and lobbyists. Song Yaok informed Lai Xingzai that the city they were going to was a small city of Luofeng with a population of only tens of thousands of people. He also added that the city was poor and the land was even poorer, and the city residents could only rely on the sea to fish for a living. As he examined the map, the city's geographical location was at the junction of Yuzhou, Jizhou, and Qingzhou, where he believed pirates frequently caused trouble and life for the city's people was difficult, claiming that being the city lord there was a difficult job. Lai Xingzai told him that he had known about that for a long time, and that was the reason why he asked Lai Lenchen for that city. He went on to inform him that Lai Lenchen also needed to have more voices to support his claim to the throne at that time. Lai Xingzai added that he promised Lai Lenchen that he would support him to become the emperor, and that he would withdraw from fighting for the throne, and that was the reason he gave him Luofeng City and the title of Free King, since he wanted a small city on the border until he died. Lai Xingzai assured Song Yaok that Luofeng City was still their territory, despite its bad foundation, before reminding him that when Chang Dalei began his expansion, he only had one thin horse and 5 people in the Toad village. He told Song Yaok that they were going since Luofeng City was thousands of miles away, believing that it would be good to go there as soon as possible. Minutes later, Lai Xingzai was suddenly alerted. A strange man stood in their way. Lai Xingzai halted and asked the man who he was. The man asked him if he was Lai Xingzai, the Free King. Confused, Lai Xingzai agreed, before asking the man who he was again and why he was blocking his way. The man took off his hat. He knelt and introduced himself as Zhu Hanchuan, who was there to join him, which led to Lai Xingzai's shock. He wondered if Zhu Hanchuan was insane for joining him and questioned what he would get by doing so, before telling Zhu Hanchuan to think carefully because he had no soldiers, generals, or money, and warned him not to waste his future because of a free king like him. Zhu Hanchuan informed him that they had met when Lai Xingzai was traveling and spent a few days in Black Rock City, and that he did not consider himself a soft person at the time. In fact, Zhu Hanchuan had already been rejected by many forces, and his experience of backstabbing the Black Rock City Lord made him unpopular with other forces. Then, Zhu Hanchuan proposed himself, saying that he had come to join him that day. He also promised to leave, stating that he did not want to embarrass Lai Xingzai if he looked down upon his knowledge. Lai Xingzai told him to come with him to Luofeng City as it wasn't the right place for them to talk. He promised Zhu Hanchuan that the 3 of them would call each other as brothers from now on. He also assured him that they would drink wine and eat meat together when they were ready in the future. Lai Xingzai reflected on how he had not expected it from the Free King's faction and their freestyle nature, before wondering why he felt so much like a mountain bandit. They left the city swiftly. Meanwhile, at Huangtu City in Zhuzhou, someone informed the second night watch to be careful with the candles as it was dry. At the inn where Nai Yinan was sleeping, she released some strange speckles of dark pieces. A strange power came out of the building. The people recognized that it was an insect. The insects entered every person's body. A young Nai Yinan was instructed to get in the tank. She realized that the countless man-eating insects had eaten all of them. The insects formed into a human form as they stayed together, which awoke the sleeping Nai Yinan as she realized it was a human. She screamed in fear. After a while, she gasped for air in exhaustion. She reminisced about the dream, which she would never forget, the tragic incident of that day. She took off her clothes, before assuming that the swarm of insects from that year was still hidden deep inside her body. She claimed it had been like a maggot on her back since she was a child, before wondering what the plague of man-eating insects that year was, and how she would have starved to death in the water tank if it hadn't been for her master. Nai Yinyang realized that the third night watch had arrived. She spread out her weapons and decided that she would better get busy. She held out the blade belt in her hand, strapped some of it on her arms. She covered her face with a veil. Nai Yinyang stood under the crescent moon. Standing above the building roof, she looked down for her target. She jumped from one building to another. She landed in one building where 2 guards were stationed. Blood splattered through the door. Light shone as the door was opened, where a headless corpse was lying on the floor inside. The next day, Nai Yinyang walked the city streets. As she was eating, she noticed a child who was looking at her. She gave her food to the child. Nai Yinyang told the child to eat and go home and warned her that the city would be in chaos. Someone informed everyone that the search had been ordered and instructed them to lock the gate and catch the assassin. The child continued to munch on her food. She looked at where Nai Yinyang would be, but she was nowhere to be found. A few days later, at the Moonlight Temple, Old Nun told the man that the task had been completed and reminded him to fulfill the end payment. The man praised the famous Moonlight Temple of the martial world, claiming that it deserved its reputation, and assured the old nun that the follow-up gold and silver would be delivered in 3 days. The old nun instructed the man to change the gold and silver into the goods she wanted and to leave it at the usual place, and the man obeyed. The man wondered if the old nun would accept Minister Q's invitation because they were recruiting warriors from all over the world, and if they could get the old nun's assistance. He claimed that Minister Q's road to supremacy would be like a tiger with wings. The old nun declined, telling the man that there was no need for him to say more because it was not yet time for the Moonlight Temple to appear in the empire, and that she would discuss the matter with her disciples later, and the man replied that they would wait for good news. The man made another proposal, requesting that she kill one more person and asking the old nun for a price. The old nun asked who it was. The man told her that it was Toad Village's Chang Dalei. Nai Yinyang came to a stop in front of a river and drew water from it. She splashed the water she took on her face. Nai Yinyang thought about killing another person and realized that she had killed so many people, before wondering if the empire was really getting better. Someone asked Nai Yinyang how many times it was. Nai Yinyang told the old nun that it happened 18 times, and the old nun encouraged her to kill one more person for her and promised her that she would be free to leave and live her own life. The old nun offered to give her a skill because she believed that it would be enough for Nai Yinyang to travel around the empire and find the truth of that year. Nai Yinyang wondered who she would kill, and that was when the old nun handed her a scroll. The old nun told her that it was Chang Dalei. She informed Nai Yinyang that Chang Dalei had caused significant trouble in Chang'an, obstructed the peace, collaborated with the justice cult, killed many people, and was regarded as the empire's biggest villain. Nai Yinyang took something out from her clothes. She assured the old nun that she would bring Chang Dalei's head to her. Nai Yinyang wasted no time and jumped. All she saw was a forest. She steadily continued on her journey. A few days later, at Liangzhu border, Sima Qian asked Axi if it was Chang Dalei who sent them to find her. Axi agreed, telling Sima Qian that Chang Dalei was fond of her, and that she must not let him down, while Aku added that this was why he sent them to find her. Sima Qian asked them what they were talking about. Annoyed, she told them to forget it, informing them that she was going to look for Chang Dalei as well and instructing them to tell him to wait in peace. Axi invited Sima Qian to come along with them, and they would lead the way because the Toad domain was in the war production stage and personnel screening was relatively strict, so they could easily take her into the city. Sima Qian told them that there was no need since they were too slow, and ordered them to go back first and she would visit personally in a few days. Axi agreed and informed her that their brother was waiting for her at the city gate, and hoped that she would come to their door as soon as possible to relieve Chang Dalei's lovesickness. Sima Qian waved at them, saying she knew and was annoyed, which Axi and Aku understood. As they left, Axi told Aku to look at Sima Qian's attitude and assumed that she seemed to be Chang Dalei's unrequited love, which led to Aku wondering why couldn't Yijidao be compared to Sima Qian, and Axi added that he must tell Yijidao to take the initiative. Sima Qian thought that they were inexplicable. She sighed as she realized that it was a good time to dawdle since spring had arrived and the flowers were in bloom. She spoke about the Toad race and clarified that she did not want to go to a village full of smelly men. Sima Qian also remembered that Chang Dalei would not allow her to get close to Yinmu again, which annoyed her because he assumed as if she was going to eat her. She stated that all she wanted to do was touch and hug Yinmu and lick her at most. Sima Qian expressed her desire to go back to her village and spend her happy life with girls. She also remembered that she still needed to properly investigate her body's secrets before noticing a girl with a nice body. Nai Yinyang glared at Sima Qian. Sima Qian's eyes widened in fear. She realized that Nai Yinyang was from the Moonlight Temple. She wondered who Nai Yinyang was going to kill. Sima Qian decided that it was better for her to go because it seemed she couldn't delay any longer. She stood up and ran swiftly. The next morning, someone halted to stop a woman. A guard informed Sima Qian that strangers must have an acquaintance or resident as a guarantor before they could enter the city, and the other guard added that small merchants and refugees also need permission to enter and do business. Annoyed, Sima Qian told them that she was specifically invited by Chang Dalei, and the guards still refused. Axi and Aku, who had just got back, reminded Sima Qian of what she had said that she would visit in a few days, and Aku expressed disbelief that she had arrived earlier than them. Sima Qian told them that she couldn't wait and wondered if they could take her to see Chang Dalei, prompting Axie to agree with her and tell her brothers to give way. One of the guards greeted Axie. The guard asked Axie who Sima Qian was because when she arrived, she said she was looking for Chang Dalei, so they dared not let her in, and Axie replied that she might be Chang Dalei's old friend. Axie informed the guard that Chang Dalei had sent the Zai team out to find Sima Qian, and that she had a bad attitude at first, so he assumed it was Chang Dalei's unrequited love, prompting the guard to inquire further. However, Axie told them that he didn't expect Sima Qian to be more anxious to see Chang Dalei than them, which led the guards to believe that it was a tsundere, as Chang Dalei referred to it, which confused Sima Qian on what they were talking about. Aku believed it was a legendary two-way trip and expressed her envy. They assumed that the rumors about Chang Dalei in Toad City had become more intense and well-defined. As Sima Qian entered the Toad City, she was in awe and wondered if this was really a city in a chaotic empire. She noticed how prosperous the city was because everyone had a straight back and rounded cheeks. She noticed how clean the streets and houses were, and she claimed that it was extremely difficult to have enough food in the world. Sima Qian deemed the place as thriving. Meanwhile, at the study in City Lord's mansion, Sima Qian entered the room and greeted Chang Dalei, saying he was having a good and prosperous life in the city. Chang Dalei, bored, recognized Sima Qian and referred to her as a perverted female before inviting her to take a seat. Sima Qian asked why she hadn't seen Yin Mu, but Chang Dalei told her to say less because they were about to get down to business. Chang Dalei told her that he hates to beat around the bush as a riddler and decided that they were going to get right to the point and mentioned about the power Sima Qian had. He also mentioned what he wanted her to do, which shocked Sima Qian before asking Chang Dalei if he wanted her help. Sima Qian informed him that her fee was very expensive. Chang Dalei assured her not to worry since the Toad village could afford it. In the study, after their conversation, Chang Dalei explained to Sima Qian how her power worked, while Sima Qian listened and remained silent. Shocked, Sima Qian asked him the reason why she could stand up and run so fast was because of the container taking effect. She also added a question if Chang Dalei was sent by the immortal to recover her power, and he agreed, before informing her that it was all a mess left by someone. Sima Qian told him she didn't believe him and wondered if Chang Dalei was kidding before asking if he, too, was an immortal. Enraged, she assumed Chang Dalei was coveting her body and wanted to eat her just like everyone else. Chang Dalei asked her what it would take for her to believe him. Sima Qian proposed something since he was saying that there was an immortal behind him. She requested to meet the immortal. Heart and Chang Dalei looked at each other anxiously. Disgusted, Heart expressed her disappointment. A light shone beside Chang Dalei, which surprised Sima Qian. Sima Qian was in disbelief. She stuttered as she mumbled immortal before declaring that there were indeed immortals in the world. Chang Dalei asked Sima Qian if she believed him, and Sima Qian completely ignored him as she stated how bright it was that she couldn't see clearly, and how she was now certain that Heart was the immortal in the sky that day, before laughing hysterically because she could now see such things and asking Heart not to move her feet. Sima Qian exclaimed how great it was and was about to jump Heart, but Chang Dalei stopped her. Heart told Sima Qian to calm down as she had something to ask her. Sima Qian told Heart to go ahead, and Heart coughed before asking her about the kindred she found over the years and if she could tell them. Sima pondered an answer and told them that there were two in Jiangsu. One was a Taoist and the other was Minister Qi's son, whom she had heard had been killed, prompting Chang Dalei to reveal that he was the one who killed him. Heart told her to go on as she was keeping track. Sima Qian, irritated, informed them that there was a secluded sect called the 10,000 Scrolls Academy in Zhuzhou, and that when she traveled there back then, she narrowly avoided being beaten to death for saying the wrong thing. She claimed that they were all fierce people and a bunch of muscle heads, which made Chang Dalei wonder if the academics were refined scholars, how there could be a muscular man there, and what Sima Qian had said. Sima Qian told them that she was inquiring about the boudoir novels about poor scholars and upper-class girls who eloped with beautiful ladies and gifted scholars, and whether they wrote them for the purpose of hooking up with upper-class girls. Disgusted, Chang Dalei asked her why she asked that. Sima Qian told them proudly that she also wanted to write a book to hook with those girls, so she went with an open mind to ask them for advice. Dejected, Chang Dalei proceeded to ask more. Sima Qian told them that as a result the scholars became furious and they threw her off the mountain while shouting that she would die at the end of the day. Chang Dalei was confused as to why they would shout that, and Sima Qian answered that their words came from the Master Lun Yu and that it meant that if they found the way to their house in the morning, they could die in the evening. Heart whispered to Chang Dalei saying that it should mean that when you get home from school, do not dare to run away, and Sima Qian expressed her relief that she ran fast. Wiping his sweat, Chang Dalei mentioned that the educational policy of the academy was really special, and told Sima Qian to go on. And Sima Qian told him that there was also a big bug hiding somewhere deep in the mountains. She mentioned that a big snake was hiding there somewhere. Chang Dalei asked Sima Qian if she could really run fast, and he assumed that she may have been all over the empire. Sima Qian informed him that she had seen a lot of things. She went on to say that there was also a group of assassins, which was the Moonlight Temple in the martial world, which she claimed were small in numbers, and the members were all women and went there to investigate. Chang Dalei, on the other hand, asked her if she only focused on girls wherever she went. Sima Qian told them that she had seen the leader of that organization, an old nun, which gave her a dangerous and strange feeling and was the reason she did not dare to investigate more deeply. Chang Dalei asked her if the old Moonlight Temple old nun was the same kind as her, and Sima Qian replied that she was unsure because she felt very dangerous deep in that valley and assumed they were hiding something. She also told him that she had run into the people of the Moonlight Temple yesterday and was on her way to Toad City, but she had no idea who the target was. She cautioned Chang Dalei to be careful, and Chang Dalei understood and told her to go on. Chang Dalei requested that he have to trouble her to keep looking for that kind of information, prompting Sima Qian to ask him if she could have some alone time with Hart as a reward. She told them that there was something she would like to talk about to Hart alone before giggling, and Hart furiously declined. The next day, a random man asked why the city gate was so strict that day, and the other guy replied that there was no problem leaving the city, but it was difficult to enter as you must be introduced by an acquaintance and be searched. Nai Yinying overheard what they were saying. Another man also stated that he just wanted to enter the city to sell some vegetables and straw sandals, but he had to be questioned for a long time before entering. And the other guy beside him expressed how much of a pain in the ass it was. Also, another man asked the guard why he couldn't even bring an inch of iron into the city that day since yesterday was still an inventory check, and told the guard that he was a kitchen knife seller. Nai Yinying decided that she would better wait for nightfall since there was such a tight check and forcing a breakthrough into the city was bound to alert Chang Dalei. After a few days, she noticed that there were 5 steps to post and 10 steps to post. Nai Yinying claimed that the walls were actually heavily guarded at night, and all of the guards were men. She had seen no visible defensive lapses, and it had been a few days. She also thought that the world's famous killer and the Lord of Qinchuan was so timid and cautious. She decided that she couldn't delay it any longer and climbed the wall. She stabbed her dagger into the wall. She used it as a step to ascend. Nai Yinying hoped that she wouldn't be discovered and decided to take a gamble. She jumped, fearing she'd be forced to murder her way into the city. She reminded herself that her task was to kill Chang Dalei and not soldiers. She claimed that they were just innocent people subjected to Chang Dalei. She also mentioned when she killed Chang Dalei, Nai Yinying believed that they would be freed from the Devil's Den. She scanned the locations of the city lord's mansion and jumped, expecting it to be in the city center. Nai Yinying leaped through the building by building. Meanwhile, at an unnamed valley where Moonlight Temple was, the old nun was doing some ritual. She continued pounding on a wooden ball, while Nai Yinying continued to search for the city lord's mansion. She leaped high above. The old nun's eyes were closed, while Nai Yinying's eyes were open. Nai Yinying landed and positioned herself. She saw Chang Dalei and noticed that his appearance was the same as that of the bounty list. She recognized that it was Chang Dalei and decided that she would better wait for a suitable opportunity to strike. Nai Yinying claimed that Chang Dalei would be killed in one blow if he didn't move, and that as long as he turned around. And there was a breach. She believed that she could cut his head off in one breath. Someone called out for Chang Dalei, which led to Nai Yinying turning around. Su Ying was waiting outside Chang Dalei's room carrying their daughter. Chang Dalei asked her why she was there. Su Ying asked him why he hadn't spent some time with his daughter the past few days. Chang Dalei told her that there had been many things happening recently that he couldn't afford to leave. He invited her to come so he could hug her daughter, and his daughter opened her arms excitedly. Chang Dalei played with his daughter. Su Ying noticed that Chang Dalei had been very busy lately, and Chang Dalei agreed, stating that he had a lot of things to do before apologizing for not spending enough time with them. Su Ying informed him that their daughter began to remember things, and told him that he should accompany her more since she was always making a fuss when he wasn't around. Chang Dalei cuddled with his daughter and taught her to say Papa. The baby responded and said Baba instead. Nai Yinying noticed what was happening. However, the old nun's dark aura came out and pounded the wooden ball once more. Her eyes grew furiously. She ordered Nai Yinying to do it and kill Chang Dalei. A dark aura began to envelop Nai Yinying as the old nun ordered her to kill them and promised her that she could leave the Moonlight Temple once it was over. Nai Yinying kept hearing things ordering her to kill them. The old nun continued to say to kill one to save 100. as death flies began to swarm. Nai Yinying's father called her out as he caressed her, while she called for her mom, and someone said that it didn't want to wait a bit more. Nai Yinying's mother told her to leave as the swarm was about to get her. Someone told Nai Yinying to run and hide quickly as her mother died. Another person whispered that she wanted to wait a bit more. As the young Nai Yinying called out for her dying father, she wanted to wait a bit more because she did not want other young children to see their parents die in front of their eyes, as she did. However, the old nun ordered her to kill Chang Dalei's child. The old nun's eyes widened. She instructed Nai Yinying to behead Chang Dalei's first love. Lastly, she instructed her to kill Chang Dalei. As Nai Yinying's eyes began to change, her eyes were now lifeless. Just like a robot ordered to kill, she decided to kill them. Meanwhile, at the system space where Guo Shang slept, he was awoken by a familiar and disgusting smell which he claimed stunk. Guo Shang expressed what an eyesore they were, daring to extend their tentacles there. He told the buzzing noise to get out. Light began to cut the dark aura around Nai Yinying. The curse inside her, which glowed dark, crashed. Nai Yinying snapped. As the curse crashed inside her, she groaned in pain. She coughed up blood. Nai Yinying fell down and crashed on a roof. Chang Dalei turned around and asked who it was. Worried, Su Ying asked Chang Dalei what was wrong. Chang Dalei remained silent. He then assured her that it was probably a wildcat and told Su Ying that they were going to cut down the trees around the study tomorrow. Meanwhile, at the Moonlight Temple where the old nun was doing her ritual, her rosary beads snapped. She realized that her connection was cut off as the beads rapidly rolled. The old nun called Nai Yinying names who forgot her roots and starved a wild bastard who disobeyed her. She went on to say that Nai Yinying was a foolish, unproductive seed with a maggot heart full of obstacles and that it was not good for it to die. Exhausted, the old nun gasped for air. She decided to forget about Nai Yinying since she fell into a den of mountain bandits, where the symbiosis belt was broken and believed that it would be a waste if she were rescued, so she decided to raise another one. The old nun expressed pity for missing an excellent martial arts body that was rare to find in 100 years, before mumbling that the nation's fortune, which she believed someone was hiding, was weakened there. She also mentioned that he and Lai Manzi once swept the 19 countries and finally held the whole world's nation's fortune. He went on to say that he was now reduced to just a city. The old nun also stated that instead of choosing a prince of the Lai family, he chose a mountain bandit that even the nation's fortune had abandoned the Lai family and giggled. The old nun assumed that the destruction of the great empire had a large impact on Guo Shang and wondered if she could get a few old friends to help. She wondered if there was any chance of eradicating Guo Shang. Nai Yinying ran and wondered how it could happen. She cursed as she realized that her body was seriously injured by an inexplicable force even though she hadn't started yet, and also realized what state she was in now. Nai Yinying gasped for air as she noticed that her whole body was bursting with pain. She had no idea if Chang Dalei found out, and whether the team searching for assassins had begun or not. She's cold and her head hurts, declaring that she must not pass out while gasping for air. Nai Yinying planned to disguise herself and hide because she couldn't faint there, and she needed to hide her assassination tools. She remembered that where she was a bandit's den. She realized that the consequences she would face when a woman got caught in a bandit's den would be more horrible than death. Early the next morning, birds chirped outside. Outside her house, Lai Weiner pondered the recent strange rumors circulating in the city. There were whispers that Chang Dalei had found another woman. She questioned how such a thing could have been possible. She acknowledged that such things needed evidence. If they were true, perhaps she should talk to Chang Dalei alone. Lai Weiner felt annoyed, labeling him a playboy bastard. With a sense of certainty, she noticed someone in the distance, Nai Yinying, lying in her courtyard. Hastily, Lai Weiner rushed over, calling out to her. Approaching Nai Yinying, she gently shook her, urging her to wake up. Lai Weiner wondered to herself who this woman was and how she could have fainted there. Lai Weiner pondered that Nai Yinying was dressed like a common chivalrous woman from the martial world. She questioned whether she was being chased and had sought refuge in Toad City. Concern etched on her face, Lai Weiner examined Nai Yinying, noticing that there were no sword wounds on her body. She wondered if perhaps it was an outbreak of disease. She confirmed that Nai Yinying still had a pulse and made a decision to forget the speculation and focus on saving her more important. She called out urgently for someone to get a doctor. Meanwhile, outside the Moonlight Temple, a man approached the nun and addressed her as Madam. He informed her that he brought the last payment and wondered if it was convenient for her to receive it at that moment. The nun responded affirmatively, instructing him to bring it. With a smirk, the man clapped his hands and called out to his companions who were carrying goods. He announced proudly that there were dozens of chickens, ducks, pigs, cattle, and sheep, along with hundreds of snakes, birds, and plenty of gold and silver. He also mentioned 50 prisoners that were divided into carts for shipment. Unimpressed, the nun questioned whether he had the baby girls and toddlers she wanted. The man replied that such goods were not easy to come by. The nun sighed and suggested that if not for the quantity, she should charge him more. As they walked through the forest, the man politely interrupted, addressing the nun again. She instructed him to follow her. Changing the subject, the man mentioned Chang Dalei, inquiring about any progress. The nun responded sadly that the mission estimate was wrong. She missed her chance and her apprentice had died. Concerned, the man apologized to the nun. The nun stated that if the payment were increased 10 times and 50 more children were added, she would personally resolve the issue of Chang Dalei and slaughter Toad Village. Disturbed by what he heard, the man questioned the feasibility of slaughtering Toad Village. Annoyed, the nun asked whether he would agree to the conditions or not. The man replied that while he was fine with increasing the reward 10 times and with the pig and cow livestock, he was hesitant about involving prisoners and young children. In a serious tone, the man informed her that it was not easy to get it done these days. He mentioned how Chang Dalei had cut off the Prime Minister's prisoners in the past 2 years. Emphasizing her determination, the nun stated that it didn't matter whether he accepted it. She mentioned that once she finished the task, she would work for Minister Kui. Satisfied, the man questioned if she was serious. He accepted the offer on behalf of Minister Kui. He assured her that the Prime Minister would wait for her. They walked for several hours until they reached the deepest part of the unnamed valley. They arrived at the old temple and the nun walked towards it. A sign on the temple read Moonlight Temple. The nun unlocked the temple door, which creaked open. She announced that they had arrived and instructed them to send everyone inside the temple. Upon hearing this, fear was visible on the prisoners' faces, while the men's voices commanded them to hurry up and get down. The prisoners were whipped by the man, and he harshly disciplined them. The nun instructed them to untie the ropes, advising them not to harm the prisoners. One of them questioned about the possibility of escape. The nun simply replied that it wouldn't happen and reiterated her command to untie them. The nun reminded them that all beings are in anguish and should be set free from the suffering of this world. One of the prisoners knelt and bowed, expressing gratitude to the nun for saving him. The nun directed the prisoners to enter the temple, promising to send them away after she dealt with the capturer. The prisoners agreed and thanked her for saving their lives. They hurriedly entered the temple. Then, the nun said the phrase Amitabha and instructed them to rest quietly inside the temple. She gently closed the door, whispering that her Buddha was merciful. The frightened prisoners watched as the door closed slowly, with the last remark on the nun's state that is merciful. The nun locked the door. The man asked the nun if she wanted them to take care of the rest of the livestock. The nun replied negatively, stating that she would handle it herself. She expressed to the man that he was not sincere enough to intervene. She instructed them that they could go back after they left everything there. Satisfied, the man announced that they were leaving. He expressed his hope to hear news of the massacre in Toad Village soon. The nun watched as the men left, leaving behind the goods. She spoke, mentioning her hometown, where many were burdened by heavy sins or troubled by devils. She emphasized that all beings suffer, either because of greed, anger, or hatred, whether caught up in worldly affairs or haunted by illness. Meanwhile, inside the temple, one of the prisoners approached a Buddha statue surrounded by skulls. Horrified by what he saw, he commented on the hellish place. He hurried back to the gathered prisoners, informing them that something was wrong. Screaming horrified, he urged them to run, while others questioned what was happening. The prisoner kept repeating to them to run. Some prisoners were confused, asking what was going on. He hysterically shouted and tried to open the door, only to realize it was locked. Frustrated, he urged others to break it down. The prisoner noted that the door was made of iron and realized that the entire temple was made of iron bars, that it was a big iron cage. Outside, the old nun continued stating that all beings are equal. She explained that the so-called pericardial fruits he was the source of fruit. Among all the virtues, she emphasized that releasing a life was the first, as she released numerous snakes. Back inside the temple, the prisoners questioned the form of the black smoke. While the old nun continued her speech, stated that tired of robbing and killing, karma had caused the demons to haunt the body. Inside, the prisoners witnessed flying insects and expressed horror, with some calling them terrible and others identifying them as bugs. Some prisoners screamed in terror, while some insisted on letting him out. Others cowered in fear as the insects approached, their terror evident on their faces. Returning to the old nun, who released birds, she continued by saying that saving all beings was a great merit, capable of paying off debts and eliminating karma. She emphasized the importance of granting freedom from the convergence of karma, the endless cycle of life and death, and the impermanence of everything. She declared that killing one was a sin, but saving 100 was a merit, as the scene inside showed prisoners being killed by the insects. The old nun asserted that everything in the world, whether insects, pigs, dogs, or human beings, were all equal. She spoke of the acts of cutting flesh to feed the eagles and sacrificing oneself to feed tigers, highlighting the great merit of saving more living beings. That all beings save each other in a cycle. She expressed a wish for the elimination of obstacles and the gain of wisdom and understanding. As she prayed in front of the temple, the old nun hoped for all sins eliminated and for the continuous practice of the Bodhisattva path, while behind her, screams of terror echoed from the prisoners. An insect buzzed towards her. The old nun concluded by stating the importance of great virtue and merit. At Toad Village's martial arts arena, Chang Dalei, Zhu Yu, Fan Lihua, and Lai Weiner were seen at the site with an arrow directed at the armor. Fan Lihua instructed Lai Weiner to hold the bow, explaining that the armor was slightly sideways, so the bowstring wouldn't hit the chest. She warned Lai Weiner not to release the bow and arrow empty-handed, as it would be very dangerous, while she guided Lai Weiner's grip on the bow. Struggling, Lai Weiner grimaced, while Fan Lihua instructed her to focus straight on the target. Then, Lai Weiner released the arrow, and it hit the armor's chest. Lai Weiner felt pleased and looked at Chang Dalei, who smiled. She continued to celebrate and told Chang Dalei that she hit the bullseye. Chang Dalei approached the armor. In his thoughts, Chang Dalei commented that it was the most common armor in the empire. He thought that Lai Weiner's bow only had a bit of stone, yet it penetrated the armor. He read the details of the armor through the system, noting that it was made from animal leather with embedded iron pieces in the chest, shoulders, and joints. He believed that without a protective iron sheet, the defense was too low. He removed the arrow stuck in the armor, commenting that it was leather armor. He turned to Zhu Yu and asked how long it took to make it. Zhu Yu replied, reporting to him. She explained that producing leather armor goes through many processes such as leather making, degreasing, alkali tanning, painting, etc. So it took a week to complete a piece of armor. Nodding, Chang Dalei asked if it could be cast as a whole to reduce production steps or if more iron pieces could be added to increase defense. Zhu Yu replied that casting the whole piece would indeed streamline production, regardless of strength. However, she mentioned the downside of it being too heavy and likely to affect the soldiers' movements. She added that apart from the high cost, the main consideration was that not many men could wear dozens of pounds of armor and last in battle. Chang Dalei asked about the ring-lock armor, suggesting that it should be lighter. Zhu Yu explained that if they used iron armor pieces, they would need to connect them with rivets to connect the holes, which would be a troublesome process. She emphasized that it would take a month to construct a set of ring-lock armor. Chang Dalei acknowledged this. Zhu Yu continued, confirming that each piece of iron armor needed to be forged and have holes, a job that could not be done without more than 10 years of experience. She explained that the size and specifications must be unified so that they could be repaired after the war instead of being discarded if damaged. Chang Dalei understood this. He stated that he would try to find a solution and dismissed everyone to return first. Lost in thought, Chang Dalei walked away from the area, while Lai Weiner called out to him, saying she had something to ask him. Despite her repeated calls, he didn't respond, prompting her to remark that he was a bastard. Adelina approached Lai Weiner, informing her that Liu Bei had asked her to go to the medical center. Lai Weiner agreed, and the two of them left the area together. Meanwhile, Chang Dalei rode his bull through the streets, lost in thought. He pondered that kings everywhere were recruiting troops and developing their power. He continued contemplating that he could not predict the tragedies the world would experience when chaotic times and wars began. Although the Marquis were eyeing Toad City, no one dared to initiate a fight. While envisioning, he considered the recent steady development of farming can be regarded as the calm before the storm. He realized that from a small village to now managing a city, governing more than 100,000 people, he was recognized by the people on the streets. In his thoughts, Chang Dalei declared that in Toad City, his words were final. As the backdrop, the people showed respect, saying to him to have a long life, and some offered greetings. He continued, stating that as long as he gave the order, he pondered what changes he wanted to make, what he wanted to create, and what he wanted to fulfill, the will and dreams he pursued. At the same time, a person asked what Chang Dalei could do for him. Chang Dalei lost in thought, stating that all his men would definitely carry out his orders. He answered the person and reassured him that it was fine, as they were busy with their businesses, so they need not worry about him. He continued to wonder if he desired a woman, glancing at a woman who blushed in his presence. He mused that he didn't know how many women in the city would come forward to embrace him. With a wave of his hand, he believed he could make countless heads fall to the ground. While observing the people who respected him, he gradually understood the magical allure of power, its strong temptation, as if it could overwhelm any need, being sweet and fascinating. He reflected on how his single word could take away people's wealth and one word could determine life and death, feeling as if everything in the world was under his control, as if he were no longer an insignificant mortal but a son of the heavens. He acknowledged that this was the power of the city lord, unsure of how far it would expand if he sat on the throne. He calmed himself down. He sped his black bull rushing out from the street. He realized that greater power comes with greater responsibility. While enjoying the power, he must bear corresponding responsibilities. Because of this, he must always remind himself not to get lost in it, so he decided to better take a walk outside. He now in the farmland, he observed the place and thought that the industrial foundation of this era was weak. He thought that craftsmanship depended on the experience of predecessors, so technological progress had been slow for thousands of years. He thinks that to improve productivity, his head swirled with thoughts, pondering to build a Watt steam engine. Considering that the principle was quite simple and he just from his knowledge of high school, he still remembered the structure. Frustrated, he gently hit his forehead as he concluded that it was impossible. With the current iron smelting technology, high-pressure boilers and cylinders couldn't be made. Besides steam power but also manpower and animal power, watching people building houses and animals plowing the fields. In his contemplation, he noticed the water wheel and acknowledged its potential, muttering to himself about water power and the water wheel forging hammer. Meanwhile in Toad City, at Liu's medical museum, Lai Weiner asked Liu Bei about Nai Yin-Yang's condition. Liu Bei responded that he brewed some herbal medicine for her. Her fever temporarily subsided, but she remained in a coma. Continuing, he remarked that she appeared to be bewitched, prompting Lai Weiner to ponder the term and repeat it. Liu Bei read a book and explained that in Western Shu's witchcraft, the symbiotic parasite usually resided within the heart vein. Admitting his uncertainty, he confessed that he didn't know how she managed to kill the parasite. But since the parasite attached to her was dead, she was destined to remain bedridden and unconscious. Expressing curiosity, Lai Weiner inquired about Western Shu in the presence of poisonous insects, questioning how such a thing could appear in Toad City. With a sigh, Liu Bei replied, "Who knows?" He expressed the sentiment that it would have been good if the parasite had not died and explained that with it, the toxins would slowly spread throughout her body. Even with medicine to recover and suppress the toxins, she only had a few years to live. Worried, Lai Weiner asked why he was waiting. She urged him to hurry up and cure her. In response, Liu Bei addressed Lai Weiner by her name and admitted that he wasn't confident in his abilities. He expressed that he was only 20% sure, and if he failed, it would result in her death. He asked her if she wanted to take a gamble or live peacefully for the final years, and Lai Weiner fell silent. She remarked that it would have been Nai Yin-Yang's decision, but now that she was comatose, as a doctor, she felt she had no right to make decisions on her behalf. Liu Bei responded by urging Lai Weiner to make a decision, reminding her that she brought Nai Yin-Yang here. In turn, Lai Weiner asked if there truly was no alternative solution. Liu Bei responded that if his master were present, he would have a better chance of curing her. Lai Weiner asked where his master was now. With a weary expression, Liu Bei lamented that he had been separated from his master for many years. He explained that his master was now old, and he wasn't even certain if he was still alive. Liu Bei revealed that the book he was reading was a medical practice book authored by Hue Chuo. Feeling despondent, Lai Weiner fell silent for a while before deciding that Liu Bei would be the one to do it. She thought she'd rather die than keep the parasite, and she certainly wouldn't want to remain in a coma until her death. If she died, she would find out her identity and support her parents. Liu Bei glanced at Lai Weiner and agreed to her decision, stating that he would do his best. After their conversation, outside the medical house, Zhang Fei asked Gao Feibao what was going on. Gao Feibao replied that he heard that Lai Weiner had saved a beautiful woman and he wanted to see what she looked like. The two of them peeked inside from the fence outside Liu Bei's medical house. Zhang Fei said that he heard that this room was the place where Liu Bei amputated the leg of his seriously injured. He remarked that Liu Bei never let anyone see him in that room. Meanwhile, Adelina entered the room and called Liu Bei, asking for the liquor he wanted, and Liu Bei thanked her. Questionably, Gao Feibao asked what Liu Bei wanted the liquor for. Both wondered, and Zhang Fei replied that Liu Bei likely wanted to strengthen his courage with the wine, similar to executioners who drank before beheading someone. He predicted that it would definitely be bloody later on, finding it scary. Impressed, Gao Feibao praised Zhang Fei for being knowledgeable. Zhang Fei expressed his desire to see the scene, but unfortunately, Liu Bei never allowed anyone to see it. Liu Bei noticed them and glanced in their direction. Annoyed, he scolded them and called Zhang Fei, cursing him to leave the area and stating that no one was allowed to enter during medical treatment. He threatened them that if they dared to peek, he would use his knife to dig out their eyeballs. With sternness, Liu Bei told Zhang Fei that he knew he never lied. He slammed the door shut, leaving both Zhang Fei and Gao Feibao trembling. They hurriedly left the area, with Zhang Fei urging Gao Feibao to go. However, Gao Feibao insisted on seeing more. Zhang Fei pushed Gao Feibao away from the area and told him not to look, as Liu Bei was angry. Inside the medical room, water boiled vigorously. Adelina assisted Liu Bei, who observed Nai Yin-Yang's prone body. Liu Bei retrieved a large box, which Adelina questioned inside. Inside the box were medicines and books. He also took smaller surgical instruments from inside. He held them and murmured to his master. He glanced at Adelina, instructing her to place the tools in boiling water for a quarter of an hour. Adelina nodded in acknowledgement. Next, he mixed some medicines, stirring them before giving them to Nai Yin-Yang. A quarter of an hour later, Adelina returned, and Liu Bei instructed her to leave the items there and also to leave the room. Adelina complied, while Liu Bei washed his hands with liquor. With determination, he approached Nai Yin-Yang's body. As Adelina left, he took a deep breath. He grabbed the surgical item. He looked at the surgical knife while thinking of his master. He thought, hoping that he, the apprentice, wouldn't dishonor him today. He vowed not to bring disgrace to his master. Meanwhile, in Chang Dalei's room, he requested the system to exchange for a blueprint design of a hydraulic forging hammer. A beep from the system notified him that his fear points decreased by 500,000. He checked the book he had purchased, which included visual diagrams. Pondering over it, he remarked that the principle of the hydraulic forging hammer seemed quite simple. The water wheel rotated and pried the forging hammer up and down to forge steel. It could also be used as a mortar pestle for irrigation. He wondered how its application would depend on the craftsmanship workshop. He called for someone to summon the chief of the craftsman workshop and all the craftsmen who made armor, as well as Kin Man. Soon, the craftsmen and Kin Man arrived in his room, and Chang Dalei greeted them and asked for his orders. Chang Dalei stated that he found someone to design a water wheel forging hammer, and he asked if they could see if it would work. Zhu Yu inquired about the water wheel forging hammer. Chang Dalei confirmed and instructed them to gather all the craftsmen and build the water wheel forging hammer and gears according to the size on the blueprint. He also instructed them to construct new houses and more workshops on the banks of the Qin River. Then, Zhu Yu distributed the blueprint to each craftsman. They examined it, and one of them questioned why they needed to fix these things. Mu Changjiang also remarked that the design was quite simple, but he wondered if the water wheel would rotate slowly and if it could forge iron or if it was strong enough. Some craftsmen asked what would happen if the river froze in winter. Mu Changjiang commented that he believed the design would work. Standing beside him, the man suggested that they could enlarge the wheels to lift a forging hammer weighing several thousand pounds. Mu Changjiang added that with this, they could produce more armor and weapons. Satisfied, Chang Dalei told them to proceed with building it and see if it worked so that they could slowly improve it. He became serious and instructed the craftsmen involved to keep the process secret. He also stated that there should be a register log of anyone entering or leaving the city, and anyone who revealed the secret to outsiders would be executed. Qin Man and Zhu Yu acknowledged the command. Chang Dalei also gave some good news to them, saying that they did a good job, and once this thing was built, their work would become much easier. He added that the craftsmen involved in this matter would receive a 50% increase in their monthly salary, and would be arranged to live in the new housing. Furthermore, Chang Dalei remarked to them that they could bring their families to live in the new houses in the future. As long as production tasks were completed, various materials would be given priority, and the army would ensure their protection. After Chang Dalei announced this, many were amused by the benefits they would receive. Some discussed the salary increase excitedly. Chang Dalei continued his speech by instructing Qin Man that the task was entrusted to him and that they were to be protected by the Qin army stationed there. And Qin Man replied that he obeyed, and behind him, the craftsmen cheered and expressed their gratitude. A beep from the system indicated that the craftsmen's motivation had increased. Another beep notified them of a side mission triggered to upgrade the craftsman workshop. While Hart chuckled and commented that only by giving preferential treatment to talents could they retain them, and that developing technology was the first productive force. In the subsequent at Lu's medical, Nai Yinying regained consciousness suddenly and woke up abruptly, asking where she was. As she tried to recall her last moments before passing out, Nai Yinying slowly sat up, only to be met with a sharp pain in her head. She remembered she was still in Toad Village, prompting her to sit up hastily and question her surroundings. However, her sudden movement caused a sharp pain in her chest, prompting her to remark that her chest hurt. Frustrated by the pain, she noticed an additional wound on her chest, which had been stitched and bandaged. Surprisingly, she found no signs of violation or discomfort in her lower body. She had expected that she would wake up in a dungeon, under the pressure of those disgusting and filthy men. Wondering if she managed to escape and who had saved her, she contemplated if this was how it was going to be, she would have to end it. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and Adelina entered the room. Adelina was pleased that she was awake, prompting Nai Yinyang to be startled. She inquired about who Adelina was and her whereabouts, but Adelina advised her not to force herself to move and to lie down, warning her that her wounds could reopen if she moved around. Adelina rushed to find Liu Bei and informed him that Nai Yinyang was awake. Minutes later, Nai Yinyang inquired if this was Toad Village, seeking confirmation. Liu Bei replied that it's actually called Toad City. He explained that they were in the medical center where he was the doctor. He introduced Lai Weiner as the one who saved her. Then, he humorously called Adelina a blonde girl and introduced her as a handyman, suggesting Nai Yinyang could call her blonde girl handyman. When Adelina heard it, her face spaced out as she tried to tell Liu Bei to wait, but Liu Bei added that she was clumsy. Without words, Lai Weiner gave them an annoyed look as she watched Liu Bei and Adelina. Adelina tried to cover Liu Bei's mouth and irritably told him that she was not a handyman and wasn't paid by him. She added that if he were in church, he would be her servant, and told him to not talk, that he had been temporarily deprived to speak. She threatened to tear his mouth off if he spoke again, while Liu Bei kept murmuring. Lai Weiner faced Nai Yinyang and asked her who she was and how she ended up in her yard. She kept asking about her family and if she could contact them. Nai Yinyang replied that it was hard to say. Feeling bereft, Nai Yinyang introduced herself and mentioned that her parents had died long ago due to the grievances of the martial world. She explained that she was being chased by murderous enemies to Toad Village and said it was hard to say more, while Lai Weiner listened to her. Struggling to speak, Nai Yinyang mentioned that she had nowhere to go and asked if she could stay there first. She also expressed concern that the enemy might still be looking for her nearby. Lai Weiner smiled and said that if it's difficult to say, she suggested to her that she shouldn't force herself to say it. She acknowledged that the world isn't peaceful and everyone has secrets, but she didn't think Nai Yinyang was a bad person. Lai Weiner suggested that Nai Yinyang should recuperate in Toad Village first, and not worry about any enemies coming. She reassured her that they could talk about other things later. Cautious, Nai Yinyang thought to herself that Lai Weiner was so kind, and she found it surprising to encounter such kindness in a mountain bandit's den. She recalled a time when she hid in a city for a year to kill a senior official, and she planned to approach this situation the same this time. First, she would stay to recuperate, and she would wait for an opportunity to strike again. She let out a sigh of hesitation. In March, the warble flies and the grass grows. Outside Toad City, it was a good time for spring while the water wheel rumbled. Somewhere in the craftsman's workshop, Chang Dalei was present. He commented on the reinforcement of the water wheel and the raising of the bracket, as it wouldn't withstand the impact of the river otherwise. In the background, the diligent craftsmen could be heard working. Chang Dalei instructed them that the noise was too loud and ordered them to prepare some tung oil. He directed them to smear the oil onto the mechanism, and it wouldn't make so much noise. One craftsman commented that it was said Zhang Yu, the king of Western Chu, could lift a 1,000-pound tripod, but even the king wouldn't match the strength of the thing. Another craftsman said that even Western Chu's king couldn't forge iron non-stop for 12 hours, questioning if he could. Another man chimed in, mentioning that even Qiang could only forge iron for 8 hours, while Chang Dalei continued instructing them to make a few different sizes of forging hammers and templates. He suggested starting with making a few swords first, slowly trying forging plate armor. The enthusiastic craftsman affirmed his instructions. At night, in the courtyard where Lai Weiner lived, Nai Yinyang was seen sleeping, while Lai Weiner was reading beside her. Lai Weiner noticed that Nai Yinyang was having nightmares, as she could hear her whimpering in fear. Suddenly, Nai Yinyang woke up in terror, her heart pounding heavily. She glanced at Lai Weiner beside her. Feeling uneasy, Lai Weiner asked if she was okay. Nai Yinyang expressed chaff as she asked her if she talked in her sleep. Concerned, Lai Weiner nodded and asked if Nai Yinyang had a nightmare, noting her frightened expression. Nai Yinyang showed sadness and mentioned that it was just a childhood experience she couldn't forget. Lai Weiner reassured her to rest some more and promised to stay by her side, telling her not to be afraid. Nai Yinyang disagreed, saying she wouldn't be able to sleep again once she woke up. She expressed her gratitude to Lai Weiner for taking her in. Lai Weiner casually responded that it was a small matter and not to worry about it. Na Yinying sat in front of Lai Weiner and offered to help, wondering what she was doing. Lai Weiner replied that it was just some internal affairs and nothing Na Yinying needed to worry about. She shared that 2 years ago, she was abducted and taken to Toad Village by him and that she was getting used to it. Surprised by what she heard, Na Yinying asked about being kidnapped 2 years ago and inquired if she was Lai Weiner of the Empire. Lai Weiner's expression changed, showing a bitter smile, before stating that the Empire was gone, and Lai Weiner had already died. She revealed to her that she was seeing Lai Weiner from Toad Village. With concern evident in her voice, Na Yinying asked Lai Weiner about the things happening on the grassland that year. Lai Weiner recounted how various groups, including horse bandits, pirates, mountain bandits, and the Merlion Guard, had all come to kidnap her. However, she mentioned that everything changed when he appeared in front of her. She described how her nightmares turned into beautiful dreams after he appeared. She recalled vividly the person figure and the sword that stood in front of her. She happily recounted wearing a wedding dress, as if it were for him, and shared that she had kissed him. Lai Weiner's face reddened as she remembered, confirming that she had indeed kissed him and that she was now his. She shared also how he had shown her a scenery she had never thought of before, and the days with him were like falling flowers and water that were very short and fleeting. Then, abruptly, she woke up from the dream, prompting her to question herself about the swordsman she mentioned. She shyly confessed that she liked him. Na Yinying's expression shifted to one of confusion as she processed Lai Weiner's words, while Lai Weiner reiterated, affirming that she did indeed like him. She said it word for word as if she were sure of her heart. Speculating alongside her thoughts, Na Yinying considered that it turns out that Lai Weiner had been coveted by bandits in the martial world when she was about to be married on the grasslands. She envisioned a scenario where, during a dangerous moment, Lai Weiner met a young warrior, and the two fell in and were about to elope. On the way to elope, she cursed Chang Dalei and intercepted the affectionate couple with a club. In her scenario, Na Yinying pictured the swordsman being struck down by Chang Dalei with devilish delight, while Lai Weiner could do nothing but watch helplessly as the swordsman bled. Na Yinying speculated that perhaps the swordsman might have died at the hands of Chang Dalei. Finally, Lai Weiner was snatched by Chang Dalei and put under house arrest in Toad Village, where she became his plaything. In her imagined scenario, Na Yinying pictured Chang Dalei laughing devilishly, declaring Lai Weiner to be his possession, taunting her to scream all she wanted, knowing that no one would come to save her. After envisioning her scenarios, Na Yinying felt frustrated and thought that Chang Dalei had done many bad things. Feeling ashamed, Lai Weiner apologized to Na Yinying, stumbling over her words as she admitted that she shouldn't have shared such things with her. Feeling a pang of panic, Lai Weiner explained that in Toad Village, she had no one to talk to, and their meeting was by chance. She urged Na Yinying not to take her words to heart. Observing Lai Weiner's change in demeanor, Na Yinying thought that it said that she had an unruly personality, but now she had become sullen and unhappy. She suddenly stood up and sighed heavily, telling Lai Weiner that she shouldn't be trapped by memories. Na Yinying comforted her and reminded her that people died like a lamp's fire, and she would surely meet a better man in the future. Confused, Lai Weiner was taken aback by Na Yinying's words, especially when she mentioned that he wasn't dead. In response, Na Yinying was shocked, asking if he wasn't dead, and why he hadn't come to her. Lai Weiner's expression turned sorrowful as she remarked that perhaps he already had a wife and children now, and if she had known she liked him, she would have confessed her feelings sooner. Hearing this, Na Yinying felt a surge of anger and thought that the heartless man should be killed. She believed that although Lai Weiner was caught in the clam collar case, the man showed no shame despite living with his wife and children. She concluded that there weren't any truly good men in the world. Slamming her hand on the table, Na Yinying asked Lai Weiner who he was so she could cut him and make him. In response, Lai Weiner disagreed, saying that he was very loyal and dedicated. She mentioned that even if a woman liked him, he wouldn't be moved by it. It was just that they had met each other too late, and he drew a line out of consideration for his wife. Frustrated, Na Yinying asked Lai Weiner what she should do in the future, and he cheated her sincerity and ignored her. She labeled the man as irresponsible. Lai Weiner calmly remarked that it was best not to mention such matters, as he was doing great things. She suggested that these trivial matters of love should not be a concern and that it would be better not to bother him. Incredulous, Na Yinying asked if Lai Weiner was alright and told her not to say more. Na Yinying insisted that she should know who he was so she could beat him. A long night, sitting on his knees and looking at the mirror. Meanwhile, at the Moonlight Temple, an old nun was going outside from the temple. She pondered that it was time to visit an old friend. Numerous insects swarmed around her, buzzing loudly. Suddenly, they formed a circle around her and the old nun swiftly disappeared. Day after day, in the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Chang Dalei was obsessed with farming and infrastructure all day long, almost to the point of bewilderment. Annoyed, Liu Zhai thought that Chang Dalei was thinking with thoughts of other women. Beside her, Chang Dalei, however, constantly contemplated agricultural fertilizer and hybrid rice, pondering whether they would work and how to get them. Meanwhile, Nai Yinying was recuperating at Lai Weiner's place. After spending many days together, the two girls grew closer and closer. Lai Weiner was seen helping Nai Yinying tidy her bandage, instructing her not to move. Nai Yinying complimented Lai Weiner on her skillfulness and asked if she had taken care of someone else before. Lai Weiner confirmed and mentioned that she had specially practiced so as not to drag others down. She asked Nai Yinying if she knew that she could cure someone with a kiss. Nai Yinying suppressed a laugh and questioned how that was possible. Glancing back at Lai Weiner, she remarked that she was too innocent and asked if she was being fooled. Embarrassed, Lai Weiner insisted she wasn't being fooled and suggested that maybe her wound would heal if she kissed her. She questioned Nai Yinying again if she didn't believe her, proposing they try it out by kissing her. Nai Yinying was surprised by Lai Weiner's action. Embarrassed, she protested and told Princess Minyu to wait a minute and stop. But Lai Weiner persisted, insisting on kissing her, encouraging her to come on, and she kissed her. Bewildered, Nai Yinying asked who Lai Weiner heard that from. Embarrassed, Lai Weiner responded that she had only kissed the person she liked. She claimed she had been told that kissing on the lips could cure disease. She also mentioned that if he was ever hurt, she would secretly kiss him, as it was effective for him. She hadn't tried it on anyone else, so she wanted to see if it worked for her too. Disapproving, Nai Yinying replied that Lai Weiner believed in such things, expressing her curiosity about who had stolen her heart. Pouting with frustration, Lai Weiner retorted, expressing that she had solid evidence of that kind of thing. She recounted a time when she had kissed him that day, and he had become strong and fierce, that no one could beat him. Suddenly, Lai Weiner lay down and rolled herself up on a blanket. Nai Yinying told her that when she got well, she would go with her to find him, claiming that she was very good at martial arts and could protect her. But Lai Weiner protested that she didn't want to. Covering her face with a pillow, Lai Weiner explained that she didn't want to cause trouble for him or embarrass him, while Nai Yinying silently looked at her. She advises her that she has to talk to him. However, Lai Weiner stubbornly insisted that she wouldn't listen and didn't want to talk because she didn't know how to express herself. She worried that if he disagreed, she wouldn't be able to face him in the future. Giving up, Nai Yinying suggested they should see him and talk about it, but Lai Weiner refused, saying it wouldn't be good. She suggested that looking at him from afar was also good, but in the back of her mind, saying that as long as she could continue to see him and help him, she concluded that even if she buried her head in the ground and pretended the world was at peace, it would be okay. Her voice gradually becoming thin, Lai Weiner requested Nai Yinying to stop talking and claiming that she wanted to sleep. Nai Yinying glanced at her, thinking that Lai Weiner was still willing to put down her title to pursue her love and show her quite conceited nature despite being a princess. Smiling resignedly, Nai Yinying told her that she would stop talking about it if she didn't like it, but she questioned her if she still wanted to see him, prompting Lai Weiner to nod and express her desire she liked to. Nai Yinying responded okay, albeit with a sad expression. Meanwhile, in Sichuan, the old nun walked through a dark and foggy area. In the dense forests of Sichuan, the mountains were sealed with miasma and poison was rampant. She walked towards an old house. An old monk was praying whom she approached. The elderly monk looked blank. As the nun got closer to him, the elderly monk found her familiar. There was a subsequent set of the frog eating the centipede, while the elderly monk told her that he was hiding deeply. He questioned the nun how she could still find him, calling her the name Western Shu's eldest princess. The old nun wondered at being called the eldest princess, remarking that she hadn't heard that in a long time. She asked him how long it had been since he had spoken to someone. The nun referred to him as the immortal Gu cult, shaman immortal Meng Shuanking. Meng Shuanking replied that it had been 10 years or decades. He didn't remember. People who cut firewood were all poisoned, and no one spoke to him. The nun suggested following her down the mountain. With the world in chaos, it was their chance to restore their country, the Western Shu. Meng Shuanking questioned the notion of restoring their country, mentioning that Western Shu had perished hundreds of years ago. He shared that his old friends and enemies had died long ago, and he was the only living monster that remained. He wondered why he thought she had died of old age, but she was still alive today. He doubted and questioned that it meant that she was still worshipping him. Dissatisfaction. The eldest princess replied that he was the asset of Western Shu in the chaotic world of the 19 countries and wondered how she could give it up. Worried, Meng Shuanqing repeatedly stated that he knew and no wonder he couldn't die. In irritation, he tore at his hair and yelled that he wanted to die repeatedly, but in this world, no one could kill him. He screamed at the top of his lungs that he wanted to die, and suddenly, a black aura flowed out from his body and enveloped the surroundings with that. As the black aura spread, the trees wilted, and the birds fell dead. The eldest princess looked at him, wondering why he appeared to be such a loser. She remembered how in the past, he had swept the world with his immortal gu art, being hailed as the world's peerless immortal shaman, killing the lives of 100,000 people as well. Now, here he was, expressing a desire for death. Meng Shuanqing questioned the title bestowed upon him as an immortal shaman. Then, he burst into laughter, commenting that countless poisonous insects were rolling and wriggling inside his body, causing him constant suffering from the agony of Gu's gnawing. Enraged, he declared that the venom in his mouth could kill and prevent the growth of grains, humans, and animals within a 10-foot radius. He lamented that his parents, wife, children, and friends had all fallen victim to his poison. In frustration, he scratched his face, expressing his loneliness as the only remaining being in the world, as something that could not die. His face contorted in agony as he expressed that day after day, year after year, he could neither live nor die. Finally, he became a monstrous being composed of poisonous insects. With a horrifying appearance, he acknowledged his true form as neither human nor spirit, but rather a half-demon or half-devil monster. He questioned what kind of pathetic immortal was like him. With a horrifying appearance, the insects continued to emerge from his body. Meng Shuanqing remained hysterical, repeating that he wanted to die, while the eldest princess watched him in agony. He screamed the word die, and a loud explosion shattered the insect field into the air. After that, the insects gathered back to him, condensing around him as Meng Shuanqing vomited and regenerated back to his form. Visible frustration consumed him as he lamented his inability to die, describing how flesh and blood became insects, and even his clothes and food were insects. He stated that there was no taste, no touch, nothing. The eldest princess remarked on the world's turmoil, and that the nation's fortune appeared. She suggested that he be cooped up in a small city. She inquired if he wished for revenge, noting that it became weaker now. Meng Shuanqing questioned what he could do with revenge, recounting back then that she killed him, and he killed her. In the end, neither of them could kill the other, but all their friends and family died, and he expressed doubt about who could figure it out. Annoyed, the eldest princess asked if he didn't want to recover Western Shu, and Meng Shuanqing retorted that it was her Western Shu. He asserted that he was just the leader of the immortal Gu cult and had fought for Western Shu for years and didn't want to be involved further. The eldest princess wondered if he had no desire to restore the immortal Gu cult. She asked if he settled a sect to preach the doctrine of immortality in order to become immortal. Meng Shuanqing questioned the purpose of the immortal Gu cult, asking himself what he had become was all caused by it. He pondered whether he should continue living if he couldn't die happily. He realized it took him over 3 centuries to see clearly, cursing his misguided path from the start, remarking that if he continued walking on this path, he would fall into a bottomless abyss, and he cursed the immortals and chosen ones. He spat, mentioning murder, gluttony, desire, lust, and greed as the bunch of beasts driven by their desires to keep biting. The eldest princess acknowledged that his words may not be unreasonable, but insisted that living people must do something. Meng Shuanqing suggested that if she wanted to slaughter an entire city and deal with the nation's fortune, there should be someone better suited for that. He questioned why she hadn't sought them out, leaving her silent. She mentioned that the enchantress was hiding in a desert village and sleeping soundly, indicating that she couldn't wake her. She recounted how the vixen of the Shang kingdom was the one who destroyed the Shang kingdom in the first place, questioning how she could want to restore it. Now, she only knew how to hide in the wild forest and capture men to absorb energy, how prodigal. She also mentioned the guy who reincarnated into a Taoist priest in the capital state this time, free and happy. But he was not one of the people of the 19 countries, so she could not invite him. She also talked about Skeleton Island. As for the others, most were too old to move, not to mention, most of them became muddle-headed. There were also a few who had been suppressed for too long. No one worshipped them, and they died of power exhaustion. Amused, Meng Shuanqing commented that he envied those dead guys. The eldest princess mentioned that she had to say that Lai Manzi's suppression really caused the 19 countries' restoration alliance from 300 years ago to collapse. Meng Shuanqing responded that those were just centuries-old dreams. Things have changed now. He mentioned the 10,000 Scroll Academy in Donghai and questioned if she wouldn't go find him. The eldest princess added that even Lai Manzi was jealous of him. She questions how dared she was to ask him. Meng Shuanking was about to say something when the eldest princess interrupted, stating that she came to him, not asking him to come out to help her restore her country. She pleaded with him, just once, to help her slaughter a city. With a scornful expression, Meng Shuanking shouted and said that if she hadn't worshipped him, he would have died and that he was still alive, enduring and suffering from these poisonous insects, he claims. She asked for his help to kill, to satisfy his soul and flesh. He questioned how he could die like this, wondering if she thought he wasn't dying slowly enough. The eldest princess replied, advising him not to be anxious, as she had a way to cut off the connection between him and them. Sooner or later, without his power, he would die. Surprised, Meng Shuanking asked if that was true. The eldest princess confirmed it. Satisfied, Meng Shuanking agreed, saying it was a deal then. He took a deep breath, exhaled, and many dark insects flew out of his mouth. A frog jumped out, and Meng Shuanking caught it. He handed the frog to the eldest princess, instructing her to take it and throw it into the well of any city she wanted to slaughter. The poison would flow through the water, and any ordinary person who drank it would die in 7 days. The eldest princess accepted it, asking if the poison had no effect on them and if it would take 7 days to kick in, spiritually. Meng Shuanking replied that it was good enough for ordinary people, adding that since she wanted to deal with the nation's fortune, she shouldn't be tainted with their power, or else he would find her before she could even enter the city. He suggested that to slaughter the city, a silent and incurable plague would be more effective than the blood-sealed poison. Satisfied, eldest princess said she would go to a village to try the effect first, and she put away the frog. Stumbling to his words, Meng Shuanking questioned her what was wrong, and asked her if she still didn't believe in his skills. Meng Shuanking said that once the poisonous toad is used, the place will become a land of death. Annoyed, the eldest princess replied that the civilians in the Great Kingdom were all like raccoons, playing the jackal to the tiger. Killing them would also end their sins. She added that without the means of Thunderbolt, she wondered how they could cultivate the heart of a bodhisattva. Meng Shuanking thought to himself that alas, the eldest princess had already turned from a Buddha to a devil. It's only a matter of time before she becomes a monster like him. He also remarked that from Western Shu's immortal Gu cult lineage, she and he were the only ones left. Even if the country is restored, he questioned what the point would be. He wished the eldest princess for her swift success and hoped for the restoration of the country as soon as possible. He added that she should send him back to the west as the mountain road is difficult to travel, so he wouldn't see her off. The eldest princess replied, thanking him for the good advice. She also wished for him to get what he wanted and to die sooner rather than later, which led Meng Shuanking to react and thank her. Meng Shuanking thought that the method of insect escape, she cultivated the same Gu as him, but her cultivation was still shallow. Confused, he wondered if he had been practicing immortal Gu arts for so long, but he had never found a way to cut off the connection with the immortal Gu. Otherwise, it would have been cut off by itself, and there would be no need for him to die here. He pondered the eldest princess's ability. He questioned how dare she make such a promise. He cursed in his mind, thinking she was so anxious, and he believed in her lies. He slowly stood up from his seated position and said no and decided that he better go down the mountain. He walked away from his place, pondering that maybe someone in this world could kill him. In Toad City's stables, Yinmu was seen carrying a bundle of forage towards a black bull. She carefully placed the forage in front of the black bull, who promptly began to munch on it. As the black bull munched, Yinmu was surprised by the black bull's enthusiastic appetite as he cleaned up his food. She swiftly provided a second batch of forage, and the black bull promptly munched it again. She wondered at the bull's voraciousness as the black bull swiftly cleaned out his food once again. Yinmu remained curious, deciding to offer a third batch of forage. Suddenly, a horse attempted to approach the black bull's food, only to get bitten by the black bull, resulting in a loud neigh from the startled horse. Yinmu was taken aback as the black bull emitted a reddish aura and began to whine. Meanwhile, Towdy emerged from the black bull's body, clearly irritated by the situation. The confrontation between Yinmu and the black bull escalated, leading to a significant disturbance in the stable's surroundings. As a result of the confrontation, the stable suffered significant damage, causing the horses to scatter in panic. Outside the blacksmith's shop, Yinmu attempted to convey her message through gestures to Chang Dalei. Chang Dalei managed to comprehend her explanation and questioned whether she meant the black bull went berserk and she subdued it. Not knowing what happened to him, she brought the black bull to him, a notion Yinmu nodded in agreement. Upon looking at the black bull's body, Hart concluded that it was under the influence of Towdy's residual soul. Chang Dalei concurred, remarking that Hart fed the black bull a residual soul. Hart explained that the Black Bull had absorbed the residual soul, resulting in remarkable peerless achievements, but it also altered the Black Bull's character. She surmised that the once gentle Black Bull had become violent and greedy. Furthermore, Hart speculated that it could even assimilate the Black Bull's soul in an attempt to regain its life, warning that instant success would inevitably be accompanied by consequences. She remarked that this was an ancient beast, and even death wouldn't stop it. Concerned, Chang Dalei questioned what they should do next. He feared that if the situation continued, the Black Bull might become the second Taudi. Annoyed, Hart asserted that she expected this situation to be such an eventuality and had naturally prepared for it. She wondered how the Black Bull could consume the residual soul without being harmed in the process. She instructed the Black Bull to follow her for a bath. She pointed towards its forehead, which led them into the system space along with Yinmu. Confused, Chang Dalei wondered why Yinmu had also entered, noticing her constant scanning of the surroundings. Hart reassured him, saying it was fine as Yinmu could see her, implying that it was only a matter of time before she learned of the place. She added that she had allowed Yinmu in so she could check her soul in the meantime. Glancing at Chang Dalei, she informed him that Lin Shui had awakened a few days ago. She mentioned that he was still getting used to his body, and since Chang Dalei was busy, she hadn't informed him yet. She intended to take Chang Dalei to him first. Chang Dalei excitedly agreed, and Hart flicked her fingers and said they should go. Upon arriving at the System Space Lounge, they found Guoshang and Machine playing. Guoshang mentioned that their job involved the daily maintenance of the system and assisting Hart in developing new features, while they were busy playing. Machine added that their working hours were from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. with weekends off. The payment was made monthly in system power ration powers. He added that these points could be exchanged for food, snacks, drinks, developing new games, receiving New Year's goods, and other benefits. He asked whether their unit benefits were good, all while continuing to play. While holding an employee handbook, Lin Shui replied that he didn't fully understand. Machine responded that it didn't matter if he didn't understand it at the moment, but he should carefully memorize the contents of the manual. He warned that making mistakes in their work would anger Hart. Hart suddenly spoke out and asked them if they were still playing. They turned around, and Guoshang asked if she didn't have anything to do, questioning if she was. Machine also questioned how Hart had time to come to the lounge. Hart replied that it was fine, as she was there to find Lin Shui. Chang Dalei chimed in and inquired about Lin Shui's whereabouts. With a smile, Lin Shui wondered why Hart was looking for him, and he mentioned that Chang Dalei was also. Chang Dalei's expression of disbelief. Surprised, Chang Dalei let out a swear, confirming if he was Lin Shui, while Hart nodded with a pleasant expression, prompting Chang Dalei to quickly view Lin Shui's information in chibi form. Then, Hart stated that they would talk about it later, and she called Lin Shui and told him that she needed his abilities. At the same time, Chang Dalei remained stunned. She asked if he had gotten used to his new body and if he had finished reading the employee manual. Lin Shui replied that he had finished reading it and was reporting to her. Satisfied with his response, Hart enthusiastically announced that she would give him his first task, to purify the impurities within the Black Bull's soul, and Lin Shui agreed. Meanwhile, Yinmu, Guoshang, and Machine continued to play games, the sound of the controllers beeping loudly. Chang Dalei called out to Hart, and Hart mumbled a response. Chang Dalei continued to ask why he felt that the art style of the system space was becoming increasingly deviated. Upon hearing this, Hart paused for a moment. Chang Dalei further commented that the systems of other novels were mysterious, only revealing a simple interface. He questioned how the system space had become some dark internet cafe. Then, Hart remarked on the earthy nature of it. Silence fell over the conversation. After Hart's remark, Chang Dalei and Hart watched Lin Shui sizzle the essence of Taudis within the Black Bull. Then, Lin Shui dissipated Taudi's essence from the Black Bull's body. Chang Dalei commented on why he felt that Lin Shui was washing the bull. He humorously imagined a scenario where he instructed Lin Shui, whom he referred to as Pretty Boy, to wash the bull. Lin Shui responded by asking Chang Dalei if he should polish or wax the bull or perform maintenance. Returning to reality, Chang Dalei simply stated that it was an inexplicable sight. Suddenly, Hart stated that if she purified it, it would even annihilate her power. She also lamented the waste of Kui Nongai's power and expressed pity on it. Chang Dalei mentioned that he could understand what she said, but the employee handbook looked familiar to him. Hart explained that it was the induction process she had written herself, combined with memories of his previous life's experiences. She asked if he also read it and boasted about the good benefits they had. While reading, Chang Dalei commented on the drinks, sofas, video games, and other stuff. Amused, he remarked on how amazing it was to feel like he was traveling back to modern times despite being in the chaotic ancient feudal era. Pleased, Hart replied that it was because he was a modern person, and the system space manifests in a modern style as it was the embodiment of his soul. She also confirmed that if he preferred, she could change the system space to the ancient style. Hart asked if she should change into an ancient costume. With a playful tone, Chang Dalei imagined Hart as an ancient costumed sprite, and the system space with an ancient charm. He giggled and commented that it wasn't too bad. Annoyed, Hart swore and lightly hit Chang Dalei. She continued, stating that while she could wear ancient costumes, the modern style of the system would not change. Clearing his throat, Chang Dalei mentioned that he felt the art styles of the two worlds were different and somewhat separated. Hart replied enthusiastically, saying that the modern style of the system space had an important meaning as a reminder of his origin from the future world. Moreover, she added that ancient times were too boring and that there wasn't anything to do. If he wanted to play a lottery machine, it could only be developed in his mind. She explained that the modern style had developed over time, emphasizing that in terms of enjoyment, food, and drinks, the rich were not too bad in any era. Chang Dalei mentioned that in ancient times, the rich lit stoves in winter to warm their rooms like spring and brought cellars ice during summer to cool as autumn. He shared that they called it reversing the heat and cold, while there's a modern invention called air conditioning. Hart mumbled in agreement. Chang Dalei added that Lai Weiner had once told him that the fruit she desired would be delivered within a few days, even if it originated 1,000 miles from the palace. Hart nodded in agreement. He also added that Lai Weiner was Emperor Ming's favorite daughter and could get the wind and rain whenever she wanted. Chang Dalei recalled how proud Lai Weiner had been when she told him about it. With a smug expression, he commented that for him, this was the most ordinary thing in modern times, although deep down, Lai Weiner had no idea who he was. While Hart irritably gazed at Chang Dalei's expression, Hart remarked that in the end, he still missed the era of mobile phones and the internet. Chang Dalei said it was like a consumption downgrade. If one had seen a better life, they would never be satisfied with the status quo. Hart winked as she asked him if given the chance to return, would he choose to do so? Taken aback, Chang Dalei hesitated for a moment, said no, although he missed his family from his previous life. They should be living a good life, and he didn't need to worry about them. He expressed more concern about his brothers and loved ones in this ancient and barbaric world, facing famine, war, and pestilence, with devils and monsters coming out to make trouble. He felt he could make a difference and must not abandon them. Hart mumbled in agreement and asked if that was so. Chang Dalei replied that no saint in the world would come up with the idea of saving the people. He had transitioned from being a cynical mountain bandit to being a husband, a father, and the leader of more than 100,000 people. Hart commented that he had matured. While sipping his coffee, Chang Dalei remarked that the burden of his responsibility was growing heavier, but he just wanted to live more comfortably now. Hart sighed, acknowledging that even with her help, he still had a long way to go. Chang Dalei casually replied that he would go as far as he could, at least to give the world a good start. Hart formed a slight smile and nodded. As Hart almost forgot, she mentioned that the purification of the Black Bull seemed to be completed. However, Hart noted that the effect's grip had not subsided, so they needed to observe more. She suggested that over the next couple of days, Chang Dalei should keep the Black Bull in his yard and feed it, as it seemed to have a bigger appetite these days. It would improve after a while. She advised Chang Dalei to let Yin Mu take care of it, and Chang Dalei simply nodded blankly, while on the opposite part of the system, Yin Mu enthusiastically tapped her controller. Hart asked if Chang Dalei had any other small animals in his yard. Chang Dalei replied that it did not have and questioned her why. She informed him that the Black Bull might pick up things from the ground to eat and warned him to watch for it and not let it consume dirty items that could upset its stomach. After everything was settled, Chang Dalei told Lin Shayu that he had to reform himself and start a new life here. Lin Shayu simply smiled in response, while Hart approached Yin Mu, who was deeply engrossed in playing a game. Chang Dalei grabbed Yin Mu, who was protesting, while Hart created a portal for their exit. Meanwhile, in Lai Weiner's yard, insects chirped in the background. Nai Yinying could be seen wrapping herself in a towel, accompanied by Lai Weiner, who informed her that the water was ready and encouraged her to try it. Slowly, Nai Yinying entered the tub, reflecting on her month-long recovery there and finding life to be very interesting. She believed that her wound had completely healed, and it was time to complete the task and leave. She acknowledged that she probably wouldn't have many chances to come back in the future. As she rested in the tub, she admitted to herself that she had developed some attachment to this place, which was unimaginable before, and let out a lighthearted noise. She pondered over the symbiotic parasite hidden in her body, wondering who had planted it. However, she noticed that the city seemed to be preparing for something recently, with the number of patrolling guards increasing several times over. She realized she couldn't act rashly and decided to stay for another 2 days.